Chapter 791 Epic Battlefield. This place seems a bit familiar. Chu Tian had some impressions of this battlefield. Chu Tian had been away from the battlefield for a long time. Chu Tian personally led his troops to conquer the entire Han Empire, from the Mongolian Plateau in the north, to Huainan in the south, and to the Tian Shan Mountains in the west. The city not far away looks like a city in the Central Plains. Chu Tian's 40,000 people were already quite large, causing a stir among the defenders. The city gate opened, and a cavalry galloped out of the city. Each legion was on guard, and the defenders in the city didn't know whether they were friends or foes. Thousands of divine armed bows from Liang Hongyu's army were pointed at the cavalry leaving the city. Zhao Yun blocked the front with a gun, and Bai Ma Yisong took down the bow and arrow. Don't panic! Chu Tian saw that there were less than 100 cavalry leaving the city, so there was no need to worry. The other party should be friendly troops. Otherwise they would just come out to die. A dark-faced man rode a war horse until he was less than 50 meters away from Chu Tian, and was stopped by Zhao Yun. The generals on the opposite side seemed to be aware of Zhao Yun's superior force, and were very wary of Zhao Yun. The black-faced man asked loudly, "You are the rebels who are coming, right?" Chu Tian looked at this black-faced man. He was tall and strong, and he should be a fierce general. However, this one seems to be one of our own, not the enemy. The other party regards Chu Tian and the others as rebels. Yes, we are reinforcements. Don't you know the general's name? Green Forest Army Horse Wu. Ma Wu. Chu Tian felt a little familiar. Etc. Green Forest Army? Isn't the Green Forest Army a rebel army during the Wang Mang dynasty at the end of the Western Han dynasty? That is. Here it is. Kunyang. Ding! You enter the epic battle instance Battle of Kunyang and join the Green Forest Army camp. Ding! In the 15th year of Wang Mang's usurpation of the Han dynasty. That is, in AD 23, the world was in chaos and peasant uprisings continued. The Red Eyebrow Army in the north and the Green Forest Army in the south were the most popular. The Green Forest Army besieged Wancheng and approached Luoyang. Wang Mang was alarmed. So Wang Mang ordered that Sikong Wangyi and Situ Wangxuan were the commanders, and they recruited people who were proficient in 63 military arts to command 420,000 new troops to suppress the Green Forest Army. The leaders of the Green Forest Army, Wang Feng, Wang Chong, and Lu Xiu, commanded a force to guard Kunyang to resist the new army, covering the main force of the Green Forest Army to attack Wancheng. Ding! The conditions for victory in the epic battle are to defeat 420,000 new troops. Ding! Since the difficulty you selected is extremely hard, the attributes of the 420,000 new troops will be plus 25%, and the enemy generals will be enhanced, triggering the hidden difficulty. A series of systematic reminders sounded, and Chu Tian already knew his location and mission goals. This is Kunyang in Yingchuan County, Yuzhou. When Chu Tian attacked the princes of Yuzhou and talked about the Tang dynasty, he once passed by nearby. No wonder he was so familiar. It is now the end of the Western Han dynasty, and the Battle of Kunyang was the battle that made Emperor Guangwu Lu Xiu famous. Chu Tian seems to be in the same camp as Emperor Guangwu Lu Xiu. I really don't know whether this is a good thing or a bad thing. It was also difficult for Chu Tian to judge whether he was in the superior camp or the inferior camp. Historically, the winner of the Battle of Kunyang was Emperor Guangwu Lu Xiu, but currently he is facing 420,000 strengthened new troops and new army generals. Emperor Guangwu Lu Xiu can be ranked in the top 10 among all emperors, but he is also a very low-key person. Emperor Qin, Emperor Wu of Han, Emperor Zong of Tang and Song dynasty, Genghis Khan. But not many people cared about Lu Xiu, who founded the Eastern Han dynasty and forcibly continued the Han dynasty for 200 years. Now the opponent is Wang Mang's 420,000 army. In the extremely difficult mode, the attributes of the 420,000 army are plus 25%, and the general's abilities are enhanced. An army of 420,000 people sounds a bit scary. How many soldiers and horses are there in Kunyang City? Chu Tian followed the Green Forest Army General Ma Wu to Kunyang City and asked him about the reality of Kunyang City. Ma Wu is also the #1 figure. He is currently one of the generals of the Green Forest Army. But in the future, Ma Wu will be one of the 28 Yuntai generals of Emperor Guangwu Lu Xiu. He is as famous as Feng Yi, Wu Han and others. Ma Wu said, "There are about 8 or 9,000 people." 8 or 9,000 people. Chu Tian directly brought 40,000 people. In this way, Chu Tian's soldiers were more numerous than the defenders of Kanyang City. However, Chu Tian believed that things seemed not that simple in the extremely difficult mode. This is a copy of the game, not history. Any situation may happen, and no one knows what will happen to Wang Mang's new army. The city wall of Kanyang City is about 3 kilometers in circumference, so it is not considered a large city. On Kanyang City, there was a 7'3" tall man who led a group of Green Forest Army generals. Looking at the 40,000 rebels who appeared outside the city, he couldn't help but sigh. Wang Mang usurped the Han dynasty, and his destiny is in danger. But now, the great army of heavenly generals. Could it be that heaven wants to help us destroy the new dynasty and help the Han dynasty? Under the city, before Chu Tian entered the city, he raised his head and saw the people on the city. The two looked at each other. Chu Tian had an intuition that that person was Lu Xiu, the son of the plain, a man who had the destiny of an era. Damn! This is the Battle of Cannae in the Second Punic War. The Roman Lord Constantine found himself in the ancient Roman city of Cannae. His opponent was Hannibal, the holy commander of North Africa. In extreme difficulty mode, Hannibal's legion attributes were plus 25%. At the Battle of Cannae, about 60,000 to 70,000 Roman soldiers were killed or captured. The Roman consul and 80 members of the Senate were killed, while only a few thousand people on Hannibal's side were killed. Constantine needed to help the Roman army defeat Hannibal and reverse the tide of the war. Sure enough, I met Hannibal. Constantine turned blue. Hannibal was a famous North African general and the most powerful enemy of the Roman Republic. He was a Western-style figure like Xiang Yu and a tragic hero. He tried to single-handedly reverse the contrast between Carthage and Rome, but failed. Before the start of the fifth epic battle, Constantine had already had a premonition. Among the 3 emperors of Rome, one of them would always encounter a powerful enemy of Rome. No one has recruited Hannibal in the main world yet, so no one knows Hannibal's abilities. Caesar and Pompey. What battle did they encounter? Constantine couldn't help but be concerned about the situation of his teammates and allies. Pompey looked down at the densely packed Ottoman army outside the city. The star and moon flags were overwhelming, and Turkish scimitars stood in the cold light. The Turk's 17-ton urban cannon was transported to the city of Constantinople, and its empty muzzle was aimed at it. The vicissitudes of Constantinople. Pompey's scalp was numb. He looked at the 40,000 Roman legions and auxiliary legions he had brought, and then compared them with the imposing Ottoman Turkish army outside the city. It seemed that the Roman legion he was proud of was not a match for the Turkish army. In 1453 AD, the 7th Sultan of the Ottoman Turkish Empire, Mehmed II, led an army to attack Constantinople, the capital of the Byzantine Empire, Eastern Rome. Mehmed II is not the Ottoman emperor of the main world, but exists in the dungeon, allowing the lords participating in the dungeon to feel the terror of Mehmed II. Mehmed II had extraordinary commanding talents and the ability to make the entire army fanatical. The Ottoman Turkish army under his command was in the stage of rising national power and was full of military virtue. Sweeping across Western Asia, the last emperor of the Byzantine Empire, Constantine XI, looked at Pompey in despair. Can you help me? Pompeo glanced at the Ottoman army again. His throat was dry. I'm afraid not. This is the Battle of Poitiers. The lord of the Holy Roman Empire, Hohenzollern, was transported to a battlefield that made him look unhappy. On the opposite side, the scimitars of the Arab cavalry shone coldly in the sun, making people shudder. This was the year 732, which was the era of great conquest by the Arabs. The sabers of the Arab cavalry went east to attack the Anxi protectorate established by the Tang dynasty in Central Asia, defeated the Tang general Gao Xianji, and invaded Spain westward, with their troops pointing directly at the entire Europe, known as the Great Conquest in history. If this war fails, the Arab Empire will dominate Europe. Resisting the Arab Empire's army was the European overlord Frankish kingdom. France later split into the kingdoms of Germany, France, Italy, etc. The leader of the Frankish army was Charles Martel, the prime minister of the Frankish kingdom, known as the Iron Hammer. The Arab army has 50,000 cavalry, and the Frankish army has 70,000. I brought 40,000, so we have 110,000 here. I brought elite troops, including the Teutonic Knights. They should not be afraid of the Arabs. The army, although the armies of the Arab Empire generally have the effect of religious fanaticism. Hohenzollern analyzed the situation before the war, but the intelligence immediately sent by his scout cavalry changed his face. There are about 100,000 Arab cavalry. How can it be? Hohenzollern is a player. He clearly remembers that in this battle, the Arab Empire only had 50,000 troops, mainly light cavalry. The scout said even more unfavorable news. Reinforcements from the Arab Empire are arriving one after another. Hohenzollern fell silent. He had understood. In the extremely difficult mode, the difficulty is not only that the enemy's army has a 25% system bonus, but also the enemy's generals, and the number of troops may change. It seems to be 25% difficult. But in fact, it is much harder. The 50,000 Arab Empire troops opposite the Hohenzollern suddenly increased to 100,000. And the number is still rising. The Battle of Songjin. Mingwan, the princes of the Han Empire, was in the south of Jianzhou City in the late Ming dynasty. Opposite was the Qing army led by Huang Taiji. After the Battle of Songjin, the Ming dynasty's 9 elites were completely lost, and the Liaodong defense system completely collapsed. The Ming dynasty's last line of defense in Liaodong was only Wusangui of Shanhaiguan. If it is just to deal with Huang Taiji's 8 banners, then it is not a problem. But why are the number of Qing soldiers more than expected? Mingwan also discovered something was wrong. In the Battle of Songjin, the Ming army invested approximately 130,000 troops, and the Qing army 110,000. However, according to the intelligence obtained from the Mingwan investigation, the number of Qing troops under extremely difficult conditions was approximately 200,000. Extreme difficulty level. In addition to the panel, there are additional difficulties. If it is HL mode, then at this time, in the Battle of Songjin on HL difficulty, the Qing army on the opposite side might have 400,000 soldiers. Fortunately, we didn't choose HL mode. I don't know what the situation is like on Chuzimu's side. Based on the true difficulty of extremely hard mode, Mingwan thought about Hell mode. And one can imagine how terrifying Hell mode is. Chapter 792, 840,000 new troops. My uncle Lu Wen. It is a great blessing for the great man that heaven has sent heavenly soldiers and generals to Kunyang to help. A handsome man and the leaders of the Green Forest Army, Wang Feng and Wang Chong, welcomed Chu Tian into the city. Kunyang City only had 8 or 9,000 soldiers and horses, but Chu Tian brought 40,000 elite soldiers in one breath. So even the son of the plain Guangwu Emperor Lu Xiu had to rely on Chu Tian's soldiers and horses. Lu Xiu, courtesy name Uncle Wen, was the Taichung partial general of the Green Forest Army at this time. However, to Chu Tian's ears, Lu Xiu's words were really hard to pronounce, which made Chu Tian couldn't help but think of Uncle Lu Huang. Lu Xiu was the founder of the Eastern Han Dynasty. If he knew that Chu Tian came from the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty when the war was raging, I don't know what he would think. The emperor of the Eastern Han Dynasty was ignored by Lao Qin. I'm Chu Zimu. Chu Tian had an encounter with Emperor Guangwu Lu Xiu. He had already met emperors such as Tang Taizong, Genghis Khan, and Song Huizong, so he didn't feel nervous. Wang Feng and Wang Chong, who were beside Lu Xiu, said, "We hope that the righteous soldiers can lead the rebel army and help us defeat Wang Mang's bandits." Easy to say. Chu Tian knew that the Green Forest Army had a strong background. At the end of the Western Han Dynasty, the Green Forest Army and the Red Eyebrow Army were the 2 major rebel armies, and they were also the origin of the Green Forest Heroes. They overthrew the Xinmong Dynasty. However, the peasant rebel army had the limitations of the times, and the results were eventually plundered by the landlord class represented by the Lu clan. Wang Feng is equivalent to Qin Sheng, Wu Guang, or the 3 brothers Zhang Jiao of the Yellow Turban Army. In the eyes of Wang Mang's officers and soldiers, the Green Forest Army was thieves. But in the eyes of the Green Forest Army, Wang Mang's officers and soldiers were the thieves who brought disaster to the country and the people. Originally, we should have set up a banquet to entertain all the martyrs. But the bandits are coming, so I'm afraid we can't relax. Lu Xiu was calm in the face of danger at this time, and there was no panic in his tone. Urgent report. The bandits have crossed the Shuishui River and are about to arrive in the north of the city. A Green Forest Army scout came back to report urgently. The leaders of the Green Forest Army looked at each other. They seemed to be a little afraid of the Wang Mang dynasty's army. Lu Xiu said to Chu Tian, "Let's go to check the formation of the traitors so that we can discuss countermeasures. Otherwise, once the traitors surround the city, we will not be able to leave the city." Can! Chu Tian also wanted to see the strength of the 420,000 new troops. Maybe the Green Forest Army doesn't know what kind of enemy they are facing yet. Zhao Yun, follow me to investigate. Chu Tian took Zhao Yun with him. And Chu Tian also had his war horse Juing. as long as he was not surrounded by the Green Forest Army. Chu Tian believed that he would not be in danger. What's more, Lu Xiu went to investigate in person. He was a son of luck, and would not be easily surrounded. Chu Tian's idea of breaking the game is very simple. Just follow Lu Xiu. Lu Xiu chose Ma Wu, and went out of the city with Wang Feng and Chu Tian to watch the army sent by Wang Mang to encircle and suppress the Green Forest Army. Kunyang City is bounded by Shuishui River to the north, and Kuinshui River to the south. It is located between the two rivers, so it is not conducive to the deployment of the army. The terrain is more favorable for the Green Forest Army. Lian Hongyu and Sun Bin, you two take good care of Miss Wuqing and familiarize yourself with the city defense. Maybe there will be a fierce offensive and defensive battle in the near future. Chu Tian left the main force in Kunyang City, so he could predict what might happen in the future. Chu Tian would not take the initiative to attack before he could find out the reality of the opponent. If the combat effectiveness of the 420,000 new troops on the opposite side is not as good as that of the peasant army, then Chu Tian will consider directly attacking the 420,000 troops head-on and winning directly. But Chu Tian thought that under the extremely difficult level, the Battle of Kunyang seemed not that simple. Therefore, it is necessary for Chu Tian and Lu Xiu to test the new army and see the other party's true combat effectiveness. The other lords have noticed something unusual, and Chu Tian is also vaguely aware of it. Drive! Hundreds of war horses galloped towards the new army crossing the river. On the Huishui River in the north of Kunyang City, the armies of the new dynasty founded by Wang Mang were vast, stretching as far as the eye could see. They were crowded between the Huishui River and the Kuinshui River. There was an endless stream of vehicles transporting grain and grass, and it was so dark that it was despairing. At least 300,000 troops have crossed the Shuishui River. Chu Tian's judgment was wrong, because the extremely difficult mode still had hidden difficulties. The number of enemies faced by all the lords doubled. The number of troops that the new dynasty came to conquer the Green Forest Army was not 420,000, but 840,000. These are soldiers, not including farmers who transport food. Terrifying troops spread across the entire battlefield, with soldiers, flags, and war horses everywhere. A burly body stood among the army, 1 foot tall, with veins tangled on his bronze muscles like a horned dragon. Ordinary soldiers were like ants in front of him. The ground seemed to be shaking with every step he took. The surrounding soldiers subconsciously avoided this terrifying general. If he were to hit him with a punch, he would probably be instantly killed. What's even more frightening is that there is a team of tiger soldiers beside this fierce general, who are specially escorting a convoy of large carriages pulled by 4 war horses. Each large carriage is loaded with an iron cage, and the iron cages contain war tigers, war lions, and other ferocious warriors. The beast makes scalp-numbing roars from time to time. Boom! Behind the 4-horse cart, the huge war elephant troops left hoof prints on the ground, shaking the mountains. The main generals commanding the 840,000 new troops were Sikong Wangi and Situ Wangxuan. The former was Wang Mang's disciple. Your Majesty has entrusted the Tiger Army, Big Mac and his Beast Army, and 500 military disciples to our command. It would be too high a view of the Green Forest Army. When Wang Yi saw that the new army had 800,000 soldiers, plus millions of civilians, the army was so grand that it had never been seen before, and he couldn't help but feel high-spirited. Who in the past and present has the qualifications to command such a large army? Under such a military situation, how many people can resist? A cavalryman from the new army came back. Report: there are thousands of Green Forest Army soldiers in Kunyang City ahead, but there are about 40,000 bandit soldiers to support Kunyang City. Oh, so our strength is 17 times that of the Kunyang defenders? Wang Yi looked down upon the Kunyang defenders more and more. 840,000 versus 50,000. And Kunyang City is just a small city. The new army does not lack elites. How can they lose this battle? A mere 50,000 people dare to stop our 840,000 strong army. You really don't know how to live or die. Capture Kunyang and then support Wancheng. Wang Yi thought for a while and decided to operate on Kunyang first. In Wang Yi's view, it might not take 2 or 3 days to capture the small city of Kunyang. Yan Yu, Wang Yi's general, stood up and stopped the general. That's not right. The main force of the Green Forest Army is besieging Wancheng, aiming to plunder Wancheng's food and grass. The Wancheng defenders are waiting for the support of Wang's division. If reinforcements are not seen for a long time, they may be forced to due to the overwhelming force of the bandit army. They presented the city and surrendered. Wancheng is a big city, and Kunyang is a small city. Abandoning the big city and taking the small city is not losing the big because of the small. It is better to besiege Kunyang with a partial army, select the best, and end the generals. As a vanguard, we attack Wancheng and defeat the main force of the Green Forest Army. If our army's morale is high, then the Green Forest Army in Kunyang City will collapse without a fight. Humph. Yan Yu, are you teaching me how to do things? When Wang Yi saw his generals standing up to oppose his idea, he couldn't help but show displeasure. Another commander, Wang Sun, also said, "We have an army of millions, but only a few thieves. Kunyang will fall in just 2 or 3 days. Why should we be afraid? We will take Kunyang first to build up the morale of our army, and then go to Wancheng." A decisive battle with the main force of thieves is the so-called appetizer. Yin Yu was Wang Mang's classmate when he was studying in Chang'an. Compared with Lu Yi and Bai Qi, his actual military ability was not bad, and he could see through the reality of the Green Forest Army. However, the relationship between classmates and blood relationship is quite different. Yin Yu served as Wang Yi's deputy general during the expedition against the Green Forest Army, and Wang Yi was the one who gave the order. Since Wang Yi decided to capture Kunyang first and then support Wancheng, nothing should happen. After all, he has 840,000 troops on his side. I hope there are no surprises. Yin Yu was a little worried. In the Macedonian civilization copy, in the Gaugamela area, Alexander found that he had no teammates. All he had was the 40,000 troops he brought, and the opposite was the 200,000 Persian army of the Persian Emperor Darius III, the powerful undead army, the Persian chariot corps with 200 sword-wheeled chariots, the war elephant corps from India, and a large number of Persian heavy cavalry and horse archers were endless. Why do I have no teammates? In other words, I have to rely on my own strength to defeat the Persian army on the opposite side? Alexander was also in trouble. The instance he entered was the Battle of Gaugamela, where he faced his mortal enemy, Darius III of the First Persian Empire. Alexander summoned his generals to discuss how to deal with the strengthened Persian army. Alexander had realized that in a head-on battle, he might not be able to defeat the 200,000 Persian troops on the opposite side. He brought with him silver shields, fellow cavalry, and actually a squad of ancient Greek hoplites. But the opposite side is the elite of ancient Persian civilization. Persian civilization has a long history and has a lot of heritage. The undead army, the sword-wheel chariot, and the Parthian horse archers. Which one is not famous? According to normal thinking, this battle cannot be won. We can only win in defeat. Alexander looked around at the generals, and his genius in military thinking suddenly appeared. Some people are born with geniuses and have a keen intuition about war. Zhu Yuanzhang was born as a beggar. He spent his life as a soldier and made great achievements in battle. How to win from defeat? A calm old Macedonian general asked Alexander, deliberately showing flaws and finding the enemy's flaws in the movement. Although our troops are small, they are easier to command and can change our formations on the spot. However, once we fail, our entire army will be annihilated. Parmenio, I need your defensive ability. You must always believe in me and never take a step back. Otherwise, you and I will never recover. Alexander looked at the Macedonian veteran Parmenio. This veteran was a general from his father's era and was extremely good at field defense. Parmenio lowered his head and said, Parmenio will always trust and follow the king. After Alexander made his deployment, he couldn't help but think of his old enemy in the east. He believed that his old enemy was not the incompetent Darius III, but Chu Zimu in the east. I wonder what his enemy is like, compared with the 200,000 Persian troops I faced. Are they stronger or weaker? Alexander always regarded defeating Chu Tian as his highest goal. Chapter 793 Lu Xiu's Countermeasures. The number of troops Wang Mang sent to conquer us is really shocking. Lu Xiu stood on a hillside and looked at the new dynasty troops arriving from afar, covering the entire plain, which was incredible. Seeing such a large enemy army, Chu Tian reflexively sweated on his forehead. Such a terrifying military strength was probably more than 420,000 troops. Because Chu Tian saw that there was the same dark army on the north bank of the Shuishui River. Now Chu Tian seemed to realize something was wrong. Extremely difficulty. It seems not as easy as imagined. The 420,000 strong army on the opposite side had a different momentum from the peasant army. Wang Mang inherited a group of elite troops from the Western Han Empire. When Wang Feng, Wang Chong and other leaders of the Green Forest Army saw the Xian Dynasty army. They broke out in cold sweat behind their backs. The number of these officers and soldiers is greater than the number of their Green Forest Army. Who is the Green Forest Army? Wang Feng, one of the leaders of the Green Forest Army, was shaking uncontrollably, and his fingers were cramping. It is better to abandon Kunyang, disperse, and retreat to their respective hometowns to avoid the front of the traitors for the time being. Another leader of the Green Forest Army, Wang Chong, also said, "What you said is absolutely true. We cannot compete with Wang Mang's army now. If we use an egg to hit a stone, the end will be miserable. Are you confident that you can defeat the enemy?" Chu Tian looked at Lu Xiu. Lu Xiu is a clan surnamed Lu, and the main fighting faction. He is Chu Tian's biggest ally in the Battle of Kunyang. Chu Tian believed that Lu Xiu would not commit a crime. Moreover, Lu Xiu is also a general with the aura of the whole army, and can cooperate with Chu Tian. If possible, Chu Tian even considered abducting Lu Xiu back to the main world. Lu Xiu is not the emperor yet, and he never imagined that he would become the emperor in the future. This guy may have better luck than Chu Tian and others. He is a true son of the plain. In addition, Lu Xiu also has the nickname Great Magister. You all raise the banner of righteousness, restore the Han Dynasty, and attack the traitors. If we are disbanded, not only will Wang Mang not give up arresting us, but when we return to the countryside, a pavilion chief can lead people to arrest us. Only when everyone works together can we defeat new army, capture Wang Mang, so that we can survive. Lu Xiu's attitude was indeed different from other leaders of the Green Forest Army. The other leaders of the Green Forest Army couldn't help but glance at Lu Xiu. It's strange that the general usually shrinks from small-scale operations, but now that the enemy is facing us, he insists that we attack. One of Lu Xiu's subordinates, Wang Ba, who is also one of the 28 generals of Yantai, couldn't help but murmur. At present, Lu Xiu has conquered several talents. Who will be the 28 Yantai generals of Emperor Guangwu in the future? Ma Wu, Wang Ba, Fu Jun, Ren Guang and others were all in Kunyang City at this time. Among the 28 generals of Yantai, there are military geniuses and mediocrities. They are ranked according to their merits. One of the most talented of Yantai's 28 generals, Feng Yi, is already Chu Tian's general. But at this time, Feng Yi was not in Lu Xiu's army yet. Lu Xiu seemed to be hurt by the words, and looked slightly embarrassed. People will always cherish their own lives. In normal battles, naturally we must be cautious and not dare to fight in front. But at this time of life and death, escape is a dead end. So fight with all your strength. There is still a glimmer of hope, but any wise person should know how to make a choice. A group of Green Forest Army generals looked at each other and finally seemed to have made up their minds. Everything will be obeyed by the general. Chu Tian listened to the discussion of a group of Green Forest Army leaders. It seemed that Lu Xiu was timid in the previous battle. This was somewhat different from Chu Tian's impression of Emperor Guangwu. But it did not prevent Lu Xiu from stepping forward at the critical moment and leading a partial division of the Green Forest Army to attack the 840,000-strong army. Brother Chu, there are still some troops and horses in Yincheng and Dingling. I plan to take advantage of the fact that Wang Mang's army has not completely surrounded Kunyang and go to these places to gather troops and horses to increase the momentum. Are you willing to lead a group of cavalry? Will you be with me outside the city and defeat the enemy? Lu Xiu proposed a method of leaving Kunyang and using cavalry to defeat the enemy outside the city. The cavalry is an arm used to create miracles, and it is also an arm used to defeat more with less. So how about Kunyang City? Wang Feng and Wang Chong can guard Kunyang. Wang Feng and Wang Chong. Chu Tian doubted Wang Feng and Wang Chang's ability to defend Kunyang City. What the Green Forest Army now has to face is not an ordinary new army. The number of the new dynasty army may have exceeded 420,000, and their combat effectiveness was stronger. Chu Tian even saw the Tiger and Bin troops in the new dynasty army. Chu Tian was very familiar with the Huban army, because he had a high-level heavy cavalry called the Huban army. There was no shortage of elite troops in the army of the new dynasty. And there were even many, because Wang Mang inherited the team from the Western Han dynasty. War elephants. There are actually war elephant legions, and that fleet of large carriages. What are they used to transport? Chu Tian vaguely saw a group of war elephants in the distance, as well as a group of strange carriages. Each carriage required 4 war horses, and his expression suddenly became nervous. The war elephant is a 9th level unit, and has the combat power to kill generals. If the war elephant cannot be restrained, The cavalry will be destroyed by the war elephant troops. If Chu Tian was in the opposite camp, commanding hundreds of thousands of troops, as well as a group of tigers and soldiers, and a war elephant army, Chu Tian thought he could defeat the Son of Luck. Wait, the general on the opposite side probably thinks so too. Chu Tian became cautious. There was also a famous battle, the Battle of Feishui, in which Fu Jian's 800,000 strong army was defeated by Xie Xian's 80,000 strong Beifu army. Of course, there is water in the military strength recorded in history books. But in Lord, it is hard to say whether there is water in it. If there really is an army of 800,000, which is equivalent to the 40,000 troops brought by Chu Tian, one person will have to deal with 20 enemy soldiers. Even so, the party with more troops seems to have a high probability of failure. Can you defend Kunyang? Chu Tian looked at Wang Feng and Wang Chang, not knowing their abilities, because Chu Tian couldn't view their panels at all. There are only 9,000 soldiers and horses in Kunyang City. How can we block the attack of hundreds of thousands of people? Even if Kunyang City is strong, at least 20,000 to 30,000 people are needed to defend Kunyang City. Wang Feng and Wang Chang thought that they had to guard Kunyang, and their faces turned pale. In fact, even if there were 20 or 30,000 people, the two men were unwilling to garrison Kunyang City. 100,000 people is about the same. But at present, all the troops and horses combined are only 50,000. Cavalry is only valuable outside the city, and of little value inside the city. I can leave 13,000 crossbow troops, 7,000 cavalry, and 9,000 green forest troops, a total of 29,000 people, to guard Kunyang City. The remaining 20,000 cavalry will follow me out of the city and fight back. Chu Tian decided to let Liang Hongyu assist Wang Feng and Wang Chang in defending Kunyang City, relying only on Wang Feng and Wang Chang. Chu Tian was not very relieved because the new dynasty's army was significantly strengthened. The difficulty of the Battle of Kunyang in extreme hard mode doubled. Chu Tian really couldn't imagine whether the strength of the new dynasty's army would exceed 1 million in the Battle of Kunyang in hell mode. Lu Xiu's idea was undoubtedly correct. The isolated city was difficult to defend, so a cavalry team was needed to leave the city and wait for an opportunity to sneak attack the new dynasty army. 20,000 cavalry attacked the 800,000 army, and Chu Tian didn't know whether it would succeed. The human wave tactic may plunge 20,000 cavalry into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, making it difficult to move even an inch. The Green Forest Army still had troops in other cities in Yingchuan County. Lu Xiu planned to find more than 10,000 soldiers and horses to join forces with Chu Tian's 20,000 cavalry to raid the new dynasty army outside the city. Let's go back to Kunyang City and make preparations. After Lu Xiu made up his mind, he gave up observing the new dynasty army and prepared to leave the hillside with Chu Tian and his party. They can already roughly feel the combat effectiveness of the new dynasty army. The new dynasty army is far more powerful than they imagined. Hundreds of war horses came down the mountain. Zhao Yun, holding a silver gentian spear, followed Chu Tian closely, followed closely by a group of white horse followers. Every general must be covered by cavalry, so that he is not easily killed. Lord Sikong, there is a scout cavalry of the Green Forest Army there to spy on our reality. While Chu Tian, Lu Xiu and others were observing, descendants of military strategists in Wang Yi's army had noticed the whereabouts of Chu Tian and his party. Wang Yi asked, "How do you know?" "The eagle hovering in the sky is the eyes and ears of the Green Forest Army. Yan Yu, lead 5,000 cavalry to investigate and see if this is the case." Wang Yi finally chose to let his deputy general intercept the Green Forest Army's scout cavalry. Wang Mang summoned 500 descendants of military strategists from all over the world to serve as generals. They all had their own special abilities more or less. Some descendants of military strategists saw the role of Iron Eagle Scout's War Eagle. "Take orders!" Yan Yu, Wang Yi's most effective lieutenant, immediately left with 5,000 cavalry. Situ Wangxuan said, "Should we send Big Mac? He is the most powerful general in our army, and can defeat 1,000 people. To deal with a scout cavalry, it is not necessary to use the Big Mac and his beast army. Your Majesty collected the ferocious beasts from all over the world and named him to use the beast army to kill Lu Xiu, who is in Kunyang City at this time. This is why I want to determine to capture Kunyang City." Wang Yi couldn't help but sigh when he mentioned Wang Mang's order to him. Wang Sun was confused. "Why did your Majesty name Lu Xiu and insist on killing him? Although Lu Xiu is also an important figure in the Green Forest Army, the one who is really difficult to deal with should be his brother Lu Yin." "Have no idea." Wang Yi shook his head again. Lu Yin is Lu Xiu's elder brother. Before the chaos, he secretly made friends with knights. At that time, Lu Xiu was still farming. Later, Lu Yin raised an army and joined the Green Forest Army, becoming one of the most prominent leaders of the Green Forest Army. Lu Xiu's later achievements were not unrelated to his elder brother. It is Lu Yin who is leading the main force of the Green Forest Army to besiege Wancheng. It can be said that before he was killed in the internal strife of the Green Forest Army, Lu Yin was more heroic than Lu Xiu. But Wang Mang's order was to kill Lu Xiu first. Neither Wang Yi nor Wang Sun could understand why Wang Mang wanted to take the lead in getting rid of Lu Xiu, the number 2 among the Lu brothers, instead of Lu Yin, the number 1. No matter what, if we capture Kunyang City and kill Lu Xiu, His Majesty will give us 50,000 households and 100,000 gold, and our descendants will always have shelter. Wang Yi knew that Wang Mang had always been generous. If he killed Lu Xiu, Wang Mang's reward would not be small. Chapter 794, Son of Destiny. Lord, the new dynasty army seems to have discovered us. Zhao Yun, wearing silver armor and white robes, mounted his horse to protect Chu Tian as he descended the mountain. He had discovered that among the 840,000 new troops, there were 5,000 cavalry, galloping towards the hillside where Chu Tian and the others were. 5,000 cavalry was already a lot, but compared to the 840,000 strong army, it seemed small. Leave as soon as possible. Chu Tian and Lu Xiu looked at each other and knew that their location had been discovered, so they hurriedly left the place. Intercept them. The new army general Yin Yu led the cavalry and made a quick detour in an attempt to stop Chu Tian and Lu Xiu, who were out of the city for reconnaissance. If he can successfully kill 2 people, then he will truly change history. Not just the history of the dungeon, but also the history of the main world. About 1,000 light cavalry are already blocking the official road. Kill them through! Chu Tian and Lu Xiu joined forces for the first time. The halo of the 2 men's entire army was superimposed, and the power of the cavalry was strengthened. Chu Tian didn't know what Lu Xiu's army aura was, but he could vaguely detect that Lu Xiu's army aura was also very powerful. Zhao Yun took the lead and knocked away several light cavalry in one blow. Blood splattered. Zhao Yun fought his way out alone. Beima he took an arrow from his bow and shot the light cavalry on the opposite side, who fell down in response. What a powerful general! Lu Xiu's generals Ma Wu and Wang Ba were both very powerful, but they were still a little shocked to see Zhao Yun fight his way out alone. We can't show weakness either. Ma Wu dragged a big sword and chopped down the enemy cavalry along the way. The sharp sword directly cut a light cavalry into 2 pieces, and the armor broke. Wang Ba, like Zhao Yun, can sweep across all directions with a spear, but his efficiency in killing enemies is not as smooth as Zhao Yun's. Kill! Lu Xiu took a red tassel gun from the soldiers and went into battle to kill the enemy himself. Originally, his elder brother Lu Yin was the most martial person, but at this time, the enemy was approaching, which inspired Lu Xiu's bloodshed and ambition. Why don't men take Wugo and collect the 50 states in Guanshan? Chu Tian pulled out the Ganjiang sword and blocked the spear thrust by the cavalry from the opposite side. The sharp blade rubbed past and almost hit Chu Tian's shoulder armor, but the Ganjiang sword cut off the spear from the opposite side. This famous sword forged by the legendary swordsmith Qian Jiang can break gold and stone. Gan wiped the sword across and killed the cavalry on the opposite side without a trace of blood. Chu Tian's own martial arts is not low, but he is usually surrounded by a group of guards, so Chu Tian hasn't done anything personally for a long time. Chu Tian killed 3 cavalrymen by himself and broke out through the gap created by Zhao Yun. In order to hide their traces, Chu Tian and Lu Xiu only brought 300 cavalry out to investigate. 300 cavalrymen, however, defeated 1,000 light cavalry blocking the road in front, easily broke through, and headed away in the direction of Kunyang City. About 400 horsemen fell to the ground. Yin Yu led the 4,000 cavalry from behind to encircle and failed. And when he cleared the battlefield, he frowned when he found that almost all of the casualties were his own cavalry. Who are the defenders trapped in Kunyang City? Yin Yu was shocked when he saw the astonishing battle loss ratio. He went back and reported to Wang Yi and Wang Sun. Zikong and Sidu, you 2 adults. The other party killed 427 of our cavalry, and they only lost 25 people. I'm afraid there are famous generals in Kunyang City, and Kunyang is small and strong, which is conducive to defend. The general still has the same view. We should besiege rather than attack. The general will lead elite troops to support Wancheng and defeat the main force of the Green Forest Army. Then Kunyang City will lack food and grass, and will be destroyed without attacking. This is really what a coward did. I was commanded by His Majesty to command millions of troops. Whatever I did was to be destroyed. Now I am slaughtering this city, marching in with blood, singing and dancing. Don't worry about it. Wang Yi still disagreed. The 840,000 new dynasty troops crossed the river one after another and marched towards Kunyang City. Their banners covered the sky and the sun and stretched for hundreds of miles. The fierce General Big Mac is comparable to a humanoid beast and haunts the new soldiers. When Chu Tian and Lu Shou returned to Kunyang City, the situation was already quite critical. Liang Hongyu, you lead the Shishun Battalion, Jianyan crossbowmen, and 7,000 cavalry archers in Kunyang City to assist Wang Feng and Wang Chong in defending Kunyang City. If it is really undefendable, lead the cavalry to break out. I can lose 20,000 soldiers and horses, but not a single general. Chu Tian found Liang Hongyu and asked Liang Hongyu to defend the city. Liang Hongyu can provide high bonuses to crossbowmen, and also has the ability to boost morale. Assisting in the defense of the city will make Kunyang City stronger. I also defend the city. I have the characteristics of defending the city. Hu Qing volunteered. Are you sure you want to stay in the dangerous Kunyang City? If Kunyang City falls, Wang Yi and Wang Sun will not show mercy. Of course, Chu Tian knew that Hu Qing had the bonus of defending the city. But a girl's family was defending the city. And there were hundreds of thousands of enemy soldiers outside the city. So there were many dangers. I can definitely defend Kunyang. In that case, Liang Hongyu, take care of Hu Qing. After Lu Shou and I go out of the city to gather troops, we will break through the new army camp as soon as possible. You only need to hold on for a month or two at most. Chu Tian took away military advisor Sun Bin and Zhao Yun. Lu Shou only selected 13 cavalrymen from the Green Forest Army. According to Lu Shou, he could at least recruit more than 10,000 Green Forest troops outside the city and join forces with Chu Tian to attack the 840,000 new troops led by Wang Yi. This person's luck is extremely strong. Lord, if we join forces with him, we can achieve great success. Sun Bin had the hidden ability to observe luck. When he observed Lu Shou's luck, his expression changed. You know, with Sun Bin's knowledge, he would rarely be shaken by anything. He is the son of luck. Chu Tian couldn't help feeling that some people were so lucky that they couldn't stop their luck when it came. Chu Tian even wanted to see what characteristics Lu Shou had in Lord, which even surprised Sun Bin. After Sun Bin confirmed that Lu Shou really had strong luck, Chu Tian decided to work with Lu Shou. The thieves have arrived at the city. When Chu Tian and Lu Shou were deploying, the vanguard of the 840,000 strong army had already arrived at Kunyang City. There are 100,000 vanguard troops of the new army, with 100,000 people as the vanguard. Such an army scale is almost unprecedented. The officers and soldiers are here. There are too many officers and soldiers. The vanguard troops alone are more than the number of our defenders. What officers and soldiers? They are the soldiers of the rebellious traitor Wang Mang. The Green Forest defenders of Kunyang City were greatly frightened, and their hearts were filled with panic. Only the 40,000 defenders brought by Chu Tian were different. The main world has a larger population, and the Chu Tian forces have experienced many battles involving hundreds of thousands of soldiers and horses. So they can be as stable as Mount Tai in front of an army of 840,000. We must break through the encirclement before the new army can encircle it. Recruit soldiers and horses on the periphery, and wait for opportunities. Otherwise, hundreds of thousands of troops will dig trenches and set up camps outside the city, making it difficult for us to fly. Lu Shou got on his horse. Wait me back. Chu Tian said goodbye to Hu Qing. Hu Qing bit his lip, hesitated for a while, and then took the initiative to hug Chu Tian. You must come back. Chu Tian felt a little guilty about Hua An's sister staying in Xiaoqing, while Hu Qing was more like a political marriage. When Lu Shou saw Chu Tian saying goodbye to Hu Qing, he couldn't help but think of a young lady from an aristocratic family in Xinya. The official should be the king, and the wife should be Yin Lihua. If I win this battle, I must go to Xinya to propose marriage. Otherwise in this life regretful. Lu Shou also knew that this time was extremely dangerous. There were 840,000 troops on the opposite side, and they were not all low-level troops. But there were many elite troops. Open the city gate. Chu Tian and Lu Shou led the cavalry to kill the 100,000 army that had not yet formed an encirclement. The setting of this book does not refer to various romances, and other novels other than the Three Kingdoms. It is closer to historical facts. Force will not play a decisive role. Commander, national strength, military strength, props, characteristics, and luck are sometimes more important. The title of the book is Lords, not Generals. This is different from novels of the same type, but basically based on the level of force. Chapter 795 Big Mac. The Green Forest Army cavalry comes out of the city. Surround them, and don't let them escape. Yen Yu, the vanguard general of the new army, organized an army of 100,000 to besiege Chu Tian and Lu Xiu's 20,000 cavalry, who were trying to leave the city. A group of tiger soldiers followed behind Yen Yu. This was an 8th level heavy cavalry with considerable combat power. Let me see what this Green Forest Army is capable of. Yen Yu's eyes are full of energy. He had already had a premonition that there were extraordinary generals in the Green Forest Army. So even though they were large in number, they felt like they were facing a formidable enemy. The 20,000 cavalrymen, with the Tiger Army as the vanguard, broke through the 100,000 strong army on the periphery. The Tiger and Bin Army. The Green Forest Army also has a Tiger and Bin Army. Someone in the new army was greatly alarmed when they saw the Tiger Army. Chu Tian also has a Tiger and Bin Army. The White Horse Eat Song is riding and shooting, while the Tiger and Bin Army is responsible for breaking the formation. The Green Forest Army is in chaos. Yen Yu could see a young general in white robes leading the cavalry to attack outwards, while the low-level infantry of the new army were harvested. And he was somewhat shocked in his heart. This is the Tiger and Guard cavalry. Yen Yu saw the elite cavalry of the Han Empire. Send in the Big Mac. Yen Yu discovered that Zhao Yun was charging fiercely, and one person suddenly killed hundreds of low-level infantry. So he asked Big Mac to go into battle. The size of the giant makes it impossible for him to ride any mount, because his size is too exaggerated, and a war horse cannot carry the giant humanoid beast. The hot blood splashed on Zhao Yun's face. When Zhao Yun was trapped in the battle, his life was like a piece of grass. The iron hooves of the Tiger Army crushed the low-level infantry of the new army. The horses ran over the infantry's bodies, leaving their flesh and blood bloody. Before the new army could form a formation, the cavalry in the city had already rushed out. Suddenly, an unusual broadsword came and chopped off a tiger and the soldiers, including men and horses. Big Mac dragged his sword into the Tiger Army. He was taller and condescending than the Tiger Army cavalry, who were riding war horses. His sword was 4 meters long, comparable to the horse spear used by the cavalry. The blade is 1 meter long, and as long as you have enough strength, it is not difficult to cut off a war horse. Big Mac slashed left and right, and more than 10 Huban Army cavalry fell under his sword. The heavy armor of the Huban Army could not stop Big Mac's broadsword at all. The war horses were still galloping, and Big Mac hit the cavalry on foot, knocking over a war horse. But he remained motionless. Behind Big Mac, the infantry of the new army saw that Big Mac was brave, and their morale improved. They followed Big Mac to attack the 20,000 cavalry who left the city. What kind of monster is that? Big Mac? Chu Tian was not interested in fighting, and led his cavalry to gallop around. About dozens of high-level cavalry were killed by Big Mac on the way to break through. He knew that Wang Mang had found a general with an amazing physique, named Big Mac. His body shape was even more exaggerated than Chu Tian had ever seen. And Chu Tian didn't know how powerful Big Mac was. 20,000 cavalry broke through the blockade of the new army and marched away. Big Mac attacked 20,000 cavalry from the side and failed to intercept this cavalry force, which was mainly composed of high-level cavalry. His broadsword is full of blood, and his burly body is covered with iron armor. He has the strength and defense comparable to that of a war elephant, but does not have the shortcomings of a war elephant. Many corpses of horses and cavalry fell beside Big Mac, which shocked the infantry and cavalry of the new army. This fierce general was comparable to a giant. He killed a high-level cavalry with one sword, and there were mutilated horses everywhere. Big Mac is worthy of being a fierce general that your majesty has collected from all over the world. One person can form an army of his own. If he attacks from the front, he may be able to kill more than 100 elite cavalry in a single charge on foot. Yen Yu was shocked to see that Big Mac could easily kill the opponent even against high-level cavalry. It turned out that there really was such a terrifying general. However, the Big Mac is not without its shortcomings. Its large size makes it an easy target. If you encounter a strong general who is good at using bows and arrows, you may be killed by cold arrows. They should be the people I am wary of. What is the purpose of this cavalry group leaving the city? Is there internal strife among the Green Forest Army in Kunyang City? Or are they planning to go out of the city to find reinforcements? Or are they just unwilling to be trapped in the city? So that the role of the elite cavalry cannot be brought into play? Yan Yu was guessing Chu Tian and Lu Xiu's intentions. He could not intercept Chu Tian's 20,000 elite cavalry. Even if 100,000 troops were already in formation, he could not stop the attack of 20,000 high-level cavalry. Not to mention that he had not yet formed a formation. Wang Mang's bandits are too numerous. Can we really defend Kunyang City? Wang Feng, Wang Chong and other leaders of the Green Forest Army, who were ordered to stay in Kunyang City, were observing the situation on the city wall and seeing whether Chu Tian and Lu Xiu had successfully broken through. The strength of Chu Tian and Lu Xiu is the key to breaking the situation. The elite cavalry can only be powerful when they run, and they have more room to display outside the city. However, in order to win the Battle of Kunyang, it not only depends on the performance of the reinforcements outside the city, but also whether the defenders of Kunyang City can defend Kunyang City. Outside the city, the main force of the new army commanded by Wang Yi and Wang Sun has arrived. The army of the new dynasty stretches as far as the eye can see, spreading to the sky. Most of the Green Forest Army soldiers in the city were sweating profusely, and in an uproar, when they saw the huge number of enemy troops outside the city. Less than 30,000 people were blocked in Kunyang City by an army of 800,000 people. And there was no way out. The 800,000 troops of the new army are mainly soldiers from various states and counties. The soldiers of the Green Forest Army were panic-stricken. They had never seen such a huge force. The small Kunyang City is like a small boat in the sea, in danger of capsizing at any time. Wang Feng, Wang Chong and others originally promised Chu Tian and Lu Xiu that they could defend Kunyang City. But when they saw the grand scene of the new dynasty's 800,000 troops besieging Kunyang City, they suddenly became frightened. Everywhere he looked, they were filled with enemy troops. The intimidating effect of the densely packed enemy soldiers was unimaginable. Hu Qing and Liang Hongyu were ordered to guard Kunyang City. They were also observing the military strength of the new dynasty army. Its size was terrifying. However, the two of them had participated in the expedition to the western regions. At that time, both sides invested hundreds of thousands of troops, so they were not too shocked. One more thing they were worried about was whether Wang Feng, Wang Chong and other leaders of the Green Forest Army would open the city gates and surrender under the pressure of the new dynasty army. Except for a few peasant army generals who were strong-willed, most of them will choose to surrender, fight internally, or flee under pressure when they are encircled and suppressed by officers and soldiers. The most worrying thing is the leaders of the Green Forest Army. What do we do if they want to surrender? Kill them! Liang Hongyu's tone was cold, and Hu Qing shuddered after hearing it. She clenched her fists. Maybe this was the age of cold weapons, where human lives were like grass, and kindness could not control soldiers. If Wang Feng, Wang Chong and other leaders of the Green Forest Army want to surrender, then they can be killed directly. Anyway, after the Battle of Kunyang, Chu Tian and the others don't have to care about what will happen to this world. This is just a copy. The two real commanders of the new dynasty army, Wang Yi and Wang Sun, have arrived. They learned from Yan Yu that a cavalry group broke out from Kunyang City, and their whereabouts were unknown. Yan Yu replied to the two generals, who were less talented than him. Please rest assured, Lord Sikong and Lord Situ, the general has sent out scouts to secretly follow the cavalry out of the city. I believe their whereabouts and purpose will be discovered soon. Wang Sun said to Yan Yu, you passed down the military order on our behalf and set up 300 camps outside Kunyang City, making Kunyang City suffocated. I don't want to see anyone being able to enter and leave Kunyang City again. Get it within 5 days. Going down to Kunyang City. This kind of time is already very tolerant. Yan Yu changed slightly after hearing this. Master Situ, there are two things you need to know. First, Kunyang is small and strong. It does not require many soldiers and horses to guard the four walls. There are still extra troops that can be rotated. And even if we have, there are 800,000 troops. But the number of troops invested in siege each time is actually less than 10,000. As long as the opponent has one defender, the difficulty of siege will double. And I am afraid that Kunyang may not be captured in 5 days. Secondly, the art of war is cloudy. Attack the city should be surrounded by 3 walls. That is, attack 3 walls and leave 1 wall open, so that the defenders will be afraid of our military strength and flee, so they can win without spending much force. Wang Yi once again rejected Yan Yu's proposal. Lu Xiao may still be in the city. Therefore, no one in Kunyang City can escape. If they do not accept surrender, the day the city is broken will be the day of massacre. Don't accept surrender? I'm sorry to say that the two adults are making it more difficult for our army. The Green Forest Army is a desperado. They tie their heads to their belts and do something rebellious to kill the 9 tribes. If you don't give, they left a glimmer of hope and defended Kunyang City to the death. So it will be even more difficult. Yenyu. Kunyang City has less than 30,000 soldiers and horses at this time. We use 800,000 troops to attack 30,000 bandit soldiers. If we cannot win, we will lose face once the news returns to Chang'an. No matter what, you must capture Kunyang. Positive. Yes. Yenyu shook his cloak angrily and turned to leave. Military orders were overwhelming. His status was not as good as Wang Yi, Wang Sun and other Wang family members, so he could only obey their orders. Loyalty is offensive. Yenyu had already fought against Lu Xiao's brother Lu Yan before this. Although Yenyu lost to Lu Yan, it also caused a lot of trouble to Lu Yan. Yenyu had some experience in suppressing the Green Forest Army and provided suggestions that were fatal to the Green Forest Army's recruitment. But Wang Yi and Wang Sun simply refused to listen. Such things are not uncommon in history, and sometimes they even lack logic. Father! Like son. After Yenyu left, Wang Yi and Wang Sun discussed in private again. Your Majesty wants us to break through Kunyang City and kill Lu Xiao. But this Lu Xiao may follow 20,000 cavalry out of the city. We cannot fulfill your Majesty's order. What should we do? No matter what, take Kunyang first, and then try to find Lu Xiao's traces. It's best to capture Lu Xiao alive and present it to your Majesty. Your Majesty doesn't know why you hate him. If you offer it to your Majesty will definitely receive more rewards. Alright. Wang Yi and Wang Sun finally decided that before figuring out Lu Xiao's whereabouts, they must at least capture Kunyang City so that they could have an explanation to Wang Mang. An army of 800,000 besieged Kunyang City. Simple barracks rose up one after another. A total of 300, forming a great wall outside Kunyang City. They relied on their numbers to surround Kunyang City. Chapter 796. Wang Mang arrives in person. How can a small Kunyang City have the courage to resist millions of kings? Under the protection of human soldiers, Wang Yi and Wang Sun inspected the defense of Kunyang City under the city. 800,000 new troops are ready to storm Kunyang City. A general came over and found Wang Yi and Wang Sun. My lords, there is something urgent. Wang Yi didn't take it seriously. The army is about to attack the city. The top priority is to capture Kunyang. Any unimportant matters will be put aside for the time being. This is no small matter. The general whispered in the ears of Wang Yi and Wang Sun, and their expression suddenly changed. Your Majesty wants to conquer it himself? Wang Yi and Wang Sun had to change their minds because the new Emperor Wang Mang had arrived secretly. Wang Mang, a powerful official in the late Western Han Dynasty, replaced the Han Dynasty and established a new dynasty. Originally, Wang Mang was maintaining the overall situation in Chang'an. But this time, for some unknown reason, Wang Mang secretly took charge of the expedition himself. Wang Mang arrived in person, and the world line has changed. No longer the historical pattern. Quick, take us to see His Majesty. Wang Yi and Wang Sun knew that as soon as Wang Mang arrived, they would hand over their military power. Now the person actually commanding the Battle of Kunyang was the new Emperor Wang Mang. An elite legion arrived, dressed in sharp attire and with high momentum. If Chu Tian were present, he would definitely recognize this army. The 5th school of the Northern Army. The 5 schools of the Northern Army that Wang Mang inherited were even larger, with tens of thousands of people. Surrounding Wang Mang's large carriage were 9 majestic generals responsible for commanding the 5 schools of the Northern Army. Wang Yi and Wang Sun led a group of soldiers and horses to meet Wang Mang. Welcome, Your Majesty. No gift. An old man in his 60s came out of the carriage. His hair was already graying, and he had a sword hanging on his waist. He seemed to be in poor spirits due to long-term insomnia. At the end of the new dynasty, not only did a peasant army uprising break out, but powerful men emerged from all over the country. The Lu clan even coveted Wang Mang's throne and wanted to regain the Lu Han world. Therefore, Wang Mang was worried. And because of his age, he was not in good spirits. I feel uneasy if Xiao doesn't die. The strange thing is that when Wang Mang got off the carriage, the first thing he was worried about was Lu Xiao's life and death. Wang Yi and Wang Sun looked at each other, and Wang Yi asked, Why does Your Majesty care about Lu Xiao's life and death? Lu Yan and Wang Feng are no worse threats than Lu Xiao. Wang Mang shook his head. You don't understand. He looked in the direction of Kunyang City again. This small city had become a major concern for Wang Mang. Is Lucio in this city? Your Majesty, please listen to our explanation. Wang Yi and Wang Sun explained to Wang Mang that 20,000 cavalry came out of Kunyang City. Oh! The Green Forest Army was supported by an unknown army. It actually had 40,000 elite soldiers. And there was also another Tiger Army. Wang Mang was greatly surprised after hearing the two men's explanations. Are you serious? If there are lies, then divide it into pieces by 5 horses. We too don't dare to deceive His Majesty. It's really strange. I own the Huban army of the Han Dynasty. How could there be a second Huban army? Wait a minute. Wang Mang seemed to have thought of something, and his originally cloudy eyes became shrewd again. Has Your Majesty figured out their origins? I don't know. You attack Kunyang as soon as possible. I want to see Lucio's head before I can rest assured. Please don't worry. Your Majesty, with Your Majesty at your command, Kunyang will be conquered in less than 10 days. Wang Yi noticed that Wang Mang had brought 9 military generals and tens of thousands of elite soldiers from the Northern Army. So he asked, Your Majesty, who are these 9 sons? Wang Mang said, These 9 people are the 9 tigers of the Northern Army. Each tiger is unparalleled in bravery and strength. 9 tigers of the Northern Army. Wang Yi and Wang Sun were somewhat afraid of the generals brought by Wang Mang. Wang Mang seemed to have thought that sooner or later there would be a battle today. So he summoned 1,000,000 troops in advance, as well as the fierce General Jumbo, the 9 tigers of the Northern Army, and 500 military disciples. Wang Mang gathered all the elites in order to win the Battle of Kunyang. Such thoughts made Wang Yi and Wang Sun admired. After Wang Yi and Wang Sun left, Wang Mang summoned a guard general. Go back to Chang'an City and bring all the princes and others with you. The general of the Imperial Guard was a little unbelievable. Why? Your Majesty? No need to ask any questions. Just do as you are told. As commanded? Wang Mang looked at Kunyang City again. Is it impossible to disobey the destiny? No. How can we give up the throne so hard to get? And where is that unknown army? The order has been sent, and I will go on a personal expedition. As long as the Green Forest Army hands over Lucio and surrenders to me, I can forget about it. Wang Mang seemed to be more knowledgeable than the two of them, and allowed the Green Forest Army to surrender in order to shake the Green Forest Army's military morale. At the same time, Wang Mang used psychological tactics and launched a personal expedition with great fanfare. Kunyang's Green Forest Army was really shaken. The new Emperor Wang Mang personally marched on the army and had an army of 800,000. How could he defend the city? Wang Mang is here in person. It seems that he is really angry. What should we do? If we don't surrender in a deadly battle and fall into Wang Mang's hands after defeat, we may be implicated in the 9 tribes. Wang Mang promised that if we surrender, he can forget the blame and make us generals and dukes. Wang Feng, Wang Chong and other leaders of the Green Forest Army received a note from Wang Mang ordering people to shoot into the city. Wang Mang decided to conquer the Green Forest Army as long as the Green Forest Army handed over Lucio, who he feared. Wang Mang's conditions moved the leaders of the Green Forest Army. The officers and soldiers were very powerful, and the probability of the Green Forest Army's failure was very high. If they could be granted the title of Marquis after surrendering, forgetting the blame, and the price was only to hand over Lucio, then it would not be unacceptable. In other words, most Green Forest Army leaders are willing to sacrifice a comrade in exchange for a bright future. Not many generals of the Green Forest Army were optimistic about Chu Tian and Lucio's cavalry. There were 800,000 troops on the opposite side, and Emperor Wang Mang also brought tens of thousands of elite soldiers from the Northern Army. The 5 schools of the Northern Army are also high-level arms. Wang Mang's army also lacked generals. The generals of Wang Mang's army were composed of state pastors, prefects, military disciples, recruited generals, disciples of the Wang family, and original generals of the Han Empire. So there was no shortage of generals. Wang Feng and Wang Chong have begun to hesitate. They are considering whether to sell Lucio in order to achieve prosperity and wealth. You cannot surrender. Now that you have weapons, you can still resist. But once you surrender to Wang Mang and lose your weapons, they want to take advantage of you. How can they fulfill today's agreement? Hui Qing and Liang Hongyu appeared at the secret meeting of the leaders of the Green Forest Army, causing Wang Feng and Wang Chang's pupils to shrink. Hui Qing and Liang Hongyu were the main fighting faction, and were not afraid of the 800,000-strong army on the opposite side. From now on, all city gates will be guarded by our cavalry. No one is allowed to leave the city, and no one is allowed to talk about surrender. Otherwise, they will be killed without mercy. Liang Hongyu's methods were colder than Wu Qing's, and she directly took away Wang Feng and Wang Chang's military power. Now in Kunyang City, Liang Hongyu has more troops than Wang Feng, so she has more say. Alright. Wang Feng and Wang Chang temporarily gave up the idea of surrender, although they planned to surrender as soon as Lu Xiu left. They had to give up under the threat of Wu Qing and Liang Hongyu. Wang Feng and Wang Chang would still choose to die now, or die in defeat. Chu Tian and Lu Shou had already withdrawn to Yanqing, Dingling and other counties, to recruit the local Green Forest Army. Wang Mang didn't know why, so he made a big fanfare and came to Kunyang in person. Why did Wang Mang come to the Kunyang battlefield? Chu Tian learned about Wang Mang's personal visit to Kunyang. He clearly remembered that Wang Mang, one of the protagonists, would not come to the Kunyang battlefield. But the current situation is that Wang Mang appeared outside Kunyang City and placed a large reward on Lu Xiu. Those who kill Lu Xiu will be rewarded with an additional 50,000 households and 100,000 gold. Those who capture Lu Xiu alive will be granted an additional 30,000 households and 50,000 gold. Such a reward made even Chu Tian a little excited and wanted to capture Lu Xiu alive to claim the reward. Chu Tian has a large team of people to support, and no amount of gold or silver is enough. Why is Wang Mang obsessed with me? Brother Chu, you shouldn't betray me. Lu Xiu was a little depressed. He didn't know why he was targeted by Wang Mang alone. Chu Tian coughed twice. Chu Zimu, never betray others, unless Wang Mang gives too much. Chapter 797 Battle of Chongping. On the Songjin battlefield, 130,000 Ming troops and 40,000 Mingguan troops were besieged by the Qing troops in the area south of Jinzhou City. The Qing army dug trenches to cut off the Ming army's food routes. The trenches were 8 feet deep and 1 foot and 2 feet wide, and they literally surrounded the Ming army. The 130,000 Ming soldiers were panicked. As soon as Mingguan arrived at the battlefield of the Battle of Songjin, he was faced with a desperate situation. The chief general of the Ming army, Hong Chengqiu, wanted to fight the Qing army decisively. However, the 8 generals controlled by Hong Chengqiu and the supervisory army of the Ming army advocated breaking out separately. Mingguan formed its own army and did not obey Hong Chengqiu's orders. Hong Chengqiu wanted to put himself to death and survive. But each of the 8 general soldiers set up by the imperial court had its own troops and relied on its own troops. Hong Chengqiu may not be able to control them, and most likely he would choose to accept them. Suggestions from all the generals. Now that we are in a desperate situation, we should be like Han Xian and fight with our backs. How can we break out of the encirclement by breaking out, being divided and surrounded by the Qing army, and then annihilated? Zhang Yuchen and Li Chengyang were brought by Mingguan to participate in the Battle of Songjin. He was almost angered to death by the Ming army's commander-in-chief, supervisory army, and other senior officials. The generals of the Ming army were timid and unwilling to fight to the death, and advocated fleeing back to Ningyuan. Zhang Yuchen and Li Chengyang also sneered at these general soldiers. Lord, how should we break the situation? Among the Ming army generals, Datong General Wang Pu, Ningyuan General Wu Sangui, and others lack the will to fight. They may lead their troops to escape soon. They must be captured. We coerce Hong Chengqiu to fight the Qing army. They dare if you resist. We will kill them. If we lose the decisive battle, we will leave this place. Regardless of whether we win or lose, we must give it a try. Otherwise, we will have regrets in this life. Mingguan seemed to have made up his mind. In the major battle between the Ming and Qing armies in 1641, they basically suffered repeated defeats. It was only a few years after the demise of the Ming dynasty, and morale had already been lost. Mingguan suspected that the morale of the Ming army on the battlefield was even lower than 40, and the generals had no fighting spirit. However, Mingguan still had the ability to restore some of the morale of the Ming army, and there was still hope of defeating Huang Taiji's 8 banners cavalry. The equipment of the Ming army was not weak, but the soldiers had no fighting spirit. The generals did not know what they were doing, and the emperor's civil servants could not cope with Li Zicheng inside the pass and Huang Taiji outside the pass. Wu Sangui, who had already been killed once by Chu Tian in the main world, was targeted by Mingguan again on the battlefield of the Battle of Songjin. Zhang Yuchen said sternly, "Please rest assured, my lord, if they dare to disobey, I will personally behead them." Win or lose, Wu Sangui must die. As soon as Ming Yuan finished speaking, Ming Yuan's commander-in-chief Wu Sangui felt a chill in his back. He seemed to feel that his life was in danger. On the Chongping battlefield, the sky was hazy, and the wind was blowing. The 400,000 Zhao army was besieged by the Qin army, and was at a loss. The flags of the Qin army were fluttering, and the cold armor and sharp swords exuded a murderous atmosphere. Bai Qi used his cavalry to cut off the Zhao army's food route. Zhao Kuo, the commander-in-chief of the Zhao army, said with a pale face, I fell into the Qin army's plan, and was surrounded by the Qin army. But how could the Qin army's General Wang Lu have such careful thoughts? Behind Zhao Kuo, 400,000 Zhao troops built barriers, turned to defense, and chose opportunities to break out. Zhao Kuo was still commanding the Zhao army. It seemed that the Zhao army had not collapsed. But every Zhao general and soldier was worried, and the hands holding Changgu were trembling. There are 600,000 Qin troops besieging Zhao's 400,000 troops. Originally, the Qin army had only more than 400,000 soldiers and farmers. But Lao Qin, the lord of the Han Empire, chose the extremely difficulty. The number of Qin army's soldiers and farmers increased by half, reaching an astonishing 600,000. Generally speaking, in a battle with extremely difficulty, the enemy's strength is doubled. However, in the Battle of Chongping, the difficulty of the Zhao camp is already extremely high. Adding half the strength is already quite terrifying. Zhao Kuo wanted to curse now. He couldn't defeat the 400,000 Qin troops. But now there were 600,000 Qin troops on the opposite side. The leader of the Qin army is not Wang Lu but Bai Qi. Lao Qin came to Zhao Kuo and reminded Zhao Kuo, who still didn't know what happened. In Lao Qin's eyes, Zhao Kuo was just an inexperienced kid. Lao Qin has experienced more battles than Zhao Kuo has walked across. And the most important thing is that Lao Qin knows what happened before and after the Battle of Chongping. Sure enough, when Zhao Kuo heard that the commander-in-chief of the Qin army, Wang Yuan, had become Bai Qi, his already pale face faded even more, and his voice trembled. Bai Qi! Why is it Bai Qi? The news that the scouts learned. Repeatedly, it is certain that the leader of the Qin army is Wang Lu. It's not difficult to change generals secretly. While talking to Zhao Kuo, Lao Qin secretly said that he was unlucky that he was randomly assigned to the Battle of Chongping by the system, and he was still in the Zhao camp. Extremely difficulty. Qin army 600,000. This is not bad. Otherwise, if it is H.L. mode and the Qin army becomes 1 million, then the Chongping battlefield will really be H.L. At least for now. Lao Qin still has countermeasures to resolve the situation. Jia Su was brought to the battlefield by Lao Qin, and he had already thought of a way to break the situation. The commander of the Qin army is Bai Qi. His commanding ability is unparalleled in Chongping and cannot be matched. He can only use conspiracy to resolve the situation outside the battlefield. Crisis? Lao Qin nodded undeniably. He really couldn't beat Bai Qi. The extremely difficult mode is no joke. Second only to the HL mode. So each battlefield is extremely difficult. In the Battle of Songjin, when Ming Yuan appeared on the battlefield, the Ming army was already besieged by more than 200,000 Qin troops, and the 8 generals of the Ming army were demoralized and were holding Ming Yuan back. In the Battle of Kunyang, Chu Tian faced 840,000 new troops. Wang Mang led the army and marched in person. He had many elites such as the 5 schools of the Northern Army, the Human Army, and the Beast Army. There were also Big Macs, descendants of pre-Qin military strategists, and the Northern Army, Jiuhu and other generals and talents. In the Battle of Chongping, Lao Qin and the 400,000 Zhao army were surrounded by the 600,000 army commanded by Bai Qi and managed to break out. It's over. It's over. The Qin army secretly changed its commander. Wait a minute. Why did our Zhao country replace me with Lian Pa as its general, while the Qin army changed generals almost at the same time? Is this also a trick of the Qin army? As the son of the famous General Zhao Shi, Zhao Kuo was familiar with the art of war and reacted in time at this time. That's right. The 2 armies changed generals. This is the Qin army's alienation plan. If King Zhao is willing to pay some price, maybe the lives of the 400,000 strong army can be saved. I need you to send a letter to King Zhao. Otherwise, the 400,000 strong Zhao army will. They will all be killed by the Qin army. How could the Qin army kill 400,000 people? Unless they are crazy. The 6 countries will be frightened and unite their armies to attack Qin. Zhao Kui did not believe that the Qin army would kill 400,000 Zhao soldiers at once, even in the warring states period. Doing so would be criticized. The 6 countries have joined forces to attack Qin more than once. But how many times have they won? Among the 6 countries, Zhao is currently a serious problem for Qin. In order to attack Zhao, Qin lost a lot of soldiers. If Zhao captured 400,000 young men, he would definitely trap and kill everyone to avoid future troubles. The Qin army probably doesn't want to engage in a long war with the Zhao army again. What's more, one trap and killing of Zhao's young and strong men is enough to deter the other 5 countries. Maybe the king of Qin will not bear this crime. But Bai Qi doesn't mind bearing the blame for the king of Qin. As a minister, it is very common to bear the blame for the Lord. Lao Qin's analysis convinced Zhao Kui that Bai Qi would kill 400,000 Zhao troops after victory. If you can put us in danger, I am willing to obey your order. Only then did Lao Qin nod with satisfaction. Give me the command of the 400,000 Zhao army. If the Qin army wants to capture our army, it will not be easy. At least it will have to pay a high price. No matter how powerful Bai Qi is, and it is impossible to provide bonuses for the 600,000 strong army. I have never seen such a commander. Therefore, the 600,000 strong Qin army is actually led by several generals. But Bai Qi has more troops. We only need to attack other Qin generals, consume their troops, and make Qin bleed, so that you can have the capital to negotiate. Jia Su said from the side. Please ask General Yang Dian to command the cavalry when the time comes and cover my way out of the encirclement. Old Qin's guard Yang Dian agreed. It won't be a problem, although the Qin army is large. As long as I use heavy cavalry to attack its weak points and send dozens of people out, it is easy for me. I'm just a military advisor. But your martial arts are sparse. Ordinary. Even if you lead dozens of cavalry out, what can you do? Could it be that with the strength of dozens of people, you can repel the 600,000 Qin army? Jia Su laughed dumbly and pointed at the sword. Things that cannot be solved with the sword can be solved with the head. Yang Dian was still confused. Lao Qin's voice was low, with a volume that only Jia Su and Yang Dian could hear. We have 400,000 Zhao troops to drive. Even if Xiao Jun sacrifices 200,000 to 300,000 people, as long as we can achieve our goal. Lao Qin knew that Zhao's army was not weak. Although the Qin army won the Battle of Chongping, 200,000 people died in order to eliminate 400,000 Zhao troops. This time, the number of the Qin army increased to 600,000. But it did not mean that the Qin army was willing to suffer too many casualties. The real method still depends on Jia Su's words. If I were in the Qin army's camp at this time, victory would be easy. But it's a pity. This time, I have to rely on Wen He to change the fate of the Zhao army. Even if the Zhao country pays some price and saves some of the young people for the Zhao country, I should be able to gain some rewards. Lao Qin looked at his mission and chose one of 2 victory conditions for the Battle of Chongping. First, defeat Bai Qi. And second, Bai Qi took the initiative to retreat. Yingchuan County, Kunyang City battlefield. There are about 17,000 soldiers and horses, including about 3,000 elites. Lu Shou recruited more than 10,000 Green Forest troops in Yincheng, Dingling and other counties, and selected 3,000 elite soldiers from them. These 3,000 men were all equipped with war horses. There was something wrong with the way these Green Forest army cavalry looked at Lu Xiu. According to Wang Mang's increasing rewards, Lu Xiu's head was already worth 100,000 households and 200,000 gold, which was equivalent to several cities rewarded by Wang Mang to the person who killed Lu Xiu. It is not impossible to betray your companions for the sake of profit. If Chu Tian hadn't owned a vast territory and millions of properties, he might have been interested in Wang Mang's reward. Tied up Lu Xiu with 5 flowers, and gave it to Wang Mang. After receiving the reward, he would return to the main world. Brother Chu, why do you think Wang Mang would offer a reward to me? And my brother's head is only worth 50,000 households and 100,000 gold. When Lu Xiu was recruiting troops, he was puzzled. Why did Wang Mang target him? Lu Xiu believed that he was not as good as his brother Lu Yan. But Wang Mang insisted on offering a reward to Lu Xiu and regarded Lu Xiu as his #1 enemy. Who knows? Chu Tian did not explain to Lu Xiu. Wang Mang targeted Lu Xiu because he naturally knew that Lu Xiuzai was the biggest enemy in the Kunyang War, and he had the ability to reverse the situation of the battle. But Wang Mang was already aware of Lu Xiu's existence, which Chu Tian did not expect. Nor did he expect that Wang Mang would come to Kunyang in person to lead the army. making the battle in Kunyang more difficult. Chapter 798 Return to Kunyang. At the foot of Kunyang City, the elite soldiers of the Northern Army, commanded by the 9 Tigers of the Northern Army, protected the new Emperor Wang Mang during his inspection. Because Wang Mang personally conducted the expedition, the morale of the 800,000-strong new dynasty army soared. Wang Mang ordered people to build catapults, battering rams, and ladder trucks to dig tunnels, completely opposite to Wang Yi and Wang Sun, who underestimated Kunyang City. Wang Mang felt as if he was facing a formidable enemy. If I lose this battle, I will lose everything, including my life. Wang Mang's face was solemn. He turned to Wang Yi and asked, I have promised that the person who takes Lu Xiu's head will be granted the title of 100,000 households and a reward of 200,000 gold. Is it possible that no one is willing to kill Lu Xiu in exchange for the reward? Your Majesty, I haven't heard yet who took Lu Xiu's head. It seems that Lu Xiu is quite popular among the Green Forest Army. Since I am too soft, I can only send a large army to defeat Lu Xiu and kill him. I have made a lot of preparations for this day. As long as Lu Xiu is killed and the peasant army uprisings everywhere are suppressed, the world will be conquered. We'll settle down again. Wang Mang's tone was full of uncertainty. Yin Yu came to Wang Mang and said to Wang Mang, Your Majesty, we have found out the whereabouts of the 20,000 cavalry who came out of Kunyang City. They are currently recruiting Green Forest Army soldiers and horses in Lin City, preparing to join forces with the garrison inside the city from outside the city. Relieve the siege of the Kunyang City defenders. Please handle it. Your Majesty, is Lu Xiu among the 20,000 cavalry? I don't know. It seems that Lu Xiu has probably arrived outside the city. He will not sit back and wait for death. Otherwise he will not be Lu Xiu. Using Kunyang City as a bait to attract Lu Xiu, I must kill him in order to secure the throne. Wang Mang soon had an idea. Although Yin Yu didn't understand why Wang Mang was so worried about Lu Xiu, he still acted according to the order. The last general will lead a group of cavalry to patrol in the direction of Yincheng. Once Lu Xiu marches to Kunyang, he will immediately notify Your Majesty. Very good, Yin Yu. It seems that you are much more reliable than Wang Yi and Wang Sun. I will give you the Tiger Guard army and 100,000 troops. Thank you, Your Majesty. Wang Yi asked with a shy face. Your Majesty, do you mean that we will besiege Kunyang City but not attack it? No. We must storm Kunyang City and force Lu Xiu to return reinforcements as soon as possible. But we do not allow Kunyang City to surrender. And we cannot truly capture Kunyang City. I don't believe that the 800,000-strong army will lose to Lu Xiu's tens of thousands. People. Wang Mang was confident that he had elite soldiers and powerful generals, and he summoned soldiers and horses from all states and counties in the world. He would not be able to defeat Lu Xiu's tens of thousands of people. If there were only 800,000 yellow turbans, they might be defeated by 30,000 cavalry. But Wang Mang did not lack high-level troops or generals. What he lacked might be 1 or 2 top commanders. The army of the new dynasty followed Wang Mang's order and began to attack Kunyang City. The trebuchet roared, and huge boulders roared down. Boom! The stone hit a battlement. Debris flew and several cracks appeared on the battlement. The Green Forest troops on the city wall were frightened by the trebuchets and did not dare to raise their heads. The thieves are attacking the city. A Green Forest sergeant shouted in horror. Liang Hongyu led a group of crossbowmen to the city, risking being killed by trebuchets, and looked at the enemy soldiers outside the city. Boom! There was another loud noise, and the boulders thrown by the trebuchet hit the tower. The tiles broke and fell, and the dust filled the air. Liang Hongyu was unmoved because her sight had been attracted by the army all over the mountains and plains. Wang Mang sent the first batch of troops to attack Kunyang City, which included 100,000 troops. For the small city of Kunyang, such a force is already a bit too high and cannot be fully deployed. The densely packed new army flooded Kunyang City, and Kunyang City became a solid reef, allowing the waves of the new dynasty army to beat. Boulders fell. Crossbows roared. Huge siege towers approached the city wall, and 100,000 new troops began to attack this solid city. 30,000 crossbowmen fired thousands of arrows, covering the defenders on the city wall. Liang Hongyu had to hide behind the city wall. The thick crossbow arrows fired by the bed crossbow had amazing penetrating power, and even penetrated into the city wall. How many arrows did Wang Mang prepare in advance? Liang Hongyu had rarely seen such a large-scale enemy force. She directly used tens of thousands of archers to suppress the defenders, and fired continuously. The archers on the city wall did not dare to raise their heads to fight back. Is this the army of the new dynasty? This number is simply mind-numbing. Hui Qing led the Shisheng battalion to climb the city, and had to brave the enemy's arrows to suppress the enemy troops attacking the city. The army of the new dynasty was already attacking the city under the cover of archers. Dozens of ladders had hooked the city wall. The siege tower was less than 30 meters away from the city wall. Use kerosene! Hot kerosene was poured down and flowed down the ladder. The soldiers who were attacking the city were hit by the kerosene, screamed, and then rolled down. The ladder burned due to the scorching heat. Liang Hongyu's Jianyan crossbowman fired a volley of rockets. As a hero, Liang Hongyu had an additional ignition bonus for the fire arrows, because the two siege towers were hit by too many rockets. The enemy troops attacking the city were unable to extinguish the raging fire in time. Thick smoke rises. Kill! The infantry of the new army had already boarded the city. They were fighting with the Green Forest troops on the city wall. Their weapons collided and blood and flesh spattered. From time to time, enemy troops attacking the city were pushed down by the defenders and fell from the 7-meter city wall, shattering to pieces. One general's success will destroy 10,000 bones. But there are more than 10,000 bones here. My brother is fighting in Central Asia, and Chutian is gathering troops outside the city. I can't hold him back, and I must defend this city no matter what. Hui Qing has a city defense bonus, which can improve the defense of the defenders and provide a bonus to the morale of the defenders. Because she and Liang Hongyu were commanding the crossbowmen, they killed a large number of the new dynasty troops attacking the city, and tried their best to delay the progress of the new army's siege. Yin Yu's 100,000 new troops were unable to capture Kunyang City. Another important reason is that Wang Mang does not plan to take Kunyang so soon, but wants to use Kunyang to lure Lu Xiu, the son of destiny, to come. Wang Mang's mind was not on Kunyang City. He was deploying the remaining more than 700,000 troops, waiting for Lu Xiu and Chu Tian to surrender. On the other side, Lu Xiu personally led 3,000 dead soldiers to join forces with Chu Tian's 20,000 cavalry to rescue Kunyang, while Generals Ma Wu and Wang Ba led 14,000 cavalry to respond later. Chu Tian was shocked by Lu Xiu's courage. How dare he? Lu Xiu, with 3,000 cavalry, wanted to save Kunyang. Chu Tian didn't know whether to say that Lu Xiu was brave, or that he really just gave it a go. His plans depended on people, and his success depended on God. Wang Mang came in person to stabilize the morale of the army. We cannot underestimate the 800,000 new troops. Wang Mang is a weirdo in establishing a new dynasty, and cannot be inferred according to common sense. I hope that by following Lu Xiu, we can really turn danger into good. Military advisor, if you made a mistaken judgment, and I will deduct your salary when you return. Because Chu Tian listened to Sun Bin's advice, and believed that Lu Xiu was an out-and-out son of luck. He chose to follow Lu Xiu's adventure, and did not make his own decisions. After all calculations, Chu Tian's 20,000 cavalry, plus the 17,000 Green Forest army recruited by Lu Xiu, totaled 37,000 people. There are 29,000 people in Kunyang City, which is equivalent to an increase in total military strength to 66,000 people, 66,000 soldiers and horses, against 840,000 soldiers and horses. The ratio is still very disparity. It is conceivable that Wang Mang's army has more than 60,000 special soldiers here in Chutian, except for the fierce General Zhao Yun. No other cavalry generals came. If King Arthur, Taisher Ci, Monk Wanyan Chen, Yuchi Gong and others were present, perhaps it would not be so critical. The bonuses received by Chuqian's cavalry include Chuqian's 2 cavalry characteristics: San Wang White Deer, and dealing the wolf to residents in Su, because they are not dealing with foreign troops. The effect of dealing the wolf to residents in Su is not complete. In addition, there are also the army auras, Han Wu, a bonus to the civilized arms of the Han Empire, and Tian Khan, a bonus to foreign cavalry. Sun Bin's strategist auxiliary characteristics also have bonuses. Finally, there is the unknown aura of the entire army of Emperor Guangwu Lu Xiu, with the superposition of several effects. The power of Chutian's cavalry is quite explosive. The problem is that the cavalry cannot be completely trapped in an army of 800,000 people. Once the speed of the cavalry slows down, the combat effectiveness of the cavalry unit itself will decrease, and the advantage of the cavalry will be lost. Sun Bin was also a little worried about Lu Xiu's luck. I don't think there will be much deviation in my judgment. I have a hunch that as long as I follow Lu Xiu and don't mess around easily, I can win. It's that simple? This was the rare time when Chu Tian hugged his thigh. In the First National War, they met Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty. It was also Emperor Taizong Li Shimin who overthrew the Goguryeo army and the Goguryeo army. And Chu Tian followed suit. And this time, Emperor Guangwu Lu Shou seemed to be very powerful. None of these founding emperors were ordinary people. But one thing to say, the feeling of hugging his thigh is not bad. Chu Tian has not felt this way for a long time. Lu Shou didn't know that Wang Mang had already set up a trap in front of him, and was waiting for him to return. Chapter 799 Beast Army A. Your Majesty, Lu Shou's cavalry has returned. Yin Yu appeared in front of Wang Mang and reported to him. How many people did Lu Shou bring? About 30,000 people. He is finally here. And this time he will annihilate them all. Let Big Mac come to see me. Wang Mang has murderous intent. Lu Shou was his destined enemy. Although Lu Shou didn't know it, Wang Mang undoubtedly regarded Lu Shou as his #1 enemy. The ground was shaking. And the fierce giant came over. Wang Mang had to look up at this humanoid beast. Big Mac's strength is incredible. Far beyond that of ordinary people. My biggest enemy, Lu Shou, will arrive with his cavalry. If you kill him for me, then you will be the Marquis of 10,000 households, and will have countless glory and wealth in your life. Use the beast army when necessary. Yes, I don't believe that my 800,000 strong army will lose to a mere tens of thousands of people. Wang Mang mobilized his troops, and besieged the city with only 100,000 troops. And then attacked Lu Shou and Chu Tian's army with 700,000 troops. Groups of soldiers and horses were deployed along the Shuishui and Qinshui rivers. Lu Shou and Chu Tian's cavalry had crossed Dingling County, and were approaching Wang Mang's army. Wang Mang too has hundreds of thousands of troops. But they seem to be on the defensive side. Your Majesty also thinks too highly of these Green Forest Army generals that he actually attacked the Green Forest Army with 20 times the strength. When I lead 50,000 cavalry and kill Lu Shou, Your Majesty will know that there is no need to make a fuss. You lead 50,000 infantry to cover me. Grand Sikong Wangi could not understand that Wang Mang was facing a powerful enemy. So he joined forces with Situ Wangshuan. Lu Shou and Chu Tian recruited the Green Forest Army outside. But they only recruited more than 10,000 people. There are no less than 50,000 cavalry here in Wangi, which is more than Chu Tian and his troops outside the city combined. Wang Yi and Wang Sun planned to take the initiative to kill Chu Tian and Lu Shou, their two most important enemies. Lu Shou rushed to the front with 3,000 dead men and encountered a group of new troops outside. Without saying a word, he rushed directly into the enemy's formation and actually killed dozens of them before leaving, which made Chu Tian look at him with suspicion. Unexpectedly, Lu Shou's martial arts was also impressive. Lu Shou's talent seemed to be activated by this battle in Kunyang, and he fought even more bravely than usual. Lu Shou's actions inspired generals such as Ma Wu and Wang Ba, as well as the 17,000 Green Forest Army he recruited. The morale of each general and soldier gradually recovered and adjusted to its best condition. Lu Shou dared to rush forward, and Chu Tian also held a bow, shooting at the new army scouts, who came out to investigate from time to time. Chu Tian has not made a move for a long time. But Chu Tian is still very cautious, and just shoots cold arrows from behind. Not everyone is a child of the plain, and their luck may not be as good as that of Lu Shou. A group of cavalry is approaching us. Sand and dust are flying. We don't know how many soldiers and horses the enemy has. They don't have many troops. They're just bluffing. Attack them. Wang Yi led 50,000 cavalry in Qinshui, and had an encounter with the cavalry advanced by Chu Tian and Lu Shou. Wang Yi wanted to make military exploits in front of Wang Mang, so that he could be crowned king in the future. 50,000 new army cavalry launched an attack on Chu Tian and Lu Shou's Han cavalry. Wang Sun commanded 50,000 infantry to support Wang Yi in the rear. The two of them only took away 100,000 soldiers and horses, which they thought was enough to deal with the Green Forest Army. The War Eagle soared in the sky. Chu Tian had already known the arrival of the new army's cavalry in advance. With a wave of his right hand, all the cavalry attacked Wang Yi's cavalry. My fellow soldiers, the defenders of Kunyang City are still waiting for us to return for support. We cannot let them down. Lu Shou held a spear in his right hand and took the initiative to attack again. He has built up confidence that he can defeat Wang Mang in one go. Although Chu Tian didn't understand why Lu Shou had confidence, he still said that his confidence was just to stabilize the morale of the Green Forest Army officers. Two cavalrymen fought in Qinshui. Lu Shou took the initiative to attack, and Chu Tian followed suit. Lu Xiu, the son of the plain, could not be killed like this. Otherwise it would be more difficult for Chu Tian to defeat Wang Meng's army, which was 20 times stronger. Lu Xiu stabbed a cavalryman in the shoulder. After the latter was injured, he was killed by a dead soldier of the Green Forest Army who was galloping behind him. The Colt Saber fell, and the new army cavalry fell. The general is so brave. We can't hold him back. Ma Wu, Wang Ba and other generals discovered that Lu Xiu was once again charging forward regardless of life and death, and were inspired. The 13,000 Green Forest Army behind them, led by various military generals, divided their forces and attacked Wang Yi's cavalry. However, the most ferocious is the cavalry unit that Zhao Yun provides bonuses to Pioneer and Chu Tian. 8,000 white horse rebels were arranged on the left and right. They were good at riding and shooting. They used bows and arrows for cover, and the intertwined arrow nets harvested the lives of the enemy. However, heavy cavalry units such as the Huban Army, the Tumki Camp, and the Xuanjia Army made a frontal assault, and their iron hooves directly stepped on the corpses of the new army cavalry and crushed them. Wang Yi originally planned to use his superior force to kill Chu Tian and Lu Xiu in one fell swoop and claim credit from Wang Meng. However, when they actually fought against the Han army composed of Chu Tian and Lu Xiu, Wang Yi found that he had completely underestimated the two cavalry. Beima Yisong fired thousands of bows and arrows, and at least 500 new army cavalry were killed. Zhao Yun led a heavy cavalry force and quickly broke through layers of new army cavalry. Wang Yi couldn't help but feel frightened. Chu Tian's heavy cavalry had a tendency to directly break the formation. If the formation of 50,000 cavalry is broken by several thousand heavy cavalry, it only means that the formation cannot fight at all. Zhao Yun charged all the way, and all the enemies who came across the bright silver spear of Jinshan along the way were assassinated by Zhao Yun. One of Wang Yi's generals came to fight Zhao Yun with a hammer. Before he could lift the hammer, he was shot dead by Zhao Yun. On the other side, Lu Xiu's addition to the army was also very impressive. The Green Forest Army, which was originally a ragtag group, showed no weakness in the face of the new army under his command. The 3,000 dead soldiers commanded by Lu Xiu personally could even outnumber the new army's cavalry, possessing a combat power comparable to that of special arms. Ma Wu held a big sword and slashed left and right. The new army cavalry on the opposite side basically did the same with each sword. The black-faced Ma Wu is also a fierce general among the 28 generals of Yantai, and his strength is not low. The rebels sent by God are really brave. If only I could have such a powerful cavalry. Lu Xiu caught a glimpse of Chu Tian's Xianjia army and Huban army crushing them head-on, and couldn't help but envy Chu Tian's military strength. Rarely did he have the desire to climb up the ladder and reach power. 50,000 new army cavalry were defeated by 2 men, and Wang Yi could only choose to flee. Hunt! Chu Tian and Lu Xiu will not let go of the opportunity to pursue victory. How could their cavalry be so formidable? Wang Yi's 50,000 cavalry were easily defeated, and he was terrified. In order to save his own life, he could only flee under the protection of his guards. He vaguely understood why Wang Meng was facing a formidable enemy. The combination of Chu Tian and Lu Xiu was already full of threats. The 50,000 infantry led by Wang Sun fell behind. He was waiting for Wang Yi to fight Chu Tian and Lu Xiu. Both sides would be injured, so he could go forward and reap the rewards, so as to claim credit from Wang Meng. However, Wang Yi's retreat was so fast that Wang Sun had no time to react. The defeated cavalry of Wang Yi's army dispersed Wang Sun's infantry army. Further back, Chu Tian and Lu Xiu led the cavalry in hot pursuit. This is the advantage of cavalry. If you want to leave, the enemy can't stop you. But if the enemy wants to leave, it's not that easy. There is another enemy force ahead. Destroy it in one fell swoop. Chu Tian and Lu Xiu were already a little crazy at this time, and they didn't care what legion they were facing. They just needed to defeat the opponent in one go. The unlucky Wang Sun and his men were attacked by heavy cavalry and dead soldiers, and were quickly defeated. There were remnants of defeated generals everywhere. Wang Meng recruited soldiers and horses from all over the world. These soldiers and horses came from various counties and counties. Although there were many people, their hearts were not unified, and they fought independently. I am Situ Wangxuan. Get out of the way! Under the protection of his own soldiers, Wang Sun retreated to the rear, but was blocked by a chaotic group of soldiers. He had already begun to curse. If he had known better, he should not have sent troops to attack without permission, and should have joined forces with Wang Meng. Although Wang Meng may not have great military talents, His intelligence should be high. The hoofbeats of the Han army were getting closer and closer. When Wang Sun heard the hoofbeats coming from far away, he felt even more panicked, and his palms were covered with sweat. Zhao Yun chased Wang Sun until he was behind him. He raised his gun and killed the man who looked like an important general of the new army. Before Wang Sun died, he still couldn't believe that their army of 100,000 people was defeated so easily by more than 30,000 people. And he, Wang Sun, who was one of the 3 nobles and had a distinguished status, was actually killed by an unknown general. Wang Yi led the cavalry and was good at escaping. But Wang Sun became the scapegoat and was killed by Zhao Yun. Wang Yi fled back to the camp in a hurry and explained to Wang Mang the death of Wang Sun in battle. You sent troops without permission. What crime should you do? Wang Mang originally planned to annihilate Lu Xiu's army, but Wang Yi and Wang Sun sent troops without permission, which almost disrupted Wang Mang's plan. And Situ Wang Sun died like this. Situ was one of the 3 princes and was considered a core member of the imperial court. His unlucky start indirectly affected the morale of the officers and soldiers. Wang Yi is willing to die to apologize. That's all. It's really unlucky to change generals before the battle. You and I will defeat Lu Xiu's army together and make up for the mistake. In the end, Wang Mang did not punish Wang Yi, but began to mobilize his troops frantically, trying to resist Chu Tian and Lu Xiu's offensive. The opponent's number was small, but they were on the offensive. In Wang Mang's view, this was simply unimaginable. But just like this, it happened. Big Mac, it's time for you and your beast army to go into battle, as well as the 9 tigers of the Northern Army. I have summoned you, with high officials and generous salaries, just to kill Lu Xiu. Now the time for you to serve me has come. Don't order me. Disappointment. Wang Mang directly dispatched his ace army, targeting Chu Tian and Lu Xiu. Carriages with iron cages holding ferocious beasts, escorted by soldiers, entered the battlefield. I will personally lead the expedition and meet Lu Xiu for a while. Wang Mang seemed to have made up his mind. After the old enemy he had been worried about appeared, he finally chose to face the powerful enemy directly. When Chu Tian and Lu Xiu were still chasing Wang Yi and Wang Sun's defeated troops, they saw Wang Mang's army coming from all over the mountains and plains. Hundreds of large carriages with iron cages appeared on the battlefield. From time to time, they heard the roar of the Tiger Division, so they immediately reduced troops. Also appearing on the battlefield were war elephants and rhinos forming an army. These are tigers, lions, rhinoceros and elephants that I have collected from all over the world over the past few years. Big Mac has the ability to drive them. You will regret being an enemy of them. Wang Mang personally led the expedition, with Big Mac as the vanguard, Yin Yu commanding the Tiger Army and light cavalry as the flanks, and personally commanding tens of thousands of elite northern troops, coupled with the endless low-level county soldiers. It was enough to sweep the world. However, this kind of force was used to deal with more than 30,000 people. Even so, Wang Mang even thought that there were not enough troops. Chapter 800 Beast Army B. Stop. Chu Tian reined in his horse, and there were hundreds of large carriages with iron cages blocking the road ahead. A strong general about 10 feet tall stood in front of the carriage, and the overwhelming new dynasty army came to kill them. Wang Mang's main army arrived, and Chu Tian even saw the 5 schools of the Northern Army. The layers of armor were kept sharp and black, and the momentum was like a rainbow. Wang Mang was among hundreds of thousands of troops, protected by elite soldiers of the Northern Army, and the Imperial Guards holding large shields, forming an iron wall. Who is Lu Xiu around? Wang Mang watched from a distance and found that in addition to the Green Forest army recruited by Lu Xiu, there were also armored cavalry. The armor of this cavalry was not a weapon of this era. It seems that my guess is correct. The whole army attacks. Wang Mang ordered people to beat drums and attack. Hundreds of thousands of troops were divided into groups, pressing towards Chu Tian and Lu Xiu from all directions. The military formation alone was dozens of miles long. The iron cages of hundreds of large carriages were opened, and tigers and lions jumped out of the iron cages. Driven by the giants, they pounced on Lu Xiu and Chu Tian's cavalry. Tigers and lions roared, and war elephants and rhinos were also driven into the battlefield by the soldiers. Shoot them. After Chu Tian saw Wang Mang's beast army attacking, the morale of his cavalry dropped, and he hurriedly ordered the cavalry to kill these beasts with bows and arrows. The beast army is generally a branch of American civilization. This is the first time Chu Tian has fought against the beast army. Beima Yi Song shot arrows, and many beasts were killed by one arrow and fell to the ground. However, tigers and lions have already pounced on the white horse soldiers, knocking the cavalry off their horses and killing the horses. Dozens of white horse rebel cavalry were swallowed up by the beast army. A huge army of war elephants followed, and the earth shook. Big Mac led a group of soldiers to attack the white horse Ekong. Big Mac aimed directly at Zhao Yun. He cut off the white horse Song cavalry beside Zhao Yun with a knife. Blood splashed on Big Mac's armor, and struck Zhao Yun with another knife. Zhao Yun's Jinshin silver spear also seemed small in front of the giant sword. The big sword slashed Huashan with great force, almost cutting off the Jinshin silver spear. Zhao Yun's war horse let out a cry, unable to withstand the impact, and died. Zhao Yun was forced to abandon his horse and fight on foot with Big Mac. When the two men fought, the force was so great that Zhao Yun's mouth went numb. It was the first time he encountered an enemy with such great strength. The opponent could cut both men and horses in two with a single blow. If Zhao Yun is hit, he will most likely be killed directly. Zhao Yun could only use his flexible steps to dodge Big Mac's attacks. Big Mac's sword hit the ground from time to time, leaving a knife mark 2 feet deep. Zhao Yun seems to be in a tough fight. Zhu Tian rarely saw Zhao Yunhui, who was highly skilled in martial arts, getting into a tough fight. Big Mac's strength may be one of the best. After all, the size difference is too big, and Zhao Yun doesn't dare to be hit by Big Mac. Withdraw troops for now. Zhu Tian saw Wang Mang's elite troops from the Northern Army dispatching, and many military disciples served as generals and lieutenants in Wang Mang's army. So he led his cavalry to retreat. The beast army has killed hundreds of white horse Song, causing considerable losses to Zhu Tian. The violent war elephants rushed towards him, knocking a black armor cavalry away and trampling him to death. The Xuanjia army stabbed the eyes of the war elephant with a horse spear, blinding it, while the spearmen of the new army sat on the wooden tower on the elephant's back, condescendingly stabbing the Xuanjia army cavalry with their spears. An arrow shot through the spearman's chest, and Zhu Tian put away his bow and arrow. In this battle, he used up all the arrows in his quiver, so he had no choice but to draw his sword and retreat while fighting. When war elephants and rhinos approach, even heavily armored cavalry cannot withstand the impact of war elephants and rhinos, and can only avoid their sharp edges. If they were besieged by an army of 700,000 men and hit head-on by war elephants, Zhu Tian's cavalry would be completely wiped out. Ma Wu! Wang Ba! Retreat! Lu Xiu also seemed a little worried about being surrounded by Wang Mang's army. Before Wang Mang formed an encirclement, Zhu Tian and Lu Xiu's cavalry broke out. Zilong! There is no need to fight to the death. Zhu Tian was worried that something might happen to Zhao Yun and asked Zhao Yun to give up fighting with Big Mac. Big Mac's sword struck the ground, and the flying gravel had already scratched Zhao Yun's cheek. A bloodstain appeared on Zhao Yun's handsome cheek. Even the Jinshin silver spear made by Gan Jiang and Moxia was scarred due to Big Mac's strange power. Dozens of knife marks appeared on the barrel of the spear. Zhao Yun's hands holding the gun were trembling. The humanoid beast in front of him was more powerful than Dian Wei. Zhao Yun rolled on the ground, avoiding the giant's powerful knife that slashed Huashan, and then seized the horse of a new army cavalry and broke through the encirclement. Big Mac's strange power is astonishing. If you continue to fight, you may not be able to win, and you will be surrounded by more and more new soldiers. Lu Xiu, the son of the plain, is nothing more than that. It seems that I think too highly of him, that I have been preparing for him for 10 years. No, it should be thanks to my careful preparation that I can defeat him easily. Wang Mang was worried when he saw Zhu Tian and Lu Xiu running away, but he finally breathed a sigh of relief. On the battlefield, as many as 200 tigers, lions, and other ferocious beasts were shot and killed by the white horse Ekong. They also killed almost the same number of white horse Song, leaving corpses scattered all over the field. However, it seems that these beasts are difficult to control. When the new army soldiers subdued the surviving beasts, hundreds of them were killed by these violent beasts. Drink! Big Mac pinned a war tiger to the ground with one hand, then lifted it up and threw it into the iron cage. When Big Mac took action, these beasts suddenly became quiet and seemed to be very afraid of Big Mac. Wang Mang used the beast army as the vanguard to repel the attacks of Zhu Tian and Lu Xiu. Except for the war elephants, half of the beast army was lost, and 20,000 other soldiers were killed. 20,000 people died. It doesn't matter to me. Even if 200,000 people died, it doesn't matter. Return to the camp and wait for Lu Xiu to attack again. I don't believe they won't save Kunyang. Wang Mang saw that it was getting late and it was difficult for the army to move. So he withdrew to the 300 camps outside Kunyang City and set up antlers to prevent cavalry raids at night. Chu Tian and Lu Xiu withdrew their troops, losing 3,000 cavalry, and Zhao Yun was slightly injured. Wang Mang's beast army attacked fiercely and killed many cavalry. Tens of thousands of arrows fell at every turn, causing considerable casualties to the Han cavalry. The first battle was unfavorable, and the situation was worse than Chu Tian imagined. Wang Mang seemed to have been prepared for a long time and had prepared various means to deal with him. This was a difficult opponent, and Chu Tian had no way to deal with Wang Mang for a while. Wang Mang's army was too large in number and was guarded by tens of thousands of elite soldiers of the Northern Army. To kill Wang Mang, he needed to defeat the surrounding soldiers and the 5 schools of the Northern Army, which was more difficult than usual. Is it possible to set fire to the whole camp and burn down 300 camps in one go? Chu Tian thought of using fire attack. When the troops are far inferior to the opponents, other means can only be used to break the formation. Chu Tian's first reaction was to capture the thief first and capture the king first. As long as Wang Mang was killed, the army of the new dynasty would naturally retreat because they lost their emperor. Wang Mang also knew that he was a weak point. So he asked the 9 tigers of the Northern Army and tens of thousands of the 5th school of the Northern Army to protect him. Next are special means such as fire attacks, water attacks, and night attacks. Perhaps Wang Mang dug trenches between the camps to prevent the fire from spreading. If this is true, the fire attack will have little effect. Sun Bin knew that fire attack also required certain conditions. After Wang Mang's careful preparation, he may not give Chu Tian and others the opportunity to use fire attacks. Lu Xiu also participated in the conspiracy. The Shuishui and Kunshui rivers are in flood season, but Wang Mang knew that we might use water to attack. So he did not deploy defenses along the Shuishui and Kunshui rivers. Fire attack and water attack are both useless. We can only consider night attack. Tonight we will lead a group of cavalry to observe Wang Mang's camp to see if there is a chance for a night attack. Chu Tian and Lu Xiu finally decided to look for opportunities. Wang Mang's army formed 300 camps and surrounded Kunyang City, suffocating the small Kunyang City with water. Wang Mang is located in one of the camps, and the 5 schools of the Northern Army are deployed in the surrounding camps, forming the horns of each other. Even if Lu Xiu wants to sneak attack me, how can he succeed? Wang Mang, will never lose to Lu Xiu. Absolutely not. Wang Mang was in the main military tent. There were 2,000 imperial guards around the military tent, and thousands of powerful crossbows were secretly placed to form the last line of defense. Wang Mang has already calculated any situation that may be discovered, regardless of fire attack, water attack, night attack, or tunnel. Wang Mang had thought about them all, and he really couldn't imagine how he could lose. There is no reason for me to lose. I have already imagined dozens of ways for Lu Xiu to attack. As long as I am careful, defeating Lu Xiu will be a matter of time. Wang Mang tossed and turned, still unable to sleep all night. He was obviously fully prepared and had dozens of plans. No matter how Lu Xiu attacked, he had a way. But despite this, Wang Mang was still worried. For some reason, Wang Mang had an ominous premonition. Call! Hui Qing sat on the ground on the city wall, panting. The new dynasty army stormed Kunyang City during the day, leaving tens of thousands of corpses behind, while the defenders lost 3,000 lives. Outside Kunyang City, the burned siege tower was still emitting black smoke, and almost the entire huge siege tower was burned to ashes. The intensity of the new army's siege put great pressure on the defenders, and Hui Qing was mentally tense almost all day long. After all, she is not a dedicated military commander. Liang Hongyu walked to Hui Qing's side. The enemy doesn't seem to want to capture Kunyang City. Hui Qing was a little surprised by Liang Hongyu's judgment. How is it possible? They invested 100,000 people at a time to attack the city, and they also use siege towers. Have you noticed that every time Kunyang City is in danger, the enemy will pay for it and withdraw its troops? If the opponent does not hesitate at all costs, they can capture Kunyang City. I suspect that they are just to deal with the cavalry outside the city. Liang Hongyu was keenly aware of Wang Mang's intentions. The 800,000 strong army was not a peasant army, but included many elite troops from the Han Empire. If Wang Mang really risked everything to attack Kunyang, he could actually capture the city of Kunyang. It's just that Wang Mang didn't care about the small Kunyang city and the defenders in the city. He had only one goal, and that was to kill Lu Xiu. What is Wang Mang thinking? Hui Qing was not familiar with the history of the late Western Han Dynasty, and she had no way of knowing Wang Mang's thoughts. After all, players in the Eastern Han Dynasty are familiar with the history of the late Eastern Han Dynasty and basically know nothing about the late Western Han Dynasty. Chapter 801 The True Son of the Plain. Wang Mang's camp layout has its own rules. He has deployed 3 layers of rangers as scouts. In addition to open sentries, there are also hidden sentries. If we want to attack the camp, it will be very difficult. Chu Tian, Lu Xiu, Sun Bin, Ma Wu and others took advantage of the night to climb a hill and overlook Wang Mang's 300 camps below. Wang Mang's deployment was watertight and did not give Chu Tian and Lu Xiu any chance. If it were just the 800,000-strong army commanded by Wang Yi and Wang Sun, there might be flaws. But Wang Mang was extremely cautious, sent out scouts widely, and built layers of defense lines. But he couldn't find any flaws. Even if Hui Qing comes, there is no way to defeat Wang Mang except for a frontal attack. Right. If this consumption continues, once all the troops are killed or injured, then we will be defeated. Chu Tian could see the brazier set up in Wang Mang's camp, as well as the soldiers patrolling the camp. This guy Wang Mang seemed to have thought of all the possibilities in advance, without leaking anything, and did not give Chu Tian and the others a chance at all. Wang Mang's personal arrival increased the difficulty of the Kunyang battles several times. Lu Xiu also seemed to realize that Wang Mang and his 800,000 troops were difficult to deal with, and couldn't help but sigh. The Han Dynasty is in danger, and Wang Mang is taking power. Does God really want to destroy the Han Dynasty? If God knows, he can help me restore the Han Dynasty. Alright. Chu Tian shook his head. Unless a miracle comes from heaven, I can't think of how to defeat Wang Mang. Lord. Zhao Yun reminded Chu Tian. What's the matter? Look up to the sky. After being reminded by Zhao Yun, Chu Tian couldn't help but look up at the dark sky. And there were bright meteors streaking across the sky. Isn't this just a meteor? What's the big deal? As a player, Chu Tian would not be surprised by astronomical phenomena. It seems a little unusual. However, Chu Tian soon discovered something was wrong. This meteor seemed to be larger than the meteors he had observed before. The meteor showers Chu Tian had seen before were like fireflies disappearing. But the meteors in front of him were bright and beautiful. Could it be? Chu Tian thought of a record in history. History books not only record princes and generals, but also record astronomical phenomena. In the late Western Han Dynasty, there were many records of astronomical phenomena. Among them, one astronomical phenomenon occurred during the Battle of Kunyang. Look! What is that? A vision! A vision from heaven! In Kunyang City, just when Hui Qing and Liang Hongyu were about to go down to the city to rest, the Green Forest Army and Xia Army soldiers on the city wall suddenly exclaimed. Hui Qing suddenly looked up into the sky and saw a bright meteor streaking across the sky, which was extremely spectacular. This is definitely the most beautiful meteor I've ever seen. Hui Qing's pupils suddenly dilated. Different from the imaginary meteor shower, this meteor was approaching the Kunyang battlefield, dragging the light of fire. Spectacular meteors that can be extremely deadly. No way. Hui Qing subconsciously took a few steps back. Liang Hongyu looked at the approaching meteor with confusion. She had no idea what would happen next. Like Liang Hongyu, the NPC soldiers of the Green Forest Army and the Xia Army also stared at the enlarged meteor in surprise. In their view, this was a vision from heaven, and God was conveying some will. Hui Qing's reaction was one of surprise at first, but later turned into panic. But she had nowhere to hide, because she knew that if the meteorite really fell on the Kunyang battlefield, whether she could survive would depend entirely on luck. The meteor was getting closer and closer, and a dazzling fire appeared in the originally dark sky due to the violent friction with the meteorite. What is this? Although Sun Bin is well informed, he really doesn't know the origin of the meteorite. Lu Xiu looked at the bolide in the sky. Did the sky hear my request? Grass! Get down! Everyone get down! Chu Tian knew what was going to happen, and regardless of his image, he lay on the ground and pushed Lu Xiu to the ground. Others followed suit. In Wang Mang's main army tent, Wang Mang couldn't sleep all night. He was always uneasy. Suddenly he heard the noise of the soldiers outside the tent, so he put on his cloak and came out of the tent. Why are you panicking? Could it be that Lu Xiu led the cavalry to attack at night? Wang Mang came out of the camp and saw the shooting stars in the sky. His face suddenly turned pale. The wrinkles on his face were twitching, and his legs were shaking uncontrollably. The tumbling meteorite was violently rubbing against the air. dragging dazzling firelight. The place where it fell was the camp of Wang Mang's army. No! Wang Mang fell into complete despair. In order to eradicate all threats, he prepared an extremely large force and ordered craftsmen to build countless weapons in order to defeat Lu Xiao on this day. But meteorites falling from the sky are not within the scope of his consideration at all. Run for your life! When the meteorite became visible to the naked eye and flames were swirling around it, the new dynasty army finally vaguely realized what was going to happen. So they fled in all directions. But it's too late. The moment before the meteorite hit the ground, Wang Mang felt that there was silence between heaven and earth. Everyone looked at the falling boulder in horror. Boom! The bolide fell into the new dynasty army. And with an earth-shaking explosion, the earth cracked, countless cracks spread, and sand and rocks flew. Dazzling orange-red fire swept across all directions, and the air waves generated by the explosion blew away war horses and soldiers. The camp hit by the meteorite was wiped out in an instant, and thousands of people died. A soldier was swallowed up by the scorching energy, and his armor was reduced to ashes. In a nearby camp, hundreds of simple military tents were swept into the air by the raging air waves, with debris flying and tens of thousands of soldiers injured. The dust thrown up by the falling meteorite filled the sky. More than 10,000 soldiers were killed directly or indirectly by the meteorite. Tens of thousands of soldiers were seriously injured. Hundreds of thousands of troops fell into chaos and panic. Ah! Among the new army, wailing was everywhere. Soldiers who were hit by gravel, and soldiers who were burned by the heat waves screamed in agony. And ownerless horses ran around, creating a scene of the end of the world. Wang Mang got up from the ground, his body covered with thick sand and dust. When the meteorite hit the ground, the explosion kicked up dozens or hundreds of tons of sand and dust, which drowned many soldiers. The camp that the meteorite hit was not Wang Mang's main camp, but even Wang Mang's camp was affected. The 10 camps closest to the meteorite's impact point were completely destroyed, and dozens of surrounding camps suffered varying degrees of damage. Even in camps far away from where the meteorite fell, fire basins collapsed due to the earthquake, and the generals of each battalion had to lead soldiers to put out the fire. How could this happen? It's such a coincidence. Wang Mang found that he had temporarily lost his hearing. The energy exploded when the meteorite fell was extremely terrifying. No less than a hot weapon. The loud noise of the explosion made Wang Mang's ears ring. The world was silent, and he could only see the soldiers running around in a hurry and at a loss. Many superstitious soldiers knelt down and begged God for forgiveness. There are also campsites that have been engulfed by fire, and black smoke is still billowing out. Your Majesty! Your Majesty! What should we do? A general found Wang Mang, and Wang Mang could finally hear the sound. Yan Yu, lead the soldiers immediately and be on guard. Wang Mang finally reacted, his face still pale. Meteorites bring not only direct lethality, but also a blow to morale. Of the 300 camps, 10 camps were directly destroyed. Dozens of camps were severely damaged, and other camps were also in chaos. If the Han cavalry launched a surprise attack at this time, the consequences can be imagined. Cough, cough, cough. On the wall of Kunyang City, Huiqing, Liang Hongyu and a group of soldiers guarding the city climbed up and dusted themselves off. The impact of the meteorite explosion was so astonishing that even the city of Kunyang was shaking. The air waves hit the city wall, causing it to sway, and sand and dust to be thrown onto the city wall. It's such amazing energy. I actually saw the scene of a meteor falling, and it was still in front of my eyes. Huiqing is also a player. She naturally knows how terrifying the explosion caused by the meteorite hitting the ground is. A huge pit appeared in Wang Mang's camp outside the city. The temperature in the pit was extremely high, scorching everything around it. This meteorite is larger than ordinary meteorites, but it is not to the extent of destroying the world. But even so, it is quite rare to make such a big movement. And by chance, it happened to hit the camp of Wang Mang's army. The probability of this is no longer extremely small. In the Xian Dynasty army camp, the fire was still spreading, extremely dazzling in the dark night. Is this God's punishment for Wang Mang? Wang Feng, Wang Chong and other leaders of the Green Forest Army did not know that this was a meteorite. They thought that Wang Mang had made trouble and angered the sky, so God would send disasters as a punishment to Wang Mang. The news of the meteorite explosion just now shocked Wang Feng, Wang Chong and others. The meteorite with swaying flames fell into Wang Mang's camp, and then exploded. Hot firelight and mushroom clouds erupted in the darkness, and the terrifying energy was enough to instantly kill all the generals and legions who were hit. This was not the work of human beings at all. Wang Feng, Wang Chong and others could only attribute this shocking power to the power of ghosts and gods. This is not a divine punishment. No, it is barely a divine punishment. Otherwise, how could the meteorite fall into Wang Mang's army? Also, this is not an ordinary small meteorite. Hu Qing originally wanted to refute Wang Feng and Wang Chong in his heart. But he thought that Wang Mang was really unlucky. Isn't this a divine punishment? At the critical moment of the Battle of Kunyang, Wang Mang was hit by a meteorite. His luck was so bad that Hu Qing could not believe that it was a matter of probability. No matter what, we can attack out of the city. After Liang Hongyu shook off the sand, she planned to lead her cavalry out of the city to attack. Chu Tian left a group of cavalry on standby in the city in advance to facilitate internal and external cooperation. But no one could have imagined that Wang Mang's camp was hit by a meteorite at this time, which provided an opportunity for the cavalry inside and outside Kunyang City. Wang Feng and Wang Chong were horrified. If we leave the city, if God punishes us again, won't we also be wiped out? It's impossible to impose punishment again, I'm sure. Hu Qing wiped the sweat from her cheeks. She was also scared into a cold sweat just now. Anyone who sees such a terrifying scene will be frightened. If the meteorite did not fall outside the vast city, but within the crowded city, then Kunyang City might simply disappear from the map. Hu Qing can be sure that the probability of a meteorite falling on the Kunyang battlefield is so small that it is almost negligible. And the probability of 2 meteorites falling in the same place is even more impossible. Okay, then let's go out of the city and attack Wang Mang's army. Wang Feng, Wang Chong and other Green Forest army generals knew that there would never be a better opportunity to attack Wang Mang's army. Wang Mang's army was now in a mess. Even if their strength was inferior to Wang Mang's, the Green Forest army could increase the casualties of Wang Mang's army. General, the war horses are frightened because of the divine punishment. The cavalry in Kunyang City were trying their best to control the panicked horses. Ahem. Chu Tian only felt that his body was covered with sand and dust. They were all affected by the air waves caused by the meteorite when they were on the hillside, which showed the power of the meteorite explosion. It actually happened. Chu Tian now remembered that in the Battle of Kunyang, there were historical records that meteorites fell into Wang Yi and Wang Sun's army, causing panic in the army of the new dynasty. The meteorite and the subsequent movements caused by the meteorite were of great help to Lu Xiu in defeating the new dynasty army and winning the Battle of Kunyang. Meteorites not only bring direct damage, but the dust they raise can block the sun and change the local weather. In ancient times, it is said that a huge meteorite hit the earth, and dust was swept into the atmosphere, entering an ice age and leading to mass extinction of species. This time the meteorite fell on the battlefield of Kunyang City, and its power was definitely far inferior to the ancient meteorites. But it also shocked Chu Tian. Cough, cough, cough. Lu Xiu was irritated by the dust and coughed violently. He looked at Wang Mang's camp down the mountain. There were at least 60 fires spreading. Could it be that God is still favoring the Han dynasty? So the gods descended from heaven to destroy Wang Mang? Lu Xiu was greatly inspired and realized that this was a good opportunity to defeat Wang Mang. Wang Mang's army has fallen into complete chaos. No matter who is hit by the meteorite, he will be stunned. Lord, this is your chance to defeat the new army in one fell swoop. A counselor like Sun Bin also looked like he had seen a ghost. He reluctantly cleared his mind and suggested that Chu Tian send troops immediately. Even Sun Bin didn't know that meteorites would fall from the sky at this time. Everyone, subdue the frightened horses and go down the mountain to attack Wang Mang's military camp. Even though it was night, Chu Tian could see that Wang Mang's army was completely in chaos. There was no better opportunity than this. Chu Tian had imagined fire attacks, water attacks, night attacks, etc. But he never expected that a meteorite would directly wipe out one of Wang Mang's legions, providing an opportunity for Chu Tian to attack. Lu Xiu was extremely excited. He held a long spear in his hand and got on his horse. The only chance to defeat Wang Mang's hundreds of thousands of troops is right in front of him. Attacking Wang Mang head-on. Wang Mang couldn't win with the help of his human sea tactics. However, the meteorite destroyed the morale of Wang Mang's army, thus creating an opportunity for decisive victory. The fighter plane is fleeting. This guy. Is it the meteorite brought about by his characteristics? Chu Tian also rode on Juying, but looked at Lu Xiu from the corner of his eyes. What is the probability that a meteorite will fall on the battlefield and hit the enemy's camp without any bias? 1 in 10,000? 1 billionth? Or 1 in a billion? If in the Battle of Gaixia, the meteor hit Liu Bang and Han Xian's camp, if in the Battle of Chongping. The meteor hit Bai Chi's camp, if in the Battle of Songjin. The meteor hit Huang Taiji's camp. Then the outcome of everything might be different. Sometimes, luck plays an important role. But Lu Xiu's luck was beyond Chu Tian's imagination. Because Lu Xiu used the most unlikely method to cause chaos in Wang Meng's army. Who would have thought that when the two armies were facing each other, a meteorite suddenly hit their head? And it was not an ordinary meteorite. Wang Meng was completely unable to prepare for the sudden natural disaster of destruction. As expected of the son of the plain and the chosen one, he is simply protected by the world. Chu Tian admitted that his luck had been calculated. But compared with Lu Xiu's luck, Chu Tian was simply a non-chief. Chu Tian didn't even dare to hope to win by relying on meteorites. Now it is no longer a matter of considering the meteorite. Defeating Wang Meng is the top priority. Go back to the camp immediately and let Ma Wu, Wang Ba, and others bring all their troops to attack Wang Meng's army in a massive way. Chu Tian and Lu Xiu only brought 5,000 cavalry, and originally planned to look for opportunities to attack Wang Meng's camp. Now that God has given them this opportunity, they will not let it go. A small group of cavalry returned to the Han army's camp and gathered all the troops. And Chu Tian and Lu Xiu, we will lead 5,000 cavalry and attack first. Chu Tian knew that troops were valuable and quick, and he had to aggravate the chaos of the new army before Wang Meng's army could restore order. Okay, let's fight together. Lu Xiu waved his spear in the air, and Chu Tian led the cavalry, condescendingly attacking the flame-filled camp of Wang Meng's army. 5,000 cavalry descended from the mountain like fierce tigers, kicking up the sand and dust on the ground. Wang Meng kept coughing and tried to summon all the generals to maintain order and prepare for possible surprise attacks. Your Majesty, almost all the beast army died from natural disasters. Cough, cough, cough. His Majesty. When Wang Meng learned that the beast army he had carefully collected was instantly killed by a meteorite, his spirit was shaken. His vision went dark, and he almost fainted. If the Imperial Guards hadn't supported Wang Meng, perhaps Wang Meng would have fallen to the ground. My beast army. Wang Meng's heart felt like a knife piercing his heart. He spent a lot of effort to form the beast army, and the beast army could kill high-level cavalry, but it was directly wiped out by a wave of meteorites, which made him not know what to do. Wang Meng asked with difficulty, "Is Big Mac still alive? His whereabouts are unknown, and he may be dead. Your Majesty, the cavalry in Kunyang City are out of the city to attack. Organize troops immediately and intercept the cavalry. The outer camps were also attacked. In the northern camp, there is a governor leading soldiers to flee." Unfavorable news reached Wang Meng's ears one after another, which intensified Wang Meng's mental burden. Whether it was the defenders trapped in Kunyang City or Chu Tian, Lu Xiu and others waiting for opportunities on the outside, they would not miss this truly once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and launched an offensive in time. Not only that, the meteorite had a serious impact on the morale of Wang Meng's army. Many state pastors and county governors even doubted the legitimacy of Wang Meng's proclaimed emperor. They believed that Wang Meng's usurping the throne had angered God, so they fled with their troops. It became increasingly difficult for Wang Meng to control his 800,000-strong army. The huge Big Mac got up from the ground. He was overturned by the air wave and then hit by the collapsed carriage. His left leg was broken, and he was limping. His chest was scarred. A broken piece of wood was even buried in the Big Mac. Ba's back was bleeding. The camp where Big Mac and the Beast Army were located was close to the place where the meteorite fell. The heat wave generated by the explosion swallowed up most of the carriage and the iron cage on it. Big Mac was also seriously injured in the shock wave. If he hadn't survived the shock wave of the explosion with his extremely tenacious vitality, maybe he would have died from the shock wave of the meteorite like the soldiers around him. Big Mac looked around and found that there were only a few hundred people alive in the camp, and most of them were seriously injured, wailing all over the place. Big Mac twisted his neck, dust falling from his armor. Suddenly, he heard the sound of horse hooves in the darkness. He subconsciously went to get his weapon, a sword that weighed hundreds of kilograms. But he didn't know where the sword went. In the darkness, 5,000 cavalry appeared, and the horses trampled the company camp, knocking over the still dazed new army soldiers. Zhao Yun took the lead, charging forward with almost no obstacles. The Xian dynasty army was still in the shock of the falling meteorite and had not recovered. Not many people realized that the Han army had launched an attack, because the entire military camp was chaotic and noisy. Big Mac saw a familiar figure coming towards him. Zhao Yun used the light of the fire to see the powerful Big Mac. He stabbed him with a spear. making a faint sound of breaking through the air. Big Mac wanted to dodge, but his left leg was broken in the meteorite explosion, and his body was covered with scars. Unimaginable pain filled his body, and he could not escape Zhao Yun's blow. The bright silver gentian spear pierced Big Mac's right chest. Big Mac grabbed the bright silver gentian spear with his right hand and pulled Zhao Yun off his horse with all his strength. This was the second time that Zhao Yun, who was known for his martial prowess, fell from his horse. However, Zhao Yun has noticed something strange about Big Mac. Your movements are slower than last time. Are you injured? Even if you're injured, it's enough to kill you. Big Mac lost his big sword, grabbed a wooden pillar next to him, and swept it towards Zhao Yun. Boom! The wooden pillars were smashed into the air, and gravel flew into the air. Zhao Yun dodged Big Mac's attack and swiped again with his gentian silver spear, stabbing out more than a dozen shots in an instant. After Big Mac was injured, his movements were sluggish, and he only had strange strength left. But Zhao Yun's speed had never been slow. Under Zhao Yun's attack, Big Mac suffered more and more injuries. Blood flowed from Big Mac's right chest, forming a pool of blood at his feet. Your strength is indeed unprecedented. You were injured today. You were unable to win. But on the battlefield, there is only life and death. After Zhao Yun moved hundreds of birds towards the phoenix, his giant iron tower-like body fell to the ground, and the ground shook again. Zhao Yun stood with a gun, and the fire in the camp lengthened Zhao Yun's shadow. Big Mac bled too much, and his force had long since declined severely. Zhao Yun admitted that this is the most powerful opponent. Zhao Yun in normal state is not even the opponent of this monster. But Big Mac was severely damaged in this natural disaster, and his force was no longer as good as Zhao Yun. So he was killed by Zhao Yun. Zhao Yun could not be merciful. Otherwise no one would know whether this monster would help Wang Mang make a comeback. Wang Mang had too many troops, and with powerful generals such as Big Mac, his winning rate was extremely high. But his opponent was Lu Xiu, the son of the plain. General! Beima Yitsong brought Zhao Yun's war horse. Zhao Yunting held his spear and jumped on the horse with smooth movements. Zhao Yun caught up with Chu Tian, who had already rushed ahead. Xilong, why the delay? Chu Tian couldn't help but wonder when he saw Zhao Yun chasing him from behind. I killed an enemy general, so I delayed. Oh, Chu Tian just asked casually. He picked up a captured new army general. Where is Wang Mang? Our Majesty. Your Majesty. He is in that direction. Capture Wang Mang alive. Chu Tian threw the prisoner on the ground. As long as Wang Mang is captured alive, he will be victorious. An arrow shot through the throat of a new army general. The new army general subconsciously held the arrow at his throat and fell off his horse. Liang Hongyu was heroic and led her cavalry out of the city to attack Wang Mang. She was also looking for traces of Wang Mang. Wang Mang's 800,000 strong army was completely defeated. Chapter 802 The Time Traveler Wang Mang. The sky was gloomy. Heavy rain suddenly fell on the Kunying battlefield, and the wind howled. The Han army only had tens of thousands of people, but it was chasing hundreds of thousands of new troops. The rain soaked Chu Tian's shirt, and Chu Tian led the cavalry to pursue Wang Mang in the heavy rain. This heavy rain is probably caused by the dust raised by the meteorite that changed the weather here. In addition, summer is already the rainy season. Chu Tian wanted to understand the cause and effect, and was inexplicably shocked by Lu Xiu's ability. Lu Xiu's nickname is the Great Magister. Chu Tian thought that he was the disadvantaged side in the Battle of Kunying. But now it seems that the Green Forest Army may not be the disadvantaged side. The Great Mage Lu Xiu is so terrifying. Wang Mang's 800,000 strong army was completely out of control. These soldiers recruited from various states and counties, led by state pastors and prefects, fled to the north. To the north of Kunying City is the Shuishui River. It was the flood season at this time, coupled with the heavy rain caused by the meteorite. The water level of the Shuishui River rose sharply and destroyed the pontoon bridge originally erected by the new army. Hurry up and set up a pontoon bridge to protect His Majesty as he goes north and returns to Chang'an. Wang Mang's general and classmate Yan Yu protected Wang Mang as he went north. They found that the water in Shuan River surged and the pontoon bridge disappeared. So they tried to build a new pontoon bridge. Hundreds of thousands of troops crowded the Shuishui area in chaos. Wang Mang was mentally tired, and he already had wrinkles and looked even more tired. He had been preparing for this day for a long time. He had a strong army, no shortage of weapons and food, and many powerful generals. But he was hit by a meteorite. Perhaps because he grew older and more trusting in fate, Wang Mang became a little discouraged. If the Battle of Kunying fails, his prestige will be ruined. Even if he escapes back to Chang'an at this time, Wang Mang no longer has the confidence to control the situation. At the end of the Western Han Dynasty, peasant uprisings and powerful forces arose everywhere. Not only the Green Forest Army, but also the Red Eyebrow Army and other forces were entrenched in the north. Without the most important main force, Wang Mang could not deal with the Green Forest Army and the Red Eyebrow Army at the same time. Yan Yu, when we return to Chang'an, can we really pacify the barbarians and establish an unprecedented new dynasty as before? Wang Mang asked his old friend Yan Yu in the heavy rain. His tone changed. Yan Yu replied firmly, Your Majesty, please rest assured. When we return to Chang'an, we will be able to regain peace in the world. What you do must be right. I hope so. Wang Mang was already a little worried. Chu Tian, Lu Xiu, and Liang Hongyu were still chasing the enemy in the rear. Wang Mang's army was huge in number. It was extremely difficult to find Wang Mang among the rebellious army. Further ahead is the Nishui River. Lu Xiu didn't know how many soldiers he captured, and he chased them all the way to Shui in the north of Kunyang City. Wang Mang had no choice but to cross the Nishui River if he wanted to escape. The river suddenly swelled, and Wang Mang might not be able to escape. Chu Tian's goal became to capture Wang Mang alive. Wang Mang was the emperor of the new dynasty. After capturing Wang Mang alive, he might be able to receive a high ransom, or he might be able to complete the mission of this epic battle more completely. Chu Tian and Lu Xiu caught up with the main force of Wang Mang's army at the Shui River. Some of the wooden boats Wang Mang prepared in advance on the Shui River came into use to build a pontoon bridge. Soldiers and horses from all walks of life crowded on the pontoon bridge to escape. From time to time, soldiers were squeezed off the pontoon bridge by their companions and were killed, washed away by the swollen river. Protect His Majesty and retreat to the north bank. Anyone who dares to block the way will be killed without mercy. 9 Tigers of the Northern Army. You command the elite soldiers of the Northern Army and block the pursuers. The 9 Tigers of the Northern Army recruited by Wang Mang commanded the troops of the 5 schools of the Northern Army. They not only blocked the pursuers, but also blocked the defeated army. Yin Yu protected Wang Mang across the river, cut down the chaotic soldiers, and fought a bloody path. After dozens of the defeated soldiers were killed due to Yin Yu's harsh methods, they finally stopped being so crazy and were forced to give up a passage. Wang Mang came to the north bank. On the south bank of the Yin River, the cavalry of Chu Tian, Lu Xiu, and Liang Hongyu gathered together and attacked the new army fiercely, trying to eliminate Wang Mang's main force and not give Wang Mang any chance to make a comeback. In troubled times, human life is like grass and grass. More than 1,000 new army soldiers were driven into the river by cavalry, and thousands drowned. The arriving cavalry fought with the elite soldiers of the Northern Army in the heavy rain. The 9 Tigers of the Northern Army were favored by Wang Mang and fought to the death. Generals Ma Wu and Wang Ba led their cavalry to attack the 9 Tigers of the Northern Army. Now the Green Forest Army and the Xiao Army were in an advantageous position. With high morale and no fear of the completely defeated new army, they pursued and fought fiercely all the way to annihilate the last main force of the new dynasty established by Wang Mang. Once this main force is wiped out, Wang Mang will have no room for a comeback. Anchuan County is not far from Luoyang, and the Green Forest Army can invade Hulao Pass in just a few months. March to Luoyang, and then Chang'an. Moreover, because of the defeat, the generals around Wang Mang are no longer reliable. When they find that Wang Mang will not bring them more benefits, they may betray Wang Mang, or even kill Wang Mang and surrender to the Green Forest Army. In short, Wang Mang's life is in danger. Rain flowed down Ma Wu's sword. One of the 9 Tigers of the Northern Army was killed by Ma Wu and fell into a puddle. Where is Wang Mang? Ma Wu also knew that capturing Wang Mang alive would be an unprecedented achievement. Chu Tian is just a rebel army, while Lu Xiu is one of the important leaders of the Green Forest Army. After the Battle of Kunyang, he can basically become famous in one battle. Military merit is very important in troubled times, so it is often seen that a person becomes prosperous because of his meritorious service in a certain battle. The 9 Tigers of the Northern Army recruited by Wang Mang were unable to compete with Ma Wu, who was more powerful among the 28 generals in Yutai. And Ma Wu killed 2 generals in a row. Liang Hongyu picked up an enemy general with a gun and threw him away. Wang Mang's 5th School of the Northern Army had low morale and no desire to fight. They wanted to escape to the north bank and get rid of the massacre by the cavalry as soon as possible. The blood dyed the Nishui River red, and more new troops fell into the Nishui River. The 5 schools of the Northern Army scrambled to escape, squeezing their companions into the river. Chu Tian watched the one-sided slaughter in the heavy rain. This was a battle without any suspense. Wang Mang's new army did not know that the dust raised by meteorites would cause drastic changes in the weather because of a strange phenomenon falling from the sky. They believed that the sudden heavy rain was also a punishment from heaven. So they had no fighting spirit. Morale dropped to rock bottom. And even more troops would be of no avail. Chu Tian! While Chu Tian was observing the battlefield unhurriedly, Hui Qing led a small group of cavalry to arrive, their armor almost soaked by the rain. Why did you leave Kanyang City too? Chu Tian was a little surprised when he saw Hui Qing. I hope you're fine. Did you know that Wang Mang's military camp was hit by a meteorite last night? Hui Qing talked about what happened yesterday. Only they players know how small the probability of such a thing happening is. Chu Tian listened patiently. It was impossible for Wang Mang to make a comeback. So Chu Tian was not anxious at all. Across the Shuishui River, Wang Mang was also observing the situation. At least tens of thousands of people died in the Shuishui River. Wang Mang couldn't help but sigh. Yin Yu said, Your Majesty, it's time for us to return to Chang'an City. Otherwise, the Green Forest Army will come along the floating bridge, and we may not be able to escape. Oh, Yen Yu, at this time, even if I successfully return to Chang'an City, do you think I can still stabilize the people in Chang'an City after my prestige has declined? The world is in chaos. Rebels are everywhere. The Green Forest Army and the Red Eyebrow Army are numerous 100,000. If I lose hundreds of thousands of soldiers and horses, can I put down the rebellion? If I can't deal with any one thing, I will only die if I return to Chang'an City. Wang Mang expressed his worries to his former classmates. At this time, whether he can escape back to Chang'an is no longer important. What is more important is how to act after returning to Chang'an City, and whether he can control the situation. The 800,000-strong army was almost destroyed. Without this main force, Wang Mang could not protect himself. Yin Yu could probably imagine the mess Wang Mang would face when he returned to Chang'an, and still encouraged Wang Mang. No, Your Majesty. Jinchuan is 800 miles away from Guangzhou and is densely populated. We still have hope. I am willing to quell rebellions everywhere for Your Majesty. No, Yen Yu. We are all old. After losing this war, we have no troops and no time to suppress the rebellion again. I want to negotiate with the Green Forest Army, and I want to protect myself. Yen Yu. Where to go next? Whether you surrender to the Green Forest Army or return to Guangzhou and establish yourself as king, you make your own decision. Wang Mang's mood waned. He was already 60 years old, and the whole country was in chaos. If he wanted to completely suppress the rebellions everywhere, he might not be able to do it until he died of old age. Yin Yu added, Then I will go to negotiate with the Green Forest Army on behalf of Your Majesty. Wang Mang shook his head. I once belittled you in the past, but I didn't expect that you would be loyal to me in the end. But this time, it will only work if I personally go to negotiate with the Green Forest Army. But it's too dangerous. Those rebels from the Green Forest Army all want His Majesty's life. Not necessarily. The heavy rain continued, and Chu Tian was exhausted and no longer wanted to fight. He had been fighting for 2 days with almost no rest, and it rained heavily, so his body could not bear it. When he learned that Wang Mang had fled to the north bank and might have fled back to Chang'an, Chu Tian no longer needed to pursue him. Instead, he and Lu Shou returned to Kunyang to rest and recuperate. As long as Chu Tian achieves his goal after winning the Kunyang battle, Chu Tian doesn't care about what happens to the Green Forest Army in the future. After all, this is just a copy. Brother Chu, Wang Mang wants to negotiate with you. Lu Shou found Chu Tian with a strange expression, because it was not someone else who wanted to negotiate with Chu Tian, but Wang Mang. When things come to this, what else is there to talk about? Chu Tian was shocked. He had rarely heard that the dungeon boss would negotiate with players. I don't know, but it's Wang Mang after all. I also want to know what he wants to say. Not to mention Chu Tian, Lu Shou was only a lot more surprised than Chu Tian. Wang Mang first offered a large reward to Lu Shou, and then planned to negotiate with Chu Tian. Lu Shou could not understand Wang Mang's intention. He comes over. Or do I? He's coming. Isn't he afraid that I will kill him? Bring him to me. The more Chu Tian thought about it, the more something was wrong, and finally decided to negotiate with Wang Mang. Anyway, if Wang Mang comes to negotiate, Chu Tian will not be in any danger. If the negotiation breaks down, Chu Tian will kill Wang Mang and then exit the dungeon, and there will be no loss. Wang Mang was brought to Kunyang City, and all the Green Forest army generals were staring at the emperor of the new dynasty. The emperor of the new dynasty unexpectedly saw death and took the initiative to enter Kunyang City, where the Green Forest army was stationed. Wang Mang wanted to see Chu Tian by name, because Chu Tian had more troops and was famous in the Battle of Kunyang City. The generals of the Green Forest army did not dare to act rashly before Chu Tian decided to execute Wang Mang. The heavy rain caused by the meteorite continued, and Wang Mang was already wet when he walked into the county government office in Kunyang City. Chu Tian, Lu Xiu, Zhao Yun, and Sun Bin were waiting for Wang Mang's arrival at the county government office. Wang Mang and Lu Xiu, the old enemies, met historically. Yin Yu was also taken into custody with Wang Mang. As for Wang Yi, he gathered his defeated troops on the other side of the Nishui River. Are you Lu Xiu? I didn't expect that I still lost to you despite my careful preparation. Wang Mang roughly judged which person was Lu Xiu and couldn't help but sigh. Lu Xiu had a strange expression. Why are you so worried about me? Wang Mang rolled his eyes. If it hadn't been for the failure of the Battle of Kunyang, his rule might not have collapsed so quickly. Chu Tian looked at the person in front of him. Wang Mang was already 60 years old and his hair was showing signs of graying. Why do you want to negotiate with me? Wang Mang stared at Chu Tian and said slowly. You should be a stranger from Lord? Chu Tian was shocked in his heart. Wang Mang immediately saw Chu Tian's origin. So there was only one possibility that Wang Mang was also a player. In other words, to Lu Xiu, Wang Feng, Ma Wu and others in this world, Wang Mang is an out-and-out time traveler. You guys go down. I want to talk to Wang Mang. Chu Tian asked Zhao Yun, Lu Xiu and others to go down. He wanted to know the origin of Wang Mang. Wang Mang is just an old man now. He has basically no force and does not carry any weapons. Chu Tian does not believe that Wang Mang can do anything to him. Follow your orders. If anything goes wrong with the master, then Wang Mang will not even think about leaving. Before Zhao Yun retreated, he warned Wang Mang. When Wang Mang saw Zhao Yun's image, he seemed to have thought of something, and asked Chu Tian, Is this General Zhao Yun? Good. Chu Tian was even more convinced that Wang Mang was the player of Lord. Otherwise, how could a person with a background in the Western Han Dynasty know about Zhao Yun in the late Eastern Han Dynasty? Okay, now that you have guessed my origin, I also want to know your origin. I think you should already know that I am also a Lord player. Even though Chu Tian guessed something, Chu Tian was still shocked when he heard Wang Mang proactively admit it. Why do you appear in the dungeon? And as Wang Mang? I am a free player. In Lord, I accepted a hidden mission and assumed the role of Wang Mang. And my reward is the identity of Wang Mang. I have enjoyed the glory and wealth for decades. And I have no regrets. Impossible. Lord, only lasted 11 years. How could you have stayed here for decades? The time in the dungeon should not be parallel to the time in the main world. You should also know that time is relative. But when you enter the dungeon, the time will be synchronized. Wang Mang told Chu Tian his origin. No wonder Wang Mang knew that Lu Xiu was his nemesis. So he placed a large reward on Lu Xiu and wanted to put Lu Xiu to death. And Wang Mang had been preparing for this day a long time ago. However, there were 2 points that Chu Tian felt were wrong. Why didn't you kill Lu Xiu before the Battle of Kunyang began? As a powerful official of the Western Han Dynasty, or the Emperor of the new dynasty, it should be easy to kill Lu Xiu. Right. Why wait until now, when Lu Xiu is fully fledged, and then manage to get rid of him? You think I don't want to kill him? Lu Xiu is protected by the system. Before the Battle of Kunyang begins, if Lu Xiu does something wrong, the system will judge me as a failure and expel me from the dungeon. All the glory and wealth I have will become a passing cloud. And I started a family here, so I could only choose to endure it. It wasn't until the Battle of Kunyang that the system allowed me to take action, and I realized that I had become the boss of the dungeon. Wang Mang was depressed. Didn't you think that meteorites might fall into the army? As long as you avoid the Battle of Kunyang, you have a chance to defeat Lu Xiu. I am not familiar with the history of the late Western Han Dynasty. I only know that my old enemy is Lu Xiu, and that the Battle of Kunyang will be a life and death battle. But I don't know what exactly happened in the Battle of Kunyang and the specific process. Unless you think that every time traveler must be familiar with the situation at that time. It is not easy for me to persist until now, by virtue of my identity as Wang Mang. What you said makes sense. After listening to Wang Mang's explanation, Chu Tian fully understood what happened. Not all time travelers are familiar with historical details. Some players enter the dungeon and do not even know that the Battle of Kunyang took place in the late Western Han Dynasty. Another example is traveling through time and becoming Emperor Chongzhen. Who knows what will happen in a specific year? I don't know the specific process of a certain battle. Unless you have a very strong memory and are particularly familiar with a certain period of history, it is possible to cover everything. Not everyone is a historian, and historians are not familiar with every piece of history. Wang Mang just didn't know what happened in the Battle of Kunyang, and he didn't know that meteorites would fall into the battlefield. Without knowing what was going on, Wang Mang could only try to increase his military strength. But he still failed. Then what's the purpose of coming to me? I have failed in this dungeon. The Battle of Kunyang failed, and I lost all my prestige. Even if I return to Chang'an City, I can't stabilize the situation again. There is only a dead end, and I don't know if the dungeon will disappear from now on. So I want to use with your power. Return to the main world. My wife has passed away, but I want to take my children with me. Wang Mang explained his intention. Specifically, as a player, Wang Mang wanted to quit the dungeon after the world collapsed. As a player, I naturally help as much as I can. But what benefits can I get from it? Chu Tian learned about Wang Mang's identity as a player and wanted to win over Wang Mang, as long as Wang Mang could afford the ticket. Of course, I have asked my children to come from Chang'an, and they have also brought a lot of gold and silver. They will stay on the north bank. As long as you can take me out and arrange a house for us in the main world, I will give you all these gold and silver treasures. Make a deal. Chu Tian was very happy, since Wang Mang happily paid for his life with gold and silver. Chu Tian didn't mind being a good guy for once. If you save Wang Mang, you can get a large sum of gold and silver without any effort. Why not? The Green Forest Army and the Red Eyebrow Army are watching eagerly, and his subordinates have two minds. Wang Mang's stay in this world is really a dead end, and he cannot be spared. Chu Tian is still very tolerant of players. Wang Mang couldn't help but be overjoyed. He met an old friend in a foreign land and burst into tears. I didn't expect to see the player again. I thought I would spend my whole life in this dungeon. When I accepted the system task and entered this dungeon, the Yellow Turban Rebellion had just ended. Now, what's going on in the main world? The separatist rule of the heroes has come to an end. There are only a few princes left in the world. I will rule the 7 states. That's incredible, Wang Mang exclaimed. Of course he knew what it meant to separate the 7 states, and there was a high probability of unifying the 13 states. You have lived a very prosperous life in this dungeon. You have been the emperor for at least 15 years. And you were also a powerful minister before that. Chu Tian thought that Wang Mang, as a free player, entered the dungeon and became a boss and lived a good life. According to him, the time in this copy originally flowed faster than the time in the main world. It was not until Chu Tian came in that the time in the two worlds was consistent. Therefore, Wang Mang has been nourishing the dungeon for decades. Wang Mang complained to Chu Tian. Damn it. Being an emperor is not as comfortable as imagined for a time traveler. Those bullshit ministers don't understand my good intentions at all. I propose the Kingfield system, ban the trade of slaves, and reform the currency system and the official system. Stipulated that the salt and iron government camps, mountains and rivers were nationalized, compiled the Chinese code and medical code, and also conquered the 4 directions, demoted the Xiongnu, Goguryeo, and the western regions from their original kings to princes. And I still have to pretend, in line with the image of a sage in the eyes of the minister. Those mud-legged people and the Lu clan still want to rebel against me. After Chu Tian heard what Wang Mang did, he didn't know what to say. Although the system did not force Wang Mang to do these things. After Wang Mang became the emperor, with the players thinking, he naturally wanted to do something big. As a result, still triggered a large-scale rebellion. There is a saying that Wang Mang and Lu Xiao are a duel between a time traveler and a son of a plane. Now it seems that it is indeed true. However, Lu Xiao, the son of luck, gained the support of the system. But Wang Mang still could not compete with him. You saved me. Maybe I can give you a daughter in marriage. Wang Mang thought that Chu Tian had 7 states in the main world, and he couldn't help but have the idea of marriage. Don't. Chu Tian already had enough headaches, and he also had Wei Qing to deal with. If Wang Mang leaves this copy, it probably won't have much use value. Chapter 803, The Princes Who Broke the Situation. On the battlefield of the Battle of Songjin, the Ming Army General Hong Chungcho was kidnapped by Ming Wan. 2 of the 8 Ming Army generals were killed by Ming Wan. Ming Yuan General Wu Sangui and Datong General Wang Pu died unexpectedly. Ming Wan killed a chicken to scare the monkeys, and the remaining 6 generals were panicked by Ming Wan. They did not dare to disobey Ming Wan's orders and followed Ming Wan to fight to the death with the Qing army. Ming Wan personally boosted morale, and the Qing army suffered an unprecedented counterattack by the Ming army. Chang Yuchen personally led the Guanning cavalry to attack the 8 Banners cavalry. How is it possible? How is it possible that Wu Sangui, the commander of the Guanning cavalry, could have broken through the first line of defense? Huang Taiji's face turned pale when he learned that Guanning's cavalry had broken through the Qing army's defense line. The Ming army under the command of Ming Wan broke through the Qing army's defense line in one fell swoop and rushed towards Huang Taiji. The Ming army changed its generals, but the Qing army was unable to resist. Ming Wan doesn't care about the consequences at all, as long as he wins anyway. So he simply killed the supervisor sent by Emperor Chongzhen, killed Ning Yuan Commander-in-Chief Wu Sangui and Datong Commander-in-Chief Wang Pu who advocated escape, took Hong Chungcho hostage, and used a frontal attack to forcefully attack the Qing army. Ming Wan's way of breaking the situation was simple and crude. He believed that the Ming army's weapons were not bad, but lacked morale. So he led a group of soldiers to counterattack wildly. The 2 armies fought fiercely in the trench dug by the Qing army in the south of Jianzhou City. The Qing army's red artillery roared, and a solid lead bullet penetrated a Ming army soldier, leaving his flesh and blood bloody. A solid bullet landed next to Ming Wan's horse, causing rubble to fly. At the end of the Ming dynasty, times have changed. Ming Wan's war horse was frightened, and it was difficult to rein in the horse. In the wars of the Ming and Qing dynasties, matchlocks, even flintlock guns, and bronze cannons had become important weapons. So this battle at Mingwan was also extremely difficult. Fortunately, during this period, the cavalry still played an important role, and the attributes of the generals had a high bonus to the cavalry. Under the cover of the Ming army's artillery, Ming Guan led the cavalry on a rampage and just tore a gap in the Qing army. The leader of the 8 Banners died in battle. Use the red cannon to bombard the outstanding cavalry of the Ming army. Huang Taiji led Zhilang, Azij, Obai and other generals to attack the cavalry of Ming Guan and Chang Yuchen. The artillerymen of the Qing army lit the fuse, and the black gunpowder burned violently. More than 100 red cannons roared, and the solid bullets were ejected by the thrust generated by black powder and fell among the Ming army cavalry. From time to time, Ming army horses were hit and killed instantly. The originally dense cavalry formation of the Ming army was dispersed by artillery. The cavalry around Ming Wan fell. He might also die on the battlefield at any time. The battlefield is filled with smoke and cold weapons, and firearms are even more cruel. Even the most powerful generals may be killed by artillery. The Ming cavalry charged, braving the billowing black smoke and the smoke produced by burning black gunpowder. The Qing army fired volleys of armor-piercing heavy arrows, and each Ming cavalry fell in the middle of the charge. If the Ming army had suppressed the Qing army earlier, it might have been easier at Mingwan. But at this time, the Qing army had the advantage, and the Ming army could only use flesh and blood to open a breakthrough. Li Chongyang, capture the Qing artillery position. Hong Chungcho, organize artillery to suppress the Qing army's firearms. Mingwan issued orders one after another. The Battle of Songjin was completely different from the previous battlefield of completely cold weapons. The deterrent and suppressive power of artillery on the cavalry was strengthened. Therefore, it was particularly important to seize the artillery positions of the Qing army. The Ming army's artillery began to fight back, and Hong Chungcho brought a lot of bronze artillery. The artillery of the 2 armies faced off, and from time to time solid bullets fell into the opposite artillery position. Under the coercion of Mingwan, Hong Chungcho was forced to command the artillery troops of the Ming army to provide support. The battle of life and death for the Ming dynasty begins today. We must succeed. Hong Chungcho looked at the Qing army's position opposite. There were about 100,000 people on both sides fighting here. Unlike the one-sided battle of Kunyang, the battle of Songjin was extremely stalemate. The Qing army was at its peak, and the Ming army was already at the end of the Ming dynasty. Mingwan mainly relied on the 40,000 elites it brought to break the formation. Of course, it also relied on the artillery that Mingwan did not have, but the Ming army had. The Ming army lacked the courage to fight in close combat, so they used relatively safe long-range weapons and still had the strength to fight. Chang Yuchen and Li Chengyang brought by Mingguan were not afraid of close combat at all. Chang Yuchen even rushed to the front. A Ming cavalry force reached the Qing artillery position. Li Chengyang had a suppressive effect on the Jurchen tribe and defeated the Qing cavalry protecting the artillery position. The raised saber swayed with cold light, condescendingly cutting down the artillerymen of the Qing army. The artillerymen lost the protection of the cavalry and basically had no ability to protect themselves. They were massacred by Li Chengyang's cavalry. This kind of firearm is really powerful. Li Chengyang was amazed by the power of the Qing army's red cannon. This kind of cannon is imitated from the Western ship's long cannon from the 16th to 17th centuries, and it is already quite powerful. Originally, the Qing army had 60 self-made red cannons. In the extremely difficult mode, the number of the Qing army's red cannons doubled to a terrifying number of 120. It was precisely because of the suppression of the red cannon that the cavalry of Mingguan suffered heavy losses. After capturing the artillery positions of the Qing army, Mingguan was defeated, and Huang Taiji lost his weapon to suppress the Ming army. Chang Yuchen led the cavalry to attack Huang Taiji's camp. A large number of 8 banners cavalry were killed. Each Niulu was defeated, and Huang Taiji collapsed. Retreat! Huang Taiji was completely shaken in his heart. He did not expect that the Ming army was so crazy. After tens of thousands of casualties, and the loss of the red cannon, they finally gave up the siege of Jinzhou. The Qing army retreated like a tide, and lifted the siege of Jinzhou city. The Ming army finally breathed a sigh of relief. We actually won? In this situation, we can still win? Hong Chengqiu and the 6 surviving generals couldn't believe it. After changing the general, Mingguan's strategy was to fight head-on and defeated Huang Taiji. Maybe Huang Taiji didn't expect that the Ming army would suddenly change their style. Mingguan looked at the battlefield of the Battle of Songjin with corpses everywhere, in order to repel the Qing army and win the victory. He also paid a heavy price. In the Battle of Chongping, the Zhao army repeatedly attacked the Qing army, killing more than 100,000 people. And the Qing army also lost tens of thousands of people. The Zhao army still failed to break through the encirclement set by Bai Qi. Bai Qi's Qing army was extremely offensive. The Zhao army could only stand firm in the face of Bai Qi. While Lao Qin led part of the Zhao army to attack other Qing generals and exchange casualties with the Qing army. After the Zhao army was besieged for 32 days, Bai Qi suddenly stopped the attack, led the Qing army to retreat, and took the initiative to make a passage for the Zhao army. General, the Qing army has begun to retreat. We can break out! Zhao Kuo was already desperate, but the Qing army suddenly gave up attacking the Zhao army, allowing Zhao Kuo to survive. Why did Bai Qi give up attacking us? As long as he continues to surround us, we will be annihilated sooner or later. Zhao Kuo was puzzled by Bai Qi's behavior of withdrawing his troops. He went to Lao Qin specifically to ask how Lao Qin made Bai Qi withdraw his troops. Lao Qin said slowly, South Korea and Wei have intervened. Korea and Wei. Are they enough to make King Qin retreat? These 2 countries have been frightened by Qin. Korea and Wei are only external factors. But there are also internal factors that are enough to shake King Qin. Lao Qin looked at Zhao Kuo as if he were a newcomer. Zhao Kuo still couldn't understand. What's the reason? Annihilate the main force of Zhao. What Wang Lu and other Qin generals cannot do, Bai Qi can easily do. What do you think King Qin will think? Bai Qi has made great achievements in battle. If any battle is crucial to Qin, in all the great battles, Bai Qi was the chief general. From then on, the officers and soldiers of the Qin army only knew Bai Qi, not the king of Qin. The king of Qin just wants to gain land and population from the war with Zhao. If the king of Zhao cedes the land, then the king of Qin will gain another benefit in order to curb Bai Qi's prestige. So he should withdraw his troops. Lao Qin showed no mercy. Anyway, it was not his interests that were lost when King Zhao cut off the territory. Zhao Kuo now understood Lao Qin's purpose of sending Jiasu out. This is a plan to alienate Qin. Old Qin's strategy is exactly the same as Qin Prime Minister Fan Sui's plan to alienate Zhao. Fan Sui may not be able to see through Jiasu's alienation plan, but Bai Qi's military exploits are too high, and South Korea and Wei know Zhao's main force. If they are completely wiped out, the balance among the 7 heroes of the Warring States period will be broken. South Korea and Wei have already planned to send troops to sneak attack Qin's rear. Bai Qi will die soon, at the hands of his own people. The higher the military merit in the Chongping battle, the closer his death will be. This is the fate of a man with great military merit, especially if there is no replacement. Lao Qin looked at the retreating Qin army. In any case, The Battle of Chongping can be broken through the combination of vertical and horizontal, and the separation plan, which is much less difficult than repelling Bai Qi head-on. On a hill near Chongping, the Saint-level commander Bai Qi was already aware of his ill-fated fate. The King of Qin and Qin Prime Minister Fan Sui asked Bai Qi to withdraw his troops, and the state of Zhao ceded the cities currently occupied by the Qin army and 6 new cities. The state of Qin had basically achieved its goal. However, Bai Qi still saw other meanings in it. If the main force of Zhao state is annihilated in the Battle of Chongping, the Qin army has a certain probability of capturing Zhao state's Handan and directly destroying Zhao state. Bai Qi was confident of defeating the 3 Qin coalition forces composed of South Korea, Wei and Zhao. However, on the contrary, King Qin and Fan Sui were unwilling to continue fighting. They seemed to be afraid of Bai Qi. When a force relies too much on one military commander to destroy the enemy country, then the military commander's achievements will overwhelm his master. Fan Zhu used the excuse that the soldiers were tired and in urgent need of recuperation, and asked for permission to cede territory to Zhao for peace. It was a missed opportunity. After the Battle of Chongping, if I resigned from the hospital, could I have escaped disaster? I'm afraid it would have been very difficult. Bai Qi thought about his future and resented Prime Minister Fan Sui. But when he thought that King Qin had the intention behind it, he couldn't help but shake his head. He fought for King Zhaoxian of Qin for more than 30 years and made great achievements. As his military achievements increased, King Qin could no longer give Bai Qi any rewards. This was a very dangerous time. When the birds are gone, the good bough is hidden. When the cunning rabbit dies, the lackeys are cooked. Chapter 804 The Battle of Kunyang ends. In the Battle of Constantinople in 1453, the Ottoman Empire launched a general attack on Constantinople, the last city of the Byzantine Empire, from both land and sea. In the Golden Horn, the Turks used huge artillery to destroy fortifications and bombard the defending Byzantine ships. To the west, Mehmed II commanded more than 100,000 Turkish troops to break into the castle from many places. The Roman Lord Pompey commanded the Roman legions and assisted the Byzantine Emperor Constantine XI in desperately resisting the Ottoman Empire army. However, after suffering heavy casualties, he still could not resist the Ottoman Empire army and the terrifying conqueror Bayer in the extremely difficult mode. Mate 2. It seems to be the extremely difficult mode, but for Pompeo, it is no less than the HL mode. A few days ago, when a meteorite fell on the Kunyang battlefield where Chutian was located, a lunar eclipse appeared in the sky over Constantinople, which was regarded as an ominous omen by the defenders. The Turks have entered the city. Unfortunately, I have to leave here before being surrounded. If you want to leave this castle, then I can try to take you out of here. Pompey wanted to take Constantine XI away before exiting the copy. As the last emperor of the Byzantine Empire, Constantine XI struggled hard, but to no avail. He only had one city, and could not compete with the expanding Ottoman Empire. Pompey could not help but feel pity when he thought that Constantine XI would only die if he continued to stay in the castle. I belong to Constantinople, and will never abandon this city. Constantine XI took off his purple royal robe, drew his sword, and led a few soldiers to the alley of Constantinople. Opposite him was the incoming Ottoman Turkish Empire army, and the overwhelming star and moon flag. Constantine! Beyond that is H.L. Pompey has chosen to exit the copy, and he can leave safely in 10 minutes. Constantine XI did not answer Pompey, but rushed into the Ottoman army and fought bloody battles with the Turks with his sword. The king dies in Shaji. Pompey shook his head. When the Ottoman army occupied Constantinople, Pompey had already exited the Battle of Constantinople. Copy. Not all lords can successfully complete extremely difficult epic battles. Pompey cursed and exited this Lish copy. Even if more powerful lords such as Chutian and Alexander came to the Battle of Constantinople, the outcome would be similar to Pompey. In the copy of the Battle of Gaugamela, where Alexander was located, the huge Persian army of King Darius III of Persia outflanked the Macedonian army from both wings. The Persian heavy cavalry directly broke through the middle line of defense of the Macedonian army and occupied the main camp of the Macedonian army, fighting with Alexander. The rear troops deployed engage in battle. The balance of the war has tilted 90% towards the Persian army. Macedonian veteran Parmenio was firmly supporting the left wing and fighting for opportunities for Alexander. During the movement of the army, the dust was billowing, and the coordination of the various Persian armies revealed flaws. Alexander led his companion cavalry and silver shield soldiers to suddenly attack the left side of the Persian army where Darius was, and killed him in one fell swoop. The warrior's chariot was hit by a javelin. A driver was shot dead, and blood splattered on Darius' robe. The Persian army was in chaos, and the Macedonian army took advantage of the situation to counterattack, and the Persian army was defeated. The lord of the Holy Roman Empire, Hohenzollern, stepped on the fallen flag of the Arab Empire army with his military boots. He joined forces with the Iron Hammer, the prime minister of the Frankish kingdom, to defeat the Arab Empire army in the era of great conquest in the dungeon. At this time, the Arab Empire and the Tang dynasty dominated the east and west, but the expansion of the Arab Empire had reached its limit. Iron Hammer should be an imperial commander. He can be described as a hero by defeating the Arab Empire army of this era and preventing Europe from being assimilated by the Arabs. Hohenzollern admired Iron Hammer, the prime minister of the Frankish kingdom. If it weren't for the hammer and Arab civilization occupied Europe, no one knows what would have happened after the world line changed. The epic battles of various civilization lords have come to an end one after another, and these lords are already familiar with epic battles. On the Kunyang battlefield, Chu Tian rescued Wang Mang, who was desperate. The leader of the Green Forest army did not dare to say anything. After all, Chu Tian's troops were here. Wang Mang voluntarily gave up the throne, and the entire dungeon world was in chaos. Wang Mang's descendants brought more than a dozen carriages loaded with gold and silver to Kunyang City, and Chu Tian accepted Wang Mang's bribe. Chu Tian wanted to abduct Lu Xiu or some Green Forest army generals back to the main world, but they were unwilling to give up the good situation of the Green Forest army in the dungeon world. In other words, the main characters of the epic battle dungeon generally could not be taken away. Ding! The SSS-level personal mission Traverser Wang Mang you accepted failed. You will regain your identity as a player. The characteristics you acquired will disappear, and you can leave the instance with no more than 10 people. Wang Mang resumed his status as a player and felt a little lonely. Dad, do we really want to go to the other place you mentioned to take refuge? Wang Mang's daughter was a little confused. From now on, they will lose their status as princes and princesses and become commoners. The Green Forest Army and the Red Eyebrow Army are watching with eager eyes. Staying here is just a dead end. If you take refuge elsewhere, you can survive at least. Wang Mang couldn't help but sigh when he met his family. The 800,000-strong army was defeated by him in this way. After Chu Tian used Lu Xiu's ability to defeat Wang Mang, he was ready to exit the dungeon. Of the 800,000-strong army, not many soldiers were actually killed or captured, and even more soldiers escaped. Chu Tian captured tens of thousands of new army soldiers and planned to bring them all back to the Han Empire. Chu Tian also thought about forcibly kidnapping Lu Xiu and his group, but they were warned by the system. So Chu Tian had to sigh again that Lu Xiu was a son of the plain. I don't know what's going on with the other lords. Return to the Han Empire as soon as possible. Will you attack Guangzhou or Liaodong this time? During the Battle of Kunyang, Chu Tian also imagined the layout of the main world. Guangzhou focuses on defense, and it will take a lot of time to break through the Guangzhou area that Lao Qin worked so hard to manage. In the entire Guangzhou region, the popular support of various cities has reached more than 90, and the popular support of Xianying City may reach 97. The higher the public support, the higher the efficiency of recruiting troops. Residents will also help defend the city and transport food. Mingguan and Liaodong is good at attacking, and Chu Tian's main force is deep in the pass. Mingguan will definitely attack Yuzhou again. Last time the three major princes in the north tested each other's plans and trump cards. The next time they start a war, it may be a battle with millions of casualties. It will be a true fight to the death, and there will be no room for holding back. After testing out the elite legions of Lao Qin and Mingguan, Chu Tian prepared to use all his strength to eliminate the two major princes. Perhaps we should take the lead in pacifying Liaodong, forcing Mingguan, who is good at offense, to switch to defense, and attract Lao Qin, who is good at defense, to attack? Chu Tian was thinking about changing his thinking on the Northern War. Mingguan's Liaodong seems to be strong, but in fact, there are hidden dangers. It's time for us to return to the Han Empire. After Chu Tian completed the Battle of Kunyang, he chose to withdraw from the Battle of Kunyang and return to the Han Empire as soon as possible to reorganize the layout. Now that the overall situation has been decided, I plan to marry the eldest lady of the Yin family in Xinya, and then march to Chang'an. I hope we will have the opportunity to meet again in the future. Lu Xiu led Wang Feng, Wang Chang and other generals of the Green Forest Army to say goodbye to Chu Tian. No! There's a good chance we won't see each other again. Chu Tian could not help but feel regretful that he could not turn Lu Shou back. But Lu Shou was really the winner in life. He won the Battle of Kunying and soon married Yin Lihua of the Xinya family. In a few years, he would become the emperor. Wang Mang was taken by Chu Tian. When he looked at Lu Xiu, he could only sigh. He felt that he had been cheated by the system. Really? Maybe we will see you again if we have a chance in the future. Lu Xiu just smiled. Chu Tian remembered that the famous battle related to Lu Xiu was the Battle of Kunying. Although there were other battles in the late Western Han Dynasty, they may not be as famous. Chu Tian could not imagine how he would see Lu Xiu again. Even if we meet again, will we be friends or enemies? To be honest, Chu Tian was not very willing to be an enemy of Lu Xiu. This person was protected by the system and could summon meteorites. How could he win? Xing, have you packed your things? Chu Tian called Hui Qing, who was busy, and the relationship between the two became slightly closer. In the Battle of Kunying, Chu Tian lost less than 10,000 people and successfully completed it. Relying on Lu Xiu, the son of the plain, it was effortless. I should have chosen HL mode. No, if I were in HL mode, my opponent might be Lu Xiu, and I might be hit by a meteorite. Chu Tian said to himself and returned to the Han Empire with Wang Mang. Chu Tian and others disappeared out of thin air. The Green Forest army was in an uproar and knelt down one after another. Lu Xiu put his hands behind his back and watched Chu Tian and his party leave. Chapter 805 Lu Xiu's Characteristics. This battle is a bit easy. Chu Tian returned to Xia City without any danger. After an epic battle, he was not injured at all. Lu Xiu's character was too domineering, and he could forcefully reverse the situation of the battle so that Chu Tian didn't have to fight too hard. Is this the so-called Xia City? This city is more prosperous than Chang'an City where I am. Wang Mang looked around and was surprised by the prosperous Xia City. The main world is obviously larger than the dungeon, so the city size is also larger. Ding! You won the epic battle of Kunying, captured Wang Mang, and received 2 Lu Xiu's characteristics as a reward. Because you have reached the upper limit of 6 characteristics, you can choose to overwrite the existing characteristics, and then or give other players traits. Ding! You have obtained the Yuletai 28 Generals 1 Recruitment Order. Ding! You have obtained the S-level characteristic for Great Inventions of Papermaking, which can be given to other players or NPCs. Chu Tian received a reminder from the system that after the Battle of Kunying, the rewards began to be settled. 2 characteristics of Lu Xiu. Chu Tian was shocked when he saw Lu Xiu's characteristics in the reward list. Lu Xiu's ability must be extraordinary, and you get 2 characteristics randomly. Chu Tian was a little puzzled. He already has 6 characteristics. 5 SSS level characteristics: Han Wu, Jingguan Ji, Tian Kan, Feng Lang Ju Su, Song Lang White Deer, and 1 S level characteristic: 3 Dukes of the World. In Chu Tian's view, Lu Xiu's characteristics should not be lower than S level, so he can replace the 4th generation and 3 young masters. There is little need to replace other features. Otherwise it would be a waste. 2 features. 1 for personal use, which means you can give 1 feature to others. You live in Xia City, and the officials here will make arrangements for you. Chu Tian arranged for Wang Mang and his family to live in Xiaoqing. Wang Mang has no influence in the main world, and he is old, so Chu Tian doesn't have to worry about them being a threat. After handing over Wang Mang's family to the officials in Xia City, Chu Tian returned to Prince Xia's mansion. Uncle Chu, are you back? A young girl happened to come out of Prince Xia's mansion and bumped into Chu Tian, saying in surprise, Chu Tian just nodded casually. The person who came out of Prince Xia's mansion was Ma Yunlu. It's just that when Ma Yunlu grew up, he was no longer as naughty as before. Ma Yunlu is quite popular in Prince Xia's mansion, and everyone in Prince Xia's mansion also tacitly agrees that Ma Yunlu can come and go freely in Prince Xia's mansion. Father! Chu Wu was wearing a short schoolboy's green shirt. He was about 5 or 6 years old and had already started studying in a private school. Did you do any mischief while I was away? Children don't dare. Chu Wu's voice still had a bit of a milky sound. Chu Tian was a little dissatisfied. Chu Wu looked too weak. If Chu Tian could pacify the world in a year he was established, then Chu Wu could also be a loyal king. But the crux of the problem is that the world is too big. There are several princes in the Han Empire alone, and there are hundreds of great lords all over the world. It is not easy to completely conquer these great lords. Revolts may also break out in each conquered civilization. Ming-1 has occupied Goryeo for several years, and it still suffers from major headaches due to rebellion from time to time. Chu Tian hopes that his son will be more martial in spirit, whether it is to quell troubled times or to quell rebellion. Force is needed. Chu Tian still has to think carefully about how to train Chu Wu in the future. When Chu Tian came back, Prince Xiao's mansion was lively again. Choose to replace 4 generations and 3 dukes. Chu Tian assigned one of Lu Xiu's random characteristics to himself to collect 6 SSS level characteristics. Ding! You have obtained the SSS level characteristic Son of the Plane from Emperor Guangwu Lu Xiu. The Son of the Plane. It turns out that he really has such characteristics. Chu Tian checked the specific function of this wonderful feature. Characteristic, Son of the Plane. Grade, SSS grade. Origin, Lu Xiu. Emperor Guangwu of Han Dynasty. Effect, people with this characteristic will have increased hidden luck. It was the first time that Chu Tian saw such a concise feature, and even the specific effects could not be seen. In short, this is a luck-boosting feature. As an SSS level feature, its value is definitely not low. But Chu Tian doesn't know how to use it specifically. Lu Xiu has this special ability, which is simply unbelievable. No wonder some people say that luck is also part of strength. After obtaining the SSS level characteristics, Chu Tian now comes with an army aura, 2 cavalry characteristics, a governance characteristic, a metaphysical characteristic, and a foreign warfare characteristic. Basically, he has achieved 6 god-level characteristics, and he wants to replace them in the future. The price/performance ratio is no longer high. Chu Tian also has 2 attributes that he can choose to give to others. One is Lu Xiu's random attribute, and the other is the for great inventions of papermaking. Needless to say, the value of Lu Xiu's random characteristics is that a top-ranking emperor has at least S-level characteristics. Another feature is a bit interesting and belongs to the production category. Characteristics for great inventions of papermaking. Grade S grade. Origin, Kailun of the Eastern Han Dynasty improved papermaking technology, which reduced the cost of papermaking and facilitated the spread of knowledge. Effect, the production cost of all papermaking buildings of the affiliated force is minus 40%, and the cultural influence is plus 10%. A very practical feature. Chu Tian considered giving it to a special talent from the Ministry of Industry to be in charge of the papermaking industry to improve papermaking efficiency. Now there is only one random characteristic of Lu Xiu left. Chu Tian's own characteristics were already full, and each characteristic had its own role. So he simply gave this random characteristic to his son. Chu Tian checked his son's dashboard. Name, Chu Wu. Grade, : Identity, player Chu Tian. Player Xiao Liang Zizi. Commander, : Force, : Intelligence, : Politics, : Characteristic 1, what I am born with will be useful, S-level trait. A higher probability of obtaining high basic attributes, high-quality characteristics, and a lower probability of obtaining exclusive troops during the growth process. After the age of 16, this characteristic disappears. When it disappears, another one will be obtained, replaced by a random trait. Feature 2, : Feature 3, : Feature 4, : Feature 5, : Exclusive military type, : Explanation, before the age of 16. Abilities and talents are undetermined and unknowable. Chu Tian was stunned when he saw that his son had acquired 5 characteristics unknowingly. What kind of god is his son? He has 5 characteristics at such a young age? 2 of the characteristics are rewards Chu Tian gave to his son. One is the S-level characteristic. I am born with talents that will be useful. And the other is Lu Xiu's random characteristic. And, Lord, before the age of 16, you are not considered young and strong, so you cannot view the detail panel. Chu Wu received the inheritance from Lu Ji, so the other 3 characteristics may come from Lu Ji, or it may be the effect of I am born with talents that will be useful, that allowed Chu Wu to obtain the characteristics. Although I don't know what the specific characteristics are yet. People with 5 characteristics are quite rare. You should learn more from Sister Lure. Sometimes, you need to use force to solve problems. Chu Tian knew that his eldest son already had 5 characteristics, and would most likely become a qualified heir in the future. So he paid more attention to the cultivation of Chu Wu. He hoped that Chu Wu could have some of the martial arts of Xiliang generals. Chu Wu nodded. Are you too harsh on your son? His age is not suitable for practicing martial arts. Xiao Liang rescued Chu Wu. He has 5 characteristics. He may be a handsome player in the future. We cannot let his talent be wasted like this. Chu Tian gave a random characteristic of Lu Xiu to Chu Wu. And Chu Wu also had the characteristics of Lu Xi. If they were not cultivated properly, it would be a waste of resources. 5 characteristics? Xiao Liang knows what this means. Even she doesn't have so many characteristics. Jixia Academy also seems to have an easy time understanding characteristics. It is not impossible to directly reach 6 characteristics after reaching adulthood. No, it should be very possible. Chu Tian thought about his son's promising future, and he was somewhat hopeful. But it would be 10 years later for this son to grow up. Chapter 806-28 Generals of Yantai. Chu Tian flipped his wrist, and a recruitment order appeared in his palm. He also has a recruitment order for the 28 Generals of Yantai in his hand, which can recruit a random general among them. 28 Generals of Yantai, provided that this person is not in the main world of Lord yet. Appear. Ding! You used the Yantai 28 Generals recruitment order to gain the allegiance of the king-level commander Gong Yen. Chu Tian obtained the recruitment order by consuming the reward. Gong Yen? Chu Tian thought about it, and still had some impression of this person. The Gong family was a common surname in the Eastern Han Dynasty. It gave birth to 2 generals, 9 generals, 13 ministers, 3 princesses, 19 princes, Shonlong generals, Chong guardians and governors, and dozens of 2,000 stones. Hundreds of people. The reason is also very simple. Gong Yan's Yuzhou soldiers and horses played an important role in Lu Xiu's establishment of the emperor's career. A very young general appeared in front of Chu Tian. Name, Gong Yan. Talent, king-level commander, cavalry system/siege system. Level 30. Identity, General Jianwei of the Eastern Han Dynasty. Loyalty, 80. Commander, 84, maximum 95. Force 80, maximum 89. Intelligence, 70, maximum 80. Politics, 60, maximum 72. Charm, 78. Phasiality, calm. Favorability, 70. Feature 1, slaughter 300 cities, SS level exclusive feature. Legion siege damage plus 30%. Siege equipment power plus 15%. Defenders are easily afraid. Feature 2, where there is a will, there is a way, S level exclusive feature. Legion defense plus 11%. Formation maintenance plus 11%. The general is injured. It will not affect the Legion's combat effectiveness. Characteristic 3, lead the assault cavalry, S level trait. When commanding the Yuzhou assault cavalry, the Yuzhou assault cavalry's attack power plus 15%. Impact power plus 15%. Special unit, Yuzhou assault cavalry, 7th level heavy cavalry. Upper limit of 10,000. Achievements, served as a general at the age of 22. Pacified 46 counties for Emperor Guangwu Lu Xiu. And conquered 300 cities without any setbacks. Lu Xiu compared him to Han Xian. Chu Tian looked at Gong Yan's panel, and quickly understood Gong Yan's position. He was a dual-system general of cavalry and siege systems. Such special generals are quite rare. Generally speaking, cavalry generals are not very good at attacking cities. But Gong Yan can be used as 2 people by 1 person. He can attack cities, and be used as a cavalry general. Yuzhou sudden cavalry. Chu Tian couldn't help but become interested when he saw that Gong Yan's exclusive unit was the Yuzhou assault cavalry. Chu Tian always felt that there was something missing in the Yuzhou army. Now that Gong Yan was there, he could recruit the Yuzhou cavalry, Shiliang iron cavalry, Bingzhou wolf cavalry, and Yuzhou assault cavalry were the 3 major cavalry arms in the northern frontier of the Han Empire. Chu Tian occupies Yuzhou, and it is not difficult to recruit Yuzhou's sudden riders for Gong Yan. Rather, as long as you have money. If you have money, you can pay military salaries, build weapons, and breed war horses. Chu Tian got a sum of gold and silver from Wang Meng not long ago, and now he has a place to use it. Chu Tian also noticed that Gong Yan's achievements were credited with pacifying 46 counties. There were only more than 100 counties in the entire Han Empire. Are you confident that you will go to Yuzhou, lead an army alone, and establish a cavalry regiment? Chu Tian knew that Yuzhou's military strength was not strong enough. So he transferred Gong Yan to Yuzhou and formed a new army, with 10,000 Yuzhou assault cavalry as the core. And its positioning was to focus on both field battles and city sieges. With the mobility of the cavalry and Gong Yan's siege bonus, cities can be captured quickly. Gong Yan replied, in the end, I will go through fire and water without hesitation. I will ask Wei Qin to come and take you to Yuzhou. This time, we may be the first to attack Liaodong and deal with the powerful enemies in Liaodong. Chu Tian had the idea of changing the direction of his main attack. Currently, Yuo is facing greater pressure than the Central Plains. Luoyang was guarded by Wu Qi, and it was difficult for Lao Qin to attack the Central Plains. Wu Qi also wished that Lao Qin would send troops, so that he could find a chance to defeat the Guanzhong army head-on. Therefore, Chu Tian successively transferred more cavalry generals to Yuzhou, preparing to seize the Liaoxi corridor and weaken the power of Mingguan. Wei Qing heard that he had a new general, so he immediately came to Xiaqing from Jixian and regarded Geng Yan, who was still very young at this time, very highly. Geng Yan was worshipped as a general by Lu Xiu at the age of 22. He was different from Liu, but he was already legendary. As a result, the Yuzhou army's general team and foundation became stronger. My lord, the Xiao army has assembled a large number of cavalry in Yuzhou, and the target may be Liaodong. In Liaodong City, Mingguan came back in disgrace and learned the unfavorable news. In order to win the Battle of Songjin, Mingguan suffered heavy losses. Zhu Zimu wants to change his mind and take the lead in attacking Liaodong, but Liaodong is not that easy to attack. Mingguan's face was solemn, and Chu Tian suddenly changed the direction of attack, which made Mingguan's forces uncomfortable. The Liaodong army was good at attacking, and Chu Tian wanted to force the Liaodong army to switch to defense. Li Chonggui, the commander-in-chief of the Koryo Kingdom, reported that Xia Jun's Fubo Corps occupied Ganghua Island, plundered coastal villages, and attempted to attack Geijingcheng, the capital of the Koryo Kingdom. Let Li Chonggui defend Kaijing City well. They don't have extra troops to attack Koryo, so don't worry. Recruit cavalry from all tribes. Maybe the war will begin soon. Groups of cavalry left the teleportation array in Liaodong City and went to various tribes to mobilize for the war. Because of the episode of the fifth epic battle, the Northern War was temporarily suspended, and various princes stopped testing. But once the war starts again this time, it will not be as simple as testing. Murong Xianbei tribe. Murong Ba summoned more than a dozen important generals from the tribe. The war is about to start. We Murong Xianbei should be careful to avoid being destroyed. Duan Xianbei, Yuan Xianbei, Jurchen tribe, and Wuhuan tribe also had their own conspiracies. In Central Asia, the royal city of the Seljuk Empire, Agadai, the second great Khan of the Mongol Empire, escaped from the fifth epic battle instance in embarrassment. Damn it! Suda and Chang Yuchen are really amazing. Wakutai met Suda and Chang Yuchen in the Battle of Datong, copy at the end of the Yuan dynasty. In that extremely difficult mode, he was taught a crazy lesson by these two Ming army commanders. Wakutai failed and fled back directly. Is there any movement in the Western Region Protectorate during my absence? Wakutai was depressed. After the copy failed, he could still get some rewards. He was more concerned about the intervention of the Western Region Protectorate in Central Asia. Yeludashi said, the Protectorate of the Western Regions built a fortress in Dewan and recruited cavalry. It seems that they do not want to continue the attack and have turned to defense. The Western Region Protectorate's move is unusual. They don't want to interfere with the Kushan Empire. Could it be their plan? Wakutai seemed to have thought of a possibility. Yeludashi continued, the general has the same idea. The Western Region's Protectorate is very likely to intervene in the civil war of the Han Empire. The population of the Western Region's Protectorate is not large. Once they decide to intervene in the Han Empire civil war, they will not be able to maintain it. The troops invested in Central Asia. As the saying goes, you can't have your cake and eat it too. Should we also intervene in the civil war of the Han Empire? Unifying the Han Empire does not seem to be a good thing for us. Wakutai hesitated. If Mobe was still in his hands, he would choose to directly intervene in the Han Empire's northern war and profit from it. Yeludashi did not think it was appropriate to intervene in the civil war of the Han Empire. Your Majesty, please take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to conquer the Kushan Empire. The Indus River should become our pasture. Conquer the ignorant local natives, and let them work for us. Chapter 807 The Western Region Protectorate enters the customs. From the Western Region Protectorate and Luntai City, Huang came back with several generals. It's the expedition to Dewan again. Fortunately, I have invaded Dewan twice in a row and am familiar with the journey. Huang was assigned a copy of Li Guangli's expedition to Dewan during the period of Emperor Wu of the Han Dynasty. For Huang, who was familiar with the terrain of the western regions and had Wu Xubing as his general, it was not difficult, so he completed it easily. Lord, the eldest lady is back. Huang returned to Luntai City, and Wang Xuanzi reminded Huang, my little sister, I wonder how I am doing in Xia City. Huan met with Qing, who had returned from Xiaoqing. Elder brother. Qingqing, has Chu Tian treated you badly? If he dares to neglect you, then I will not participate in this northern war. Maybe I will still side with Lao Qin. Huan also attaches great importance to this biological sister. After all, being trapped in Lord Huan is such a relative. And he also gave up two S-level characteristics to Wei Qing. Brother, I came back just to talk to you about the war in the north. Chu Tian wants to borrow troops from you to attack Xiliang. A married sister is like water being thrown away. I didn't expect that it would be Chu Tian's business when I opened my mouth. And he didn't care about my safety. There is no problem in sending troops to Xiliang. But before getting involved in the northern war, I need to complete the Duan Kingdom. The Han Empire needs a nail in Central Asia. This is due to future considerations and must be defended. Intervening in the northern war means making choices and giving up some of its interests in Central Asia. I have scouts here who have learned that Tulay of the Ilkhanate, Temujin's most talented military son, has already intended to send generals such as Subutai and Kublai Khan to attack the Kushan Empire. Huan knew that the troops of the Western Region Protectorate had entered the pass and would not be able to stop the brutal expansion of Ajadai's forces in Central Asia. The advantage of having troops from the Western Region Protectorate enter the pass is to unify the Han Empire as soon as possible. The specific gains and losses will depend on how to weigh them. The Umshi Rebellion broke out in the Middle Tang Dynasty. The Tang Dynasty dispatched troops from the Anxi Protectorate to join King Guanqin. Coupled with the rise of Tubo, the Tang Dynasty almost lost control of Central Asia and the Tian Shan Mountains. Brother, you and Chu Tian can decide whether to enter the border or not. I'm just here to supervise you. Humph. It's true that the girls are going out. I have already planned to enter the pass. Not only Xiliang, but also the southern barbarians need my troops. This guy Liu Bei actually wants to pacify the southern barbarians. The southern barbarians are your sister-in-law's territory. How can you let Liu Bei occupy it? Luntai City, the Western Region Protectorate, and Su Fengnian's military generals came back one after another from various places. The civil war in the Han Empire has spread to the Western Region's Protectorate, and even the Western regions are not peaceful. My lord has decided to enter the customs. We cannot stay out of it. The civil war in the Han Empire may have a winner. I just don't know where we will be assigned. Liangzhou, Liaodong, Nanman, or will we stay in Dewan and the Western regions? Huizibing, Chentang, Gao Xianji, Wang Zhongzi, Ban Chao and others gathered, who had unknowingly assembled an amazing team. If in the densely populated Central Plains area, Huan could also become a great prince competing in the north. But Huan has always been at odds with Central Asia and wanted to conquer Central Asia and expand the territory of the Han Empire. The reputation of a loser in the Central Plains is not as good as being remembered in history by expanding the territory. I want to fight back to Xiliang. Those three people who betrayed me must make an end with them. Su Fengnian is still brooding about being betrayed. Enter the customs? Huizibing couldn't help but look to the east. This group of generals fought in the western regions and Central Asia for a long time. This time, Huan plans to enter the border. Everyone is waiting for orders. Huan brought Huiqing over. The military generals of the Western Region Protectorate were all solemn, and they were finally about to enter the pass. Su Fengnian is responsible for the attack on Liangzhou, and I will assign Huizibing to you. Ban Chao and Gao Xianji will guard the Dayuan Kingdom, while Wang Xuanzi and Chen Tang will guard the Western Region Protectorate. Guarding the Kingdom of Duan? It's really boring. Gao Xianji couldn't help but feel depressed when he heard that Huan had deployed himself into Duan. Entering the pass to fight is a great military achievement. The threat from Central Asia is huge. It is very difficult to defend the Duan Kingdom. This can be considered a credit. In the future, if we annex Central Asia, we will need the teleportation array of the Duan Kingdom as a springboard. Huan paid a high price in order to fight for the Dayuan Kingdom. If the Dayuan Kingdom was lost, he would have to cross the Songling Mountains again next time to attack the Dayuan Kingdom. Counting the number of dungeons, Huan has already made 3 consecutive expeditions to Duan, and he does not have the energy for a 4th expedition. The Pamir Plateau is now commonplace for him. Even if he is asked to lead an army across the Alps in the future, Huan will probably find it very easy. Wang Xuanzi asked, My lord, stay at the Protector's mansion, or should you go to the pass? Nanman, defeat Liu Bei first. Liu Bei dares to attack Nanman. This time, he will suffer. The Protectorate of the Western regions once again recruited troops and horses, and obtained millions of cattle. horses, and sheep from the Dayuan kingdom. Among them, there were tens of thousands of fine sweat-blooded horses. And the remaining war horses were even larger in number. The blood-stained horse will be used first to recruit the Imperial Hussars. Secondly, to recruit the Western Region Protectorate Army and the Anxi Protectorate Army. And thirdly, the Servant Army, who had assigned excellent war horses one after another according to the elite level of each legion. Su Fengyan organized 4 legions. Ma Teng and Han Sui formed 1. Li Hu and Dugu Xian formed 1. Yang Shiho formed 1. Hu Tsubing and Zhao Pona formed 1. Each with 40,000 cavalry. A total of 160,000 cavalry. To attack Liangzhou, I will lead 80,000 infantry and cavalry, and enter the southern barbarians to support Miuk. The Western Region Protectorate sent a total of 240,000 troops. King Wusun heard that Huan was going to the pass to fight, so he recommended himself. The Wusun cavalry is willing to serve as the vanguard and help the king to pacify the world. The Wusun kingdom's defense of the Ili Valley is a great help to me. Wakuata will not remain indifferent to my entry. He may attack the Ili Valley by surprise. Protect the Ili Valley for me. As commanded. King Wusun is undoubtedly a reliable subordinate, and has proven his loyalty twice through counterintuitive schemes. Groups of cavalry entered the teleportation formation and headed for Dunhuang. Dunhuang County and Yumen Pass are still under Su Fengyan's control. Why are there mobilization of troops and horses in Luntai City again? Is it possible that after the Western Region Protectorate's expedition to Dewan is over, there will be another big war? The people of Luntai City noticed something unusual about the Western Region Protectorate. A large number of soldiers, horses, food and grass were transported to the teleportation array. The original expensive cost of the teleportation array was almost completely ignored by the Western Region Protectorate. Then there was only one possibility. Another war would break out in the Western Region Protectorate. But who is the target this time? The scouts deployed by Lao Qin and Wakutai in Luntai City immediately brought the news of the Western Region Protectorate back to their respective forces. The Protectorate of the Western Regions will also participate in the war. This time it is really a war within the Han Empire, involving all the princes. Lao Qin gained a characteristic and was initially a little confident. But the Western Region Protectorate suddenly sent troops, making Lao Qin frown. Last time Chu Tian arranged for Zhang Dao to invade Liangzhou, which delayed a lot of the Qin army. After Zhang Dao was repulsed, Chu Tian found Su Fengyan, who was currently in the Western Region Protectorate, to come out again to create trouble for Lao Qin. Su Fengyan's threat is no less than Zhang Dao's, or even greater than Zhang Dao's. Zhang Dao's peasant army was afraid of the Shiliang cavalry, but Su Fengyan was not afraid of the Shiliang cavalry. Rather, the Shiliang cavalry owned by the Qin army were just the remaining cavalry from Su Fengyan's gains. His Royal Highness the King of Qin, Yizhou Mu, Duke of Shu, and General Lu Xuanda of the left are waiting outside the palace to receive you. Sun Yu walked into the palace and reported to Lao Qin, who had a headache. Lu Xuanda is finally here. I have been waiting for him for a long time. Soon, the high-spirited Liu Bei came to the palace. Liu Bei struggled for 10 years and finally found a stable foothold. His power was on the rise, and the situation was excellent. This time I came to Xining City. In addition to meeting the Emperor, Xuanda has something to ask for. Lao Qin looked at Liu Bei, whom he was already familiar with. This man's willpower was simply extraordinary. Liu Bei's success is not so much about benevolence and righteousness as it is about his extremely tenacious willpower. Xuanda just says it doesn't matter. Your Excellency, if you want Yizhou to join the Xining Alliance, you must agree to Xuanda. Return power to the Emperor of Han, and restore the Han dynasty. You should not follow Dong Zhuo's example and hold the Emperor hostage to order the princes. It will not be easy to restore the power of the Emperor of Han. The Emperor of Han is not capable of dealing with troubled times. After defeating King Xiao and unifying the Han Empire, I will return power to the Emperor of Han. It's a deal? It's a deal. So what do I need to do? Hold Zhang Dao from Hanzhong and Yuk from Namman. Last time they tested each other. They couldn't wait to jump out and become my enemy. They pose too great a threat to me. Both of them are governors of Yizhou, and you are now the new governor. It is your duty as a shepherd in Yizhou to put down the rebellion of the two governors. This is an edict from the emperor asking you to put down Yizhou. You cannot disobey the imperial edict. Lao Qin threw the imperial edict to Liu Bei, and Liu Bei easily caught it. The imperial edict still had a great effect on Liu Bei. In any case, Liu Bei had to consider the consequences of rejecting the imperial edict of the Emperor of Han. Competing for the Central Plains in the name of supporting the Han Dynasty has both advantages and disadvantages. Hanzhong and Nammen have a large population. If we can recover these two places, it will be exactly what I want. I promise you. Can I need assistance? No need. I can pacify Hanzhong and Nammen with my own strength. As expected of Lu Xuanda, I want to hear your plan. Liu Bei discussed with Lao Qin again and then left. Lao Qin looked at Liu Bei's leaving figure and knew that Liu Bei's rise might affect the civil war in the Han Empire. Seeing that old Qin had allowed Liu Bei to leave, Li Si, the chief minister of the Qin palace, suggested to old Qin, "My lord, you can detain Liu Bei in Xining City and try to annex his tribe. Liu Bei is a hero, so let him leave safely. This is tantamount to letting the tiger return to the mountain." Li Si, Chu Zimu has already begun to plan for the next war. We don't have time to subdue Liu Bei for our own use. We can only use Liu Bei. Only his charm can command the current Yizhou army. Now except Wang Defa, the prince of Jiaozhou, the princes of the 12 states have all intervened in the civil war. Chapter 808 Target Liaoxi. In Jixian County, Yuzhou, a large amount of grain, grass, soldiers and horses were transported here. Not only the Yuzhou army, but also generals from Chutian's imperial guard arrived one after another. Cao Cao, Su Rong, Xia Hoyuan and other generals of the Yuzhou army were probably aware of what was going to happen. Originally, the Central Plains army was responsible for the main attack and the Yuzhou army was responsible for the defense. But now it has been changed. The Central Plains army is responsible for the defense, while the Yuzhou army is responsible for attacking the Western Liaoning corridor. Our goal is the Western Liaoning corridor. Chu Tian summoned all the generals of the Yuzhou army, as well as the generals of the Imperial Guard, and counselors such as Sun Yu, Guijia, and Sun Bin were also among them. In addition, there is Geng Yin, who has newly joined the Yuzhou army. Chu Tian pointed his finger at the Liaoxi corridor on the map. The last time he captured Helua, he completely suppressed Lao Qin's sphere of influence to the Guanzhong area. But this time, Chu Tian's goal is to seize the Liaoxi corridor and suppress Mingwan's sphere of influence to Liaodong. Step by step, the three major Xianbei families and the Wuhuan three king tribes in western Liaoning will be the biggest obstacle to the occupation of western Liaoning. In the last battle of Yuzhou, the three major Xianbei and Wuhuan three king tribes caused a lot of losses to us. Murong Xianbei's strength can even compete with the Tiger and Leopard cavalry. In addition to Murong Xianbei, Duan Xianbei and Yuan Xianbei also have many generals. Each tribe is equivalent to one of our legions. The strength of the Wuhuan tribe is relatively weak, but it is better because of its large number of people. Wuhuan is the largest tribe in western Liaoning. Wei Qing explained the situation in western Liaoning to the arriving Chu Tian, and at the same time reminded Geng Yin of the enemies he might encounter. Currently, there are 28 generals in Yutai, and Chu Tian has 2, Feng Yi and Geng Yin. They are already the best among the 28 generals in Yutai, trying to provoke conflicts among the three major Xianbei tribes and causing them to fight among themselves. Chu Tian knew that the three major Xianbei tribes were at odds with each other, so he wanted to implement a plan to drive a wedge between the three major tribes. Guijia said, "The instigation of the three major tribes has already been carried out. Yuan Xianbei and Duan Xianbei are afraid of Murong Xianbei." After each tribe returned to western Liaoning, small-scale conflicts broke out in order to compete for pasture, with thousands of casualties. If it were not for Mingwan, while trying their best to suppress several tribes, internal fighting may have begun. It seems that Mingwan's control over the tribes in western Liaoning is stronger than imagined. Chu Tian was even more surprised that Sun Yu and Guijia had already been secretly instigating Murong, Yuan and Duan. There were constant frictions between the three major Xianbei tribes, and cracks appeared in the Xianbei cavalry alliance. If we attack the Liaoxi corridor, the Liaodong army will definitely arrive. The Liaodong army is more brave and skilled in fighting than the Liaoxi army, and King Ming personally leads the team. There are about 6 or 7 elite divisions under the Liaodong army, which are at the same level as the Lord's Imperial Guards. Wei Qing reminded Chu Tian. The Liaodong army at Mingwan is equivalent to the Imperial Guard at Chu Tian. The last time the 2 Imperial Guards failed to break out in Yuzhou. There is no doubt that the Liaodong army with Su De and Chang Yuchen is comparable to Chu Tian's Imperial Guards. Occupy the western Liaoning corridor. If the Liaodong army can be severely damaged in this battle, then not only the western Liaoning corridor will be pacified, but also the entire Liaodong. Therefore, The Liaodong army had better participate in the fight for the Western Liaoning corridor. And you all need to be prepared to die in battle. Preparation for the battlefield. Chu Tian looked around at the generals. All of them looked cautious. The Liaodong army is the most powerful army outside the pass. Even the Western Region Protectorate may not be able to compare with the Liaodong army. Mingguan himself is also a fierce general who dares to charge into battle. So if you want to defeat Mingguan, you must use the most elite cavalry. On the west side of the Liaoxi corridor is Guizhou City, and on the east side is Lucheng. These two fortresses block the entrances and exits of the Liaoxi corridor. Therefore, we must capture Guizhou City and Lucheng to control the Liaoxi corridor. King Ming deployed in the two cities a large number of soldiers and horses were used to strengthen the city defenses and build fortresses, which were easy to defend but difficult to attack. Wei Qing continued to explain to everyone the difficulty of conquering the Liaoxi corridor. The biggest difficulty is that the Liaoxi corridor is within Mingguan's sphere of influence. And the Yuzhou soldiers are unfamiliar with the place and are in a passive position. At the same time, the distance between Western Liaoning and Eastern Liaoning is actually not short, equivalent to an expedition. No matter how difficult it is, we must seize the Liaoxi corridor and try to attack Liaodong City to pacify the last force outside the pass. Lord, the initiative is in our hands. When should we start attacking? Wei Qing, Cao Cao, Zhou Yafu, Geng Yin, and other generals all looked at Chu Tian. Since it was a battle to decide the ownership of the Han Empire, there must be time. During the last war in the north, Chu Tian took the initiative to provoke the war. And this time was no exception. The unification war of the Han Empire will break out sooner or later. And no one will criticize whether it is just or not. Chu Tian said seriously. After the recruitment of the 10,000 Yuzhou assault cavalry is completed and the troops, horses and food of each legion are in place, we will march to the Western Liaoning corridor. Take Guizhou City first, then Lucheng, and try to push as far as Liaodong City. If possible, then capture Liaodong City. Yes. When Chu Tian heard everyone's unanimous response, he was satisfied and thoughtful. He had a vague premonition of uneasiness. Send me the collected information about the Xianbei tribe. King Xia plans to attack Liaodong. I guess the last time King Ming attacked Yuzhou, he angered King Xia. To capture Liaodong, we must first capture Western Liaoning. Western Liaoning is the foundation of our Murong Xianbei's livelihood and cannot be lost. Is it possible that we have to defend Western Liaoning for King Ming? If our Murong tribe does this, not only will it play into the hands of King Ming, but our Murong tribe will also lost heavily. It's better to leave Liaoxi for now. Avoid the main force of King Xia, and try to recapture Liaoxi later. At the meeting of the Murong Xianbei tribe, the generals of the Murong family were all talking. A large-scale war broke out in Yuzhou, and the 6 tribes in Western Liaoning immediately fell into panic. According to various signs, the Xia king is likely to command the main cavalry to attack Western Liaoning. The king of Xia had captured Luoyang not long ago, but now he suddenly changed his forces and marched into Western Liaoning, shocking the Xianbei and Wuhuan tribes who had little defense. The Xianbei cavalry and Wuhuan cavalry were originally planning to enter the pass next time, but this time before they could enter the pass, the Yuzhou army and the Xia king's imperial guard, which had suffered a small loss not long ago, took the initiative to attack. King Xia's cavalry was quite formidable, already superior to that of Wei Qing and Hu Zubing, and no one knew what weird abilities Chu Tian had acquired from this epic battle. In fact, Chu Tian really possessed a metaphysical characteristic. Everyone is silent. Brother, what should we do? Murong Ba stopped the noisy generals of the Murong Xianbei tribe. No matter how nervous he was at this time, it would be useless. He looked at a figure that he admired. It was this man who had a military strategy that was not inferior to Guijia and Sun Yu. Therefore, when Murong Ba faced Cao Cao's tiger and leopard army, he basically didn't worry about being plotted by Sun Yu and Guijia. The man said, "At this time when our lips are dying, our Murong family should put aside our past grievances with the Yuan family and the Duan family, jointly resist the Xia army, and reduce the losses of our Murong tribe. As for giving up Western Liaoning, we cannot do it. Losing Western Liaoning will only leave Liaodong alone. How to compete with King Xia in the future? Only by joining forces with King Ming and making a desperate move can we make a comeback, and then take advantage of the chaos to establish a kingdom belonging to Xianbei." Murong Ba's son Murong Lin said, "Not long ago, the Yuan tribe and the Duan tribe competed with us for pastures in Western Liaoning. Each tribe suffered at least 1,000 casualties. They have always been at odds with us. How can we easily put aside our past grudges and fight against the enemy together? If any one of the Yuan tribe and the Duan tribe betrays their trust during the war, or escapes from the battle, our Murong tribe will be completely wiped out. Murong Lin. If the people of the three major tribes all think like this, the Xianbei tribes are not far away from extinction. I have ordered scouts to investigate, and there have been conflicts over the pastures. Thousands of people have been killed and injured. It seems that an incident occurred between the herdsmen of the three major tribes. The quarrel is actually Xia Jun's counselors secretly trying to sow discord between the three tribes. So don't fall into the trap. As soon as Murong Ba's brother finished speaking, all the Murong Xianbei generals present were horrified and took a breath of cold air. Xia Jun's counselors have already reached out to Western Liaoning. If it weren't for the fact that there are talents comparable to imperial counselors among the Murong tribe, then the Murong tribe may have been plotted many times. Murong Ba and I plan to summon Duan Xianbei and Yuan Xianbei to form a Xianbei coalition. We will never be separated again, or we will be defeated one by one and become vulnerable. Duan Xianbei and Yuan Xianbei. Will they join the coalition formed by Murong Xianbei? Duan Pishi and Yuan Ito have returned. They should be more worried than us at this time. The Duan and Yuan families suffered many casualties in the last battle with the Yuzhou army. They should already know the strength of the Yuzhou army. And Xia the king's cavalry will only be stronger than the Yuzhou army. They will be happy to accept our proposal. Chapter 809 Xianbei Allied Forces. In Guju City, Murong Ba summoned all the Xianbei tribal leaders from Liaoxi County, Yubiping County, and Yuyang County to form a Xianbei coalition to deal with the Xia king's conquest of Liaoxi County. The Xia army's strategy was to use cannibalization tactics to gradually seize the counties and counties occupied by the Guanzhong army and Liaodong army, fully digest them, and replace the influence of Lao Qin and Mingguan. The Xianbei tribe bore the brunt. If they lose the battle of Western Liaoning, Xianbei may be expelled, and the leaders of each Xianbei tribe may become slaves. Dozens of leaders from the eastern Xianbei tribe arrived, among whom Murong Xianbei, Yuan Xianbei, and Duan Xianbei were the most prominent. Get away! A cavalry group of Duan Xianbei tribe galloped to Guju City and broke into the Murong Xianbei tribe's camp without giving any face to the Murong Xianbei tribe. King Ning really took a liking to the Murong family. He actually let Murong Ba serve as the lord of Guju City and lead the Xianbei tribe to resist the Xia king's cavalry. Could it be that our Duan Xianbei family is not as good as Murong Xianbei? Duan Pishi, the leader of the Duan clan Xianbei, found out that Guju City was guarded by the cavalry of the Murong Xianbei tribe. Knowing that Mingguan paid more attention to the Murong Xianbei tribe, he felt somewhat dissatisfied. Brother, in this battle in Western Liaoning, I will definitely take revenge. The injured Duan Xianbei general Duan Wenyang was angry. In the last battle of Yuzhou, Duan Wenyang and Li Guang competed in archery skills before the two armies, but Li Guang gave him a severe lesson and almost died. Until now, his injuries have not completely improved. Li Guang, the flying general in the Xia army, has amazing archery skills. He should not be underestimated. You must not fight with him again. Duan Pishi had some doubts about Duan Wenyang's ability. After all, he was almost shot dead by Li Guang last time. No, this time, I will not face him in a head-to-head archery showdown. Instead, I will attack with cavalry and then kill him with cold arrows. Duan Wenyang became so angry that he no longer cared about the means he used. As long as he could kill Li Guang, he could relieve the hatred in his heart. I'm afraid it's hard to find an opportunity. King Xia personally conquers Liaoxi County. I don't know what the consequences will be if we desperately defend. Duan Pishi is worried about the near future. That is Duan Wenyang, the most powerful general of Duan clan Xianbei. However, his military power seems to be far behind Li Guang's. I'm afraid even my military power is not as good as Li Guang's. Murong Ba, his brother, son, and the generals of Murong Xianbei tribe were on the city wall, watching the incoming Xianbei tribe's cavalry. Almost all the Xianbei tribes in Western Liaoning responded to Murong Ba's call. After all, this time it was related to the life and death of the Xianbei tribe. Most of the Xianbei tribe in central China had been conquered by Chu Tian. The eastern Xianbei is more powerful than the central Xianbei and is unwilling to surrender and give up its real power. There is also the Yuan tribe. Yuan Yadugi has indeed arrived. As the leader, he should know the truth about the death of lips and the coldness of teeth. Murong Ba watched Murong Xianbei's cavalry gathering on the city wall. Duan Pishi and Yuan Yadugi also noticed Murong Ba on the city wall. The leaders of the three Xianbei tribes met again. Our scouts deployed by Murong Xianbei and Jixian have discovered the Xia army's movements. The Xia king is very likely to attack Liaoshi County. Liaoshi County is our stronghold for Xianbei in the east to achieve great things and cannot be lost. Therefore, the three of us must fight to the death with all our strength. No internal strife. This time, I, Murong Ba, will be the leader of the coalition. What do you think? Duan Xianbei and Yuan Xianbei are equal to Murong Xianbei. Why are you appointed as the master of Eastern Xianbei? Duan Pishi and Yuan Ido returned. And the two leaders were indeed dissatisfied. No matter who serves as the leader of the coalition, the purpose is just to defeat the king of Xia. Naturally, whoever has more troops is qualified to be the leader. If the Battle of Western Liaoning breaks out, and Duan Xianbei and Yuan Xianbei dare to be the vanguard, then the leader of the Xianbei coalition the position can be taken by any one of you. What do you think? Murong Ba's brother spoke. But Duan Pishi and Yuan Yadugi were speechless. Anyone who wants to serve as the Eastern Xianbei lord and the leader of the Xianbei allied forces must pay a high price. Murong Xianbei dared to take the initiative to serve as the vanguard. But Duan Xianbei and Yuan Xianbei did not dare. This is the gap between the three families. A general in the Yuan Xianbei tribe was slightly moved. After King Xia's cavalry entered Western Liaoning, which tribe dared to send cavalry as the vanguard? Only the Murong tribe dared. So Murong Ba was confident that he was qualified to serve as the leader of the Xianbei coalition. Murong Ke, you really have a good plan. You want to take advantage of this opportunity to annex all the Xianbei tribes. But do you, the Murong tribe, have the confidence to serve as the vanguard and repel King Xia's cavalry army? If not only will you Murong Xianbei tribe have been dragged into the abyss, and the other Xianbei tribes in Western Liaoning are also unlucky. Yuan Idogui looked at the person who was equal to Murong Ba in the main seat. Murong Ba's elder brother Murong Ke. During the Fourth National War with the rise of barbarians, Murong Ke had already appeared in the Xianbei tribe in Western Liaoning, and he happened to be in the Murong Xianbei tribe. It's just that the Xianbei tribe kept an unusually low profile during the National War, and had no sense of existence, and instead was ignored. The talents of Murong Xianbei tribe made even Mingwan feel afraid. The man whom Yuan Yi-Do referred to as Murong Ke shook his head. The Xia King's cavalry is indeed powerful, but you might as well give it a try. If you try, you will still have a chance. If you don't try, there will be no chance. A coward does not deserve the name of Xianbei. If you want to withdraw from the coalition now, it's still too late. Murong Ke slightly used the provoking method. We, the Duan Xianbei tribe, will not retreat. The same is true for the Yuan Xianbei tribe. Duan Pishi and Yuan Yadugi took the initiative to respond. Although they were dissatisfied with Murong Ba's appointment as the leader of the Xianbei coalition, Murong Ke's words were correct. At present, only Murong Xianbei's cavalry could possibly repel the Yuzhou army's attack. The fate of the entire Xianbei is in the hands of the Murong family. We must not be disappointed. You just need to obey my orders and fight hard. Duan Xianbei and Yuan Xianbei were unwilling to give up their current rights and status out of their own interests. The two leaders remained silent, which was regarded as acquiescence to the proposal to form the Xianbei coalition army and to let Murong Ba serve as the leader of the Xianbei coalition army. Murong Ba appointed Murong Ke as the military advisor of the Xianbei coalition to jointly resist the Xia King's attack on Liaoshi County. Murong Ke immediately exercised the power of military advisor, and all tribes summoned all herdsmen to practice day and night. There is a problem. Indeed, there is a problem. Chu Tian came to Jixian County in Yuzhou and read the information about the Xianbei tribe opposite. He discovered that there was an important figure in the Murong Xianbei tribe, and that was Murong Ba's brother Murong Ke. Murong Ke is a legendary figure. During the 16 Kingdoms period of the Eastern Jin dynasty, Murong Ke defeated Ran Min, the king of martial arts, with a chain of iron horse phalanx. It was also in this battle that King Wu Daotian lost to Murong Ke and was defeated and died, which made Murong Ke successful. Murong Ke not only defeated and captured Ran Min, but was also an all-rounder with high levels of commander, intelligence, and politics. No wonder Cao Cao had such a difficult time. It turned out that he was facing brothers Murong Ke and Murong Ba. There are many famous brothers in history, such as Lu Yan and Lu Xiu, Zhuge Liang and Zhuge Jin. Murong Ba was brave, and Murong Ke was good at commanding the army and strategizing. With the two of them joining forces, and a group of not-so-weak Xianbei generals serving as the backbone, the strength of the Xianbei coalition should not be underestimated. This campaign in western Liaoning may not be as easy as imagined. Chapter 810 The war resumes. Various princes in the Han Empire recruited troops. And even the western regions protectorate as far away as the western regions and Central Asia were mobilized and involved in the war. Other major civilizations are also waiting and watching to see the outcome between the major princes of the Han Empire. The Han Empire may become their powerful opponent in the future. So they are watching every move of the Han Empire. Alexander in the west regarded Chu Tian as his only and powerful opponent. When he learned that the civil war in the Han Empire broke out again, he felt very complicated. Chu Tian was considered by Alexander to be the most powerful opponent. If he failed like this, he would also suffer in the future. So boring. But if he unified the Han Empire, he might be an unprecedented and hopelessly powerful opponent. Alexander couldn't help but sigh. If the Han Empire is unified, a desperate behemoth will be born. Constantine, the lord of the Roman Empire, came to North Africa with the intention of turning North Africa into a colony of the Roman Empire. He also had a premonition that there would be a bloody storm in the Han Empire, which would determine the fate of the Han Empire. Once the Han Empire was unified, it would become a behemoth based on the size of its population. The current Han Empire does not pose such a big threat to the West. This is because of the disputes and constant wars among the princes within the Han Empire. So there is no danger to the Western continent for the time being. However, once the Han Empire is unified, an unprecedentedly powerful empire will be born. In St. Petersburg, Ekaterina is also paying attention to the unification war of the Han Empire in the eastern continent. This time Chu Tian is finally going to take action. In Japan, the daimyo Oda Nobunaga captured a city belonging to another powerful daimyo, Usuji Kenshin. Usuji Kenshin could not withstand the continuous attacks of Oda Nobunaga and Tokugawa Ieyasu. The national strength of the two sides was too different, and no one could stop Oda Nobunaga from unifying Japan. Tokugawa Ieyasu, Oda Nobunaga's ally, stood beside Oda Nobunaga and said to him, "The foreign retainer informed me that the northern part of the Han Empire may be unified. Your Excellency should issue a general peace order for the world as soon as possible and declare a chaotic world. The end? Before the unification of the Han Empire. Plunder more people. This is what the foreigner said to me. Please refer to it. More than one stranger said that to me." Oda Nobunaga looked at the army opposite Usuji Kenshin, known as the God of War. The gap in national strength and military strength between the two sides can no longer be bridged by the ability of one commander. No matter how good Hannibal was in fighting, he was defeated by Rome. There are two ways for the Japanese daimyo to unify the entire civilized area. One way is to launch a war to eliminate all the daimyo like the Han Empire, leaving only Oda Nobunaga. Another way is to issue a general order of peace in the world after gaining enough strength to surpass other daimyo, announcing the end of the troubled times, and forming a shogunate. The daimyo still retains his fiefdom and real power, and can even recruit troops. Oda Nobunaga had to make a choice. I originally wanted to completely unify Japan without leaving any hidden dangers, but the situation seems not to allow me to do so. If issuing a peace order can reduce casualties, then let's do it. Oda Nobunaga has made up his mind. If we start to expand after the unification of the Han Empire, it will be too late. The population of Japan will definitely not be able to compete with the unified Han Empire. In Dunhuang County, more than 100,000 troops from the Western Region Protectorate gathered, with banners covering the sky, and soldiers and horses stretching for dozens of miles. 160,000 soldiers and horses have been assembled in Dunhuang. Cross Human Pass and attack Shiliang. Su Fengnian did not hesitate. He is familiar with the terrain of Shiliang, so he is the best choice to attack Liangzhou. Ma Teng, Han Sui, and other Shiliang generals were also very excited because they could return to Liangzhou and become powerful people in Shiliang. This proved that they were right to follow Su Fengnian. Ma Chao took the lead and led the Shiliang cavalry, who had come out of Shiliang to serve as the vanguard. This time to regain Liangzhou, who had lent his general Hu Xubing to Su Fengnian in order to help Su Fengnian regain Shiliang. 160,000 troops from the western regions marched all the way to Human Pass. They could already see the towering city wall. It had been 2 or 3 years since the last battle at Human Pass. The walls of Human Pass still bore traces of that war. The Mongolian army used catapults to attack Human Pass, causing part of the walls of Human Pass to collapse. Broken walls and ruins could be seen everywhere. 3 heroes of the Eastern Han dynasty, one of them, Huang Fusong, was killed here. The spring breeze does not pass through Human Pass. When Su Fengnian passed by the old battlefield, He couldn't help but feel a little sad. Su Fengyan is going back to Liangzhou. We betrayed him in the first place. If we fall into his hands, the consequences can be imagined. Su Fengyan led an army of 160,000 to march eastward. The prefects of Lingxi County, Wudu County, and Hanyang County were panicked. At first, they betrayed Su Fengyan and led the Guanzhong army to attack Shiliang, causing Su Fengyan to withdraw from Liangzhou. Now they are worried about Su Fengyan settling the score in the future. In panic all day long. Gather your troops immediately. Su Fengyan. He is no longer the original king of Liangzhou. He is now just a subordinate of the Western Region Protectorate. Why should we worry? Although the three foreign governors despised Su Fengyan in words, they knew that Su Fengyan had several very reliable generals. And Ma Tang and Han Sui never betrayed him. If Su Fengyan was allowed to return to Shiliang, their good days would be over. So they immediately recruited soldiers and horses, organized an army of more than 100,000, and went to Wuwei County to resist the invasion of the Western Region's Protectorate Army. Su Fengyan led the 160,000-strong army of the Western Region's Protectorate to pass the Yumen Pass. The entire Han Empire was alarmed. The Western Region's Protectorate, which had always guarded the border fortress, actually sent a large army to intervene in the civil war of the Han Empire, breaking their previous principle of neutrality. Everyone with discerning eyes came out and realized that the Western Region Protectorate was no longer neutral. Hua Qing, the deputy protector of the Western Region Protectorate, moved into the Xia Prince's mansion. So the Western Region Protectorate actually joined the Xia City Alliance. Now, the Luoyang Alliance already has the four princes of Laoqin, Mingwan, Liu Bei, and Xue Tang, while the Xiaqing League has the four princes of Chutian, Huan, Miuk, and Zhang Dao. The 8 princes fought fiercely. In addition, some princes in the south were indifferent and did not clearly stand in which camp, or they just sat on the sidelines and watched the matter as it had nothing to do with them. In the Nanman area of Yizhou, one of the few teleportation arrays was opened. Huan led several generals from the Western Region Protectorate and a group of soldiers from the Western Region Protectorate to the Nanman area to support Miuk. Miuk led Qin Liangyu, Wu Tugu and other generals to greet him. The white pole soldiers lined up in a row, followed by densely packed rattan armor troops. Wu Tugu's huge body is condescending, and there is a hint of the style of the fierce giant in the Battle of Kunying. However, Wu Tubone still seems to be inferior compared to Big Mac. In terms of body shape, Wu Tugu still cannot be compared with the Big Mac. In addition to the white pole soldiers and rattan armor soldiers, there is also a legendary unworthy flying army of mountain infantry filled with murderous intent. I didn't expect to see Wudong Feiju in here. Huan was surprised by Miuk's background. Although he and Miuk are husband and wife, they have developed their own power. Miuk has the ability to suppress the barbarian tribes in the south, so his strength cannot be that weak. Liu Bei has assembled troops in Chengdu and colluded with Yang Su. Yang Su is recruiting troops in Bajuan. The target may be the southern barbarians, but the southern barbarians are not so easy for Liu Bei to conquer. Wudong Feijuan, white pole soldiers, and vine armor soldiers are all good at fighting in the mountains. Fighting in the mountains and forests. Walking as fast as flying. Chapter 811 Liu Bei sends troops. In Yizhou, the Shu army gathered, and Liu Bei climbed onto the 3-foot-high general worship platform. Fa Jing and Zhang Song made great contributions to the city, so they held high positions after Liu Bei became the shepherd of Yizhou. However, this time Liu Bei worshipped Wang Ming as the military advisor general. Taking charge of the affairs of generals was office, and commanding the Yizhou army and other troops. Chun Shi, a stranger, served as the chief history officer and the general of Anhan. Fa Jing was the governor of Shu County and General Yin Wu. Zhang Song was the governor of Guanghan County and General Xingye. Wang Ming held a 7-foot-long sword and ordered the whole army. We helped Liu Bei take over Chengdu, and we deserve the most credit. I didn't expect Wang Ming to be above us. Zhang Song felt somewhat uncomfortable when he saw Wang Ming ascending the platform to pay homage to the generals, and Liu Bei entrusting his troops and horses to Wang Ming. He believed that his contribution to helping Liu Bei acquire Yizhou should be greater than that of Wang Ming. After Liu Bei obtained Wang Ming did not help Liu Bei capture such a vast territory in Yizhou. Wang Jinglu is not an ordinary person, but a genius who should not be underestimated. Fa Jing didn't have much objection to Liu Bei's appointment of Wang Ming as governor of Yizhou Bingmazei. Wang Ming's talents were even better than his, and Fa Zheng's was slightly inferior. I don't think it's a big deal for him. Zhang Song felt that the reward he received was less than he imagined. Why does eldest brother reuse this person? We two brothers have lived and died for eldest brother for many years. Wang Ming can govern Izhou's troops just by talking. Guan Yu was also dissatisfied with Liu Bei's arrangements. Wang Ming commanded the Izhou army. So wouldn't Guan Yu have to condescend to Wang Ming? Brother arranges it this way. So let's do it. Although Zhang Fei was a little dissatisfied, he didn't say much. Yang Su, Duke of Ba State, led Hu Luguang, King Lanling and other generals to join forces with Liu Bei. It is really unacceptable that the Izhou family chose Liu Bei instead of me to replace Liu Zhang as the new Izhou shepherd. Yang Su was very jealous that Liu Bei was recognized by the Han court as the new shepherd of Izhou. After Liu Bei worshipped Wang Ming as his military advisor and commander, he met Yang Su. The imperial court ordered me to pacify Nanzhong and Hanzhong. As a Han official, we should work together to serve the imperial court. How dare Yang Su disobey his order and not know whether to take Nanzhong or Hanzhong first? You and I will divide our troops into two groups and pacify Hanzhong and Nanzhong at the same time. More than 200,000 troops were gathered in Izhou. Because Izhou has a large number of players and a corresponding population, it can recruit a large number of soldiers. Guan Yu served as the main general, and he was paired with Zhang Fei, Wang Quan, Wu Han and other lieutenants. My lord should personally pacify the southern barbarians. However, the stranger Chen Shi saw the shortcomings of Liu Bei's deployment. Wang Ming had difficulty controlling Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. Only when Liu Bei is present can Guan Yu and Zhang Fei resolutely execute military orders. Liu Bei also understood what Chen Shi meant. Well, this time Wang Ming and I will lead the army together. Sure enough, after Liu Bei personally went into battle, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei became more at ease. Is Zhang Ren still unwilling to surrender? Liu Bei thought of Zhang Ren, Liu Zhang's general, a general with great ability in commanding troops. However, Zhang Ren was unwilling to surrender and captured Liu Bei in Izhou, which made Liu Bei deeply regretful. Zhang Ren will never surrender easily. Either kill him or keep him in prison. As a player, Chen Shi knew that Zhang Ren was a die-hard loyalist and was determined not to surrender. After all, he is a good general, and he has not caused many casualties to us. He cannot be killed. Maybe he will change his mind at some point. Liu Bei thought for a while and let Zhang Ren go without killing him. Brother, I am willing to lead 500 swordsmen and axemen to kill the southern barbarians and capture Muyuk in one fell swoop. After Liu Bei became the nominal commander-in-chief, Guan Yu no longer had any objections and took the initiative to request the position of vanguard general. Guan Yu's elite troops were 500 swordsmen and axemen, as well as the Yuzhou cavalry brought from Zhujian, which had the most elite cavalry of Liu Bei's army. The 500 axemen are positioned as high-level heavy cavalry, equipped with sharp long knives and battle axes, and have amazing combat power. Although this expedition against the southern barbarians can be directly teleported to counties closer to the southern barbarians, the terrain of the southern barbarians is steep. Many villages are easy to defend and difficult to attack, and there are many elite tribesmen. My second brother cannot underestimate them. Liu Bei did not think that Guan Yu could defeat the southern barbarian Lord Muyuk with his 500 swords and axes. Muyuk was the only female prince in the Han Empire. She had ruled the southern barbarian region for many years, and her background was not as simple as it seemed. The troops in the Nanman region are suitable for fighting in the mountains and forests, and many of Liu Bei's legions are actually from Yuzhou and Jizhou. If Guan Yu and Zhang Fei are introduced into the mountains and forests, they may not be able to win. Zhang Fei said from the side. Brother, why should you worry? If we three brothers join forces, we will be invincible and invincible. My 18 Yanqi are already gearing up. Hopefully everything goes well. With 2 tens of thousands of enemies as his right-hand man, Liu Bei should have been confident. But Liu Bei was vaguely uneasy. The southern barbarians are unjust, and Muyuk may attack the rear of Liu Bei's forces at any time. This is a huge hidden danger. Muyuk has joined the Xiaoqing alliance, while Liu Bei has chosen the Xining alliance. The two alliances are fighting, and sooner or later there will be a battle. Muyuk guarded the Nanzhong area, but ignored Zhou Mu's instructions. As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. This time Liu Bei conquered the southern barbarians, which is equivalent to a spark hitting the earth. At this time, Meng Hui should still be just a little kid. Chen Shi did not have complete confidence in whether Liu Bei and Wang Ming could win. Military advisor, do you want to join us in the expedition against the southern barbarians? Liu Bei asked Chen Shi. That's fine. Out of worry, Chen Shi finally chose to go on the expedition with Liu Bei and Wang Ming. Nanman is equivalent to the southwest region of the Han Empire. To the south of Nanman is the Tonggu Empire, another civilized area. The Tonggu Empire had large-scale wars with the Central Plains during the Yuan, Ming, and Qing dynasties. The Tonggu Empire stretched its hand too far, wanting to annex the neighboring Yunnan-Guizhou region, or perhaps just for the purpose of plundering the border. It was later taught a lesson by the Yuan, Ming and Qing dynasties. The Central Plains could not annex the territory of the Tonggu Empire because it was separated by mountains and forests, and the cost of conquering and ruling Tonggu was very high. Gianchi Lake in Izhou County is the main city of Lord Muk. Izhou County is affiliated to Izhou, but it is not the administrative seat of Izhou, but in Yunnan. Muk recruited troops on a large scale in Izhou County, recruiting soldiers and horses from various tribes of the southern barbarians. One of the tribes in Izhou County received Muk's order to count their troops, but the leader was also hesitant to actually send troops. In ancient times, news lagged behind, and the leaders of each tribe did not necessarily know how large the population was in the Central Plains and how powerful they were. So they were prone to rebellion. The presence of players allows news to circulate. Some large tribes in southern Izhou already know about Liu Bei's power. They can't help but weigh whether to side with Liu Bei, the shepherd of Izhou, or Muk, the governor of Izhou County. Dad, I also want to go on an expedition with our people. The son of the tribal leader waved his fist, eager to try. Menghua, you are still young, fighting on the battlefield and leaving corpses everywhere. Is this child's play? Dad, we are a tribe from Izhou County, so we will support the prefect of Izhou County. Right. The young Menghua excitedly discussed the conflict between the Izhou herdsman and the Izhou prefect, and seemed to be deeply interested in marching and fighting. Probably. The tribal leader felt a headache for his son, who liked military affairs. If we lose, the population of our tribe may be moved to Shu County. So we must stand in the camp of the county governor, who represents our interests. Chapter 8:12 Menghua and Zhu Rong. Groups of tribal soldiers and horses came to Izhou County one after another. The swordsman army, the beast army, and the war elephant army gathered together. There were more than 100 southern barbarian tribes, large and small, who responded to Muka's call and gathered more than 150,000 soldiers and horses. People. The young Menghua hid in a wooden tower on the back of a war elephant, nervously and excitedly looking at the various troops arriving. Muk issued a mobilization order for the southern barbarians, and many tribes responded to Muk's request. The leaders of these tribes are equivalent to local dignitaries. For their own interests, they are naturally unwilling to accept the jurisdiction of Izhou Mu. Menghua had never seen such a huge scene. Thousands of flags were fluttering. More than 100,000 soldiers and horses were encamped. And there was an endless stream of soldiers, horses, and carriages coming and going. The huge war elephants were driven into the camp by the elephant slaves. The beasts imprisoned in the iron cages roared from time to time. The iron tower-like military commander Wu Tugu passed by, and all the tribesmen were very afraid of him. Wu Tugu also had a special unit of soldiers called Vine Armor Soldiers, which were famous in the local area. It turned out to be a Vine Armor Soldier. It would be great if our tribe also had Vine Armor Soldiers. Menghua couldn't help but be envious when he saw the protruding vine-armored soldiers passing in front of the war elephants. Why did you come here too? Menghua's father found Menghua hiding in the wooden pagoda, and couldn't help but have a headache. The battle between the Izhou Mu and the Izhou County governor was very dangerous. Menghua followed him, and he might die in the fight between the two armies. Dad, I just want to see Izhou Mu's army. I heard that Izhou Mu has 2 generals with 10,000 enemies. Menghua waved his little fist excitedly. When we meet the Grand Administrator and King Liang later, please don't make any mistakes. Otherwise our tribe will be in danger. Yes. Muk met with the leaders of the large tribes in Izhou County at the Taisho Mansion. Many of these tribal leaders were rebellious, but they still chose to give in under the pressure of Qin Liangyu and Wu Tugu. Qin Liangyu can lead troops, but his strong bones and amazing strength. Not long ago, a tribal leader was torn in half by a Wutu bone because of rebellion. The scene was horrifying. In addition to Muk, there is also the Great Protector from the Western Region Protectorate and the Liang King Huan. These chiefs were more respectful. In the Southern Barbarian region, the strong is king. It is impossible to reason with these tribal leaders. You must speak with your fists. Salute to the Grand Administrator and King Liang. Menghua's father whispered to Menghua. Since Menghua has infiltrated into the soldiers and horses sent by the tribe, it is better to use this opportunity to introduce Menghua to Muku and Huan. Maybe he can be reused in the future. Who is this? Sure enough, Nyuk noticed Meng Hua. After all, among a group of tribal leaders, there was a child who seemed to stand out. Dog Z Meng Hua! Meng Hua? Nyuk and Huang glanced at each other inadvertently, still a little shocked in their hearts. Meng Hua can also be regarded as a celebrity in the Three Kingdoms. He is a representative figure of bravery and foolhardy. There are stories of Zhuge Liang capturing Meng Hua 7 times. At this time, Meng Hua had not yet grown up, so he was unable to use Meng Hua's abilities and command an army. Who is this? Nyuk turned his attention to another tribal leader. He also brought a descendant. Just a little girl with wheat-colored skin. The tribal leader replied, My daughter Zhurong. Dot! At this time, both Nyuk and Huan were speechless. Unexpectedly, Nyuk issued the Nanman mobilization order and actually lured Meng Hua and Mrs. Zhurong out. Moreover, they are still younger versions of Meng Hua and Mrs. Zhurong. Meng Hua looked at Mrs. Zhurong. At this time, there were only 2 of them of the same age. But they broke into the meeting among the Nanman leaders and couldn't help but get close to her. Zhurong and Meng Hua looked at each other with big eyes and small eyes. That's all. Nyuk did not ask why the 2 tribal leaders brought their children. She had more important news to announce. Liu Bei, the herdsman of Izhou, is gathering troops in Chengdu. I infer that his target is Izhou County. Liu Bei's troops. No less than 200,000. 200,000! All the Nanman leaders in Izhou County were shocked. And some even stood up. Liu Bei controlled a lot of the population in Izhou. And it was just one county in Shu. It might be the same as the population of Nyuk's forces. Or even more. Although Liu Bei's army has a large number of people, they may not be able to win if they come from afar. Liu Bei's purpose of attacking Izhou County is probably to replenish the population. Let each tribe grow young, and strengthen Liu Bei's military strength. If they are defeated, you all will be prepared to move to Shu County and be monitored. Nyuk's words made the southern barbarian leaders frightened and firmly stood on Nyuk's side. If Nyuk, who represents their interests, is defeated, they may really have to let Liu Bei's forces dominate. Liu Bei's forces attacked the southern barbarians not only to deal with threats from the rear, but also to plunder the population. Except for the Chutian forces, which have no shortage of people. The other princes are trying to find more people. Population means output and manpower. The troops and horses of Izhou County are divided into 5 groups, each with 30,000 soldiers and horses, to attack Liu Bei's crusade. Nyuk divided the troops of the incoming tribe into 5 groups of soldiers and horses, and took turns attacking Liu Bei's crusade. A tribal leader asked cautiously, Master Taisho, what should we do with the tribes who did not respond to the order and came to join us? After this battle, their territory will be divided among you. Another decision of Nyuk caused a commotion again. The Nanman tribes were divided into 2 factions. One supported Nyuk and the other supported Liu Bei. Nyuk was very dissatisfied with the tribes that supported Liu Bei. So he decided to let the tribes that supported her carve up these tribes after defeating Liu Bei. This was also a reward for supporting her. 1. Various Nanman lords are already gearing up. After the Nanman leaders distributed their troops and horses, they formed a 5-pronged army. The tribes where Meng Hua and Mrs. Zhurong belonged were assigned to a group of soldiers and horses. While the 2 leaders were talking, Zhurong waved and Meng Hua trotted over. My name is Meng Hua. Did you also secretly follow your father here? You too? The 2 people actually hit it off as soon as they met. These 2 little guys don't know how brutal the war will be. The Zhoumu are coming with a fierce force. More than half of the soldiers and horses of each tribe may be lost because of this battle. It's really disturbing. Send them back to the tribe and don't let them take risks. The 2 tribal leaders were worried. The civil war in Izhou is not over yet. Liu Bei points his troops at Nyuk, and war breaks out in the southwest. Guan Yu led 500 swordsmen and axemen and 10,000 cavalry as the vanguard, and galloped into Izhou County from the north. The warhorse galloped. Guan Yu raised his sword and lowered it. 1 barbarian general was beheaded, and hundreds of southern barbarian soldiers were beheaded by the 500 swordsmen and axemen who flew towards them. Broadswords and battle axes were stained with blood. Nothing. Guan Yu led a large number of cavalry and stepped over the corpses of the Nanman soldiers and horses. He is also qualified to look down on these southern barbarian generals. Soldiers are expensive and fast. Light the smoke and notify the prefect. Izhou shepherd Liu Bei personally conquered the southern barbarians, and the vanguard cavalry has invaded Izhou County. The beacon tower in the north had billowing smoke. Well-informed players quickly spread the news, and Izhou fell back into civil war. 5 tribes of soldiers and horses blocked and ambushed the Shujin army in the mountains and forests, letting the Shujin army know that our Ijo County is not a place where they can come or leave whenever they want. Muk learned that Liu Bei's offensive was as fast as the wind, and immediately dispatched troops to intercept it. The Nanman area is mountainous and forested, so it has a home field advantage. Chapter 8:13. There is no way to become a flying army. A camp of the southern barbarians was trampled by Guan Yu's cavalry, causing pieces of wood to fly. Guan Yu dragged the Qinglong Yanyu sword and led 500 sword and axe men to easily capture this place. Guan Yu went on a rampage and was invincible. General, we are getting closer to the main force of the Nanman army. A scout cavalry came back to report to Guan Yu. Guan Yu has only conquered the border fortresses in the southern barbarian region so far. The army assembled by Muk is approaching Guan Yu's army as the vanguard. Brother told me not to underestimate her. Let's test her strength for now. Guan Yu heard that Muk's troops were coming, so he personally led his cavalry to attack Muk. In the mountains and forests of the Nanman area, the scout cavalry sent by Guan Yu carefully explored. This is the territory of the southern barbarian army. Muk, who commands the southern barbarian army, is a player, and his thinking is different from that of brave and foolhardy men like Meng Huo. Moreover, it is said that soldiers and horses from the Western Region Protectorate have entered the pass. No one knows whether Huan has come to the southern barbarians, and how many troops he has brought with him. A poisonous arrow shot out from the woods silently, hitting the scout cavalry in the throat. The poison smeared on the arrow blade entered the blood, and due to excessive blood loss, the scout cavalry died immediately and fell from the back of his horse. In the woods, the branches and leaves rustled. Not only this scout cavalry, but other scout cavalry were also attacked by an unknown tribe, and were killed one after another. General, of the 27 scattered scout cavalry, only 7 came back alive. Guan Yu led the cavalry on the march, and the scouts in front sent back unfavorable news for him. The scout cavalry was killed. It was obvious that Muk's scouts had also arrived, and her main force was not far from here. However, because the scout cavalry were shot and killed one after another, Guan Yu's army lost sight, and was quite dangerous. Send additional scouts and come back to inquire. Guan Yu could lead an army by himself. His own abilities were not weak, and he did not advance easily. His premonition of danger allowed Guan Yu to escape. Guan Yu sent out 100 scout cavalry to explore the surrounding areas. Scouts are the eyes and ears of the legion. When the scouts from both sides meet, small-scale fighting will break out. General, out of 100 people, only 17 are alive. It's only been less than half an hour. A primary school student under Guan Yu couldn't help but wipe the cold sweat on his forehead. A large number of scout cavalry were killed. Is the opponent really just a scout sent by Muk? Guan Yu looked around at the terrain. He saw that the mountain roads in the Nanman area were dangerous and lush, and there were countless places suitable for ambush. The southern barbarian troops are at home in the mountains and forests. I'm afraid Muk's main force has arrived, so retreat quickly. Guan Yu lost most of his vision and ordered his troops to withdraw. Guan Yu's cavalry began to withdraw to the north in accordance with Guan Yu's orders. The originally quiet mountain forest was suddenly startled by countless birds, just like there were a large number of soldiers and horses mobilizing in the dense forest. Thousands of arrows were shot from the woods, killing the Ijo cavalry. The cavalrymen fell off their horses one by one. The horses panicked and lost control, and the cavalrymen on the horses turned pale. For the Nanman infantry, fighting in the mountains and forests has an additional combat power bonus, but the cavalry brought by Guan Yu is restricted. Guan Yu swung his sword to knock away the rain of arrows, and the Qinglong Yanyu sword easily cut off the arrows. This arrow is poisonous. Guan Yu saw an arrow with an arrow coated with venom, and knew how terrifying the southern barbarian archers were. If you are hit by a poisonous arrow, you will most likely die. Moreover, those who attacked Guan Yu were not ordinary Nanman infantry. This group of Nanman infantry quickly harvested the scout cavalry sent by Guan Yu, then approached Guan Yu and launched a sudden attack. They were definitely the elite among the Nanman infantry. Their archery skills are also quite accurate. After Guan Yu led the 500 swordsmen and axemen, the other cavalrymen were shaken by the attack. Guan Yu asked them to retreat in order to regain the morale of the army. Wait until I capture a prisoner alive and find out their origins. Guan Yu found that hundreds of cavalrymen had been shot and killed by the opponent, who was hiding in the dense forest. He couldn't help but get angry, so he went into the dense forest alone. The southern barbarian infantry in the dense forest did not expect that Guan Yu would dare to attack alone. They were caught off guard and were cut down by 6 of them. Guan Yu picked up one of them and left. Liu Bei's vanguard general should be Guan Yu. He is really a brave general. Qin Liangyu was ordered to lead the Wudong army to attack Guan Yu, and achieved his first success by virtue of his home field advantage. However, Guan Yu retreated in time without any injuries. If the opponent was an ordinary general, maybe Qin Liangyu could directly follow and attack and annihilate him. But unfortunately, the opponent was Guan Yu. If he goes to fight directly, he may be defeated by Guan Yu. Qin Liangyu adopted guerrilla tactics that were conservative, but enough to give countless famous generals headaches. For Wudong Feijun, the mountains and forests are like walking on flat ground. The main forces of Liu Bei, Wang Ming, and Chen Shi were 50 miles behind Guan Yu's army. When Liu Bei's army came to join Guan Yu brought the captured Wudong soldiers. This man's tribe is the elite unworthy flying army of the southern barbarians. They used poisonous arrows to kill more than 400 of my cavalry. Even my most elite swordsmen and axe hands suffered casualties. Brother, I underestimated it. The strength of the southern barbarians. Guan Yu explained to Liu Bei the attack. The Wudong flying army may be Muke's special unit. This is the most elite infantry in the southern barbarians. As a player, Chen Shi knows that player lords have the opportunity to obtain special units. For example, Chu Tian has the Huban army and the 5 schools of the Beijun army. Lao Qin has the Sanhe cavalry and the 5 schools of the Beijun army. Ming Wan has the 8 banners of the Han army, etc. The Wudong army was an elite army established after Zhuge Liang pacified the southern barbarians, and its general was Wang Ping. Muke can recruit the Wudong Feijun now, so there is only one possibility. That is, Muke gets the Wudong Feijun as his special unit. Wudong Feijun. Even my second brother suffered at the hands of Wudong Feijun. So, 2 strategists. What should we do? Liu Bei could only ask Wang Ming and Chen Shi for advice. Wang Ming replied, General Guan's defeat was not a crime of war. It was because the flying army occupied the convenient terrain and attacked General Guan. If it were a head-on fight, General Guan could easily defeat him. Wang Ming's simple words made Guan Yu raise his eyebrows, and his attitude towards Wang Ming changed. Pay attention to the deep mountains and canyons. These are dangerous places where it is easiest to ambush soldiers and horses. In addition, grab a few natives as guides. They are familiar with the terrain and know where to ambush soldiers and horses. Furthermore, spread out scouts widely and divide the troops to advance along the way. When the troops and horses are surrounded, the other 2 groups will cooperate with each other and make detours when necessary to counter-encircle the ambushed troops, thereby forcing the incompetent flying army back. After Wang Ming praised Guan Yu, he explained to Liu Bei how to break the guerrilla tactics of the Wudong Feijun. The second brother and the third brother each lead a group of troops. The military advisor and I will personally lead a group of troops and advance together. Liu Bei still reused Guan Yu and Zhang Fei as his left and right arms. The 2 groups of troops cooperated with each other and were relatively close to each other. Wudong Feijun attacked one group of soldiers and horses, and the other 2 groups of soldiers and horses learned the news and would immediately encircle them. Liu Bei's goal was to go straight to Huanglong and capture Muke's main city, Tianqi Lake. However, even with this deployment, Wudong Feijun still appeared from time to time to attack Guan Yu and Zhang Fei on the periphery. Zhang Fei soon realized Guan Yu's pain. Just as Zhang Fei's army was setting up camp, the Wudong Fei army suddenly came out from the forest on one side. The scouts deployed by Zhang Fei were quickly overwhelmed by the Wudong Fei army, and then the Wudong Fei army attacked fiercely. In Zhang Fei's camp, poisonous arrows landed less than 3 meters away from Zhang Fei. Zhang Fei was so angry that he went into battle wearing armor and holding a snake spear of 8 feet, hoping to fight to the death with Qin Liangyu, who had replaced Muke as the commander of Wudong Fei's army. However, Qin Liangyu never fought directly with Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. After killing hundreds of Zhang Fei's troops, he escaped into the mountains and forests. Do you dare to come out and fight with me, Zhang Fei from Yin? Zhang Fei roared so loudly that the mountains and forests were shaken. However, Qin Liangyu did not respond. She knew that she was no match for Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei's military power was superior to that of the top few generals. Their legion's combat strength is not weak either. Zhang Fei also has 18 yinchi. The forest was silent. Wu Han, who was appointed by Liu Bei as Zhang Fei's deputy general and assisted Zhang Fei in the battle, was one of the 28 generals of Yuntai. He made a judgment based on the movements in the mountains and forests. General Ida, Wudong Feijun may have escaped far away. How abominable! Zhang Fei was furious when faced with the mysterious Wudong Feijuan. General, calm down. The Wudong Feijuan must be afraid of the general's force, so they dare not fight the general head-on. The other two generals tried to comfort the general. Zhang Fei glared at the two generals, one named Fan Jiang and the other named Zhang De. The two generals were so glared at by Zhang Fei that they regretted their talk, except for Liu Bei's army in the middle, which was protected by Guan Yu and Zhang Fei on both sides. The armies of Guan Yu and Zhang Fei were all attacked by the Wudong Fei army. The unworthy flying army is also unwilling to fight, and only kills hundreds of people each time before retreating. Jing Lu, your suggestion of dividing the army into 3 groups is not to sacrifice Guan Yu and Zhang Fei's troops to protect the Lord's army and march directly to Yizhou County. Qin Shi pondered on the way that Wang Ming's arrangement did not significantly reduce the number of attacks by Wudong Feijuan on the Yizhou army. Only Liu Bei of the Chinese army was the safe side. Correspondingly, the troops of Guan Yu and Zhang Fei continued to reduce their numbers because they were unable to withstand the attacks of the flying army. If you want to pacify the southern barbarians, you need to pay a certain price when necessary. If there are not 2 generals, Guan Yu and Zhang Fei, to attract the attention of the unworthy flying army, the army will be delayed, and I am afraid that it will soon run out of food and grass. Wang Ming saw that Qin Shi had seen through his arrangement and spoke frankly. Chapter 814. There is always peace in the world. Liu Bei launched a large-scale attack on the southern barbarians and delayed Nuke's troops. He really likes to cause trouble. Can't he just wait for me to destroy him? Chu Tian couldn't help but shake his head when he learned that Liu Bei was attacking the southern barbarians. He has lived in Jixian County, Yuzhou, for some time. The main force of the Imperial Guard has basically been assembled in Yuzhou. The current main force in Yuzhou is about 500,000. There are still hundreds of thousands of soldiers and horses in Monan and Mobei. This was Chu Tian's bargaining chip to attack Liaoxi and Liaodong. The last time the 3 northern princes tried their best to test each other, both the Yuzhou army and the Imperial Guard suffered losses. After a period of calm, Chu Tian recruited a group of new soldiers to supplement the losses, and the average level of each legion dropped. However, the same is true for Mingguan and Lao Qin. Geng Yan's 10,000 Yuzhou cavalry were finally successfully recruited under the round-the-clock training of various senior cavalry battalions in Yuzhou. It's time to march into western Liaoning. Chu Tian moved to western Liaoning this time, with the goal of capturing Guzhou City, where the Xianbei coalition forces were entrenched. Guzhou City is a fortress built by Mingguan at the entrance of the Liaoxi corridor. The person defending Guzhou City is Murong Ba, the god of war of the 16 kingdoms of the Eastern Jin dynasty. This is an imperial-level commander with great military exploits. If Murong Ba didn't have a lot of hidden ambition, then maybe his status could be the same as Chang Yuchen. Both men are also strong generals who are good at using cavalry, and their force is amazing. My lord, all 10,000 Yuzhou cavalry have been recruited. Geng Yan came to see Chu Tian. Geng Yan was appointed by Chu Tian as the commander of the cavalry corps, and he took charge of his role at a young age. Chu Tian regarded Geng Yan as Little Han Xian. Yuzhou's sudden cavalrymen were strong and sharp, and they gathered in the barracks outside Jixian County. They were strong men and horses, and full of murderous intent. This cavalry is also quite famous. During the Western Han dynasty, Yuzhou cavalry was one of the main cavalry used by the Han Empire to deal with the Xiongnu. Emperor Guangwu Luxiu relied on the Geng family's Yuzhou cavalry represented by Geng Yan to pacify Hebei and gain a foothold in this crusade against Liaoxi. Chu Tian used the recently recruited Yuzhou cavalry. The average level of Geng Yan's cavalry regiment was only over 10, so they were considered new recruits. But Geng Yan himself has a bonus to the Yuzhou assault cavalry. The Yuzhou assault cavalry itself is a high-level unit with not weak basic attributes, so it has initially formed combat power. One of the 3 major cavalry in the northern frontier of the Han Empire, and he truly deserves his reputation. Chu Tian inspected the cavalry corps and was very satisfied with the cavalry corps. Yuzhou Tuki is enough to serve as the main cavalry, and Geng Yan is a qualified general. Lord, someone wants to see you. Who? Lord Mizhu, the Japanese general. When Chu Tian was preparing to reorganize his troops and set off for the western Liaoning expedition, someone took the initiative to come to his door. Chu Tian was quite surprised, because it was not someone else who arrived, but Mizhu, the general of Anji. Mizhu managed Chu Tian's foreign trade for a long time and obtained gold, silver and resources from other civilizations. After Chu Tian became the king of Xia, Mizhu was promoted to General Anwo. The reason why a miscellaneous general like General Anwo was established was because Chution intended to attack Japan. So he established a position in advance. General Anwo is responsible for managing Japanese affairs. Although he is a general with a mixed title, his actual power can be very great, equivalent to the governor of Japan. Of course, before the occupation of Japan, General Anwo was only a nominal post. Meiju was still engaged in his original job, mainly trading with Japan, and at the same time monitoring every move of the Japanese daimyo, as well as the relationship between the Japanese daimyo. When the army was about to go to conquer western Liaoning, the Anya General Meiju suddenly found Chution. Chution thought that something big must have happened in Dongying district, so he had to find him personally. Sure enough, Meiju anxiously found Chution, who was about to go on an expedition. He indeed had something important to report to Chution. The Japanese daimyo Oda Nobunaga and Tokugawa Ieyasu defeated Usuji Kenshin, and Oda Nobunaga declared that there will be no trouble in the world. The order ordered each daimyo to obey its rule. It stipulated that if there were disputes between daimyo over territorial issues and other issues, they could not fight privately and must be arbitrated by the Oda family. Violators would be severely punished by the Oda family. Oda Nobunaga established the shogunate. For a time, it shocked Japan. There is always no order for anything to happen in the world. The unified mechanism of Japan district is really puzzling. Chution is familiar with the games in Japan. Japan has a special unified mechanism, which is the magical order of peace in the world. When a daimyo's food output is far greater than that of any opponent, enough to defeat the coalition forces of multiple daimyo, and it has become the overlord, it can directly issue a general peace order for the world to unify in name only. This is unimaginable in the Donghan district. The battle in the Donghan district is about life and death, even if an overlord appears in the Eastern Han dynasty. First of all, the overlord is unwilling to maintain the status quo. And secondly, the separatist forces in various states and counties also want to use small things to gain greater benefits. The Dongying district is dominated by the shogunate, and there are hundreds of daimyo below. These daimyo may be retainers of Oda Nobunaga, or they may be enemies. Chution still remembers that it was Toyotomi Hideyoshi, also known as Kinoshita Hideyoshi, who ended the Warring States period in Japan and promulgated the order of peace and order in the world. And it was Tokugawa Ieyasu who established the shogunate. And Lord Oda Nobunaga avoided the incident at Hinnoji Temple due to the help of the players, and became the most powerful daimyo in Japan, occupying the most populous place. With Tokugawa Ieyasu's economic advantage, he defeated the powerful enemies Takeda Shinjin and Kenshin Usuji, promulgated the order of peace in the world, and founded the Oda shogunate. For someone like Chution, who knew the original historical trajectory, but witnessed the changes in the world line with his own eyes, this was a magical thing. The emergence of players has changed the pattern of various civilized areas. Oda Nobunaga has established a climate where he can completely eliminate all daimyo. But why is he eager to unify? Chution thought for a moment, and soon realized that Oda Nobunaga might have other intentions. If Oda Nobunaga didn't know the outside world and thought that the world was just the 4 islands of Japan, then he might settle down. But Oda Nobunaga knows that the so-called world is not just a small land like the 4 Japanese islands, but also the behemoth Han Empire next to it, and the United States with firearms arms to the east. So his ambitions may expand even more. The Japanese, like the Han Empire, attach great importance to the word Tianxia, and believe that only by conquering the world can they stand at the pinnacle of power and truly be remembered in history. Japan is not large enough and needs more territory and population. This is Oda Nobunaga's ambition. He may attack Korea or Manila. It is not surprising. After all, there is a teleportation array. The Manila that Chution mentioned was actually an important city in Southeast Asia. Meiju asked, "Do we need to do anything to restrict Oda Nobunaga?" "As long as Oda Nobunaga does not interfere with my unification of the Han Empire, let him jump up and down for the time being. If he dares to interfere, then attack Japan. Of course, we cannot do nothing. At least find Oda Nobunaga. It's a little troublesome. You secretly contact the daimyo who are dissatisfied with Oda Nobunaga, and they may be able to play a role in the future. Yes. Remember, we will not hesitate to use gold and silver to win over a group of famous names who are valuable to us. Don't feel bad about paying a sum of gold and silver, because we will get more gold and silver from Japan in the future. Although Japan is a small place point, but has stunning silver ore sightings." Chu Tian has been coveting the silver mines in Dongying civilized area for a long time. Japan also has fisheries, hot springs and other terrains that are classified as special resources in lords, which can increase Chu Tian's output. In addition, Japanese warriors dare to fight to the death and commit suicide if they disagree with each other. So recruiting Japanese warriors as a servant army is also a good choice. After occupying Japan, you can recruit Japanese warriors and let them fight for the Han Empire and conquer a wider territory for Chu Tian. Anyway, what was consumed was the population of Japan, not the population of the Han Empire. Japan has a large population, and its samurai are more powerful than Korea's servant army. It is definitely a more civilized area than Korea, which is more suitable for recruiting servant armies. Let the Japanese warriors fight against the Western armies and serve as cannon fodder, making a sure profit without losing any money. Therefore, this is also one of Chu Tian's purposes for occupying Japan. This is already something to consider in the future. Chu Tian believed that Mi Zhu, an Anhui general with a background as a businessman, could easily win over big names. As long as some big names are given enough benefits, they will serve as lackeys for the Han Empire. Some famous NPCs have no concept of civilized areas at all. They only see immediate benefits and follow whoever gives them more. Even the players in the Japanese area are no better than NPCs. In the face of interests, it is not impossible for no one to betray the interests of the civilized area. It just depends on the price. Mi Zhu understood this. As a businessman, he knew how to deal with the famous people in Japan. In fact, Mi Zhu had private contacts with many famous people in Japan. Let's put aside the affairs of Japan for the time being. Ming Guan and Lao Qin are more powerful opponents than Oda Nobunaga. If we cannot defeat them, then there is no way to start an expedition to Japan. After Mi Zhu left, Chu Tian reorganized the troops of Yuzhou. What he wanted to defeat was a much more fierce opponent than Oda Nobunaga, King Ming of the Han Empire. As for Japan, Chu Tian believed that if he unified the Han Empire, appointed a saint-level commander, and sent an expeditionary force, he could win it. Chapter 8:15 The war breaks out in western Liaoning. In Yuzhou, 500,000 troops were mobilized, and groups of elite cavalry were stationed in Yuyang County. The Xia army spared no effort and launched another attack. This time, it was to seize the Liaoxi corridor and approach Liaodong city. The tiger and leopard cavalry of sharp attire, tall horses, and cold iron clothes. Cao Xiu looked at the war eagles hovering in the sky. They were the war eagles owned by the Xia army's Iron Eagle scouts. The appearance of a large number of war eagles meant that the Xia king was personally on the march. During this expedition, western Liaoning is destined to be littered with corpses. Cao Xiu's expression was solemn. This time the war between the three northern princes is no longer a trial, but a battle of life and death. A large-scale war broke out in western Liaoning, and millions of soldiers entered the western Liaoning corridor. Cao Cao's tiger and leopard cavalry were only qualified to serve as vanguard. Behind Cao Cao, Chu Tian, Wei Qing and other generals and cavalry were even more crazy. Yuyang County was divided between the Xia army and the Ming army. This time, the Xia army launched an all-out attack and attempted to occupy the entire Yuyang County and Yubiping County. We have to fight Murong Ba and Murong Kudian. Cao Cao felt a headache when facing the most powerful pair of brothers in the north during the Eastern Jin dynasty. Murong Ba and Murong Ku can be called the Xianbei gods of war. The famous generals who were defeated by them include the powerful minister Huan I of the Eastern Jin dynasty and the king of Wudao Renmin. In the same era, there were few opponents. Let me stop Murong Ba. Xiahou Dun was transferred to Cao Cao's army. You are no match for him, whether he is commanding troops or fighting alone. Murong Ba is top-notch. Cao Cao shook his head. If Murong Ba was so easy to deal with, then it wouldn't be Xiahou Dun's turn to fight Murong Ba alone. Cao Cao could just use the tiger and leopard cavalry to kill Murong Ba. Cao Xiu galloped back. Xianbei cavalry is found in front. The Xianbei coalition has 200,000 troops. As long as the Xianbei cavalry is annihilated, then Liaoxi is within our grasp. Everyone, follow me to meet the enemy. Yes. Cao Cao, Xiahou Dun, Cao Chun, Cao Xiu and other Cao clan generals galloped on their horses, and the tiger and leopard army marched straight in, aiming directly at the Xianbei coalition. The cry of eagles echoed, and the flags covered the sky. 10,000 soldiers of the Shiliu camp held iron swords and marched in unison. Zhou Yafu was sitting on the carriage, and the flying General Li Guang was galloping ahead. Until now, Li Guang is still working hard to obtain the title of Marquis. Because Lao Qin controlled the emperor, and had very strict control over the titles of Marquis and King. There were not many people who were granted the title of Marquis or King unless they made great achievements in foreign wars. Due to the outbreak of the Northern War, Zhou Yafu's defensive army not only did not reduce its strength, but also expanded repeatedly. It currently has about 100,000 people, mainly infantry and chariots. Yuo's soldiers and horses were divided into several groups and marched towards Yuyang. The resonance of the black and thick armored soldiers made the ground tremble. At the front, the scout cavalry of the Yuzhou army and the Xianbei allied army were already fighting. From time to time, the scout cavalry were killed in the conflict and rolled off the backs of galloping horses. Murong Lin held a saber in his hand, with blood dripping from it. A tiger and leopard rider was beheaded by Murong Lin. It's the tiger and leopard cavalry again. This time we must destroy all the tiger and leopard cavalry and establish a kingdom. I will inherit the Xianbei kingdom. Murong Lin also has his own ambitions. There is no shortage of ambitious generals in Mingwan forces, and everyone wants to be king in troubled times. Murong, the leader of the three major tribes, jointly commanded 200,000 Xianbei soldiers and horses. He had 100 Xianbei generals and 2,000 centurions. The soldiers and horses were strong and powerful. Murong Xianbei's Dragon City cavalry of the Yan Kingdom is fully equipped, holding a horse stem in his hand, and the armor is cold. Murong Ba was wearing heavy armor and a black cloak, and his expression was as heavy as Zhou Yafu's. It was related to the future of Murong Xianbei tribe, so Murong Ba had to be cautious. Once the Xianbei coalition forces are defeated, the Xianbei nobles will lose power. Instead, the Xia Palace will appoint officials to manage the Xianbei tribe. Moreover, the three major Xianbei tribes may be disrupted and eliminated. Troubled times require the use of heavy scriptures. The king of Xia is marching in person. We have never fought against the king of Xia. I heard that the king of Xia's cavalry is unparalleled in the world, so we must be careful. As the military advisor of the Xianbei coalition, Murong Ku was more cautious than Murong Ba. The Murong tribe is really full of talents. Duan Pishi and Yuan Yadugi were afraid of Murong Ba and Murong Ku. The talent quality of the Murong tribe is much higher than that of the other two tribes. King Ming has organized his troops in Liaodong City, and the Liaodong army will arrive soon. The legendary brothers Murong Ba and Murong Ku commanded 200,000 Xianbei cavalry into Yuyang County, and Mingwan sent a player to inform them. King Ming wants to consume the cavalry of our Xianbei tribe and King Xia at the same time, so he can benefit from it? Yuan Idogue thought about it for a while, and quickly understood Mingwan's intention. In addition to our Xianbei tribe, there are also 150,000 Wuhuan cavalry and 100,000 Western Liao and Han troops. At least in terms of military strength, we are not much inferior to the king of Xia. It is not appropriate to fight internally at this time. Take the lead in defeating the king of Xia, and then establish the kingdom of our Xianbei tribe. Murong Ku knew clearly that Mingwan had selfish motives in letting the Xianbei tribe serve as the vanguard. But if there was an internal fight at this time, it would be a complete defeat. If King Xia can be defeated, King Ming needs to recognize our three major tribes of Xianbei as kings. That's right. With the military exploits of our three major tribes, King Ming will not dare to deny our title of king. Otherwise, he will be greatly disappointed. Let's see if we can defeat King Xia for now. In Liaodong City, Mingwan recruited the elites of Liaodong and came with all their military strength. The two commanders Su De and Chang Yuchen walked side by side, and the other generals were in awe of the two. The two of them are the core figures of the Liaodong army and Mingwan's biggest trump card. Zhu Zimu has been coveting Liaodong for a long time. Liaodong is unfair, and it is difficult for him to march into Guanzhong. Otherwise, he will fall into the quagmire of Guanzhong and be unable to get out. Yuzhou will be taken by me. Mingwan led hundreds of good generals and hundreds of thousands of elite troops to the expedition. Su De and Chang Yuchen came to Mingwan. All troops and horses are ready. Recruit all the elites and send troops to Western Liaoning. Those who have made meritorious deeds will be given the title of king or marquis without any hesitation. In order to mobilize the generals of the Liaodong army, Mingwan promised great benefits, including high-ranking officials and generous salaries. My lord, Gongsun Kong requests to go to war. Gongsun Kong, a local general in Liaodong, couldn't wait to fight. Opportunities like the generals and prime ministers, the tearing of earth and the enfeoffment of princes, do not come all the time. When the three major princes in the north went to war, they actually provided the civil servants and generals of each faction with the opportunity to become princes. If they defeated the civil servants and generals of one side, they would also have the merit of following the dragon. Han Wu Iron Cavalry, obey the order! Tens of thousands of Han Wu cavalry stood beside the tall-boned war horses, with sabers hanging on their waists. The background of Han Wu Iron Cavalry comes from the elite of Zhu Yuanzhang's northern expedition. Guanning Cavalry, can't fall behind! Li Chengyang and Zhu Dasho drew their sabers. Guanning's cavalry, equipped with three-eyed fire guns, was an elite warrior in the late Ming dynasty. The two cavalry are from the background of the early Ming dynasty and the late Ming dynasty respectively. This battle requires mutual cooperation. How can we, Iron Buddha, be content to be inferior to others? Jin Wushu's Iron Buddha and the two cavalry formed a torrent of steel. The iron mines in Liaodong gave Mingwan the capital to build heavy armor. Hong Chengqiu and Kong Yiv led the 8 banners of the Han army and followed the steel torrent of the Liaodong army. This army, which was mainly infantry, was equipped with matchlock guns. If Chu Zimu wants to defeat me, I'm afraid it won't be that easy. The battle between Song Jin and Song Jin is not without success. Mingwan looked back at the mighty army behind him. He could see an endless expanse of darkness. Almost all the iron ore mined by Mingwan from Taizan and Liaodong was thrown into the army. Just to wait until this day came. If the Battle of Western Liaodong is lost, the possibility of conquering the Central Plains will be greatly reduced. And even the possibility of finally unifying the Han Empire will be zero. Basically, all you need to consider is surrender. Therefore, this battle can only be won, not defeated. Chapter 816 Crisis in Guanzhong. Calling Nurhisai and Wanyan a good to come and join us. Mingwan had to rely on the power of the Jurchen tribe in Liaodong. Although the leader of the Jurchen tribe was not less ambitious than the Xianbei tribe. In Chang'an City, Guanzhong, the emperor of the Han dynasty was forced to issue an edict, calling on all soldiers and horses from all over the world to attack Chutian. The entire city of Chang'an was controlled by Lao Qin's troops, and the emperor had no power. King Chu Zimu of Xia planned to plunder Guanzhong and kidnap the emperor. So he called on the soldiers and horses from all over the world to attack him together. The Guanzhong area was greatly shaken. The civil war in the Han Empire broke out again. And this time, the forces of Lao Qin were unable to retreat. Wu Qi garrisoned troops in Luoyang City to threaten Chang'an. The reason why Wu Qi did not rush to attack Chang'an was simply because the two were separated by the majestic Tongwan. Due to the danger of Tongwan, ordinary soldiers and horses cannot overcome it. If Tongwan falls, Chang'an will be difficult to defend. The Qin army recruited young men on a large scale in Guanzhong, and they were transferred to professional soldiers or special units in the barracks. During the war, various princes mobilized their troops, so the military strength was stronger than usual. Qin Ruisher, Iron Eagle Ruisher, Bingzhou Wolf Cavalry, Iron Kites, Tiger Pattern Iron Cavalry, Sanha Cavalry, and the 5th School of the Northern Army are ready to go out. Wu Qi moved to Hedong County and attacked the 6 counties of East County. If the huge Hedong County is completely occupied by Wu Qi, the Shihe area will be in danger. If Hedong County and Shihe area are lost, the Xia army can attack Chang'an City and Xianyang from the north of the Yellow River. City. Su Fengnian's cavalry has passed Yumen Pass and is taking Wuwei County to attack Liangzhou. For us, the most favorable news may be that King Xia went to attack Liaoxi and Liaodong. With various news flying around Chang'an City, the Xiaqing alliance shifted its main efforts to the Liaoxi corridor in an attempt to weaken Mingwan's offensive capabilities. But this does not mean that the Xiaqing alliance is on the absolute defensive in the Guanzhong area. On the contrary, the Xiaqing alliance is also in an offensive position to some extent in the Guanzhong area. Wu Qi personally led troops to attack Hedong County north of the Yellow River. The Baibua army in Hedong County was defeated and was no match for Wu Qi. Lao Qin sent some generals to Hedong County, but was still at a disadvantage. Su Fengnian assisted Huan in retaking the Duan kingdom, and then returned to Shiliang, shocking Liangzhou. Su Fengnian, Ma Teng, and Han Sui had many connections in Liangzhou, and tribes responded to Su Fengnian, which made Su Fengnian's momentum even stronger. Not only that, Huan even assigned the most powerful Huatsubing to Su Fengnian, giving Su Fengnian the initial conditions to regain Liangzhou. Chutian arranged for Huan to enter the pass in order to break the delicate balance between the 3 northern princes. Multi-front combat is still a bit difficult for Chutian. The entry of the Western Region Protectorate's army would destroy this balance. Chu Zimu wanted to unify the Han Empire as soon as possible. Unexpectedly, Huan spared no effort to support him. He even dispatched many soldiers and horses to monitor Central Asia. But in this way, no one could check and balance Wukuatai in Central Asia. The forces in Ajadai are about to become Turkic. Lao Qin personally came to Chang'an City to command the troops. The size of Chang'an City is undoubtedly larger than that of Xining City. Before the war in the north, Lao Qin had tried to win over Huan. If the Western Region Protectorate, which has many arrogant soldiers, joins the Xining alliance, Chu Tian may not be able to win the war in the north. It can be said that the position of the Western Region Protectorate is important. Basically, whichever camp the Western Region Protectorate stands in, the probability of winning will be greatly increased. It is a pity that the Western Region Protectorate completely ignored Lao Qin's request for an alliance. And as the governor of Izhou County, Nyuk also refused to accept the jurisdiction of Izhou Mu Liu Bei. Liu Bei serves as the shepherd of Izhou. What does it have to do with her being the governor of Izhou County? Lao Qin already knew that Liu Bei was launching a large-scale crusade against the disobedient southern barbarians, and the two sides were at odds with each other. So there was no need to win over Huan and Muke, and they could just start a war. Su Fengyan returned to Xiliang, and Huan lent him a team of soldiers and horses. The attack was fierce. I am afraid that Xie I may not be able to stop it in the Battle of Xiliang. He can only let Deng Chang, Zhang Hao, Su Cheng, and Lu Guang, a former Qin fierce general, went to assist Xie I. Or do you need Meng Tian to deal with Xubing? Lao Qin thought about it, and realized that even if Meng Tian used cavalry, he might not be Xubing's opponent. Order Wang Jian to resist Wu Qi in Hedong County. Lu Bu, Li Ju, Guasi, and Zhang Xiu's soldiers will go out from Tongguan and attack Luoyang. I will hold back the Xia army in Luoyang for my king. It is best to force Wu Qi to return to Luoyang. Lao Qin quickly deployed troops and horses. He was powerless against Liangzhou and could only appoint Xie I and White to join the Di people, Chang people, and other tribes to resist Su Fengyan. He even transferred Meng Wu and Meng Tian and his son to Xiliang. This shows that Su Fengyan is an old rival. Not simple. At the beginning, when Lao Qin attacked Xiliang, he still needed to use the alienation strategy provided by Jia Su to instigate some players in Longxi to rebel. And then he captured Xiliang. Although Su Fengyan did not develop much because he gave up his status as a lord, and still needed the help of Hua An's troops from the Western Region Protectorate, Su Fengyan still had a group of generals. Ma Chao, one of the 5 Tiger generals, is still under Su Fengyan. At the Qishan fortress in Xiliang, the defender surrendered to the Qin army commanded by Cai, and the Qishan mountain road was again controlled by the Qin army. At this point, all the 2 counties in Liangzhou occupied by the Hanzhong army were recaptured by Cai. However, Cai had new troubles. This time, Lao Qin asked him to defeat Su Fengyan and defend Liangzhou. Liangzhou's population is not as large as that of Guangzhou, but it is an important horse-producing area. Liu Bei has sent people to attack Hanzhong, so there is no need to worry about Zhang Dao's threat for the time being. But it is said that Su Fengyan is more troublesome than Zhang Dao. Xie I deeply felt that he was putting out fires everywhere. First it was Zhang Dao, then Su Fengyan. Each opponent became stronger than the last. Fortunately, Liu Bei had already ordered Yang Su to attack Hanzhong, which relieved his pressure a little. Otherwise, Liangzhou would be attacked from 2 sides and would definitely lose. The world is full of wars and smoke, and many people have died unexpectedly. Fu Jian was sent by Lao Qin to help Cai. Although he came from the aggressive Di tribe, he sighed and was not much different from a scholar official. So that Cai was a little surprised. As the former Qin emperor, Fu Jian was indeed a strange person. These are troubled times, and no one is willing to hand over the power in their hands. Otherwise, there would be so many disputes in the world. Cai was helpless against the chaos in the world. Not only did the war break out within the Han Empire, but there were also constant wars and wars outside the Han Empire. Among the soldiers and horses brought by Su Fengyan, there is the fierce General Ma Chao. But our army has 10,000 enemies against Deng Chang and Zhang Hao. Therefore, there is no need to worry about being attacked by Ma Chao. It is best to capture Ma Chao and threaten Ma Tung. Cai was already imagining the contrast between the strengths and weaknesses of the 2 armies. When the end comes, you can go out to fight Ma Chao. Pangda had no contact with Ma Chao because he was loyal to the forces of Lao Qin when he became an official. Pangda heard about Ma Chao's attack and volunteered to fight Ma Chao. Ma Chao has grown up and is brave enough to win the 3 armies. I'm afraid, because during the crusade against the Di tribe, Su Huang and Pang De were defeated by Ding Chong and Zhang Hao. Two 10,000 enemies. So I could be sure that Pang De was not Ma Chao's opponent. In their time, Ding Chong and Zhang Hao were compared to Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. Zhang Hao's level is on the low side. And I don't know about Ding Chong. When the time comes, Pang is willing to carry the coffin and fight. If he fails to win, he is willing to be subject to military law. Pound offered to carry the coffin. I had a headache. The characters of these generals are stranger than the last. Ding Chong likes to ask for official positions when war starts. And Pang De likes to carry coffins. Chapter 817 Japan's Choice. Japan. Gifu Castle. The main city of Oda Nobunaga. The castle tower located on Inaba Mountain. Overlooking the castle towers below the mountain. This place was originally the Inabayama Castle of the Daimyo Saito family. Oda Nobunaga changed its name to Gifu Castle, taking it from the fact that King Wu of the Zhou dynasty lived in Chishan and ruled the world. Because of the player's suggestion, Oda Nobunaga established the shogunate to rule Japan. Nominally, each daimyo obeyed the orders of Oda Nobunaga. The territories of defeated daimyos such as Yasuji and Takeda were reduced, and their population size was even less comparable to that of Oda Nobunaga. As an ally, Tokugawa Ieyasu gained part of the territory of the Takeda family because of his contribution in spreading military force across the world. Some players reminded Oda Nobunaga to beware of Tokugawa Ieyasu. But Oda Nobunaga disagreed because he believed that as long as he was alive, Tokugawa Ieyasu would not betray him. Unlike Akechi Mitsuhide, however, a bigger problem faced Oda Nobunaga. Japan was nominally unified, and the endless internal fighting between the various daimyo stopped. But the daimyo's ambition for land has not disappeared. Since the 4 islands of Japan are so large and have a lot of mountains, they can only expand outward. In addition, as the bottom warrior class of the war machine, if there is no war, their status will plummet. Oda Nobunaga felt that the daimyo were about to move. In order to divert internal conflicts, he had no choice but to expand to the outside world. Koryo or Luzon? Below Oda Nobunaga, Kinoshita Hideyoshi, Takanaka Hanbei, Kuroda Kanbei, Shibata Katsui, and other military advisors and famous generals gathered. The Kingdom of Luzon is one of the ancient civilizations in Southeast Asia and the Philippine civilization area in Lord. The Kingdom of Koryo and the Kingdom of Luzon were both soft persimmons that could be manipulated by Oda Nobunaga. In addition to the ministers of the Oda family, Tadayoshi Takeda, who was originally a foreign minister of the Takeda family and had 2 battles with Chutian during the National War, took the initiative to speak out. The Kingdom of Koryo is now controlled by the Liaodong Army of the Han Empire. The Liaodong Army and the Central Plains Army is at war in western Liaoning, and their military strength is quite equal. The shogunate's attack on Korea is tantamount to aiding the Central Plains Army, and should not be done. It is better to send troops to Luzon, plunder the local population, and use it for our own use, rather than attacking Korea. Not only the losses are fewer troops and horses, and the population of Luzon may not be less than that of Koryo. What do you think, gentlemen? Oda Nobunaga accepted most of the players' opinions because the player saved his life and avoided the ending of Hinoji Temple. What is the area of Luzon? Slightly smaller than the 4 Japanese islands, but not far different. How is its force? It is insignificant to wear a crown while bathing a monkey. Order each daimyo to prepare an army to conquer the Luzon kingdom. The land occupied will be divided according to merit. Sending troops and food will be counted as military merit. The tens of millions of people in the Luzon kingdom should be driven by us. If the Central Plains can be conquered, then they are the true people of the world. Oda Nobunaga believed that the huge Han Empire was the center of the world. So occupying the Central Plains of the Han Empire was the true symbol of the people of the world. The so-called people in the world are above hundreds of millions of people, and under the sky. Kinoshita Hideyoshi, the famous Toyotomi Hideyoshi, hesitated to speak. He originally wanted to advocate the annexation of the nearby Koryo kingdom. But since Oda Nobunaga had made up his mind, Kinoshita Hideyoshi did not say much. The player General Takeda, Tadayoshi basically inherited Takeda Shinjin's Wind Forest Volcano ability, so he was reused by Oda Nobunaga. In addition, Takeda Tadayoshi, as a player, had different thoughts. For example, Kinoshita Hideyoshi advocated the annexation of the Kingdom of Koryo, but Takeda Tadayoshi advocated the annexation of the Luzon Kingdom, which Kinoshita Hideyoshi had not thought about. In the name of the shogun, Oda Nobunaga secretly notified various daimyo to send troops to attack the Luzon Kingdom. Southeast Asian civilizations have a large population. In lords, the combined population of all civilizations is about half of the Han Empire. However, the ancient civilizations of Southeast Asia lack saint-level commanders. Moreover, they lacked special units, and their combat effectiveness was weak. It is not easy to win a war with the Han Empire. It is better to go and bully the ancient civilizations in Southeast Asia. There is still a slight chance of victory. Takeda Tadayoshi inherited Takeda Shinjin's abilities, and acted on behalf of the Takeda family in the Oda shogunate. He also couldn't help but worry about the future of the 4 Japanese islands. In a troubled world dominated by cold weapons, there is no international order at all. The law of the jungle and the strong will really destroy the country. To the west of the 4 islands of Japan is the Han Empire, a behemoth. Once unification is completed, Japan, which is located next to the Han Empire, is likely to be annexed. Unless there is another powerful empire that can check and balance the Han Empire, the 4 islands of Japan can have both sides and avoid being annexed. Such an empire only has the United States in the east. Takeda Tadayoshi had an idea of joining forces with the lords of the United States. But after thinking about it, this is a game. There has not been a large-scale collision between the 2 civilizations. It is difficult to say whether the United States can still check and balance the Han Empire. The Shimazu family who unified Kyushu Island in Japan received an order from Oda Nobunaga and asked the Satsuma Shimazu family to form a navy as the vanguard of the attack on Luzon. The main city of Luzon is Manila, a port city. Try to capture it as much as possible. Recruit the various daimyo from Kyushu Island who have surrendered to our Shimazu family to form the Kyushu army. After discussion within the Shimazu family, they immediately organized troops. Kyushu Island is in the Dongying district. It has strong folk customs and a strong navy. During the Meiji Restoration, the Satsuma domain on Kyushu Island stirred up troubles and became prominent for a while. Tachibana Mountain Castle on Kyushu Island. Tachibana Michizuki, known as the Kyushu military god by the Japanese, received orders from the Shimazu family. In Japan today, Oda Nobunaga is the most powerful, and there are local snakes in each region, such as the Shimazu family on Kyushu Island. The Shimazu family dominates Kyushu Island, and the various daimyo on Kyushu Island have to succumb to the Shimazu family. Each daimyo had its own retainers, and these retainers might also have fiefdoms. In short, Japan was unified in name only, more like the feudal system of the Western Middle Ages. The snow is falling heavily. The Tachibana Mountain Castle is frozen, and a little girl carved in pink and jade is chasing a wild deer. This woman has an active nature and will not be an ordinary person in the future. Tachibana Michiyuki wears the famous sword Chidori on her waist, like weapons such as Imosia, a famous swordsman from the Eastern Han dynasty. The Chidori is also a special weapon that can trigger special effects. A military commander who came to visit Tachibana Michiyuki said, "Our Otomo Shwanbi is well known on Kyushu Island, but unexpectedly, we were defeated by the Shimazu family." The stranger changed the situation. A great name supported by strangers will always be disadvantaged. Tachibana Michiyuki also felt a little emotional. The existence of players shatters the original world line and creates a new world line. No matter what, our great friends, Tachibana and Takahashi, join forces and have a strong military. We will conquer the Luzon Kingdom and become famous all over the world. Chapter 8:18. Seeing Subutai again. The Japanese shogunate was recruiting troops aggressively. There were rumors that the shogunate established by Oda Nobunaga was going to attack Luzon to establish its prestige, causing Luzon to panic. At this time, the Luzon Kingdom was also in a mess. The various lords and tribes were unwilling to compromise, and were still fighting. If the Japanese warriors attacked Manila in the Luzon Kingdom, the Luzon Kingdom would be at risk of collapse. The entire world of lords was in chaos, and even the 4 islands of Japan, which were nominally unified, still chose to expand. In Central Asia, in the northern part of the Kushan Empire, Wakutai fought with the king of Kushan, leaving corpses everywhere. The main force of Ajadai is Mongolian and Turkic, to be precise, because Central Asia is the territory of the Turks. Ajadai is being assimilated. This is the inevitable result of a small population dominating the majority. The king of Kushan could build a large empire, and he was not an incompetent person. He fought with Wakutai in the Kushan Empire's own territory and relied on his military superiority to not fall behind. However, the situation will be broken. The corners of Wakutai's mouth raised slightly. The great Khan of the Ilkhanate, Ajadai's younger brother Tuolei, said reinforcements. The teleportation array in the northern part of the Kushan Empire shook, and Mongolian warriors came out of the teleportation array one after another. Mengge, Kublai Khan, Subutai, and Zibi, your arrival will help me win the Kushan Empire. Wakutai looked at this group of warriors from the Mongolian civilization. Among them, Mengge and Kublai Khan were the sons of Tuolei and were also the best. Subutai is Temujin's most powerful general, with a cavalry bonus second only to Temujin. The current representative of the Mongolian Empire's cavalry is on the same level as with Subing and Wei Qing. Zibi is the first Bao in Mongolia and has the title of Divine Arrow. As soon as Subutai arrived, he took the initiative to ask if the Western Region Protectorate sends troops to attack the hinterland of the Seljuk Empire. I am afraid there will be no chance of annexing the Kushan Empire. Don't worry. The soldiers and horses of the Western Region Protectorate have entered the border and are participating in the war within the Han Empire. They will not be able to escape for a while. We can rest assured to attack the Kushan Empire and capture the King of Kushan alive. He still has certain use value. The Protectorate of the Western Regions actually entered the pass to participate in the battle within the pass. It seems that the battle within the pass of the Han Empire was quite tragic. If the Great Khan was still alive, this must be the best opportunity to take over the Central Plains. Unfortunately, the Great Khan acted too hastily and died on the battlefield. Subutai couldn't help but think of his old master Temujin, who died in the battle. If Temujin was still alive, he would definitely try to intervene in the Han Empire's northern war and wait for an opportunity to take over the Central Plains. At his peak, Temujin needed the three major princes to join forces to suppress him. Once he intervened in the battle within the Han Empire, it would be a pity that who would win would be directly determined. Ogdi had no idea of intervening in the northern war of the Han Empire. He was not Temujin and did not have that kind of courage. Moreover, the Mongol Empire was not what it used to be. It even needed to borrow troops from Tuolei and relied more and more on Turkic cavalry. Father Khan died in battle, which can be regarded as a military life. I will have people prepare a place for you to stay. Ajadai had great respect for the elders Temujin left behind. These elders were Temujin's team to conquer the world. Wakutai's eyes fell on one of the generals. I didn't expect that you, the Thunder General Wakan, would also be sent here. Wakutai knew that Han General Wakan was one of the top siege generals in the Eastern Han dynasty. When Wakan attacked Persia, he captured countless cities. No matter how difficult the city was to attack, Wakan seemed to be able to capture it. He can provide certain bonuses to the siege legions and siege equipment. Tuolei sent siege generals of Wakan's level to support Wakutai, which shows that Tuolei attaches great importance to Wakutai. Wakan came to attack the cities of the Kushan Empire on the orders of Ili Khan. The Kushan Empire does not dare to fight to the death with our Mongolian and Turkic cavalry in the wild, but huddles in solid cities. With your help and the large trebuchets, these solid cities will no longer be a problem. Wakutai was very satisfied with the task of sending the General Wakan. There is a legendary siege general who is crucial to the rapid annexation of a civilization. Wakutai has no time to delay any longer. Otherwise, the Western Region Protectorate, which Wakutai regards as a troublemaker in Central Asia, will intervene in the affairs of Central Asia. Then Ogdi missed a great opportunity to annex Central Asia and even South Asia. Huan has always been a difficult enemy for Ogdi. The Ogdi Khanate was destroyed by Huan. Moreover, Huan also intervened in the Dayuan Kingdom and extended his hands to Central Asia, making Ogdi unbearable. Now, it is difficult for Huan to be involved in the Northern War and unable to withdraw. This is the opportunity for Wakutai. How can he miss it? It is rare for soldiers and horses from the Western Region Protectorate to enter the pass. It is indeed a rare opportunity that cannot be missed. It can quickly defeat the King of Kushan. Subutai was gearing up with a group of Mongolian generals. Even the generals of the Mongolian Empire knew that the Western Region's Protectorate led by Huan generally adopted the principle of neutrality and would not easily participate in the war within the Han Empire. However, this time the Western Region's Protectorate broke the convention, indicating that the Northern War within the Han Empire, it is indeed necessary for other forces to break the deadlock, and the Western Region Protectorate plays such a role. There is no better opportunity than this when the Protectorate of the Western Regions enters the pass. Otherwise, if the Protectorate of the Western Regions interferes with our attack on the Kushan Empire, we will be attacked from both sides. This is why I asked Tuolei for reinforcements, and why you are here. Come to this city. The Kushan Empire has a population of tens of millions. If you capture the Kushan Empire, I promise you that each person will be able to live in the city for at least 50,000 households. In order to win over Temujin's remaining veteran generals and build a relationship with Toliai's son, Ogdi gave them extremely generous promises and rewards. 50,000 households in the city are equivalent to a big lord. 2 Lay's reinforcements arrived, and the reputation of Subutai, the king of field battles, spread throughout the Kushan Empire, and people were panicked. Subutai's cavalry was responsible for field battles, while Buqian's siege army was responsible for siege and evacuation of the city. The two cooperated with each other, and it was like being in an uninhabited land in the Kushan Empire. The Kushan Empire's army was defeated repeatedly in battles, and both in field battles and city defenses were ineffective. The king of Kushan was extremely anxious when he saw that one city after another was taken away by the combined forces of Mongolia and Turks, and more than 100,000 Kushan troops were killed. The two civilizations of Mongolia and Turks are both powerful nomadic civilizations born in the monster house of East Asia. When the two civilizations begin to merge, one can imagine the explosive fighting power. The Protectorate of the Western Regions. We can only resist the Mongolian and Turkic cavalry by looking for the Protectorate of the Western Regions and joining forces. When King Kushan was in crisis for his empire, he thought of his recent enemy, the Protectorate of the Western Regions. Although the Western Region Protectorate had just defeated him, the enemy of my enemy was my friend. Compared with the fall of the Kushan Empire, the capture of the Dalyuan Kingdom by the Western Region Protectorate was not a big deal. Chapter 819, The Weakness of the Flying General. In Yuyang County, Xiao Army General Li Guang led his cavalry to pursue the Xianbei cavalry. Duan Xianbei cavalry besieged Li Guang on a hill in Yuyang County. Li Guang stood on the hill, looking down at the dark mass of Duan Xianbei cavalry below. It seems a little presumptuous. Li Guang estimated that the number of Duan Xianbei cavalry was more than 10 times his. Duan Xianbei had a grudge against Li Guang, so he couldn't wait to kill Li Guang. Li Guang must die. Duan Wenyan led a large number of Xianbei cavalry to surround Li Guang. This was his opportunity to kill Li Guang. Muronka's speculation is indeed correct. As a vanguard, Li Guang will pursue us as long as we pretend to retreat. Duan Pishi, the leader of the Duan clan Xianbei clan, led the generals of the Duan clan's tribe and stood side by side with Duan Wenyang. Xianbei cavalry are currently all under Muronka's command. In order to win, Duan Pishi temporarily put aside his feud with the Murong family. Muronka was speculating on the shortcomings of the generals of the Yuzhou army. Except for a few generals in the Yuzhou army who have no obvious shortcomings, other generals had their own flaws more or less. Even Cao Cao would be complacent when the situation was good. This was his shortcoming. Li Guang wanted to be granted a title too much and often took the lead, so he easily fell into the trap of luring the enemy. Let me lead the cavalry to attack. Kill Li Guang, and take revenge. Duan Wenyang, the strongest general of Duan Xianbei tribe, couldn't wait to defeat Li Guang. There is no need to rush to attack, because Li Guang will take the initiative to go down the mountain to attack. This is Muronka's idea. Let's trust him for now. If Muronka can even see through Li Guang's character, then he is really a terrible person. I don't believe that our military strength is more than 10 times that of Li Guang. How dare Li Guang take the initiative to go down the mountain to attack? Duan Wenyang couldn't believe it. Unless Li Guang was extremely confident in his own force, he would dare to take the initiative to lead the cavalry to attack a legion that was far larger than his own. Flying General Li Guang is coming down the mountain. How can it be? However, just as Muronka predicted, Li Guang actually led 4,000 cavalry to attack. 4,000 war horses galloped, and Li Guang selected dozens of the highest level marksmen to serve as the vanguard with him. As the commander-in-chief, Li Guang took the lead and rushed to the front. His long bow was drawn, and he suddenly burst out and fired continuously, killing 5 Xianbei cavalry. The sharpshooters selected by Li Guang all bent their bows and set arrows, and shot dozens of arrows at the same time. The arrows penetrated the half-body armor of the Xianbei cavalry. The Xianbei cavalry was hit by an arrow, dripping with blood, and rolled off the horse's back. Kill! When the 2 cavalrymen approached, Li Guang abandoned his bow and arrow and used a spear to attack. The Xia army's cavalry moved forward inexorably, and hundreds of Xianbei cavalry were attacked and killed by Li Guang's cavalry. The 2 cavalrymen fought in a melee. Duan Xianbei cavalry recovered from the initial attack by Li Guang, and surrounded Li Guang from all directions. Kill Flying General Li Guang and get a reward of 10,000 taels of silver. Duan Pishi was worried about being broken out by Li Guang, So he ordered Duan Xianbei cavalry to encircle Li Guang in large numbers. "I'm going to kill him!" Duan Wenyang rode his horse to kill Li Guang. Flesh and blood flew everywhere around Li Guang. The cavalry was killed, and arrows were flying on the battlefield. There were dozens of Xianbei cavalry who fell under Li Guang. Li Guangshou is dead. Duan Wenyang led a group of Xianbei cavalry to attack Li Guang. Duan Wenyang holds a long bow and finds Li Guang again. "How dare you shout after your defeated general?" Li Guang saw that this Xianbei general was having a hard time with him. So he changed into a bow and arrow and went toe-to-toe with Duan Wenyang. The two men shot an arrow almost at the same time. The two arrows passed through the layers of cavalry, collided in the air, and suddenly broke apart. As expected, I can't compete with him in archery. But there's nothing to be afraid of. I have far more troops than Li Guang, so I can kill him. Duan Wenyang gave up the archery competition with Li Guang. He realized that his archery skills were completely inferior to Li Guang's. At this time, we can only use the absolute superiority of troops to forcefully kill Li Guang. The thief didn't confront me. He is really a coward. Li Guang was good at both archery and melee combat. Duan Wenyang did not dare to compete with Li Guang in archery. Li Guang could only use the Huanshou sword to cut down the cavalry along the way. "General, if we keep fighting like this, our entire army will be annihilated." Li Guang was killing all the Xianbei cavalry, but the number of cavalry under his command was decreasing sharply. Not all cavalry are capable of defeating 10. Only special units such as the Qiushu army, the Huban army, and the Xuanjiao army are capable of defeating low-level cavalry that is 10 times their size. Li Guang fought bloody battles. His helmet stained red with blood, and was heavily surrounded by the Xianbei cavalry. He shouted, "We break out!" "Yes!" Li Guang used himself as a sharp edge to forcefully break through the siege of Xianbei cavalry. The Xianbei cavalry pressed forward and put pressure on Li Guang from both wings. More than 1,000 of Li Guang's cavalry were killed, while 2,000 of Duan Xianbei cavalry were killed. Both sides were exchanging lives for lives. Flying General Li Guang is indeed worthy of his reputation. He can actually kill so many of our cavalry. However, Li Guang will definitely be killed by us today. Duan Peishi commanded the Xianbei cavalry from a high place to besiege Li Guang. Li Guang was in crisis and was bound to win. Flying General Li Guang is a fierce general of the Chutian forces. If Li Guang can be killed, it will shake the morale of the Xiao army. "Sir, Zhou Yafu Shilio camp is approaching here." When Duan Peishi planned to kill Li Guang in one fell swoop, Zhou Yafu Shilio battalion quickly approached the Xianbei cavalry. "Ask the Yuan tribe to intercept Zhou Yafu Shilio camp. We must capture Li Guang and not fall short." Duan Peishi was unwilling to give in. Li Guang was right in front of him. This was a rare opportunity to kill Li Guang. If he missed this opportunity, Li Guang might not be able to advance easily. Zhou Yafu Shilio camp remained sharp and quickly rushed to support Li Guang's position. Li Guang really couldn't hold himself back and chased after him. Zhou Yafu sometimes had no choice. Although some warriors were brave, they were not cautious enough. Not everyone was as steady as Zhou Yafu. "General, there is a Xianbei cavalry in front of us, blocking the way." Zhou Yafu was surrounded by Xianbei cavalry, and his expression became more solemn. The soldiers of Shilio camp stopped and formed a square formation. On the horizon, the cavalry of the Yuan tribe appeared, interspersed between Li Guang and Zhou Yafu, trying to prevent Zhou Yafu from supporting Li Guang. Zhou Yafu looked at the Xianbei cavalry on the horizon like black clouds covering the city. All the cavalry from the Xianbei tribe were dispatched, and the Yuan tribe specifically targeted Zhou Yafu. Zhou Yafu is extremely cautious. There is almost no way to make a calculation. He can only defeat Zhou Yafu head-on. This is what Muronka told us. We believe Muronka for the time being. Yuan Yadugi, the leader of the Yuan tribe, already knew that Zhou Yafu was an extremely stable person, and it was basically impossible to lure Zhou Yafu to risk sending troops. Chapter 820. The war breaks out. Shilio camp. Prepare for battle. Zhou Yafu ordered the Shilio camp to form a formation. The infantry in the front row of the Shilio camp held spears and shields and formed a copper and iron wall to prevent the Xianbei tribe's cavalry from overwhelming the Shilio camp. Yuan Xianbei, the generals of this tribe. I don't know what their fighting style is like. Gong Yan will go to support Li Guang, so we don't have to worry too much. It is not that Zhou Yafu has no friendly forces here. Gong Yan's Yuzhou Assault Cavalry Corps went into battle for the first time, but Gong Yan commanded the elite Yuzhou Assault Cavalry. Therefore, Zhou Yafu chose to believe that Gong Yan could rescue Li Guang. The battle between the Xiao army and the Ming army in Yuyang County broke out, because Li Guang was besieged by Duan Xianbei cavalry. The troops from both sides quickly gathered with Li Guang as the center. Not only were the legions of Zhou Yafu and Li Guang involved in the war, but also the legions of Geng Yan, Cao Cao, and Wei Qing were all alerted. The battlefield is changing rapidly, and any trigger may trigger a war. The cavalry of the Yuan Xianbei tribe surrounded them from the left and right, and Zhou Yafu's Shiliu camp was like a rock in the sea. Shiliu camp is the core, and Zhou Yafu's army also has a large number of crossbowmen equipped with divine arm bows. Once the Xianbei cavalry approaches, thousands of arrows will be fired, like the sickle of death, harvesting the lives of the Xianbei cavalry. The cavalry of the Yuan Xianbei tribe tried to attack Zhou Yafu's army. However, after hundreds of cavalry were shot over by the divine arm bow, the Xianbei cavalry had to regroup and try to find a suitable breakthrough. Is the general on the opposite side Zhou Yafu? He should be an opponent worthy of our careful treatment. If we can defeat Zhou Yafu, maybe we can become famous all over the world. A general from the Yuan tribe looked at the neatly organized Shiliu camp phalanx on the opposite side. Quick! Geng Yan commanded the Yuzhou cavalry corps and went to support Li Guang. Yuzhou suddenly rode thousands of horses galloping, and the hoof prints of the war horses left dents on the ground. The Yuzhou assault cavalry are the elite cavalry of the three major frontier fortresses of the Han Empire. They have additional attribute bonuses when fighting in Yuzhou. Geng Yan, one of the 28 generals of Yuntai, went out for the first time. He regarded this battle against Liaoshi as an opportunity to make achievements, so he left no room for it. Li Guang pursued the Xianbei cavalry and was surrounded. Chu Tian, who was in the rear, fell into a brief silence when he learned the news. Li Guang was not able to be granted a title. In addition to his unfortunate fate, he also had some problems of his own. It was not that Chu Tian deliberately did not ask for a title for Li Guang. The war centered on Li Guang suddenly broke out. Chu Tian could only adapt to the situation and cooperate with Li Guang's sudden advance to mobilize a large enough force to severely damage the Xianbei cavalry. Chu Tian's expedition to western Liaoning alarmed all the tribes in western Liaoning. The Xianbei and Wuhuan tribes all mobilized, with war horses like clouds and cavalry like rain, except for Genghis Khan Temujin. This was the largest cavalry regiment Chu Tian faced. After Chu Tian sent troops to attack western Liaoning, Mi Zhu, the general of the Ping Japanese army, sent back information about Japan. After Oda Nobunaga promulgated the general peace order in the world, the Japanese daimyo secretly prepared their troops. The war in Japan did not end with the establishment of the Oda shogunate, and the military strength of each daimyo continued to increase. There are currently two rumors. One rumor is that the Japanese daimyo plan to attack the Koryo kingdom, because the Koryo kingdom and the Japanese kingdom have never been very easy to deal with. Another rumor is that Oda Nobunaga wanted to annex the Luzon kingdom, which was almost the same size as Japan, to satisfy the ambitions of various daimyo to expand outward. Any kind of rumor is possible. However, Chu Tian got more precise news. The player Tera Yoshimori, the daimyo of Hirado Castle, an important trading port in Japan, has been trading with Chu Tian forces very early, so Chu Tian can get more detailed information from Tera Yoshimori. Ping Yisheng is not only a trading partner, but he also wants to leave a way out for himself, so he sometimes reveals some important information. Oda Nobunaga's target was the relatively weak Luzon state, bullying the weak. In the eyes of Japanese warriors, Luzon may not be their opponent at all. In fact, this is also true. If they did not provoke the Han Empire and the powerful tribes on the northern prairie, the Japanese would really not be afraid of Koryo and Luzon. Although the population of these kingdoms may be similar to that of Japan, the Japanese warriors were strong and aggressive and could basically run amok in Southeast Asia. While the suzerain country is fighting, it secretly prepares troops and expands its territory. It seems that there are players behind Oda Nobunaga who are giving advice. Who is making suggestions for Oda Nobunaga? Chu Tian probably knew that Oda Nobunaga might not be able to see the comparison of strengths among the countries, unless there was a player making suggestions behind Oda Nobunaga. Oda Nobunaga might decide to attack Luzon and divert internal conflicts. If Luzon is occupied, Oda Nobunaga can establish his authority and become the leader of Japan. Chu Tian currently has no time to pay attention to Oda Nobunaga, who is jumping up and down, because he has already learned that Mingguan's cavalry commander has left Liaodong City. After Mingguan left Liaodong City, there was only one possibility. Mingguan went out in person, aiming directly at Chu Tian, and the two sides faced each other tit for tat. Quickly bulldoze Yuyang County and Yubiping County, and defeat the Liaodong army at Mingguan before it arrives. Chu Tian's scheduled battlefield for the decisive battle was not in Yuyang County and Yubiping County, but in Liushi County. If you want to fight, fight on the other side's territory. The two spears collided, and Xiahou Dun's grip on the spear shook, and he almost lost his grip on the spear. On the opposite side, the Xianbei war god Murongba personally led the cavalry to attack Cao Cao's army, got into the formation with guns, and attacked Xiahou Dun in the melee. Xiahou Dun, who is currently responsible for the military force in Cao Cao's army, passed by Murongba on the wrong horse. Xiahou Dun already knew that he might not be Murongba's opponent. Murongba was no ordinary enemy. The general ordered me to come to help you. Cao Chun and Cao Xiu led the tiger and leopard cavalry to attack Murongba. As soon as the tiger and leopard, the alien scouts have found out that Murongka has a chain iron horse. But I don't know what the characteristics of Murongka's chain iron horse are. Cao Cao, Sun Yu and Gui Jia climbed high and looked up. After Su Rong and Xia Huyuan's troops arrived, Cao Cao was not in a hurry to let them go to battle because Murongka still had an elite cavalry that had never been used. Murongba and Murongka each had an elite cavalry, among the Xianbei military generals born in ancient China for hundreds of years. They were considered to be the top two. Murongba's Dragon City cavalry and Murongka's chain cavalry were both armored cavalry, and Cao Cao faced huge pressure. On the other side, the march of Wei Qin's Yuling Guard was blocked by Sun Chuanting and Lan Yu's Liaoxi army. Taduan's Wuhuan cavalry came to help, waving flags and shouting. Yuyang County has become a battlefield. Chu Tian and Mingguan have not yet come to an end. They are already at war with nearly 1 million cavalry dividing the battlefield. Chapter 821 Yuzhou Assault Cavalry. Li Guang's cavalry fought bloody battles in the tight siege. There were fewer and fewer cavalry around him, with only half of the 4,000 cavalry remaining. Duan Xianbei cavalry stared at Li Guang like gangrene in their bones, not giving Li Guang a chance to escape. The durability of Li Guang's Huanshou's sword dropped to 0, and the blade rolled over. Li Guang abandoned it on the battlefield. He grabbed the saber of a Xianbei cavalry with his bare hands and chopped the opponent off his horse with his backhand. Several spears came at the same time and were caught by Li Guang. Li Guang used a little force to snatch the spears away. Die! Among the Xianbei cavalry, murderous intent suddenly appeared. The Xianbei cavalry that attacked Li Guang just now was just a cover-up. Duan Wenyang, the most powerful general of the Duan clan Xianbei, had hated Li Guang for a long time. When Li Guang focused almost all his attention on dealing with the Xianbei cavalry, he jumped on his horse and killed him with a spear. The breast shield blocked, slid to the side, broke through the armor, and left scratches on the side of Li Guang's right chest. Avoiding Li Guang's best archery skills and using a large number of cavalry to consume Li Guang's physical strength, Duan Wenyang dared to attack Li Guang at this time. Otherwise, Duan Wenyang would not dare to fight Li Guang head-on. This time, I will definitely put you to death. Duan Wenyang showed a cruel expression and stabbed out his spear one after another, aiming at Li Guang's vital points. Despicable. Do you dare to fight alone? Li Guang also knew that Duan Wenyang was no match for him in a single fight. But Li Guang now had a Xianbei saber in his hand. But he had to deal with Duan Wenyang's spear, and his physical strength was exhausted. Duan Wenyang has fallen into madness, and his spear is like a dragon. When Li Guang's knife almost hit Duan Wenyang, Duan Wenyang chose not to block with his gun, but stabbed Li Guang's throat with his gun, hoping to risk his life. Facing Duan Wenyang, who was so angry and desperate for his life, Li Guang felt deeply troubled and had to cut Duan Wenyang's spear with his knife. Otherwise the two of them might die together. Li Guang still underestimated the self-esteem of some generals. They were worried about being defeated by others. Duan Wenyang now wants to kill Li Guang at all costs. Li Guang is worthy of being a flying general. He is so tenacious. My cavalry suffered heavy losses as a result. Duan Pishi, the leader of the Duan clan Xianbei, had a gloomy expression when he saw the army that had suffered heavy losses. After Li Guang's 4,000 cavalry failed to break through, they retreated to the mountains to defend. So far, Duan Xianbei has suffered 4,000 or 5,000 casualties, but they still cannot completely annihilate Li Guang's cavalry. Li Guang's cavalry actually has an extra bonus when dealing with the Xianbei cavalry because of the characteristics of the flying general. At the same time, the Xianbei cavalry is prone to negative effects such as fear. If he were just an ordinary general, he would have collapsed under the heavy siege of Duan Xianbei. Zhou Yafu Shilio camp has been besieged by the cavalry of the Yuan Xianbei tribe. Yuan Ito returned and asked the leader not to worry, and to use all his strength to destroy Li Guang. As for Cao Cao's troops and horses, the Dragon City cavalry of the Murong Xianbei tribe will be destroyed. It seems that Li Guang is in trouble. My lord, there is a cavalry approaching us quickly. Who is the general? I don't know. Divide your troops to meet the enemy. Duan Pixi originally thought he had a chance to annihilate Li Guang's vanguard cavalry. At this time, a cavalry suddenly bypassed the Yuan Xianbei tribe and penetrated directly into the Duan Xianbei tribe behind the Yuan Xianbei tribe to relieve Li Guang. We can't let Li Guang be rescued by them. Duan Pixi was so worried that he personally led the team to block the cavalry supporting Li Guang. Geng Yan's cavalry marched straight in. 10,000 Yuzhou cavalry and 30,000 low-level light cavalry, raising dust all over the sky. This is Geng Yan's first battle. The last time the three major princes tested each other's trump cards and the combat capabilities of each legion. Geng Yan's Yuzhou cavalry was not among them. When the Yuzhou assault cavalry entered the battlefield, Geng Yan directly attacked Duan Xianbei corner. The Yuzhou assault cavalry tore open the breach, and Geng Yan held a gun and led his troops into it. Yuzhou's sudden cavalry were like black lightning, breaking through quickly, different from Li Guang's light cavalry. Yuzhou assault cavalry prefers heavy cavalry and is good at fighting in Yuzhou. With its numerical advantage, it can defeat the Duan clan Xianbei tribe's cavalry. Each Xianbei 1,000-man army was defeated by Geng Yan's Yuzhou cavalry. Geng Yan went on a rampage and was unstoppable. Duan Xianbei focused all his attention on Li Guang, so that not many cavalry came to stop Geng Yan, causing Geng Yan's Yuzhou cavalry to be unstoppable all the way. The spears of the Yuzhou cavalry pierced the armor of the Xianbei cavalry, and the cavalry in the rear row fired their crossbows. The Xianbei cavalry suffered heavy losses. The collapse of the flanks caused a huge impact on the Xianbei cavalry besieging Li Guang. They were no longer able to kill Li Guang. General, our reinforcements have arrived. The surviving cavalry under Li Guang's command exclaimed. You have no chance to kill me. On the contrary, this is your burial place. Li Guang learned of the arrival of reinforcements and continued to fight Duan Wenyang to delay Duan Wenyang. It was only a matter of time before Geng Yan defeated Duan Pixi, and Li Guang wanted to kill Duan Wenyang to make up for his mistake. Even if reinforcements arrive, they can still kill you. Anyone who kills Li Guang will be rewarded with 100,000 silver. Duan Wenyang became even more crazy. Under the heavy reward, his cavalry rushed to attack Li Guang. Li Guang's cavalry tried their best to protect their general. As the cavalry around him were killed one after another, Li Guang became completely angry. Like Duan Wenyang, he turned into a madman and attacked the opponent with red eyes. A small hill was filled with the corpses of war horses and soldiers, and discarded weapons and shields were everywhere. Two bloody men, with one knife and one gun, each severely injured the other, trying to kill the other. The two of them fought to the rear, gasping for air, but still refused to retreat. The name of the flying general can be tarnished by others. Li Guang also tried his best, and cut off Duan Wenyang's spear with one knife. Before Duan Wenyang could react, he slashed Duan Wenyang's shoulder with another knife. Li Guang pressed his left hand on the back of the sword and chopped Duan Wenyang off his horse. Geng Yan's Yuzhou assault cavalry made progress at the same time. Duan Pixi fought fiercely, but was defeated by the Yuzhou assault cavalry. Duan Xianbei cavalry retreated. Yuzhou Tuki pursued them all the way until Duan Xianbei fled back to his city. And then they stopped. The Duan Xianbei tribe is indeed the weakest of the three Xianbei tribes. Let's go help Zhou Yafu. Geng Yan easily defeated Duan Pixi, but that seemed not enough. So he attacked Yuan Xianbei, who was blocking Zhou Yafu. In St. Petersburg, Ekaterina received a notice from her adjutant Sophia that Xiao Liang planned to come to St. Petersburg. The civil war in the Han Empire has begun. What is she going to do here? Ekaterina and Xiao Liang have reached a reconciliation before, but it does not mean that the two of them are very compatible. After all, smart women have their own thoughts. Chapter 822 Yuan Tribe. How did you come? Ekaterina's words were still slightly hostile. Can I come? Xia Tianliang pressed forward step by step, and Ekaterina retreated to the wall. This visit must be related to Chu Tian's affairs. Right. Exactly. Otherwise, why would I come to find such a nasty woman like you? Xiao Liang couldn't help but compare the gap between the enemy and ourselves, and still felt that the gap was huge. If I, an outsider, interfere in the internal war of the Han Empire, I'm afraid it will cause criticism. Moreover, I am competing with the Holy Roman Empire for control of the Kingdom of Poland, so I'm afraid I won't be able to do so. Ekaterina's eyes were wandering. Ekaterina, don't forget that you were once a prisoner of Chutian, a slave gang master. So what objections do you have? I am the Empress of Tsarist Russia now. Unless you allow me, I can come and go to Xia City at any time. Are you bargaining? Then you can never come again. If Chutian defeats a powerful enemy with his own power, then you will have no value in using him. Yekaterina originally wanted to raise the price from the ground up, but Xiao Liang didn't follow her lead. I can send a mercenary army to fight in the name of mercenary. Ekaterina finally gave in. On the Yuyang battlefield, after Duan Xianbei was defeated by Geng Yan's Yuzhou assault cavalry, it caused a chain reaction. Geng Yan's cavalry regiment was inserted between the Yuan tribe and the Duan tribe. The Yuan tribe was attacked by Zhou Yafu and Geng Yan and was on the verge of defeat. The leader of the Yuan tribe, Yuan Yadugi, lacked ability and was attacked by two commanders of the Yuzhou army at the same time, causing the Yuan tribe to lose troops and generals. The Shiliu camp marched forward in unison and attacked the Xianbei cavalry of the Yuan tribe. Yuan Yadugi lost about 20,000 troops and his confidence collapsed. What makes Yuan Yadugi even more desperate is that the Yuan tribe has not yet broken through the encirclement. To the south is Zhou Yafu Shiliu camp, and to the north is Geng Yan's Yuo cavalry, under attack from both sides. The Yuan tribe is in danger of being annihilated. Sir leader, I will lead a partial division to attack the Xiao army in the north. You will lead the main force to break through. A Xianbei general Yuan volunteered himself, hoping to use his own strength to turn the tide and rescue the Xianbei cavalry, who were besieged by Zhou Yafu and Geng Yan. Yuantai, do you know that if you do this, you will have a narrow escape from death? Yuan Ido did not dare to do this, but a Xianbei general named Yuantai came forward. If we don't act as soon as possible, I'm afraid the entire army will be wiped out, and we will all become prisoners of King Xia. Be careful. If you come back alive, I am willing to entrust you with the affairs of the tribe. Yuan Yadugi wanted Yuantai to work hard, so he made a promise to Yuantai. I will come back to you alive. Yuantai took a spear handed over by his subordinates and led 3,000 Xianbei cavalry to attack Geng Yan's Yuvo cavalry corps. Geng Yan's cavalry regiment blocked the Yuan tribe's retreat and was suddenly attacked by the Xianbei cavalry. Geng Yan rode on his horse and looked at the Xianbei cavalry that appeared in front of him. This Xianbei cavalry dared to attack us. The general commanding the Xianbei cavalry has some courage. Geng Yan led the Yuzhou cavalry to attack the Xianbei cavalry. Two cavalrymen clashed on the plains of Yuyang County, galloping with iron hooves. The warhorse galloped, kicking up 10 feet of sand and dust. Two generals, Geng Yan and Yuantai, fought in Yuyang County. Waves of cavalry that were several miles long collided. In one encounter, hundreds of cavalry were stabbed and pierced with spears. Two armies fight to the death, and only the one who fights to the death will survive. Yuantai shouted loudly. The Xianbei cavalry were considered extremely brave and good at fighting. They held spears and followed Yuantai to his left and right, stabbing the opponent with the spears in their hands. This Xianbei cavalry is a little different from other Xianbei cavalry. It can actually be evenly matched with the Yuzhou cavalry. It's really strange. They are also Xianbei cavalry. But this cavalry is extraordinary. But even so, we must defeat them. Facing the stubborn Yuantai, Geng Yan actively attacked and knocked down a Xianbei cavalry with his spear. Yuantai, the most outstanding general of the Yuan tribe, commanded his Wuchuan army and fought bravely. Yuzhou's sudden cavalry made him suffer a lot, and Yuantai's cavalry gradually fell. Yuantai! Chutian's imperial guards fell behind, and the various legions were fighting desperately in the front. And news came back one after another. Geng Yan's cavalry regiment went into battle and defeated Duan Xianbei, which directly led to Yuan Xianbei's defeat, and indirectly led to Murong Xianbei's retreat. Otherwise Murong Xianbei would have been completely annihilated. Among the generals of Duan Xianbei, Duan Wenyang, a fierce general, was killed by Li Guang, and Li Guang also paid a heavy price. Li Guang's troops were trapped in a tight siege, and Li Guang was seriously injured in the melee. Zhou Yafu's army and Geng Yan's army jointly attacked Yuan Xianbei, beheading 20,000 people, and Yuan Xianbei collapsed. A Yuan tribe's cavalry attracted the main force of Geng Yan's cavalry, causing Yuan Ido to flee. The Xianbei and Wuhuan cavalry were defeated and basically gave up Yuyang County. The various legions of the Chutian forces advanced rapidly and attacked Yubiping County. Yuantai from the Yuan Xianbei tribe. Chutian knew this person. Yuantai should be the most legendary figure of Yuan Xianbei, because Yuantai's son established the northern Zhou dynasty, and the Northern Zhou dynasty was the predecessor of the Sui dynasty. If there was no Yuantai and no Northern Zhou, then there would be no Sui dynasty. The relationship between the Northern Zhou dynasty and the Sui dynasty is equivalent to the relationship between the Chao Wei dynasty and the Western Jin dynasty. If this is the analogy, then Yuantai is somewhat similar to Cao Cao. Yuantai laid the foundation of the Northern Zhou dynasty, and Cao Cao laid the foundation of the Chao Wei dynasty. They were both powerful ministers. They did not proclaim themselves emperors, but their sons proclaimed themselves emperors. Likewise, their descendants were usurped. The Sima family replaced the Chao family, and the Yang family replaced the Yuan family. Sometimes, history repeats itself. Zhu Tian also knew something about Yuantai. In his impression, this man was somewhat similar to Cao Cao. They were both tyrants, who often defeated more with less, and liked to make waves when they had the upper hand. I didn't expect that the last time the barbarians rose, so many fierce people came out. If it hadn't been for this crusade against Liushi, these hidden big figures might not have been alerted. Zhu Tian was surprised by the strength shown by Xianbei in western Liaoning. The Xianbei people were considered to be all-powerful, and they were dominant for hundreds of years. Later, after being assimilated, they disappeared. Attack Guizhou City in Liaoxi County and open up the Liaoxi Corridor. Even though there were big figures from the Xianbei civilization on the opposite side, Zhu Tian's attack was brutal and required each legion to advance quickly to the Liaoxi Corridor. The troops Zhu Tian used to attack the Liaoxi Corridor were mainly cavalry, and they were a large number of cavalry. They were extremely mobile and could pursue them fiercely as long as they won. My lord, Hu Ma and Prince Yin are leading the Monin and Mabe cavalry to attack Yurhai as ordered. Let them defeat Nirachi and Wan Yanaguda. If they can't defeat them, then how can we talk about expeditions in the future? Zhu Tian mobilized the cavalry from Monin and Mabe in order to use the cavalry from Monin and Mabe to carry out the western expedition in the future, so as to train his troops in advance. The cavalry in the prairie has always been the main force in expeditions. They can drive a large number of cattle and sheep as rations and conquer places that lack teleportation arrays. Please be careful about what Mingwan may have brought back from the dungeon. According to the bribed soldiers, the dungeon experienced by Mingwan is suspected to be the Battle of Songjin in the late Ming dynasty. After all, the late Ming and early Qing dynasties were different from other eras. It was a place where firearms and a period of mixed use of cold weapons. Shuiyu, the player in charge of intelligence, notified Zhu Tian at this time. The Battle of Songjin was a battle in which the northern elites of the Ming dynasty suffered heavy losses. If Mingwan comes back alive from this copy, it is indeed possible to bring back something incredible. Zhu Tian also didn't know what dungeons the other lords had participated in. Sorry, I have a lot of things going on at home during the National Day holiday, and I really can't spare the time to type. I've written down the amount I owe, and I'll start adjusting it tomorrow and try to make it up as soon as possible. Chapter 823 Lone Bamboo City. Yuantai lived up to his expectations. A general covered in blood stood in front of Yuan Yadugi. Yuantai almost exhausted all his strength. Yuan Yadugi found it hard to imagine that Yuantai could come back alive. The Wuchuan cavalry who came back with Yuantai had only a few hundred cavalry left from the 3,000. Gung Yan's Yugo cavalry were fierce, and Yuantai's ability to come back alive was simply a miracle in Yuan Idogui's eyes. You took the risk to save me from the siege. I promised you to take charge of the affairs of the tribe. Now that you come back alive, I will fulfill my promise. Everyone in the tribe, except me, must obey your orders. Yuan Yadugi did not break his promise, but promoted Yuantai to a high position. Now that we are defeated, where should we go? Yuantai asked Yuan Yadugi. Guizhou City. Unexpectedly, a group of cavalry suddenly appeared. Our Xianbei cavalry was completely defeated. We had to give up Yuyang County and Yubiping and retreat to the Liaoxi Corridor. This is the order of King Ming. In Lone Bamboo City, a large number of Xianbei cavalry regiments retreated here. Murong Ba and Murong had to retreat because of the defeat of Duan Xianbei. Murong Xianbei was also the only Xianbei tribe among the three major Xianbei tribes that was not organized and defeated. Duan Xianbei and Yuan Xianbei seem unreliable. Only our Murong tribe has the ability to fight against King Xia's army. Murong Ba seemed not satisfied with Duan Xianbei and Yuan Xianbei. Murong said, It's not that the other two tribes are powerless, but that King Xia's army is too strong. However, King Ming can still defeat them. Unless King Ming has other means, it will be difficult to compete with King Xia with the military strength of Murong Xianbei and King Ming. If King Ming dares to fight with King Xia, he must have his own tricks. Then let's see what King Ming has in store. Li Guang killed my brother. Duan Pishi, the leader of Duan clan Xianbei, escaped alive and gritted his teeth. Duan Wenyan was defeated by Li Guang for the second time. And this time, Duan Wenyan lost his life because of the defeat. Murong Ba and Murong could discover that Duan Xianbei and Yuan Xianbei were defeated. And Murong Xianbei's family was the only one. The Xia army has advanced to Liaoshi County. A cavalryman rode back and brought back information about the advance of King Xia's army. The expressions of all the Xianbei and Wuhuan tribes in Guizhou City, including Sun Chuanting and Lan Yu who had returned, changed. King Xia's troops marched straight into Yuyang County and advanced rapidly to the east, with great momentum all the way. The hundreds of thousands of troops in Guizhou City looked like they were facing a formidable enemy. The king of Xia is so angry that he wants to annex the entire western Liaoning in one breath. The fortress of Lone Bamboo City has been renovated for 6 years. There are many arrow towers. There are moats and trenches outside. And there are arrow towers, horse faces, and trebuchets inside. It is not easy for King Xia to defeat us. We must stick to Lone Bamboo City for at least a year. Sun Chuanting and Lan Yu stood on the city wall. In Guizhou City, the Ming army had accumulated 100,000 troops. The sturdy Guizhou City and the 100,000 defenders were Sun Chuanting's strength in defending Guizhou City. The Xia army advanced to Guizhou City to achieve its strategic goal, while the Ming army stood firm in Guizhou City, with Sun Chuanting responsible for defending the city. The next day, the defenders of Lone Bamboo City could already see a black line appearing on the distant horizon. The Xia army's cavalry changed from a black line to a black wave all over the mountains and plains. The battle flags of the Xia army were flapping in the strong wind. Xia Hoyuan, as the vanguard general, took the lead and looked at the Lone Bamboo City not far away. The city wall of Lone Bamboo City was raised to 15 meters. That's pretty crazy heights. Mingwan seemed to have expected today's pressure, so he did everything possible to strengthen Guizhou City as a retreat. Apart from Liaodong City, Guizhou City is already the strongest city, and is also the barrier for Mingwan forces to defend the Liaoshi corridor. Everyone stop! Xia Hoyuan raised his whip high, and 1,000 light cavalry tightened their reins one after another. For a while, the cavalry was looming in the dust. Although it was only 1,000 light cavalry, it was enough to intimidate Guizhou City, which had hundreds of thousands of soldiers and horses. Because behind Xia Hoyuan was a huge Xia army, and the king of Xia was also behind. The hundreds of thousands of defenders in Lone Bamboo City were alarmed by Xia Hoyuan's 1,000 cavalry. We only need to capture Lone Bamboo City, and our cavalry will march straight in to attack Lucheng and Liaodong City, and King Xia will have one less powerful opponent. Xia Hoyuan is probably aware of the current situation. Lone Bamboo City is bound to be won. More than 500,000 soldiers and horses from Yuzhou marched into Liaoshi County. Troops of heavily armored cavalry formed a torrent of steel and thousands of banners. The Xianbei and Wuhuan cavalry were extremely nervous and kept shrinking their defense lines to confront the Xia army. King Xia is coming to Guizhou City in person. It is said that in the entire Han Empire, King Xia's cavalry is the most fierce. Soon we will have the opportunity to see King Xia's cavalry. Murong Ba and Murong could climbed up and looked up, feeling fearful of Chu Tian, who had not yet taken action in Yuzhou. Chu Tian and Mingwan have not tried to fight head-on. But at this time, the two people have almost arrived in Liaoshi County one after another. The Xuanjia army was dressed in black cloaks, tall, with horses in their hands. Two Xuanjia army commanders, Yu Qigong and Cheng Yaojin, were leading the way. Cao Cao's army, Zhou Yafu's army, Wei Qing's army, Gun Yan's army, the four major armies of Yuzhou army, all made way for the Imperial Guard army. The Imperial Guards had a high status in the Chu Tian forces, and had high-level heavy cavalry that determined the outcome of the battlefield. This attack on Guizhou City not only requires attacking the solid fortress, but also defeating the reinforcements from Mingwan. This is a confrontation between the two most powerful cavalry in the Han Empire. Behind the Xuanjia army, the Qingxue army led by Tai Shirtzi carried strong bows, and was full of murderous intent. Special servant armies such as the Knights of the Round Table and the French Protectorate Army, under the command of King Arthur and Joan of Arc, opened the way for Chu Tian. Later, Mi Fang led the 5 schools of the Northern Army. Lingling General Xing Darong led the Tiger Guard Army. Dian Wei commanded the Tiger Guard Army, and Chu Tian was among the Tiger Guard Army. There are also Xiao Chua's Khitan army and Hua Mulan's women army behind them. In addition to high-level units, the Guards Corps also has a large number of low-level units, reaching a huge number of 300,000. That's the Guju city where Mingwan has accumulated a lot of troops? We must demolish this fortress, capture western Liaoning and eastern Liaoning in one fell swoop, and wipe out all the tribes. Chu Tian took Xiao Chua, Sun Bin and other think tanks to the top and looked over. There were many arrow towers in Guju city, hoarding a large amount of food and grass. The first is to attack the enemy. Then the second is to attack the enemy. The second is to attack the enemy. And then the second is to attack the city. Attacking Guju city will definitely take a lot of time. When Sun Bin saw the fortified lone bamboo city, he couldn't help but sigh. If necessary, with the manpower and material resources of Chu Tian's forces, a fortress can be built. However, building a fortress cannot be compared with capturing a fortress. Chapter 824 Pang Da fights Ma Chao. Wuwei County. Filled with yellow sand. 800 hussars crossed from the desert to attack the rear of the Liangzhou army. Hua Xubing took the lead and defeated the Longxi soldiers of the Longxi County governor. More than 1,000 cavalry fell. Hua Xubing led hundreds of cavalry to penetrate the Longxi army's formation and charge back and forth. The 20,000 soldiers and horses of the Longxi army were reduced to pieces due to Hua Xubing's attack. And the governor of Longxi County fled. Hua Xubing put away his spear. After harvesting 2,000 Longxi army soldiers and capturing over 1,000 people, the Longxi army was already in disarray and fled to the rear. Hua Xubing led hundreds of people and chased him for dozens of miles. They stopped when they encountered Yi Songhu in Huangzhong. The Yi Songhu in Huangzhong are the elite troops of the Chang tribe. If they want to defeat the Yikanhu in Huangzhong, Hua Xubing's cavalry will also suffer losses. Behind Yi Songhu in Huangzhong, there were also a large number of Chang and Di tribe soldiers and horses. Cai, the governor of Liangzhou, led the Chang and Di troops to come. Su Huang led a group of cavalry, holding mountain-breaking battle axes, to attack Hua Xubing. Although Hua Xubing's cavalry is formidable, they are not large in number. If strong generals open the way, it is possible to defeat Hua Xubing. Sure enough, Hua Xubing retreated and lured Su Huang to pursue him. Don't pursue too deeply. Not only will you be unable to catch up, but you will also easily fall into Su Fengyan's trick of luring the enemy. I ordered people to wave flags and asked Su Huang to withdraw his troops. Su Huang still obeyed Cai's order and did not pursue him further. Hua Xubing is indeed unparalleled in the world. He is elusive and can defeat many with less. Fu Jian followed Cai to resist Su Fengyan. After Su Fengyan's troops invaded Wuwei County, they marched straight in. Hua Xubing often brought hundreds of cavalry with him, as if they were in an uninhabited country. Hua Xubing's cavalry was not large in number, but they could march unscrupulously, making circuitous and unpredictable attacks. Even if the scout cavalry discovered Hua Xubing's position, by the time the main force came to encircle and suppress him, Hua Xubing had already left. Cai felt troubled for the elusive Hua Xubing. To deal with Hua Xubing's cavalry, if there were too many people, they could not catch Hua Xubing. If there were too few, they would be defeated by Hua Xubing. I cannot fall into Su Fengyan's hands. Otherwise, I will be killed by him. The governor of Longxi County was greatly frightened after being defeated by Hua Xubing's cavalry. Su Fengyan received reinforcements from the Protectorate of the Western regions, and Hua Xubing served as the vanguard general. So he launched a massive attack, which shocked Liangzhou. If you don't want to be captured alive by Su Fengyan, then gather the remaining defeated soldiers in Longxi County and fight to the death. Cai's tone was cold. The situation of the Liangzhou army is critical. This was the second time Liangzhou was attacked, and Su Fengyan was more ferocious than Zhang Dao. What Zhang Dao couldn't do, perhaps Su Fengyan could do. Let the last general serve as the vanguard and defeat Hua Xubing. Although Hua Xubing's cavalry is fierce, the last general's force is greater than that of Hua Xubing. He only needs to kill Hua Xubing under the horse during the charge of the two armies. Then, Hua Xubing's threat will be eliminated. Lifted. Pang Da took the initiative to challenge Cai. Your force may be greater than that of Hua Xubing. If you can kill Hua Xubing, you can indeed reduce a big threat. But Hua Xubing's cavalry is not an ordinary cavalry. I am afraid that even if you are surrounded by General Pang, you will be defeated by his cavalry. Kill! Cai didn't think that Pound could come and go freely among Hua Xubing's 9th order cavalry. The 9th level cavalry is equivalent to Mi Fang's combat power. Faced with a group of Mi Fang, Pound will probably have to give in. Another group of Su Fengyan's cavalry, commanded by Ma Tung and Han Sui, Attacked along the west side. The last general invites you to fight. Alright. Sia I still agreed with Pound to resist Ma Teng and Han Sui's legions. Ma Chao's military power has reached its peak. He served as a vanguard and broke through a camp set up by the prefect of Hanyang County. His spear penetrated the main tent and killed one of his generals instantly. Ma Chao led dozens of soldiers to loot the loot. A cavalryman came over in a hurry and said to Ma Chao, "Major General, there is a Liangzhou cavalry force approaching us. Do we want to give in?" "Why give in?" Retreating is not Ma Chao's style. On the contrary, Ma Chao advocates attacking. Ma Chao got on his horse and led his cavalry to attack Pangda without stopping. "Athletes from Xiliang, keep moving forward." The two cavalrymen, Ma Chao and Pangda, attack each other at the same time. The two cavalrymen are both from the brave young men of Xiliang who are good at fighting. The two people became enemies because they belonged to two different forces. The blood of Xiliang athletes dyed the land red. Ma Chao rushed to the front, picked off dozens of people, and fought with Pound as the leader. His spear swept across and stabbed Pound. Pangda had to swing his sword and split Ma Chao's spear. The blade of the broadsword was trembling, and Pound frowned. At the moment of the fight, Pangda's wrist was shaking like the blade, and it was somewhat difficult to withstand Ma Chao's attack. Both of them are considered to be stronger in strength, but Ma Chao still has the upper hand over Pangda. During the Three Kingdoms period, Ma Chao was the most powerful general in Xiliang. Ma Chao seemed to have his eye on Pangda and wanted to kill Pangda. So he rode back and forth to fight with his spear like a dragon, sweeping Pangda in dozens of turns. Under Ma Chao's attack, Pangda could only fight back. Pangda now knew why Sia I didn't let him fight easily. With force alone, he was not Ma Chao's opponent. Pangda was sweating profusely and slashed down a Xiliang cavalryman with his sword. Ma Chao's spear struck again, and Pangda had to block again. "The thief will die!" Ma Chao attacked Pangda fiercely, and his offensive became more and more fierce. Ma Chao also has the characteristics of single-handedly defeating Pound. After hundreds of rounds, Pound is no longer simply at a disadvantage, but his life is in danger. Pound's hands holding the sword were shaking violently uncontrollably, and his muscles were twitching. If you continue to fight like this, there will only be a dead end. The cavalry of both sides attacked each other's general. Ma Chao and Pangda had to dodge the attacks of the other's cavalry, which further tested their martial arts. Suffer death! Ma Chao got stronger and stronger, and there was already a shadow of Lu Bu behind him. A bloody wound appeared on Pangda's body, and he was injured by Ma Chao. Ma Chao tightened his grip on his spear and struck hard, trying to kill Pangda. Suddenly, a spear came towards him, and Ma Chao had to dodge and hit the spear away. How can it be? Zhang Hao, an enemy of 10,000 people in the former Qin dynasty, was holding a spear, and his palms were bleeding from friction. Ma Chao's strength was beyond his imagination. Although Zhang Hao claims to be one of the 10,000 enemies, his military strength is similar to that of Pound, and he is no match for Ma Chao. Pangda and Zhang Hao teamed up to be able to stop Ma Chao. In Jixian County, Yuzhou, a foreign legion came out of the teleportation array. Ekaterina took off her bicorn hat and wore her long golden hair shawl. Behind her, thousands of Polish hussars and Viking berserkers stood with murderous intent. Yuzhou of the Han Empire. Chapter 825 The Arrival of King Ming. Over Lone Bamboo City, dark clouds pressed down on the city. Teams of young men carried sandbags and filled up the moat. Tens of thousands of soldiers pushed siege towers, ladder trucks, and battering rams to attack Lone Bamboo City from all directions. Mountains of earth rose from the ground, and arrow towers were set up. The overwhelming rain of arrows covered Lone Bamboo City, and the defenders had to carry shields when going back and forth. Bodies piled up in trenches. Tens of thousands of soldiers died in the siege, and the cry of killing resounded throughout the battlefield. Chung Yu arrived with his army of craftsmen. A large trebuchet more than 10 meters high stood outside Lone Bamboo City. Huge boulders and fireballs fell down, and Lone Bamboo City was shaking. Sun Chuanting led the defenders to resist the Xiao army attacking the city. The Xiao army was like a wave, one after another, attacking Lone Bamboo City. Under the cover of rain of arrows and boulders, fireballs, rockets, and giant crossbows, they climbed up crazily. The defenders threw rolling stones and logs downwards, and screams occurred one after another. Some Xia troops climbed onto the city wall and were driven back by Sun Chuanting's elite soldiers. Boom! A huge boulder dragging black smoke hit the tower, and the tiles of the tower shattered and fell to the ground. 3 of the defenders of Lone Bamboo City were injured, and thousands of ordinary soldiers were injured. The Xiao army's offensive is really fierce. If it continues like this, it may not be possible to hold on for a year. Sun Quanting wiped the black smoke from his face, because the smoke thrown by the trebuchet had a paralyzing effect. Sun Quanting's hand holding the sword was shaking. Sun Quanting looked down and saw countless Xiao army soldiers and horses, stretching to the sky. The king of Xiao's handsome flag is among the Xiao army, inspiring people. The Xiao army's siege on Guju City could be heard by the Xianbei and Wuhuan cavalry station not far away. Before the arrival of Mingguan, tribal leaders such as Murongba, Duan Pixian, Yuan Idogui, and Taduan did not dare to take the initiative to attack Zhuqian's main force. They could only watch the Xiao army attack Guju City, and at the same time wanted to use the strong defense to attack Guju City, defeated the Xiao army's front, and then waited for an opportunity to counterattack. North of Guju City, the most elite Liaodong army outside the pass finally arrived belatedly. Hanwu cavalry, Guaning cavalry, Taifu and other elite cavalry came from Liaodong. They spent almost all the financial resources of Mingguan to build an elite regiment with strong soldiers and horses. As long as the Liaodong army was not seriously injured, it would not be a big deal for Mingguan. Large carriages made ruts on the ground. Mingguan rode a divine horse and led a group of light cavalry as the vanguard, and broke into the Xianbei tribe's camp. The Xianbei tribe did not dare to disobey. I heard that the defeat of the Duan clan led to the defeat of the Yuan and Murong tribes. My subordinates are incompetent. My brother was killed by Li Guang, so we failed. Duan Pishi felt frightened when facing the aggressive Mingguan. In the decisive battle with Xiao's army, the Duan tribe's soldiers and horses must fight to the death to make up for their mistakes. Yes! Murong Ba, Murong Ke, you two are the left army. Su De is the right army. Chang Yuchen and I personally serve as the center army. We must defeat the Xiao army. The Xiao army's offensive is fierce. Without special means, it may be difficult to defeat them. How can they enter the pass? Murongke looked at Mingguan with serious eyes. Only Murongke and a few others have the ability to talk to Mingguan. Of course there are some means. Mingguan put his hands behind his hands and looked in the direction of Lone Bamboo City. Lone Bamboo City is enduring the Xiao army's continuous attacks. Sun Quanting was trapped in the city. If it weren't for Mingguan's main force's foreign aid, it would be a matter of time before Guju City fell. My lord, the Liaodong army has arrived outside Guju City, and King Ming has arrived in person. When Chu Tian personally supervised the battle and attacked Lone Bamboo City, he learned that one of the most powerful opponents, Ming Pass, was less than 100 miles away from him. The Xiao army and the Ming army faced each other in the Liaoxi corridor, and the front line stretched for hundreds of miles. Liaodong Legion of Mingguan. What Chu Tian faced was the Liaodong Legion, which was similar to his imperial guards. Almost all of them were elites, who had experienced hundreds of battles. Continue to attack Lone Bamboo City and force Mingguan to take the initiative to fight us. My lord, Miss Ye's coalition forces have arrived in Jixian County. Miss Yi. Chu Tian was stunned for a while before he reacted. The so-called Miss Yi is Ekaterina. In addition to Zhang Dao, Miuk, Huan, and Su Fengyan, Chu Tian also dragged Ekaterina into the northern war within the Han Empire. Borrowing troops from other civilized areas is a bit suspected of cheating. But Ekaterina is his. So borrowing a force from the Tsarist Empire to enhance one's winning rate is nothing. But it is a bit cruel to Mingguan. Let Ekaterina secretly lead the troops to Lone Bamboo City. Her army may be the key to victory or defeat. Chu Tian knew that Ekaterina's army was powerful and could destroy the Golden Horde head-on. Lu Yi is on the battlefield in the Central Plains. Gong Yan is temporarily commanding the siege troops. Cheng Yu is managing the trebuchets and other siege equipment. And they work together to capture Guju City. The other legions are on guard against the Liaodong army and the Xianbei people. When Chu Tian gave the order, Xiaochuo spread out a map comparable to a scroll and marked the positions of each legion on it. Gong Yan and Cheng Yu were mainly responsible for attacking the city, and the real main force was still confronting Mingguan. Mingguan wanted to use the strong Guju City to drain Chu Tian's morale and weaken his strength. Chu Tian rushed to attack Guju City, and Mingguan must be rescued. Both sides are looking for an opportunity for a decisive battle. At the same time, the consumption of military rations and weapons is huge. Even millions of arrows are consumed every day, and countless amounts of food and grass are consumed. Millions of war horses also need to use refined grains as feed. The Khitan army has been initially formed and is ready for dispatch. Xiao Chua heard that Ekaterina was coming, and for some reason, he felt a sense of crisis. So he took the initiative to request a fight. Khitan Legion. Chu Tian took a look at the basic panel of the Khitan army. Legion, Khitan Legion, customized. Commander Xiao Chua. Deputies Yalushioga, Yalushiezhen. Pioneer Xiao Talon. Number of people 40153. Status high. Average level 51. Morale 89, combat strength. Physical strength 85, combat strength. Number of war horses 50652. Arms under its jurisdiction, Shan Army, 17,500 people. Low-level cavalry, 32,653 people. The Khitan army has absorbed a group of elites left by Yeluaboji. So the average experience is actually not low. The main force of the Khitan army is Xiao Chua's Shan Army, which was historically established by Queen Shiliping of the Liao Kingdom. Brother Yel Xiao and Yalushiezhen have relied on me for a long time. So it's time to put them to use. Seeing the usually proud Xiao Chua holding her head high, Chu Tian couldn't bear to dampen her enthusiasm. Moreover, raising an army for 1,000 days can only be used for a short time. Still missing the legions of Yekaterina and Xiao Liang, Chu Tian had assembled the absolute main force to fight the Liaodong army to the death. Ekaterina's reinforcements are only 30,000 elite troops. According to Ekaterina, after the destruction of Attila's Hunnic Empire, the German region of the Holy Roman Empire began to rise, and expanded wildly to the surrounding areas, forcibly annexing the Grand Duchy of Austria, which put pressure on Ekaterina huge. Chapter 826 Catherine's Reinforcements. Dongying Civilization District. Hirado Castle. Castle Tower. The Han Empire's battle in western Liaoning may break out at any time. I received a notice from the shogunate, and will soon send troops to attack Luzon. The Lord of Hirado Castle, Tera Yoshimori, sat opposite Miju, in the corridor of the castle tower. Hirado Castle samurai with swords were on guard to prevent the news from leaking out. What is the chance of victory when the shogunate attacks Luzon? 90%. How many troops do you need for Hirado Castle? For 1,000 people. The entire Kyushu Island? About 100,000 people. Does King Xia have any ideas? No. King Xia is not interested in Oda Nobunaga yet. After Miju talked with Ping Yisheng, Ping Yisheng sent him secretly out of the castle tower. Tera Yoshimori stood on the corridor of the castle tower and looked towards the sea. At the port of Hirado Castle, for 1,000 samurai and a Shigeru were boarding the ship one after another. The land in the 4 Japanese islands is too small. Expansion is a dead end. And failure to expand is a dead end. Ping Yisheng knew that the Japanese daimyo were already aware of this problem. When the daimyo knew that the world outside was vast, they couldn't help but have ambitions. In the past, the first goal of the Japanese daimyo was Shanglua. But now it has become world domination. Sometimes, the more barren and small the territory, the Lord will work hard to break the situation. Oda family, Tokugawa family, Takeda family, Yusuji family, Shimazu family, Tachibana family. Various famous people sent tens of thousands or thousands of troops to wage an expedition to Luzon, risking the fate of the country. The Luzon kingdom was slightly smaller than Japan. Oda Nobunaga took advantage of the fierce fighting among the great princes of the Han Empire to attack the Luzon kingdom. Oda Nobunaga established Nagoya Castle on the seaside, assembled 30,000 troops, and personally conquered the barbarians in Southeast Asia. Except for the Central Plains, the Japanese civilized zone looked down on other civilized zones. Why don't you let me general attack Ijo in the Han Empire? Ijo is located between our 4 islands and the Luzon kingdom, and can be used as a springboard. Before boarding the Anja ship, Oda Nobunaga asked the stranger Takeda Tadayoshi, based on my experience, it is better not to provoke the territory of the Han Empire. It is almost impossible to defeat the Han Empire head-on. We can only maintain a delicate balance and look for suitable opportunities. Takeda Tadayoshi is a player, and players can foresee many possibilities. Once Oda Nobunaga attacked Ijo in the Han Empire, maybe the warring princes of the Han Empire would seize the war in time and destroy Japan with a backhand. The navy of the Han Empire has begun to take shape, and Tonkei has the largest navy, which is enough to transport hundreds of thousands of soldiers and horses to the expedition to Japan. But I intend to compete with the Central Plains and conquer the Central Plains, so that I can truly be a man of the world. Faced with the players' dissuasion, Oda Nobunaga became somewhat rebellious. In Oda Nobunaga's view, even if he occupied the Luzon kingdom, it was still small compared to the size of the Han Empire. The lord of the Central Plains was the emperor, and the rest was only the king. The population of the Central Plains and the cavalry of the grasslands are invincible. It is already very difficult for us to maintain a delicate balance. Takeda Tadayoshi shook his head. Oda Nobunaga had no idea what kind of opponent he was facing. Only players can understand what the difference in size means. If the Han Empire was in decline, perhaps the Japanese civilization zone would still have a chance. However, the current Han Empire has a gathering of heroes and powerful generals, and the Japanese civilization zone really has no chance. Especially the terrain of the Central Plains is suitable for cavalry combat. When the Japanese warriors arrived in the Central Plains, it was purely a one-sided massacre. In the sea of fishing, the prairie cavalry, as Tadayoshi Takeda said, galloped on horseback, kicking up sand and dust. Li Mu and Di Qing's cavalry attacked Yurhai, which was controlled by Mingwan. Nirachi's 8 banners cavalry, under the command of each banner owner, fought desperately. The 2 cavalrymen fought furiously, and the cavalrymen Wan and Aga fought also joined the battlefield. Hundreds of thousands of cavalrymen fought in a melee, and cavalrymen kept falling off their horses, making it difficult for the 2 sides to separate. Nurhasai, Huang Taiji, Dorgan, Azig, Obai, and Amin. This battle is not easy. Zhao Kuo was responsible for commanding a small group of cavalry and assisting in coordinating the entire battlefield from a high altitude. Li Mu always attached great importance to Zhao Kuo, who was an armchair strategist, and wanted to train Zhao Kuo into a capable general. After several years of fighting, Zhao Kuo has matured a lot. However, the Warring Lord is more massive than that in the spring and autumn period and the Warring States period, and the opponents are also more powerful. Prince Yan and Hu Ma, 2 players who lost their status as lords, were ordered to conquer 2 emperor-level figures, Nurhasai and Wan Yanaguda. Nirachi and Wan Yanaguda were not ordinary figures. They conquered the world with force, and the cavalry under their command can also be said to be very elite. Hundreds of thousands of cavalrymen fought in Yurhai, and the blood stained the lake of Yurhai red. Han cavalry, Mongolian cavalry, Jurchen cavalry, Xianbei cavalry, and Hun's cavalry fought in a melee. Outside Lone Bamboo City, 30,000 reinforcements from the Russian Empire arrived. When Yekaterina appeared in front of Chu Tian, Yekaterina still looked reluctant. However, when they met in private, Yekaterina couldn't wait to pounce on Chu Tian, pressing Chu Tian on the wool carpet and pulling Chu Tian's waistband. Don't make trouble. There's a war going on. This is your reward for borrowing troops. The Russian royal family needs to increase its population. Otherwise I won't. Aren't there Peter Chu and Anna Chu? 2 is not enough. Far from enough. Ekaterina shamelessly squeezed Chu Tian dry. Outside the main army tent, Dian Wei and the Viking hero Harold glared at each other. The 2 guards, one from Eastern civilization and the other from Western civilization, are both representatives of the reckless men. They are usually responsible for protecting the safety of Chu Tian and Ekaterina. I'll buy you a drink. Dian Wei punched Harold, and his fist hit Harold's chest, making a muffled sound. The wine you have here is not much different from river water. Recruited by the lords of the Tsarist Empire, Harold disdained the drinks offered elsewhere. He also punched Dian Wei. What are these 2 reckless men doing? Bathory, the Polish hussar hero brought by Ekaterina, raised his eyebrows slightly, not understanding the friendship between fierce men at all. Where is my lord? My lord is discussing something with Missy, so no one is allowed inside. Dian Wei stopped Xiao Chua angrily. Xiao Chua reacted quickly. His cheeks flushed slightly. Sister Xia is right. Yekaterina is really a dirty woman. So impatient. Xiao Chua couldn't enter the account, so he had to check the troops brought by Yekaterina. Varangian guards. Polish hussars. The most elite Tsarist guards. It seems that they have not come. Xiao Chua had seen the Tsarist guards equipped with firearms. The civilized imperial guards of the Tsarist Russian Empire. Countess Bathory said. The Tsarist guards are stationed in Moscow and St. Petersburg and are generally not easily used. The Western continent is not peaceful either. Chapter 827 Shuai and Dui fights Lu Bu. In Luoyang City, Wei Wuji, one of the 4 great princes of the Warring States period, was stationed with his army. Lu Bu's cavalry fought all the way to the city. Wei Wuji led his troops to resist Lu Bu. The Guanzhong army frantically attacked Luoyang City, attracting the Xia army's attention. Wu Qi went to attack Hedong County, and only Wei Wuji defended Luoyang. Lu Bu commanded his cavalry to attack the Wei soldiers many times, and they clashed 3 times among the Wei soldiers. Hundreds of Wei soldiers were killed and wounded. Shrink the defense line. Wei Wuji was attacked by Lu Bu, and ordered the Wei soldiers to shrink into a denser infantry phalanx. Lu Bu faced a phalanx composed of tens of thousands of Changde. If he wanted to fall into the formation again, he might be killed by 10,000 Wei soldiers. Marquee 1. Attack the cavalry on the left. Li Ju of the Xiliang army reminded Lu Bu not to attack the Wei soldiers, but to attack the cavalry covering the Wei soldiers. Lu Bu immediately led the Bingzhou Wolf cavalry and broke through the cavalry phalanx on the left. Li Ling, the grandson of Li Guang, led the Jingqi warriors to attack Lu Bu. The Han crossbows were fired furiously, and arrows rained down wildly. Many Bingzhou Wolf cavalry were hit by arrows, but Lu Bu still charged at the front. Several generals followed Lu Bu, and their horses trampled Li Ling's elite crossbowmen. The 3 rows of Wei warriors at the front tried their best to block Lu Bu's cavalry assault, but were cut off by Lu Bu's Fang Tianhua Ji with 1 blow. Lu Bu broke into the crossbow formation, and the Jingqi warriors drew their Han swords and fought with Lu Bu. However, not many infantry could block Lu Bu's blow. Lu Bu slaughtered the Jingqi warriors, leaving corpses everywhere. The Jingqi warriors still killed Lu Bu's cavalry at all costs. Li Ling held a long bow and shot several Bingzhou Wolf riders, but the arrows aimed at Lu Bu were easily deflected by Lu Bu. Lu Bu relied on his own power to fight against Li Ling's army. Lu Bu is really brave, but Xueren Gui is still in the army. Wei Wuji is not without strong generals here. Chu Tian left Xueren Gui and Zhao Yun in the Helua area to prevent Lu Bu from being invincible. After Zhao Yun returned from the battlefield of the Battle of Kunying, he followed Wu Qi to attack Hedong, while Xueren Gui stayed in Luoyang and kept an eye on Lu Bu. Lao Qin has Lu Bu as his minion, and Chu Tian also has Xueren Gui as his eagle dog. Competing against each other, Xueren Gui also held Fang Tian's painted halberd, rode a warhorse, and looked down at the entire battlefield. With his powerful force, Lu Bu could not completely break the formation, but he attacked Wei Wuji's military formation from time to time, which made Wei Wuji feel somewhat troubled. At this time, Xueren Gui's value became apparent. In Chu Tian's view, Xueren Gui, a veteran, should be able to check and balance Lu Bu. Kill Lu Bu! Xueren Gui pointed his Fang Tian painted halberd forward, led the cavalry, and launched a charge from a high position. The horses galloped and took the lead in attacking Zhang Xiu's cavalry on the flank. Xia Jun ambushed a cavalry unit in advance. Zhang Xiu suddenly exclaimed that he had noticed the impact of Xueren Gui. The wave formed by the gathering of white horses hid Zhang Xiu's Xiliang cavalry. Zhang Xiu's cavalry could not react in time. Xueren Gui's cavalry had already engaged Zhang Xiu's army on the periphery. Fang Tian's halberd swept across all directions. In just a dozen breaths of hand-to-hand combat, Xueren Gui had already killed 20 cavalrymen. The White Robe cavalry were as powerful as Zhang Xiu's army. Running rampant in Zhang Xiu's army, Xueren Gui passed by Zhang Xiu, and Fang Tian drew his halberd and stabbed Zhang Xiu. Protect the general! Zhang Xiu's soldiers took action at the same time, stabbing Xueren Gui with 3 or 4 weapons at the same time. But Xueren Gui cut them off with a halberd. The broken spear flew past Zhang Xiu, and Zhang Xiu's spear thrust out to block Xueren Gui's Fang Tianhua Ji. Xueren Gui swept past, his edge less than 3 inches away from Zhang Xiu. Zhang Xiu even felt the chill of the sharp blade. If 2 people fight alone, the one who will lose is Zhang Xiu. More than that, if Zhao Yun's target this time is not Lu Bu, but Zhang Xiu, maybe Zhang Xiu will be killed this time, and the soldiers around him will not be able to stop Xueren Gui's outburst. Xueren Gui passed by like a gust of wind. The White Robe cavalry used spears and tang knives to open up the situation and cut Zhang Xiu's cavalry into 2 pieces. Xueren Gui's target is Lu Bu. However, before attacking Lu Bu, Xueren Gui defeated Zhang Xiu's cavalry, creating chaos among the Qin army and regaining some advantages for the Xia army. Li Ling's Jingqi warriors formed a circular formation, shrinking under Lu Bu's attack. The circular formation with added defense finally blocked Lu Bu's cavalry. Lu Bu was still attacking the circular formation fiercely. The red rabbits and horses were galloping around the circular formation. Lu Bu swung out his Fang Tian painted halberd. Dozens of weapons broke, and the crossbow arrows were knocked away by Lu Bu. Li Ling was covered in blood and glared at Lu Bu, who was still trying to break the formation. Li Ling simply couldn't shoot Lu Bu, who was already in the state. And Lu Bu is still in his prime. Suddenly, a group of white-robed cavalry attacked Lu Bu's Bingzhou Wolf cavalry. The leader, Xuerengui, attacked Lu Bu directly. Lu Bu realized that the danger was coming, gave up the attack on Li Ling's circular formation, and faced Xuerengui. "It's you?" When Lu Bu saw the appearance of the person clearly, he immediately recognized that it was Xuerengui, the #1 thug under King Xia. During the crusade against Dongzhuo, Xuerengui, Zhao Yun, and Li Guang, who had not yet reached the peak of their military strength, joined forces to defeat Lu Bu. Lu Bu had always held a grudge. Now, Zhao Yun is in Hedong, Li Guang is in Lishi, and Xuerengui is the only one. Xuerengui was alone, but he dared to go out to attack Lu Bu. Death to Lu Bu! Xuerengui was not afraid of Lu Bu at all. Instead, he swung Fang Tian's painted halberd and fought with Lu Bu. "You are just a person. How can you be my opponent?" Lu Bu didn't believe that Xuerengui could defeat him alone, so he decisively attacked Xuerengui. Lu Bu used the impact of the red rabbit horse to stab Xuerengui. Two Fang Tian painted halberds collided at the same time, sporadic sparks flying. The bodies of the two fierce generals were shaken, and the horses beneath them whined, as if it was somewhat difficult to withstand the impact of the two fierce generals fighting. Fang Tian's painted halberds were almost the same size, and the two fierce generals competed secretly. The most shocking thing was Lu Bu, because the force shown by Xuerengui was not inferior to him. Compared with when he conquered Dongzhuo, Xuerengui, who had reached the peak of his military power, seemed to have been completely transformed. Lu Bu used his hands hard, trying to kill Xuerengui under the horse to establish his majesty in front of the army. Xuerengui also exerted force with both hands at the same time, pressing down on Fang Tian's painted halberd. The two people didn't seem to have much fighting, but in fact they were already competing for strength. It was precisely because he found that he could not shake Xuerengui that Lu Bu was horrified. During the Hulao Pass period, Lu Bu's growth period had passed, and he reached his peak. The peak of his military power could last about 20 years, depending on the person. Lu Bu is still at his peak, but because Xuerengui is catching up, Lu Bu will feel unwilling to fall behind. "Even if you don't want to deny it, there is nothing you can do about me now." Xuerengui tried to fight with Lu Bu, and found that the powerful Lu Bu in the past was already at the same level as himself. So he stepped forward even more bravely and fought with Lu Bu. Fang Tian's painted halberd whirled in the hands of the two people. Lu Bu danced unparalleledly, and Xuerengui's characteristic of championing the three armies also came into play. Fang Tian's painted halberd slashed back and forth, fighting for hundreds of rounds. When the two fierce generals were fighting, the cavalry under their command were also fighting. Li Ling took the opportunity to reorganize his army, commanded the Jingqi warriors, assisted Xuerengui's cavalry, and defeated Lu Bu's cavalry. Wei Wuji was also organizing troops to fight back. "Our army is at a disadvantage. Let Marquis Wen retreat quickly." Li Ju and Guisi were not mediocre people. They lacked political means, but this does not mean that they lacked the ability to command troops. Li Ju had already seen that the situation was tilted towards the Xia army, so he recalled Lu Bu. Otherwise, all of them may be surrounded by the Xia army and die on the battlefield. "The armies are ready to retreat." As Li Ju ordered Jin to withdraw his troops, the various legions of the Qin army retreated one after another. Lu Bu and Xuerengui fought for more than 200 rounds. The horses galloped back and forth, but they could not defeat Xuerengui. In addition, Li Ju had already ordered Ming Jin to withdraw his troops. If Lu Bu did not retreat in time and could not defeat Xuerengui, there would be only death. "I am clearly the most powerful general and an unparalleled cavalryman." Lu Bu was angry and furious. In the Northern War of the Han Empire, he relied on his unparalleled force, but in the end, he did not achieve any decent results. And from then on, he was no longer unparalleled in force. "Red Rabbit, let's go!" Although Lu Bu was frustrated, he still put his life first and relied on the Red Rabbit and horse as if he were walking on flat ground. However, Lu Bu's cavalry suffered heavy losses. "Lu Buxiu, leave!" Xuerengui waved Fang Tian's painted halberd and chased after him. Lu Bu gritted his teeth, but could not fight with all his strength against Xuerengui, because from Xuerengui's rear, Wei soldiers and Jingqi warriors had already come to kill him, stretching for more than 10 miles. For surnamed domestic slaves, nothing more than that. Xuerengui already had the strength to despise Lu Bu. After pursuing him for a period of time, he simply stopped and yelled at him. The defenders of Luoyang were mainly defensive, They were ordered to hold on until Chu Tian pacified western and eastern Liaoning. It was not easy to take the initiative to attack, so it was enough to stop. Lu Bu clenched his fists and became furious in the face of Xuerengui's provocation. Don't worry, Marquis Wen. Even if there is a strong general on the opposite side, it will not change anything. King Qin will personally conquer Luoyang and take back Luoyang City again. Li Ju was afraid that Lu Bu would fall into the trap of provoking generals, so he stopped Lu Bu from going into battle. If you have the chance, you must kill him. Lu Bu already hated Xuerengui deeply. When Wu is the first, Wu is the second among the counselors, because they can all see through each other's plans. It is difficult to distinguish between them. The main thing is to see the execution of the generals. However, force can be used to distinguish the superiority through direct confrontation. Chapter 828 Ambush Ma Chao. Xuerengui was not angered when he saw Lu Bu and withdrew to Luoyang City. Li Ju and Lu Bu also led their troops back to their camps to confront the Luoyang City defenders. The morale of the Guanzhong army camp was low. Morale will inevitably drop as a result of not winning. The king of Qin has arrived. While Lu Bu was drinking, Lao Qin led the Guanzhong army out of Tongguan and provoked the Battle of Luoyang again. Mingwan helped me out last time, but this time, I can only choose to join forces with him. The number of Guanzhong troops brought by Lao Qin exceeded 200,000. He learned that Lu Bu and Xuerengui's personal combat capabilities were equal, and at least Lu Bu could not gain the upper hand, which was within his acceptable range. On Empire Hedong battlefield, Wu Qi's Wei Wuzu army suppressed Wang Jian's Qin Ruishi army and advanced towards the Yellow River, approaching Puban. To the west of Puban is Guanzhong, and to the south is Tongguan. The geographical location is crucial to the strategy of Guanzhong. Wang Jian defended Puban city to block Wu Qi's army. Wu Qi is invincible in all battles east of Hedong. He is truly an enemy worthy of awe. Wang Jian inspected the defense of Puban city. Once Puban city is lost, the Xiao army can divide into two groups and attack Guanzhong and Tongguan. Chang'an is not far from Puban city, and it is easier for the Qin army to obtain supplies than it is for the Xiao army to obtain supplies. Therefore, this is one of Wang Jian's few advantages. Wang Jian made many great contributions to the old Qin southern and northern campaigns, and was the mainstay of the Qin army. However, his opponent was not an ordinary person, but the military strategist Wu Qi. Wu Qi suppressed the tribesmen brought by Wang Jian to Hedong. Wei soldiers may not be able to defeat Qin Ruishi. It depends on who the general is. Zhao State also lost many Qin troops in the Battle of Chongping. Each legion is just a sharp blade, and in the hands of its leader, its abilities are different. The Qin army was divided into three battlefields: Luoyang battlefield, Puban battlefield, and Lianzhou battlefield. Lao Qin personally went to attack Luoyang, and Wang Jian restrained Wu Qi at Puban. On the Lianzhou battlefield, Su Fengnian launched an all-out attack, and the battle was stalemate. Ma Chao and Hu Xubing each commanded elite cavalry and rampaged through Liangzhou. The low-level cavalry were defeated in one attack and were no match for Ma Chao and Hu Xubing. These two people are not only elusive, but also ordinary generals cannot fight with them. I worked hard to maintain the Qin army's defense line in Liangzhou, while Ma Chao and Hu Xubing attacked everywhere to break through the Qin army's defense line. We went to capture Ma Chao. Deng Chong, an enemy of 10,000 people, came forward to fight. Ai's eyes lit up. So far, only Deng Chong, Zhang Hao, and other 10,000 enemies can capture Ma Chao among the rebellious army and thwart the vigor of Su Fengnian's army. Deng Chong, Zhang Hao, Su Cheng, Lu Guang, Su Huang, and Pang De are the 6 generals who will take action. Even Lu Bu will have to flee. Only you can defeat Ma Chao and capture him in the chaos. I was originally thinking of ways to stimulate Deng Chong to fight against Ma Chao, but this time Deng Chong volunteered, which saved him a lot of effort. We will definitely capture Ma Chao alive this time. After capturing Ma Chao, we will defeat Su Fengnian's army. The 6 military generals come from the former Qin and Chao Wei regimes in history, and their military strength is all above 90, with Deng Chong having the highest military strength. Wang Zhongyi pretended to retreat from Hu, attracting Ma Chao to attack. Ma Chao always moves forward, seemingly unstoppable, but in fact, he is just an ordinary man. I sent Wang Zongyai, who is mainly Chang's soldiers, from Hu. This is a special force. I believes that Ma Chao will not miss the opportunity to annihilate Yi Songhu in Huangsheng, as long as he deliberately exposes a flaw to Ma Chao. Ma Chao will come to pursue him. Sure enough, Ma Chao led the Xiliang cavalry as the vanguard of Su Fengnian's army swept around and broke through the 6 camps set up by CAI. They also encountered Huang Zhongyi Tsonghu, who was transporting grain and grass, defeated them, and seized hundreds of grain trucks. Don't be greedy for food and grass. If you defeat these barbarians, you will gain a great victory. What Ma Chao cares about is not the seizure of grain and grass itself, but the complete annihilation of CAI's new army of Yi Tsonghu in Huangzhong. So Ma Chao only left a small team to clean up the loot, and the main force of the Xiliang cavalry continued to pursue southward. Ma Chao was indeed fooled. Ma Chao will definitely die under my spear this time. If we can capture Ma Chao alive and force Ma Tang and Han Sui to retreat, it would be best. If they don't retreat, then we will kill Ma Chao and make Ma Tang lose his beloved son and one of his fierce generals. With the combined strength of the 6 of us, Ma Chao cannot fly without his wings. Which one is stronger or weaker? Ma Chao or me? The 6 generals, including Deng Chong, are the 6 most powerful people in the old Qin force, except Lu Bu and Yang Dian. At this time, they joined forces to set up ambushes on 6 sides and besieged on all sides. The Xiliang cavalry came rolling in, and the dust rose to a height of more than 10 meters. Ma Chao took the lead, with the long bow bent in his hand, and shot a Huang Zhongyi Tsonghu who was running for his life. Huang Zhongyi Tsonghu is a high-level soldier, but he still can't stop Ma Chao's arrow. The Xiliang cavalry were like steel beasts, chasing and fighting all the way, trying to annihilate all the Yi Tsonghu in Huangzhong and deprive CAI of a new force. Huang Zhongyi fled all the way from Hu to the valley. When he found that there was no way to retreat, he showed a panicked expression. At least hundreds of Huang Zhongyi's soldiers from Hu fell under the iron hooves of the Xiliang cavalry. Ma Chao was unstoppable. Stained with the blood of the Chong people, he killed dozens of people alone during the pursuit. Huang Zhongyi was frightened when he heard from Hu that the eldest son of the Ma family had returned. If you surrender, your crime will be reduced by 1 level. Ma Chao knew that this place was a valley, so he forced Huang Zhongyi Chenghu into a valley with no retreat. He wanted to put pressure on Huang Zhongyi Tsonghu, forcing the elite Huang Zhongyi Chenghu to defect to the Ma Jiejun, and at the same time weaken CAI's power. In Ma Chao's temporary decision-making, Ma Chao believed that the strategy of driving Huang Zhongyi from Hu to the valley was perfect. If nothing unexpected happened, then Huang Zhongyi would most likely surrender from Hu. However, something unexpected happened. The originally panicked Huang Zhongyi Tsonghu, under the command of the legendary Chong General Yao Xiang, swept away the frustration of being chased by the Xiliang cavalry, and instead took the initiative to attack Ma Chao. Huang Zhongyi drew his saber from Hu, waved it in his hand, and killed the Xiliang cavalry. Capture Ma Chao alive. In the valley, 6 ambushes were everywhere, and the shouts of killing echoed in the huge valley, because the echoes were layered on top of each other, extremely loud, shaking the heaven and the earth. The horses ridden by the Xiliang cavalry, including Ma Chao's mount, were all alarmed by the movement of the ambush, and involuntarily fell back, panting violently out of uneasiness. Su Huang and Pang De had already led their troops to seal the valley, and the 4 fierce generals of the former Qin dynasty attacked Ma Chao's Xiliang cavalry. Not only the 6 generals, but also the equally brave Chong General Yao Xiang. I used 7 fierce generals to encircle and suppress Ma Chao. Only a strong general like Ma Chao needs CAI to use such strength. Chapter 829 The Unsolved Witzubing. Capture Ma Chao alive! The cry of killing echoed in the vast valley, and more than 80,000 soldiers and horses besieged Ma Chao's thousands of Xiliang cavalry. Deng Chong held a spear in his hand and challenged the Xiliang cavalry, hoping to compete with Ma Chao. Ma Chao fought bloody battles, surrounded by enemy cavalry everywhere, and was surrounded by countless cavalry. The mouth of the valley was blocked by Su Huang and Pang De. Ma Chao broke out towards the mouth of the valley. The Xiliang cavalry fought in a melee with the Chong and De cavalry. Ma Chao went forward without hesitation, killing hundreds of people and defeating Pang De. Pang De gritted his teeth and couldn't believe that he was still not Ma Chao's opponent. Ma Chao was eager to break out of the encirclement, so he did not tangle too much with Pang De. In front, Su Huang set up a horse-repelling stake, holding a mountain-breaking axe, waiting for Ma Chao to attack. Ma Chao is indeed brave, but he will definitely die in this valley today. Su Huang faced Ma Chao, swung his mountain-breaking axe, and the archers behind the Juma pile fired thousands of arrows. Ma Chao danced with his spear, pushed aside the horse-repelling stakes, drove straight in, and was still making breakthroughs. Su Huang waved his hand, and dozens of cavalry went to intercept Ma Chao. However, Ma Chao, with his spear like a dragon, killed dozens of cavalry until they were in front of Su Huang. Su Huang's big axe blocked Ma Chao's thrust, and within a few rounds, the two men's weapons collided rapidly. The hands holding the axe were trembling, and Su Huang found that his strength was not as good as Ma Chao's. But Su Huang's army was huge, and he was not afraid of Ma Chao. The cavalry under Su Huang charged towards Ma Chao and stabbed Ma Chao with their spears. Ma Chao killed several more people, and led the Shiliang cavalry to break through layer by layer. Even Su Huang can't stop it. Ma Chao is really brave and invincible. CAI led a group of generals to ambush Ma Chao. But Ma Chao went on a rampage during the siege, and no one could stop Ma Chao. Maybe Ding Chong can stop Ma Chao. Fu Jian believed that only Ding Chong had the ability to fight Ma Chao. Ding Chong was the #1 general under his command. Then it depends on what happens to Ding Chong. I was also not sure whether Ding Chong had the ability to defeat Ma Chao. Ding Chong chased Ma Chao among the Shiliang cavalry, and finally approached Ma Chao. Ding Chong is here. Ma Chao is here to fight. Ding Chong bravely defeated the three armies, approached Ma Chao, and threw a spear. Ma Chao felt the fierce murderous intent, and subconsciously avoided the spear thrown by Ding Chong, and had to turn around to guard against Ding Chong. The spear penetrated the armor of a Shiliang cavalry, killing him instantly. Ma Chao can guess Ding Chong's military power from Ding Chong's performance. Obviously, Ding Chong's force is not low at all by directly killing the Shiliang cavalry, which is a high-level heavy cavalry. Because of Ma Chao's delay, Ding Chong successfully caught up with Ma Chao. He held a spear in his thick right arm and stabbed Ma Chao with all his might. There was an explosion in the air. If Ma Chao was stabbed by this spear, he might be seriously injured. Ma Chao turned around and fought with Ding Chong. The shadows of his spears were like a forest, covering Ding Chong. Ding Chong's veins popped out on his arms. In response to Ma Chao's attack, he counterattacked wildly. He advocated the attack with his spear and kept knocking away Ma Chao's spear. Compared with Zhang Hao, Pang De, Su Huang and others, Ding Chong's military force seems to be at a higher level. In the entire Liangzhou, he is only slightly weaker than Ma Chao. Although Ding Chong has a tendency to be suppressed by Ma Chao cannot defeat him. Your physical strength will be exhausted, and you will definitely die today. Ding Chong continued to fight with Ma Chao. He knew that Ma Chao's physical strength was limited. The previous battle with Pang De and Su Huang's cavalry had already consumed a lot of physical strength. At this time, even if Ding Chong's force was still inferior to Ma Chao's, he could rely on his physical advantage to gradually wear out Ma Chao. There are fewer and fewer cavalry around Ma Chao, and Ma Chao still wants to lead his cavalry to break out of the encirclement. Ma Chao suffered dozens of wounds and was still fighting with Ding Chong. The two people fell into madness, and the surrounding cavalry could not intervene at all. Compared with the two fierce generals, the gap between them was too big. Suddenly, outside the valley, a group of cavalry came galloping to attack Su Huang's cavalry on the outermost edge. The cavalry of less than 1,000 men was overwhelming, cutting through the thousands of cavalry on the periphery, and successfully merged with Ma Chao. Hua Xubing is here! Hua Xubing waved his spear and swept away two cavalrymen. The surrounding cavalrymen couldn't help but feel afraid of Hua Xubing. Ma Chao, retreat temporarily. Hua Xubing only brought a few hundred cavalry, which was insufficient, just to rescue Ma Chao. Kindness without saying thanks. Ma Chao defeated Ding Chong, joined forces with Hua Xubing, fought his way through the army, and marched away. Hua Xubing. CAI had nothing to do with Hua Xubing, who had a small number of troops. Although the number of Hua Xubing's cavalry was small, they could easily hide their whereabouts. It was not until Hua Xubing's cavalry commander appeared that CAI discovered them. Before CAI could command his troops to attack Hua Xubing, Hua Xubing had already rescued Ma Chao. As an imperial commander, Hua Xubing's cavalry focused on quick battles and long-distance attacks without stopping too much, which caused CAI to suffer a lot. Fu Jian comforted him. This battle can annihilate most of Ma Chao's Shiliang cavalry. We have achieved great results and can submit a report to the King of Qin. CAI shook his head. Ma Chao is just a brave man. Hua Xubing is the real thorn in his side. Hua had ordered Hua Xubing to help Su Fengyan retake Liangzhou, probably because we can't deal with Hua Xubing. Ding Chong pursued Hua Xubing with a spear. Panting, fighting against Ma Chao consumed a lot of his energy. At this time, Xia Ming Jin withdrew his troops and asked Ding Chong to withdraw and not to pursue him further. The governor of Liangzhou was too cautious. Otherwise, he might have the chance to kill Ma Chao and Wu Xubing. Ding Chong was dissatisfied with Caai's caution. But he still followed Caai's order and led his troops to withdraw. Less than 60 miles away from Caai, Fujian, Ding Chong and other legions. Su Fengnian ambushed here and waited for Ding Chong to pursue him. But Ding Chong was not fooled. Ma Chao, who was seriously injured, came back, and Ma Teng couldn't help but feel distressed when he saw that his son was injured. Caai is indeed a wise general. Not only did he set up an ambush to trap Ma Chao, but he also had several capable generals who could be used. Su Fengnian frowned. Caai's military strength may be on the same level as that of a small soldier, but he is good at strategy and coordinating various generals. When there are powerful generals such as Pangda, Su Huang, Ding Chong, and Zhang Hao to help him, Caai's Liangzhou army will be particularly powerful. In Gushan City, the capital of the Duan Kingdom, Gao Xianji, the Western Region Protectorate General, who oversees the affairs of the Duan Kingdom, has been spying on the Wokuotai Tuolei Coalition's massive attack on the Kushan Empire. The Kushan Empire only had a large population, but it was suppressed by the Ogdi Tuolei Coalition forces. Wokuotai and Tuolei absorbed generals and troops from Mongolian and Turkic civilizations. King Kushan was really no match for them, and could only rely on his huge size to resist. Ogdi claimed to be the great Khan of the Mongol Empire and the great Chanyu of the Turks, and he was powerful in Central Asia. Although the Mongol Empire no longer has the steppe, and the 4 major khanates are powerful, Ogdi can still travel across Central Asia. Our king wants to borrow 200,000 troops from the Western Region Protectorate to resist the Mongols and Turks. They invaded the inherent territory of our Kushan Empire, massacred 4 cities, and killed millions of people. The Western Region Protectorate, and thus the Kushan Empire, is dying. Once Wokuotai is allowed to occupy the Kushan Empire, I am afraid that the Protectorate of the Western regions will also become the target of Wokuotai's attack. Therefore, our king is willing to put aside all previous differences with the Western Region Protectorate, as long as the Western Region Protectorate borrows troops. Envoys from the Kushan Empire asked for help from the Protectorate of the Western regions. King Kushan asked us for help. Should we send troops to help? Gao Xianji looked at Ban Chao. There are only relations of interest among the Central Asian countries, but no absolute allies. The King of Kushan and the Protectorate of the Western regions were fighting for the Dayuan Kingdom not long ago. But now, the Kushan Empire could not withstand the offensive of Wokuotai and Tuolei, so it thought of the Protectorate of the Western regions. The Kushan Empire had a large population, a large army, and lacked core generals, so it was retreating steadily. The population of the Western Region Protectorate was far less than that of the Kushan Empire, but it had more generals who could be used. Ban Chao and Gao Xianji. Any one of them can take charge of the Kushan Empire on their own. The territory of the Western Region's Protectorate is huge, equivalent to the area of several states in the past. But the population may not be as large as one state. But the problem is that Huan and Su Fengnian took away most of the troops of the Western Region's Protectorate, leaving only a small part. The troops stayed in Duan. Gao Xianji and Ban Chao didn't have many troops in their hands. The Duan Kingdom has 70,000 troops stationed, many of which are new soldiers recruited from the Duan Kingdom. It is difficult to mobilize soldiers and horses to assist the Guishang Empire. The order of the Protectorate of the Western regions is to guard the Western region's Protectorate and the Duan Kingdom. Do not participate in the Guishang Empire. The war between the Frost Empire and Ogdi. Ban Chao thought about it, and realized that the odds of winning were actually very low. There are commanders such as Yoludashi, Badu, and Wang Baobao on the other side of Wokuotai. Tuolei can even drive Subutai, Mawali, Mengu, Kublai Khan, etc., as well as a large number of Turkic generals, who were captured by the Mongolian nobles. Driven, only Gao Xianji and Ban Chao were left stationed in Dayuan Kingdom. Among Gao Xianji and Ban Chao, one must stay in Duan, and then only one can go to support the Kushan Empire. Gao Xianji is the main war faction. If Wokuotai is allowed to continue to expand in Central Asia and have a population of tens of millions, then Wokuotai, Yaldashi, Badu, and Wang Baobao will command 200,000 troops and horses. Our western region, how can the Protectorate resist? Ban Chao could not deny that Gao Xianji's words were unreasonable. The remnant forces of the Mongol Empire had no rivals in Central Asia. They were at the height of their power, and their development momentum was indeed fierce. But the troops and horses of Duan Kingdom cannot be mobilized easily unless... Ban Chao stared at Gao Xianji and probably understood what Gao Xianji was thinking. Chapter 830 King Kushan's Foreign Aid. Gao Xianji said, "That's right. I went to the Kushan Empire alone to fight to the death with Wukutai with the help of local troops. Borrowing soldiers and horses from other kingdoms is certainly a common method. I'm afraid King Kushan will not be satisfied." Ban Chao knew that the Western Region Protectorate often recruited troops from various vassal states. So it was not impossible to use the Kushan Empire's troops to resist Wukutai. "Believe me, I will definitely defeat Ajidai." After a brief discussion between Gao Xianji and Ban Chao acquiesced to Gao Xianji's idea. If Gao Xianji goes to the Kushan Empire alone and does not take away the troops left behind in the Dewan Kingdom, then the Western Region Protectorate will completely accept it. Gao Xianji called for the envoy of King Kushan. The envoy of King Kushan frowned after hearing this. The Western Region Protectorate actually planned to send only Gao Xianji. This is far from the 200,000 reinforcements requested by King Kushan. Gao Xianji didn't take it seriously, because this was his best opportunity to make great achievements. "Take me to see the King of Kushan. As long as he dares to lend me troops, he may not be unable to win. I asked you to go and borrow 200,000 elite soldiers from the Western Region Protectorate. But this is what happened." King Guishuang sat on the throne, looking down at the envoys returning below, as well as Gao Xianji, the general of the Western Region Protectorate, who came with him. The envoy couldn't help sweating. It is said that most of the Western regions have entered the pass to participate in the war within the Han Empire. So there are not many troops to assist us. This General Gao Xianji, he claims that he can use our troops to resist Wukutai. Is there also war within the Han Empire? The white-whiskered King Kushan looked at the arriving Gao Xianji. He was a general from the Western Region Protectorate. It was Gao Xianji who led the main force of the Western Region Protectorate across the Pamir Plateau to Central Asia. Gao Xianji's ability lies in mountain marching, and he may not be good at frontal decisive battles. Since you are here on behalf of the Western Region Protectorate, I hope you will not disappoint me. I can lend you 50,000 troops, and then consider the situation to increase the number of troops. The King of Kushan didn't know whether Gao Xianji was reliable, so he only dared to lend 50,000 troops to Gao Xianji's command. "Excuse me, how many available troops does the Kushan Empire have?" "At least 3 million. The Kushan king was quite proud when he talked about his military strength. 3 million? Gao Xianji quickly saw the reality of King Guishuang. If the 3 million soldiers and horses mentioned by King Kushan are true, then the situation of the Kushan Empire cannot be so unfavorable, being suppressed by hundreds of thousands of people in Wukutai. The Kushan Empire has a population of less than 10 million. How can it support 3 million elites? It is about the life and death of the Kushan Empire. There is no need to lie to me." The King of Kushan hesitated for a while and finally replied, "If they are elites, there may be 7 or 800,000. 7 to 8 million veterans. I'm afraid there are only 2 to 300,000 in the high-level arms." Gao Xianji knew that if the Kushan Empire wanted to maintain 3 million soldiers, it would basically need to carry out general mobilization, and most of them would be new soldiers. I'm afraid what the King of Kushan said was true. "King, Subutai defeated Prince Toktu, and 100,000 troops were slaughtered by Subutai. This is unreasonable." The King of Kushan heard that the front was defeated again, and 100,000 troops died under Subutai's butcher's knife. The entire Kushan Empire was frightened and panicked. A defeat on such a scale would be a major blow to the entire empire. It was not just a simple loss of troops, but also a huge blow to morale. Kushan King Qiu Jik's tone was trembling. "Is the prince still alive?" Prince Toktu commanded a cavalry and escaped in time. The Kushan king was relieved. The army of 100,000 people can be recruited again. If his son is killed in battle, it will be difficult to cultivate another heir. When Gao Xianji heard about Subutai's achievements, his expression became cautious. Except for a few small-scale defeats, Subutai's performance has always been good, fighting from the east to the west, and trying to conquer Central Asia and South Asia. In the first battle, 100,000 soldiers and horses of the Kushan Empire were slaughtered, causing a huge earthquake in the Kushan Empire. People were frightened and feared the Mongolian and Turkic cavalry. Such an ability was not possessed by ordinary generals. Gao Xianji was originally a little proud and confident in repelling Ogei, but the current first commander of the Mongol Empire, Subutai, was fighting against the Kushan Empire. Gao Xianji suddenly became frightened when he thought that his opponent was Subutai. Gao Xianji can be ranked high among the famous generals of the Tang dynasty, but he is far from the first commander-in-chief of the Tang Empire. Many generals in the Tang Empire were superior to Gao Xianji, so it would be quite difficult to fight Subutai. On the battlefield between the Mongol Empire and the Kushan Empire, Subutai and Zibi joined forces to defeat the Kushan Empire's 300,000-strong army and annihilated 100,000. Ogdi delegated power and had great trust in the senior generals left behind by Temujin. Ogdi also knew that his military ability was average, far inferior to Subutai and Zibi's. Therefore, Wokuotai only provided the characteristics of the monarch and allowed the senior generals of the Mongol Empire to march straight into the Kushan Empire. The effect is also obvious. There are not many commanders in the Kushan Empire who can restrain the Mongol Empire's veteran generals, who are like wolves. Subutai and others could not defeat the legions of the great princes of the Han Empire. But that did not mean that they could not bully the generals of the Kushan Empire. Conquering the Kushan Empire is easier than defeating the Western Region Protectorate. Wokuotai couldn't help but sigh when he saw the battlefield littered with corpses. If the attack on the Kushan Empire had been as grand as the attack on the Western Region Protectorate, the entire Kushan Empire might have been captured long ago. Yeludashi said, Timur is conquering the Mughals in India, and the people of Delhi have surrendered to Timur. The situation is very good for us. If we defeat the Kushan Empire and the Mughal Empire in India, and then intervene in the civil war of the Han Empire, a great empire will be established from West Asia to East Asia. My father Khan unified all the Mongolian tribes, and my achievements will surpass my father's Khan and inherit the title of Genghis Khan again. Ogdi's ambitions were no less than Temujin's. In fact, the furthest distance of the Mongolian expedition was during the period when Ogdi served as the Great Khan of the Mongol Empire. It is said that the Kushan Empire requested reinforcements from the Western Region Protectorate. Bata reminded Wokuotai. Wokuotai said, The main force of the Protectorate of the Western regions entered the border to participate in the civil war of the Han Empire. The ones who stayed behind in the Diwan Kingdom were Ban Chao and Gao Xianji. If Gao Xianji aids the Kushan Empire, there is nothing to be afraid of. Gao Xianji is very happy and eager for meritorious service. If it's Ban Chao, then it's a little trickier. Yeludashi, do you think it was Ban Chao or Gao Xianji who was sent by the Western Region Protectorate to support the Kushan Empire? Yeludashi replied, The Western Region Protectorate pays more attention to the interests of the Daiyuan Kingdom and tends to ignore the interests of the Kushan Empire. Therefore, Ban Chao will defend the Daiyuan Kingdom to prevent us from attacking the Daiyuan Kingdom with a partial force. Support the Kushan Empire. Most of the Empire's generals are Gao Xianji, and this time he is a sure winner. Chapter 831 Turkic Generals. In the middle reaches of Kabul Valley northwest of Peshawar, the royal city of the Kushan Empire, 300,000 Mongolian and Turkic coalition troops gathered. Subutai had already broken through the Hindu Kush mountains controlled by the Kushan Empire, occupied the important giant city of Kabul, and attacked the royal city of the Kushan Empire along the Kabul River. If the Mongol and Turkic coalition forces pass through the middle reaches of Kabul and capture the royal city of the Kushan Empire, the Kushan Empire will soon exist in name only. Ogdi's son Guiyu led a small group of Mongolian cavalry to conduct reconnaissance. South of the river valley, the Kushan Empire's army began to move northward, with tens of thousands of cavalry swarming in. The Kushan king has realized the crisis. Gao Xianji led a small group of Kushan cavalry to the valley in the middle reaches of Kabul to explore the strength of the Mongol and Turkic coalition forces. The nomadic civilizations cultivated by the Xiongnu, Xianbei, Turks, and Mongols on the East Asian steppes were very powerful, and Mongolia and Turks joined forces. It seems a little tricky now. Gao Xianji thought he could easily defeat Wokuotai, but the crisis facing the Kushan Empire was beyond Gao Xianji's ability. In order to make meritorious deeds, Gao Xianji had no choice but to give it a go. Even the worst outcome is that the Kushan Empire is destroyed. General, the Mongolian cavalry is just ahead, less than 3 miles away. Our cavalry has already fought with the Mongolian cavalry, killing and wounding dozens of people. The Kushan cavalry reported to Gao Xianji the situation ahead. Go and meet each other for a while. Gao Xianji had the support of King Kushan and a group of princes behind him, and he was squandering the military strength of the Kushan Empire. So he was confident. A conflict broke out between the Mongolian cavalry and the Kushan cavalry in the river valley. The two sides fought and many cavalrymen were killed. Gao Xianji led the cavalry used for reconnaissance and quickly defeated the Mongolian cavalry led by Gayak. Guiyu didn't expect the Kuishang Empire to be so ferocious. Without saying a word, he directly stepped forward to attack. He was caught off guard, but was easily defeated by Gao Xianji. Gao Xianji used 300 cavalry to behead 200. It would be great if the other party's cavalry were this easy to deal with. Although Gao Xianji achieved a small victory, he did not dare to underestimate the Mongolian cavalry. The cavalry he defeated were only a small group of reconnaissance cavalry sent by Agatai, not Subbutai's main force. What Gao Xianji fears the most is Subbutai. This is also one of the few generals currently qualified to use cavalry to compete with Chutian forces. King Gao Xianji, who came to support from the Han Empire, defeated a small group of Mongolian cavalry and captured 200 men. The morale of the Kushan king and the Kushan Empire army in the rear increased slightly due to Gao Xianji's small-scale victory. Maybe you can give Gao Xianji more troops. Maybe you can create a miracle. Shuang Miho, your 100,000 troops. Obey Gao Xianji's command. Increase Gao Xianji's troops to 150,000. This time, use all the national strength, gathering millions of troops and millions of civilians. We will definitely defeat Agatai. King, do you mean to ask me to obey the orders of a military commander in the Western Region Protectorate, whose name we have never even heard of? Shuangnihu seemed to be very dissatisfied with King Kushan's arrangement. To the Kushan Empire, Gao Xianji was just an ordinary general in the Western Region Protectorate. Shuangnihu was a prince of the Kushan Empire, and his status was above Gao Xianji. King Kushan squinted. At this time, we can only trust the generals of the Western Region Protectorate, unless you have a way to repel the Mongols and Turks. Shuangnihu remained silent. The Kushan Empire assembled millions of soldiers and horses, and the 5 princes, including the king of Kushan, formed an array in the valley of the middle reaches of Kabul to block the front of the Mongol-Turkic coalition. The Kushan Empire's camp occupied the entire valley, so that the valley could not deploy millions of troops. The king of Kushan selected the elite among them to confront the Mongol-Turkic coalition. After Gao Xianji returned from reconnaissance, King Kuaishang assigned Marquis Shuangmi and his troops to Gao Xianji. Gao Xianji's troops reached 150,000, forming the left wing of the Kushan Empire's army. Since King Kushan trusts me, Gao will try his best to repel the Mongolian cavalry and Turkic cavalry. Gao Xianji rested on his sword, full of pride. In a world where heroes gather together, being able to stand alone and command more than 100,000 troops is enough to be proud of. If you can help the Kushan Empire repel the enemy, it will not be difficult to become a prince in the Han Empire. After all, the opponents are not on the same level. Opposite them are a group of Mongol Empire veterans and generals, as well as a group of Turkic generals. It's best if you have the ability to deal with Wukwatai. Otherwise you will just lose your life in vain. Shuangmihu's tone was cold, and he was still dissatisfied with King Guishang for arranging him to serve under Gao Xianji. Agatai is not as invincible as imagined. The Agatai Khanate was destroyed by our Western Region Protectorate. As for Subbutai, the winner can only be determined after a battle. Gao Xianji knew that the Kushan Empire had its own advantages and strong military strength. If it continued to be consumed, it might be possible to use its population advantage to consume Wukwaitai's military strength. Shuangmihu shook his head. Subbutai and Zibi are invincible. Once they are defeated and captured, they will definitely be killed. If the king of Kushan is captured alive, he will be beheaded and trampled by thousands of horses. Wukwatai commanded 300,000 Mongolian and Turkic troops heading south, and their strength was only 1/3 of the Kushan king. But in every battle, Subbutai, Zibi, Badu, Yeludashi and other generals joined forces, and the battle-loss ratio was astonishing. The Kushan Empire had lost 3 battles, with 300,000 dead soldiers and 500,000 injured soldiers, and the city was massacred. For seats, in comparison, the Turks suffered 100,000 casualties. On the contrary, the Mongol and Turkic coalition forces were at an advantage. The Kushan king's army, from the Kushan king to the slaves at the bottom, were as afraid of the Mongol and Turkic coalition forces as tigers. Subbutai and others massacred the city in order to frighten the nobles of the Kushan Empire. The army of the Kushan Empire on the opposite side stretches for hundreds of miles as far as the eye can see, and the valley is filled with the troops and horses of the king of Kushan. I hope Wu Liang will join forces, and his cavalry can work wonders. I will make him king, and reward him with 6 cities in the Kushan Empire as a fief. Wukwatai hoped that Subbutai's son would be a good general in the war. Subbutai said, Wuliangatai will not disappoint the Khan, and it will definitely have miraculous effects. Agatai seemed to have thought of a rather annoying thing. That is, the exiled Sultan Arslan of the Seljuk Empire was still resisting Agatai's rule. Wukwatai asked Yeludashi to be responsible for quelling the Arslan rebellion. Yeludashi, when this Khan was conquering the Kushan Empire, The Arslan rebels seem to be less arrogant, Yelludashi replied. Yes. My subordinates recruited a good general named Mahmud, who is a Turk. I joined forces with him to defeat Arslan again. Arslan fled into the mountains and was temporarily out of control. Don't worry. It is always a disaster to retain the descendants of the royal family of the Seljuk Empire. There may be hope for restoration in the future. Send a dozen assassins to try to kill him. Those who successfully assassinate Arslan will receive a reward of 800 taels. Ogdi was still wary of the descendants of the Seljuk sultans, who were in exile from the Seljuk Empire. At the same time, he was curious about the Turkic generals Yelludashi had recruited in Central Asia. Let the Turkic Mahmud come to see me. Soon, a Turkic general with a red hat and a big beard came to Ogdi. Mahmud met the Khan. Do you have any elite troops? The Ghaznikulam army will serve the great Mongol Khan. The Ghulam army? The Seljuk Empire also has an army called the Ghulam army. I wonder how the Ghaznikulam army compares to the Seljuk Ghulam army. Between brothers. Oh! Waquitai couldn't help but be surprised. The Seljuk Empire's Ghulam Legion talisman fell into the hands of the rebel Arslan. The Turkic general named Mahmud in front of him owned another Ghulam army. The soldiers of the Ghulam army are slaves. The trained slaves have no burdens and obey orders. Instead, they are more like war machines than citizens. This person can definitely be reused. As the second great Khan of the Mongol Empire, Ogdi had the ability to identify talents. In the history of Central Asia, there were many conquerors. Waquitai believed that the Turkic general Mahmud in front of him was almost the same as the Khitan general Yelludashi. Mahmud still had to maintain respect in front of the great Khan of the Mongol Empire. Mahmud is willing to serve the great Khan and defeat the Kushan Empire army on the opposite side. This battle with the Kushan Empire used your bravery to prove to me that you are valuable enough for me to reuse. Yes. The general's 3,000 Ghulam Legion heavy cavalry will be invincible. Very good. After Waquitai was defeated by the Han Empire, he changed his strategy and recruited military generals from Central Asia, West Asia, and South Asia to expand his territory. He planned to regain his strength before fighting the Han Empire. Mahmud, the generals of Central Asian civilizations, was the target of Ogdi's efforts to win over. Generals such as Waquitai, Yelludashi, Badu, Subutai, and Wang Baobao stood on the mountains on the north side of the river valley, looking down at the generals opposite, as if they were sure to win. The Ogdi forces, which gathered military generals from the civilization of the Mongolian Empire and several civilizations in Central Asia, swallowed up thousands of miles, like a dragon, and swept across the country. South of the valley in the middle reaches of Kabul, the princes of the Kushan Empire such as King Kushan, Prince Toktu, Marquis Shuangmi, Marquis Gaiden, and Marquis Gofu, as well as Gao Xianji of the Western Region's Protectorate were also observing the battlefield. It's hard to win this battle. Even the king of Kushan realized that Ogdi's power had become extraordinary after absorbing military commanders from Central and West Asian civilizations. You can only know if it works once you try it. Gao Xianji clenched his fists. As long as he defeats Ogdi, he will become famous in Central Asia. King! Waquitai invites a battle and wants to fight us to the death. The envoys from Waquitai came to call the formation to the king of Kushan. The Kushan Empire. Accept the challenge. The king of Kushan could not withstand the pressure brought by the Mongol and Turkic coalition forces. So he made a desperate move. The two powerful civilizations clashed with each other. Asterisk the Ghaznavid dynasty, a large empire established by the Turks in Central Asia, existed during the Northern Song dynasty and was later destroyed by the Seljuk Empire. Mahmud, the greatest king of the Ghaznavid dynasty. In Lords, there is no Ghaznavid dynasty, so they can be recruited for other Central Asian civilizations. Chapter 832 Gao Xianji. Desperate. How spectacular! Gao Xianji was riding a war horse, facing 300,000 Mongolian and Turkic coalition forces, and his heart was surging. The 300,000 Mongolian and Turkic cavalry are all elite cavalry, and their average combat strength is higher than that of King Kushan's army. Behind Gao Xianji, 150,000 troops were in position, of which 100,000 were tribesmen of Marquis Shuangmi of the Yuezhi people. Although the military strength at his command is half that of the Mongolian and Turkic coalition forces, Gao Xianji does not have half the confidence. None of the generals on the opposite side are easy to mess with. The honor of the Kushan Empire. In this battle, the spoils of the Mongols and Turks will be ours. The Kushan king drew his saber, and millions of soldiers of the Kushan Empire slapped their shields and weapons. Their shouts of killing echoed in the valley in the middle reaches of Kabul, and the leaves of the trees were shaking. As a powerful civilization, the Kushan Empire also has strong military strength. Kill! The Kushan Empire army spread across the entire river valley was charging towards the Mongolian and Turkic coalition forces, like a black wave, hitting the Mongolian and Turkic coalition forces one after another. The Kushan Empire's military strength was too large. When an offensive was launched, it was difficult for the Kushan king to make adjustments. With the commanding ability of King Kushan, he could only directly command 200,000 troops at most, and only indirectly commands other legions. 150,000 soldiers and horses was also Gao Xianji's limit. Therefore, monarchs of various civilizations set up legions and appointed generals to command them. The monarch only makes arrangements before the war begins, but the battlefield is changing rapidly, and it is impossible for one person to take care of both. King Kushan's million-strong army was divided into 5 armies. Gao Xianji and Shuangmahu commanded 150,000 troops as the left army. Marquis Gao Fu and Marquis Xiaomi commanded 150,000 troops as the right army. King Kushan commanded 200,000 troops as the central army. Prince Toktu commanded 200,000 troops as a reserve army. Marquis Guidun commanded 300,000 troops as the second reserve army. He stayed behind in the camp and guarded the grain roads. Although the left, center and right armies on the front only have 500,000 troops. They are relatively elite troops selected by the King of Kushan. At the same time, there are 200,000 second-line troops commanded by Prince Toktu, who can enter the battle and decide the outcome when the battlefield is stalemate. As for the 300,000 troops left behind in the camp, they are entirely a third-line force composed of newly recruited soldiers. They basically do not have much combat effectiveness and lack special units. Therefore, they cannot engage in fierce battles and can only be responsible for simpler tasks such as staying behind the camp. Mission. Otherwise the army will be defeated like a mountain. The allied forces of Mongolia and Turks, with Subutai as the left army, commanded 70,000 cavalry, and were dominated by Mongols with stronger combat effectiveness. Zibi is the right army, commanding 80,000 cavalry, which is a mixed cavalry regiment of Mongolian cavalry and Turkic cavalry. The backbone is Wokuatai, Badu, and Yeludashi, who command a mixed army of infantry and crossbowmen composed of 100,000 Mongols, Turks, Persians, and Turkmen. Wang Baobao commanded 50,000 cavalry as the rear army. The left army of the Kushan Empire faced the right army of the Mongolian and Turkic coalition forces. That is, the Jeep army, with 150,000 Kushan cavalry against 80,000 Mongolian and Turkic cavalry. Gao Xianji theoretically has a chance of winning, and it's not low. As long as the left army wins, they can then attack the opponent's central army to expand their advantage and win the decisive battle in one fell swoop. It was precisely because of this possibility that Gao Xianji chose to come to the Kushan Empire to assist the King of Kushan in resisting the offensive of the Mongol and Turkic coalition forces. If there was no chance of winning, Gao Xianji would not choose to come alone to aid the Kushan Empire. As long as there was a slight chance of winning, Gao Xianji would not mind giving it a try and gaining military exploits. Shuangmi Marquis, you command your troops and attack the Mongols and Turks head-on. I will lead 50,000 cavalry and attack in a roundabout way. The combined force of the Mongols and Turks is not large enough, leaving a gap between the military formation and the foothills. It is completely possible to penetrate and attack its flanks in a roundabout way. Gao Xianji commanded the left army, and as the commander-in-chief, announced orders to Shuangmahu of the Kushan Empire. Shuangmahu pulled out the golden sword inlaid with precious stones. Go without worry. Gao Xianji led 50,000 Guishuang cavalry to rush out of the left army, and used the characteristics of the march to attack Zhibei's flank. From an aerial view, 2 dark legions were fighting. The Kushan Empire's military formation was twice the size of the Mongolian and Turkic coalition forces. With its superior strength, it tried to destroy the Mongolian and Turkic coalition forces in one fell swoop and achieve a great victory. The Mongolian and Turkic coalition forces have 250,000 troops on the front and only 50,000 reserve troops. The number of reserve troops is too small. If the front troops are defeated or their physical strength is exhausted, the number of reserve troops that can be used is very small and may not be able to make up for the losses or turn the situation around. The Kushan Empire has 500,000 troops on the front, 200,000 reserve troops, and 300,000 troops in the rear camps. This time it is our army that wins. As Ajudai climbed up and looked up, He was surrounded by important think tanks, including Yeludashi, a close friend whom Ajidai regarded as a life-and-death friend, and Yeluchukai, the first civil servant Temujin left to Ogidi. Batu is commanding the army below, and Mahmud's Ghulam heavy cavalry can attack at any time to destroy the enemy. The king of Kushan across the way has millions of soldiers and horses, and they are coming with all their national strength. In my opinion, they are just a ragtag group of people, vulnerable to a single attack. Timur held back the army of the Mughal Empire in India for us in Delhi, so that we could attack the Kushan Empire. We cannot miss this opportunity. No matter Wakutai, Yeludashi, or Yeluchukai, they are full of confidence in this battle. The Mongol and Turkic coalition forces have experienced hundreds of battles and won many battles. Their accumulated experience, morale, and equipment are not comparable to those of the Kushan Empire. The Mongol Empire is already on the verge of revival thanks to the efforts of promising descendants of the Golden Clan such as Wakutai and Tuolei. Report: the right army of Zibi was attacked by the left army of the Kushan Empire. A cavalry attacked along the foothills in an attempt to encircle and annihilate the Zibi army. When Wakutai was full of ambition, Mongolian cavalry suddenly came to report. At the beginning of the war, Gao Xianji struck preemptively, taking advantage of the contempt of the Mongolian and Turkic cavalry, and planned to take the lead in opening up the situation. Moreover, Gao Xianji's sharp vision saw the flaws in the Mongolian and Turkic coalition forces. The Mongolian and Turkic coalition forces have fewer troops, but they are proud. They may not have a chance to defeat the Mongolian and Turkic coalition forces, as long as the flaws of the opposing coalition forces are found. Gao Xianji can successfully achieve victory. In fact, Gao Xianji also gave it a try. If he wins, he can become famous all over the world and search for princes from thousands of miles away. If they lose, the worst they can do is to be shrouded in horse leather. Except for him, Gao Xianji. The other 50,000 people are not part of the Han Empire's troops. On the surface, the protectorate of the western regions may not suffer any losses. Therefore, Gao Xianji led 50,000 cavalry in a desperate attempt to attack Zhibei's flank. The commander-in-chief of Zhibei was not as capable as Subutai. He was suddenly attacked by Gao Xianji and Shuangmahu. He was unable to control the army for a while, and was on the defensive. The king of Guishan was overjoyed when he saw that the left army was showing a tendency to win against Zibi, and ordered the central and right armies to further attack, with the intention of suppressing the Mongol and Turkic coalition forces. The armored cavalry of the Kushan Empire launched an attack, and their horses rushed towards the Chinese army on the opposite side, hoping to break through from the center and claim Ajidai's head. The king of Kushan also knew that as long as Wakutai was defeated, the Mongolian and Turkic coalition forces would definitely withdraw because they were leaderless. Even if there is another Tuolei who can inherit Ajidai's career, the Mongolian and Turkic forces will not be able to coordinate their internal interests for a while, and they can at least gain peace for a year or two. The Kushan Empire's armored cavalry, under the command of the commander, fiercely attacked the backbone of the heavy infantry. Batu, who came from the Golden Horde, commanded the heavy armored infantry, and he drew the ground as a prison and defended it to the death. With his troops at a disadvantage, his task was to stabilize the Chinese army and wait for Subutai and Jibetsu to make a breakthrough. Zibi's side was at a disadvantage because of Gao Xianji's brave attempt, while Subutai's cavalry attacked the 150,000 troops of Gao Fuho and Zayumahu and was on the offensive. A cavalryman of Subutai's level was far more than Gao Fuho and Zayumahu could resist. The generals of the Ilkhanate, including Mengge and Kublai Khan of the Tolai faction, as well as the Han siege general Guakan, stood on another hill on the battlefield, looking down at the entire battlefield indifferently, as if they were not involved. Temujin, his eldest son Joki, and his second son Chagatai were killed in battle. The Mongol Empire split into the Central Asian faction of the third son Ogodai, and the West Asian faction of the fourth son Tolai. The senior generals of the Mongol Empire also defected to the two factions. At present, Ajidai has become the second great Khan of the Mongolian Empire because of Temujin's designation. Tolai also supports Ajidai. The two people are actually in a cooperative relationship. They also had to cooperate. And Lord, they are not the only powerful monarchs. The Han Empire, Macedonia, Mughal India, Rome, the United States, Tsarist Russia, France, the Holy Roman Empire, Persia, Arabia, the Ottoman Empire, etc., all have the ability to compete with them. The Kushan Empire seems to have a large population, but in fact, It is not the top civilization, and can only be regarded as a second-rate civilization. Otherwise, it would not be able to fight back and forth with the Western Region Protectorate. The Protectorate of the Western Regions was only a part of the Han Empire. However, although Gdi inherited Temujin's will and became the new Great Khan of the Mongol Empire, the veteran generals still tended to favor the Tolui faction because Tolui had higher military talents. Subutai and Zibi currently live in the Ilkhanate. They were only recruited by Ajidai, so they led their troops to attack the Kushan Empire. These elders and generals would travel between Ajidai and Tolui forces from time to time as needed, continuing to work for the Golden Family in an attempt to rebuild the glory of the Mongol Empire. Rebuilding the glory of the Mongol Empire is also a fatal temptation for the veterans and generals of the Mongol Empire. After all, there is no civilization that does not want to stand out in lords. Even the kingdom of Goryeo is still resisting the rule of the Han Empire. When Mukwatai personally took action to sweep away the Kushan Empire, to Alay's sons, Mengge and Kublai Khan just stood by and watched. The number of generals on this battlefield is full, and the 3 army auras are also full. Mengge and Kublai Khan's military force is not outstanding. Even if they don't take action, they will not have much impact on the Mongolian and Turkic coalition forces. Chapter 833 The Betrayer. The Desperate Gao Xianji. The Gibi Legion was at a disadvantage as soon as the war started. It was really unexpected. Most of them were generals from the Western Region Protectorate who wanted to take the lead. The Kushan people's detailed work revealed that Gao Xianji, a general of the Western Region Protectorate, came to help the Kushan Empire. However, Kublai Khan still won in the end. Our coalition forces don't have to doubt this. On the hillside, Mengge and Kublai Khan crossed their hands on their chests and discussed the 2 warring parties on the battlefield. They did not waver because of the changes in the battlefield situation. Kublai Khan looked at his brother. Why do you say that? Because Wokutai has left 2 preparations, let alone the arrival of Gao Xianji. Even if Ban Chao and Gao Xianji come together to support the Kushan Empire, it will be of no avail, unless the main force of the Western Region Protectorate comes to support. Maybe the King of Kushan will still there is a chance. But now the Kushan Empire's winning rate is gone. As the grandson of Genghis Khan, Mengge inherited some of Temujin and Tolui's military talents, so he judged the situation better than Kublai Khan. Kublai Khan's political skills were stronger than Mengge's. It's really exciting to be prepared with both hands. It seems that Gao Xianji will hit a wall this time. Kublai Khan had strong confidence in his brother Mengge. Gao Xianji still fought bloody battles on the battlefield, relying on his superior strength to suppress Zibi. The cavalry stormed Zibi's flank and killed thousands of cavalry. Zibi's army was pushed back about 200 meters, exposing the flank of the Chinese army. If this trend continues, the Kushan Empire may not have no chance of winning. However, Gao Xianji found that things were not very good, because Xuanmahu's 100,000 cavalry slowed down the frontal offensive against Jib, and did not take the opportunity to attack the Chinese army commanded by Batu. On the contrary, Gao Xianji was trapped by Mongolian and Turkic cavalry, and the shadows of enemy cavalry were everywhere. What the hell is going on? Gao Xianji hates that iron cannot become steel. At the critical moment, these nobles of the Kushan Empire lacked determination. Gao Xianji swung his sword to kill 2 Turkic cavalry. Although he was surrounded, he could feel the trend of the battlefield. Jib's mixed Mongolian and Turkic cavalry regiment launched a counterattack. King! The 2 tribes of Xuanmahu and Gaofu have rebelled and attacked our army. Urgent report. The foragers working for us discovered that a group of Mongolian and Turkic cavalry secretly climbed over the Dobagadar mountain, avoided the Kabul Valley, and invaded the hinterland of the empire. The foragers suspected that the commander of this cavalry was the son of Subutai. Wuliang joins the stage. King Kushan, who was commanding the army to fight hard, was suddenly awakened by a basin of cold water. 2 pieces of bad news reached the ears of King Kushan almost at the same time. King Kushan woke up from a dream. The Mongolian and Turkic cavalry once again used their powerful mobility to enter a large roundabout, breaking through from all sides. And it was unstoppable. The most critical thing is that 2 princes of the Kushan Empire defected on the battlefield, and their tribes numbered about 200,000. Not only did the balance of battlefield forces change, but the million-strong army of the Kushan Empire fell into chaos. Gao Xianji's 150,000 people, including 100,000 Xuanmahu, rebelled, and Gao Xianji's 50,000 people became a lone army. When the king of Kushan heard the bad news, his vision went dark, and he vomited blood. There is no miracle that can save the Kushan Empire. The strongest castle is still broken by the enemy from within. The situation on the entire battlefield was due to the defection of two princes of the Kushan Empire, and one side turned towards the Mongol and Turkic coalition forces. Shuang Mihu and Gao Fuhu. They are like frightened birds. Only by surrendering to us can they preserve their glory and wealth. Wakutai was already well prepared for the defection of the two princes of the Kushan Empire. It was precisely because there were two princes as internal agents that Wakutai had the confidence to fight a decisive battle with the Kushan Empire. The Mongol Empire's strategy of massacre had the desired effect. Order Mahmud's Ghulam cavalry to dispatch and destroy the enemy's position. With victory in hand, Ogdi simply used this battle as an opportunity to test the Turkic general Mahmud. Mahmud led an army of 3,000 Ghazni Qulams to the expedition. 3,000 armored cavalry launched an attack on the heavy central army of the Kushan Empire, defeating them layer by layer. With overwhelming force, the Ghulam armored cavalry trained by Turkic slaves broke through the Kushan infantry phalanx, defeating 30,000 with only 3,000. The Turkic general Mahmud held a long bow and shot the thousands and centurions of the Kushan Empire one after another. Mahmud fought all the way to King Kushan, but was blocked by King Kushan's imperial guards. The Kushan Empire's imperial guards could also resist Mahmud's Ghazni Qulam army, but just resisting Mahmud no longer made any sense. The moment the two princes turned against each other, the outcome was already decided. It was just a matter of the battle-loss ratio. Subutai and Gao Fuho joined forces to sweep the right army of the Kushan Empire. Damn it! What happened? Did someone switch sides? Gao Xianji was still fighting in the enemy formation, unable to obtain a god's perspective at all, and could only barely guess what happened on the battlefield. He was betrayed by Shuangmahu, and now he became Zibi and Shuangmahu and besieged Gao Xianji. Gao Xianji's cavalry was caught at the foot of the mountain and fell to death. When he saw Shuang Mihu's cavalry fighting against his own, Gao Xianji instantly understood that there was a rebellion within the Kushan Empire. The Kushan Empire is in a mess. No matter how hard Gao Xianji tries, it is impossible to turn the tide under the premise of disunity within the Kushan Empire. Not worth it! Not worth it! Gao Xianji was betrayed by his allies and called him worthless. Even if Watsubing is present and his allies are unreliable, there is nothing he can do to save the situation. Gao Xianji, surrender. Otherwise the Mongolian cavalry will massacre the city. By then, 10 rooms and 9 empty houses will be empty, and all the tribesmen will be killed. Shuang Mihu led the cavalry to appear, trying to recruit the besieged Gao Xianji to surrender. I hate being around villains. Gao Xianji was furious and braved a hail of guns and arrows to kill Shuang Mihu. The feeling of being betrayed by an ally is definitely not pleasant, and is even worse than being defeated in a head-on battle. Shuang Mihu did not expect that Gao Xianji would dare to kill him under such circumstances. The battlefield was in chaos. Gao Xianji slashed at Shuang Mihu with his sword. The two men fought, and their weapons collided. He who knows the current affairs is a hero. Otherwise everything will be lost if he dies. Shuang Mihu struggled to block Gao Xianji's long sword. Don't you think of those who sacrificed their lives for righteousness? Gao Xianji knocked away Shuang Mihu's saber, and his long sword broke. Gao Xianji struggled with Shuang Mihu, trying to cut Shuang Mihu's throat with the broken sword. Shuang Mihu's hands tightly held Gao Xianji's arm. Ah! The broken sword was blocked, so Gao Xianji bit off Shuang Mihu's ear with his teeth. Shuang Mihu struggled on the ground in pain. General, leave quickly. We may not have a chance to escape. Gao Xianji wanted to kill Shuang Mihu, a traitor to the Kushan Empire, but was forcibly taken away by his subordinates. Chapter 834 Burning Vine Armor. In the 12th year of the Lord's calendar, in the Battle of the Middle Reaches of Kabul, the Mongol and Turkic coalition forces commanded by Ogdi defeated the Kushan Empire's million-strong army at the cost of 50,000 casualties, massacring 160,000 people and capturing 200,000 prisoners. The rest of the troops either rebelled or fled. King Kushan fled back to the royal city of Peshawar under the protection of the imperial guards. The Battle of Kabul alarmed all civilizations in the world of lords. In this battle, the Mongol and Turkic coalition forces showed unparalleled war art. Not only did they force the two princes of the Kushan Empire to rebel, they cooperated with each other internally and externally. But a Mongolian cavalry from the Uliangatai invaded the Indus River basin from the Dobagagar mountain, causing the Kushan Empire to collapse directly, and it was completely impossible to organize troops for the next round of resistance. The Battle of Ogdi confirmed his dominance in Central Asia, and his troops arrived in the Indus River basin. Civilizations in Central Asia, South Asia, and West Asia once again felt the terror of the Mongol Empire. It was the familiar tactics of massacre and intimidation and cavalry detours again. Although the Mongol Empire is no longer in name, the shadow of the Mongol Empire still exists. The Mongolian cavalry and the Turkic cavalry merged. A powerful empire was established. And even I cannot stop it. Is Gao Xianji still alive? Ban Chao, who stayed behind in Dayuan, became increasingly unable to control the situation in Central Asia. The generals in Wukuatai are all a bunch of perverts. Ogidi was the second great Khan of the Mongolian Empire in history, and his son Guiyu was the third great Khan of the Mongolian Empire. Yeludashi, the founder of the Western Liao, Southern Song dynasty, the overlord of Central Asia. Mahmud, the leader of Zhongxing in the Ghaznavid dynasty, Northern Song dynasty. Badu, the founder of the Golden Horde in Eastern Europe, Yuan dynasty. Subutai and Zibi were the two commanders-in-chief of the Mongol Empire's western expedition. Timur, the founder of the Timur Empire, early Ming dynasty. A group of heroes joined forces, and the civilization established by Wukuatai was no longer a second-rate empire. It could be called a first-rate empire, and was a threat to any civilization. The Western Region Protectorate was already somewhat unable to withstand the pressure brought by Wukuatai. Ban Chao can only lead his troops to kill one of the enemy's heroes at most. But if several heroes join forces to attack, it will also add to the population advantage. Only the feudal lords of the central plains of the Han Empire could suppress the expanding Wukuatai. After all, the Han Empire was still a super existence that was superior to first-class empires. One empire could challenge the entire Europe. The premise is a unified Han Empire. Sir, General Gao Xianji is back. When Ban Chao was worried about Wukuatai's victory in the battle in the middle reaches of Kabul, Gao Xianji, who went to assist the Kushan Empire, escaped back. When Ban Chao saw Gao Xianji again, Gao Xianji looked like a bloody man with dozens of serious injuries and scars on his face. Call all doctors and doctors immediately to treat General Gao's injuries. When Ban Chao saw Gao Xianji come back alive, before asking about the defeat, he summoned all the doctors in Dewan to try their best to save Gao Xianji. Huan, the Protector General of the Western regions, entered the pass, and a war suddenly broke out in Central Asia. If Gao Xianji died, it would be a huge loss for the Protector General of the Western regions. Gao Xianji was the king of mountain marches in the Han Empire. Except for our soldiers and horses, everyone else is unreliable. Gao Xianji, holding his half-broken sword, no longer trusted the servant armies of the Central Asian countries. Gao Xianji was betrayed by the servant-like legion, which left Gao Xianji with a psychological shadow. Except for the soldiers and horses of the Western Region Protectorate headquarters and the tried-and-tested allies like King Wusun, the soldiers and horses of other countries are really unreliable. Even the king of Kushan was betrayed by two of his princes and suffered heavy losses. So it turns out that Wukuatai's tactics of massacre have caused the nobles of the Kushan Empire to lose the courage to resist the Mongol and Turkic coalition forces. After Gao Xianji recovered a little strength, Ban Chao fully understood the cause and effect for the two princes of the Kushan Empire to join the unstoppable Mongol and Turkic coalition forces. It may not be a suitable choice for them personally. By taking refuge in Ajadai, they can still retain their status and fight against Ajadai. Once defeated, they will most likely lose their status, and there is a high possibility of being defeated and killed. But in any case, before the empire is destroyed, betrayal is indeed shameful. If he falls into the hands of our Western Region Protectorate in the future, he will definitely be killed. Ban Chao could understand the actions of the two princes of the Kushan Empire, but it did not mean that they would not be scorned. You will recover temporarily and inform the Lord. Ban Chao asked Gao Xianji to rest temporarily. Things in Central Asia seemed to be getting more and more difficult. In the southern barbarian region of the Han Empire, Huan was uniting with Miuk to fight Liu Bei. Liu Bei's Izhou army suffered an unprecedented ambush in the Nanman area. The Wudongfei army, Tungjiao army, and White Pole soldiers appear and disappear in the mountains and forests. Even Guan Yu and Zhang Fei are brave enough to find the main force of these legions. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei have accumulated a lot of anger now, but they are helpless against these legions that haunt the mountains and forests. In the mountain forest, hundreds of poisonous arrows were shot out, covering the flanks of Guan Yu's army, and dozens of cavalry were killed. The arrows are coated with poison, and even if a general is hit by the arrow, he will be injured. It's really annoying. How can we defeat the Wudong Feijuan? Zhang Fei flipped over an antler out of anger. The Wudong Fei army led by Qin Liangyu made Zhang Fei suffer a lot. Charge head-on, and use Zhang Fei's force to lead the cavalry to break through. Maybe Qin Liangyu's tribe will be defeated by Zhang Fei. But in the mountains and forests, Qin Liangyu was already familiar with the local terrain. Therefore, Zhang Fei was unable to catch Qin Liangyu's main force, let alone defeat Qin Liangyu. In a valley, fire spread all over the sky. Wang Ming and Liu Bei lured a group of vine armor soldiers into the valley, and then shot them with rockets. Raging fire burned in the valley, and thousands of vine-armored soldiers were killed. Wu Tugu held a mace and smashed the enemy soldiers who were attacking him. About a dozen infantrymen besieged Wutugu. Wutugu's mace hit one of the infantrymen. The latter was completely unable to withstand the hammer blow of the mace. His sternum was broken, and he died instantly. Wu Tugu let out an inhuman roar, and with his huge body, he ran rampant among the enemies. Hundreds of enemy soldiers had already fallen under his mace. Thick smoke billowed in the valley, and corpses were everywhere. Wu Tugu led the vine-armored soldiers, who were still struggling to break out of the valley where the heavy troops were ambushed. The mountain breeze was hunting, and Wang Ming and Liu Bei stood on the mountainside, looking down at the raging fire in the valley below. One general's success will make 1,000 bones wither. Liu Bei couldn't help but sigh when he saw thousands of people in Wutugu being blocked in the valley, and many people were submerged in the fire. CI does not command troops. If the Lord wants to compete in the Central Plains, this is the only way. A counselor of Wang Ming's level no longer cares much about the lives of ordinary soldiers. Ordinary soldiers are just chess pieces. If nothing happens, the troublesome Rattan soldiers will be completely wiped out. Except for Qin Liangyu and Muk. The generals of the southern barbarians are just a group of reckless men. Without the leadership of strangers, the southern barbarians will be pacified. So easy. Wang Ming's eyes reflected the firelight in the sky. The vine armor soldiers with protruding bones can achieve miraculous results in foreign battles. Because foreign civilizations do not understand the weaknesses of the vine armor soldiers. For the civilization within the Han Empire, Rattan armor soldiers were not a special unit. Suddenly, the Turkic cavalry of the Turkic prince Ashinashir, who was on guard at the periphery, was attacked by Qin Liangyu's unworthy flying army and white pole soldiers. Qin Liangyu, who was fighting Zhang Fei's army not long ago, traveled across mountains and rivers and suddenly attacked Ashinashir's cavalry. Ashinashir is a veteran general who has taken refuge with Liu Bei for many years, and is also one of the generals of the Turkic civilization. This time, he thought Qin Liangyu was just here to harass him like before. But he underestimated the reality of the guerrilla tactics used by the alien lord. When Wu Tugu, an important military commander of the southern barbarians, was besieged by Wang Ming, Qin Liangyu did not stand idly by and launched a fierce attack. Joining forces with Qin Liangyu to attack Ashinashir was Wang Zhongxi, a military general brought by Huan, a famous border guard general in the middle of the Tang dynasty, and the Jiedu envoy of the Four Towns. Wang Zhongxi and Qin Liangyu joined forces. Qin Liangyu commanded the infantry, and Wang Zhongxi commanded the cavalry. The two troops attacked Ashinashir, but Ashinashir was defeated and retreated in the direction of Wang Ming, together with Wang Zhongxi and Qin Liangyu's allies. Soldiers and horses from various tribes in the southern barbarian region also joined the battle. War elephants appeared in the mountains and forests, and the tribes who fought to drive away the beasts finally took action to deal with the legions from northern Izhou. The two Izhou legions represent the interests of the powerful in two different places in Izhou, and the dragons and tigers are fighting. The war elephants trampled the infantry in front of them, and the beasts rushed out from the mountains and forests, biting the horses of Liu Bei's army. Wutugu, it's time for us to go! Qin Liangyu led the white pole soldiers to join Wu Tugu. There were blood stains on Wu Tugu's chest, and his eyes were red. 2,000 or 3,000 of my Rattan armored soldiers died. It's not your fault that Wang Ming plotted against you. If you keep Qingshan here, you won't have to worry about running out of firewood. Qin Liangyu rode his horse to break out of the encirclement, while Wu Tugu followed her, forcing his way out. Wu Tugu's force was even more astonishing. He forcibly killed hundreds of soldiers along the way. Liu Bei's soldiers were afraid of this southern barbarian general and subconsciously stepped back. Behind Wu Tubone, there is also a group of surviving Rattan armor soldiers, following Wu Tubone to break through. Qin Liangyu swept across with his spear. His force was not as strong as that of Wu Tugu, but he still managed to break through the encirclement. Huan and Muk stood side by side on the hill, looking at the blazing fire in the valley not far away. In addition to Qin Liangyu, as well as the generals from the Western Region Protectorate you brought, My southern barbarian generals are basically guys who only have muscles and no brains. In Lord. This trend is even more obvious. Mute transferred the attribute panel of Wutubone to Huan. Name, Wutugu. Talent, Emperor level warrior, infantry type. Level 70. Identity, the leader of the Yugo Kingdom. A military commander in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Nearly 3 meters tall at his peak. Loyalty, 93. Commander, 65, maximum 68. Force, 97, maximum 98. Intelligence, 25, maximum 27. Politics, 7, maximum 10. Charm, 51. Phasiality, reckless, easy to fall into traps. Favorability, 80. Feature 1, Big Mac, SS level exclusive feature. Personal attack power plus 50%. Stamina consumption speed plus 25%. Characteristic 2, Scale Armor, S level trait. Personal defense plus 25%. Personal injury avoidance plus 20%. Characteristic 3, Lord of Yugo, S level trait. When commanding the Vine Armor Soldiers. The Vine Armor Soldiers attack power plus 10%. Defense power plus 15%. Special unit, Vine Armor Soldier, level 5 light infantry. Upper limit of 30,000. Special ability, specialization of defense. Multiplier of fire attack damage. Very amazing force. And possesses 2 powerful dual characteristics. But his IQ is a flaw. When he meets a counselor of Wang Ming's level, it seems natural that the Vine Armor Soldiers will suffer losses. Huan took a look at Wutugu's ability. Wutugu single-handedly killed hundreds of Wang Ming's troops. However, Wang Ming set fire to it, and destroyed 2,000 Vine Armor Soldiers. Different from Huan's Western Region Protectorate. Only Qin Liangyu and Miuk Side has 3 abilities: Command, Force, and Intelligence, while the other generals basically only have higher force. And as for Commander and Intelligence, they are a mess. In addition, the 2 Nanman generals, Meng He and Zhu Rong, were still 2 children at this time. There are many brave and resourceful generals under Huan, not only with Tubing, but also Ban Chao, Gao Xianji, Wang Zhongzi, Qin Tang and others are also capable of taking charge of their own affairs. Miuk asked, "What should we do? Continue to retreat and consume Liu Bei's troops and food. Zhu Zimu must make progress as soon as possible in western Liaoning so that the pressure on our side can be reduced." His Royal Highness King Liang, Dewan Protector Gao Xianji reported that there was a rebellion within the Kushan Empire and they lost the Battle of Kabul Valley. General Gao Xianji was seriously injured and returned to Dewan to recuperate. General Ban Chao believed that the Kushan Empire might be defeated by the Mongols and Turks' allied forces annex. Huan frowned slightly when he heard the report from Central Asia. Central Asia was originally in a delicate balance, and there had never been a hegemon. This was all because of the checks and balances carried out by Huan's Western Region Protectorate. Not long after Huan entered the customs, something happened in Central Asia. But if they do not enter the pass, the Nanman area will be annexed by Liu Bei, and he will not be able to put pressure on Liangzhou. You can't have your cake and eat it too. We can only regain the ground with Wakutai after unifying the Han Empire. Wakutai injured my general, and this ground will be regained no matter what in the future. Moreover, Wakutai and Yelu Dashi indirectly killed Su Fengnian's general Wan Yinzheng, and Su Fengnian also harbored hatred towards them. Huan ignored Wakutai for the time being, and he really did not have the strength to fight the Mongolian and Turkic coalition forces. Mongolia and Turks. Any civilization is extremely powerful. The Turks originated from the northern prairie. They were originally the iron-smelting slaves of the Rouran tribe. However, they happened to encounter the rise of the Tang dynasty, and the East Asian branch was destroyed. However, the Turks' influence on Central Asia and West Asia lasted for thousands of years. Central Asia and West Asia have not a small number of the population are Turkic-speaking. Outside Luoyang City, Lao Qin arrived in person, joined Lu Bu and Li Ju, and also brought a strong force to approach Luoyang City. Luoyang City was in danger. Wei Wuji stood on the wall of Luoyang City. This city had not been captured for long, and was in danger of being recaptured by the Qin army. At this time, Wu Qi, who could punish the Qin army, was besieging the last and most important city in Hedong County, Puban City, and was unable to support Wei Wuji. Chapter 835, Famous Marshal of the Tang Dynasty. In Luoyang City, 200,000 Qin troops surrounded the city. The Qin army's long arms were like a forest, blocking the sight of the defenders. Wei Wuji, Pang Wan, Xuerengui, and Li Ling were responsible for the defense of Luoyang City. If dealing with ordinary people, these 4 generals are enough. But this time, they faced the 200,000 Qin army led by Lao Qin himself. In addition to the fierce General Lu Bu, there was another commander that Wei Wuji and Pang Wan were afraid of. My lord asked us to beware of Li Ji. It is said that he is a man who is extremely good at the art of war. Wei Wuji mentioned an imperial-level commander, Li Ji. Zhu Tian had met this person under the command of Tang Taizong Li Shimin during the First National War. That is, the Battle of Ungqi City. Lao Qin recruited during the Fourth National War. Li Jing and Li Ji were the 2 major commanders under Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty. Among them, Li Jing had the stronger commanding ability, but Li Ji was not weak either. The commander of the Tang dynasty, who finally destroyed Goguryeo, was Li Ji. From the Wagon army at the end of the Sui dynasty, Li Ji returned to the Tang dynasty and conquered all directions under Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty. He defeated Wang Shicheng, destroyed Dojianda, and defeated Lu Haida. After the establishment of the Tang dynasty, he participated in the attack on the Eastern Turks, the pacification of Shui Yintuo, and the defeat of Goguryeo. He had rich experience. This is also the commander-in-chief of the Guangzhou army, who is on an equal footing with Wang Jian. In order to capture Luoyang City and push the defense line back to the Hulua area, Lao Qin did not hesitate to use all his trump cards. Zhu Tian launched a fierce offensive in western Liaoning, storming Guizhou City, and even invited Huan from the Western Region Protectorate to enter the pass. He also hired 30,000 elite troops from the Tsarist Empire to join the battle, which put great pressure on Lao Qin. Wind! Wind! Strong wind! The black-armored Qin army slapped their shields. Tens of thousands of divine arms and bows were stretched out, and they were thrown at an oblique angle towards Luoyang City. Waves of black cloud-like arrow rain fell into the city one after another, and batches of defenders were killed by crossbow arrows. Pang Wan braved the rain of arrows and patrolled the city wall. Dozens of arrows hit the large shield of Pang Wan's soldiers. The large cowhide shield was comparable to a hedgehog. Huge rocks crashed down, and the city of Luoyang was shaking. The number of troops on the opposite side is no less than 100,000. Pang Wan could see the dark Qin army outside the city through the gap in the big cowhide shield. The Qin army was huge in number and stretched as far as the eye could see. The auras of the entire army of Lao Qin, Li Ji, and Wanyan Zhonghan were superimposed, and the Qin army's combat effectiveness almost reached its peak. Hundreds of trebuchets and ballistae bombarded Luoyang City one after another, and Luoyang City may once again be reduced to ruins. The Qin army continued to attack Luoyang City. The outer bricks of the city wall fell off, exposing the rammed earth inside. Half of the thick crossbow arrows were submerged in the rammed soil layer, and the rammed soil cracked. Shuiragui held Fang Tian's painted halberd and led a group of white-robed cavalry out of the city to fight back. Fang Tian's painted halberd harvested the Qin army along the way. Among the Qin army, there were 5 schools of the Northern Army belonging to the Han Empire. Huang Fusang died in battle. Zhu Ju retired and returned home, and the other 2 military talismans from the 5th school of the Northern Army fell into the hands of Lao Qin. The number of soldiers recruited by Lao Qin from the 5th school of the Northern Army was greater than the 15,000 soldiers recruited by Lu Ji's military talisman in Chuqian's hands. The 5 schools of the Northern Army have twice as many people, with a total of 30,000 people. Shuiragui found himself facing a familiar opponent. The long archers of the Xisheng battalion stretched their bows and fired, and the white-robed cavalry fell in response to the strings. The Xisheng battalion is considered a rare high-level longbow soldier, with the aura of the general and several commanders. The damage is astonishing, enough to kill the white-robed cavalry commanded by Shuiragui. Shuiragui relied on his own force and archery skills to fly past the Xisheng camp on horseback, shooting 13 arrows in a row and killing 13 sharpshooters. The white-robed cavalry also came on horseback, using mounted archery to exchange losses with the Xisheng battalion. Among the Qin army, Lu Bu's Bingzhou Wolf cavalry was always eyeing him. Once Shuiragui takes action, Lu Bu immediately leads the Bingzhou Wolf cavalry to attack Shuiragui. Shuiragui, let's compete. Lu Bu was unwilling to admit that he was being overtaken by Shuiragui, so he kept a close eye on Shuiragui and brandished Fang Tian's painted halberd to kill him. Behind Lu Bu, there were also cavalry cover from Li Ju and Guisi. Shuiragui went out of the city to fight back, not wanting to be entangled too much, so he asked the white-robed cavalry to retreat into the city first, holding Fang Tian's painted halberd in his own hand, and fought while retreating. The weapons collided with the rain of arrows, and dozens of arrows flew around. Xuerengui used his own power to block the rain of arrows aimed at him. Lu Bu's red rabbit horse was as fast as a flame, heading straight toward Xuerengui. The two Fontion painted halberds collided again. Sparks flew out in an instant, and the two fierce generals fought again. Lu Bu used the impact of the red rabbit horse to gain the upper hand for a moment. It's just relying on the power of the red rabbit and horse. Otherwise you will definitely be defeated by me. Xuerengui deliberately provoked Lu Bu with words. Lu Bu's veins popped out on his forehead. He was angered by Xuerengui, and his offensive became more fierce. Fong Tian's halberd danced wildly, and the force of each halberd was enough to break rocks. Xuerengui's mount was not as good as the red rabbit horse, and it was already struggling. It seemed that it could not withstand the force of the two fierce generals' fight. The two fierce generals are extremely powerful. I will definitely capture you alive today. Lu Bu became angry because his position as the #1 general had been challenged by Xuerengui many times. Unfortunately, Xuerengui struggled to deflect Lu Bu's blow, and several thick crossbow arrows came through the air. Xuerengui had already retreated within the shooting range of the city defense, and 4 8-oxen crossbows were aimed at Lu Bu. Lu Bu did not dare to be attacked by the 8-ox crossbow. He rode a red rabbit horse to avoid the thick arrows fired by the 8-ox crossbow. Xuerengui took advantage of this opportunity and returned to Luoyang City. The heavy city gate was closed, but the shouts of killing outside continued. Xuerengui knew that the crisis in Luoyang City was far from over, and that Luoyang City was now in danger of falling. The 200,000 Qin troops looked sure to win. Mingguan helped Lao Qin escape during the Battle of Mongshan in Chutian. Now, Lao Qin wants to relieve Mingguan's western Liaoning siege by attacking Luoyang. Lao Qin stood in the northwest corner of Luoyang City, his face a little pale. After Luoyang City was lost, it was difficult to recapture Luoyang City. Li Ji, the commander-in-chief of the Tang dynasty, Wanyan Zonghan, the commander-in-chief of the Jin kingdom, and around Lao Qin, there was also Li Yuanhao, the king of Shixiao. These generals are all difficult figures. Lao Qin is determined to take back Luoyang City. Wang Jian can still hold off Wuqi for a while with the strong defense of Puban City. Otherwise, once Wuqi captures Puban City and Guangzhong is earthquake, I will have to return to the army. Lao Qin looked in the direction of Hedong County in the north. Wang Jian stood firm under Wuqi's strong attack, buying time for Lao Qin. Once Wuqi takes time out, what Lao Qin has to face is not Wei Wuji, but Wuqi. At all costs, capture Luoyang City. Cough cough cough. Lao Qin gave an order, and the 200,000 Qin army attacked Luoyang City even more fiercely. Rows of Qin soldiers attacked Luoyang City, and even set fire to the northwest corner, hoping to burn down the city wall and take advantage of the opportunity. Luoyang City is filled with smoke. In Yinshan Mountain, the battle between Yufei and Tuoba Xianbei was also quite brutal, with blood staining Yinshan Mountain red. The battle flags of the Yu family army were clanging, and Yufei's red cloak was shattered. Among Tuoba Xianbei, there was an archer with amazing arm strength. The armor-piercing arrow he shot toward Yufei's cloak and almost seriously injured Yufei. However, the Yu army defeated Tuoba Xianbei and expelled him to Helan Mountain. The fierce General Yang Zixing held a red tassel gun, reined in his horse with the gun, and pursued them all the way to Helan Mountain before stopping. Zhang Xian, Niu Gao, how many troops did you each lose? Yufei asked two important generals. We lost 5,000 elites and more than 10,000 low-level tribesmen. We lost 4,000 elite soldiers and more than 10,000 cavalry. The cavalry of the Wei army also suffered a lot of losses. Yufei counted the losses of various units of the Yu family army. There are currently 3 units in the Yu family army. They will inevitably suffer losses when fighting the Northern Wei dynasty's Tiger Pattern Cavalry and Iron Eagle Scouts. Tuoba Tao of the Xianbei tribe in the Northern Wei dynasty was an emperor-level cavalry commander in his own right, and his general heir Zhurong was also good at using cavalry, and was even more elite than the cavalry of Zhang Xian and Niu Gao. However, the Yu family army still relied on Yufei's terrifying bonus to the Yu family army to defeat Tuoba Tao and protect the territory of Chutian forces in the Hetao and Yinshan areas. Zhang Xian asked Yufei, General, where should we go next? Attack Helan Mountain, go to support Luoyang, or stay in Yinshan Mountain? Yufei looked at the Yu family army, which had lost nearly half of its troops. My lord has no intention of dispatching troops and horses on the west route. He may think that the troops and horses on the east route are enough. We will put pressure on the Guanzhong army on the west route so that we can enter Guanzhong in the future. Does that mean we will continue to attack Helan Mountain? That's right. Offense is the best defense. Yu Fei commanded the Bingzhou army and continued the attack. Yang Ye's invincible army set out from Yinmen County and directly crossed the Yellow River to attack Yuzhong. Yu Fei and Yang Yi, in cooperation with Wu Qi and Wei Wuji, can actually put pressure on the Guanzhong area from 3 sides and plan to annex Guanzhong. In the Helan Mountain area, Tuoba Tao, Emperor Taiwu of the Northern Wei dynasty, returned to this area and was granted permission to enter Yinzhou city to garrison. The cavalry general Heir Zhurong, the Bao general Shi Kansheng and others under Tuoba Tao's tent were more or less injured. Half of the Iron Eagle scout cavalry of the Northern Wei dynasty were killed in battle, while more than half of the Tiger Pattern Iron cavalry were lost and were consumed in the battle with the Beiwei army. Tuoba Tao's cavalry was only half a level lower than Yu Fei's, so the battle was still a stalemate. But Tuoba Tao was still defeated, which made Tuoba Tao quite unwilling. Zhou Bo, a military general of the Western Han dynasty, was ordered to come to Yinzhou city to stop Yu Fei's advance with Tuoba Tao. Zhou Bo had no choice but to join forces with Tuoba Tao. The battle between Yu Fei's army and Yu in Yinshan Mountain lasted for several months. Although you were defeated in the end, the losses of Yu Fei's army must have been considerable. So even if Yu Fei wanted to attack Yinzhou city, as long as you defend this city, if he can't attack it for a long time, he will retreat. I heard that King Qin is attacking Luoyang city. If King Qin can capture Luoyang city as soon as possible, the crisis in Yinzhou city can be relieved. Otherwise, Yinzhou city will be captured and Guanzhong and Xiliang will be threatened at the same time. Tuoba Tao also understood the surrounding situation. Old Qin attacks Luoyang city. Chutian attacks Guju city. It's up to them to see who can take the lead. On the Xia Road in Fancheng between Yuzhou and Jingzhou, commanders such as Lu Yi, Chao Ren, and Feng Yi fought against the Nanyang army of Tang dynasty. It is said that Tang General Su Chu was sent out. Su Chu, the tiger fool, went in and out of Chao Ren's army with his upper body naked and carried a sword, killing 300 people. Chao Ren tried to attack Su Chu, but was still unable to stop Su Chu. Instead, he was wounded by Su Chu, with blood hanging from the corner of his mouth. Su Chu, the tiger fool, possesses no less strength than Dian Wei, and when he charges into battle, he bursts out with powerful combat power. It is said that the Tang dynasty, with Guozi as commander, sent 2 fierce generals, Su Chu and Qin Qiong, to take turns charging into the formation to attack Chao Ren's army, hoping to use Chao Ren as a breakthrough. Lu Yi and Lu Jin served as the center army. Chao Ren and Man Chong served as the left army, and Feng Yi, Zhang He, and Zhu Yi served as the right army. Compared with Lu Yi and Feng Yi's legion, Chao Ren's legion lacks special units and seems to be easier to break through. Therefore, it is said that Tang dynasty chose to attack the left army where Chao Ren was. But Chao Ren was not so easy to break through. He was attacked back and forth by Su Chu and Qin Qiong 3 times before the army began to collapse. Lu Yi dispatched Zhang He to command the Euphorbia soldiers to support Chao Ren. 3,000 Euphorbia warriors armed with large shields and halberds formed a dense defensive formation. When Su Chu attacked Chao Ren's army for the 4th time, he was blocked by the dense Euphorbia warriors. Su Chu didn't think too much. He raised his sword and chopped down a Euphorbia warrior. The shield was cut into 2 pieces. The Euphorbia warrior behind the shield was killed by Su Chu with 1 strike. The halberd warrior was not intimidated by Su Chu, but strode forward, with more than a dozen halberds stabbing Su Chu almost at the same time. Su Chu cut off 2 halberds, but there was still a halberd. The sharp halberd blade hooked and pecked, leaving scratches on Su Chu's chest. Zhang He's Euphorbia soldiers are different from ordinary spearmen. The Euphorbia soldiers have stronger combat power. Only those who are composed of 3,000 Euphorbia soldiers can defeat it by themselves unless they are saint-level warriors. Su Chu killed dozens of Euphorbia warriors, but did not dare to go deep and finally retreated. Is that Zhang He's Euphorbias in the intelligence? Sai Tang saw the Euphorbia legion not far away, forming an iron wall. This is Zhang He's elite army. Chen Dao, are your white soldiers confident in defeating the Euphorbia soldiers? Said Tang looked at Chen Dao, the local military general of the 3 kingdoms. The Wudong flying army of Shu Han is in the hands of Miuk, while the white soldiers are talking about Tang dynasty. Chen Dao looked at the performance of Zhang He's Euphorbia soldiers, and then made a judgment based on the situation of his own Baijia soldiers. Both the Baijia soldiers and the Euphorbia soldiers have their own strengths. Should I devote all my elites to help Lao Qin? It was said that Tang was weighing in his mind whether to take action with all his strength. Nanyang County is a large county with a population of several million, so recruiting 100,000 troops is not a big problem. However, from a population of several million, suitable soldiers are selected and transferred into elite units. The number is not large. Consuming the white soldiers was also quite painful for the Tang dynasty. Since we have already taken a stand, let the Baijia soldiers break the formation forcibly. It is said that the Tang dynasty pressed Chen Dao's white soldiers and forcibly attacked Zhang He's Euphorbia army. Elite infantrymen with white feathers on their helmets entered the battle, aiming directly at Zhang He's Euphorbia soldiers. Zhang He's army of Euphorbia soldiers met their opponents. When Xiaoren was said to be targeted by the Tang dynasty, Li ordered Feng Yi and Zhu Yi's right army to attack to share the pressure on the left army. It is said that the Tang dynasty put the main elites in the left army, which left the right army empty, and suffered a fierce attack by Feng Yi, which was not comfortable. Chu Tian's forces were attacked from all directions, but Hefei's city was relatively calm. This time Sun Jian did not attack again. At the same time, the Fubo Legion was also in a stalemate. The Fubo Corps commanded by Yu Yunwen, Zheng Zhilong, Yi Sunchen, and Su Sheng were wandering around Ganghua Island in the kingdom of Koryo, hesitating whether to go ashore to attack Kaijing, the royal city of the kingdom of Koryo. The governor of Goryeo, Li Chunggui, stationed 200,000 troops to confront the Fubo army. Chapter 836 King Ming's winning trump card. In Liaoxi County, Guizhou City, the Xia army's offensive reached its peak. Generals such as Cheng Yaojin and Yu Qigong even personally participated in the siege and climbed up with shields in order to capture Guizhou City as soon as possible and put pressure on the Ming army. The Xia army has lost 70,000 soldiers and 40,000 auxiliary troops so far. The 15-meter-high city wall of Lone Bamboo City is like a natural chasm that needs to be filled with human lives. The Xia army wasted a lot of time in order to fill in the moats and trenches outside Guizhou City and destroy the arrow towers. Not only that, the 15-meter-high city wall requires the siege tower to be more than 20 meters high. Within the outer city of Lone Bamboo City, there is also an inner city wall, which is fortified layer by layer and is watertight. Guizhou City is one of the 3 fortresses built by Mingguan, and it is also the first fortress to prevent the Xia army from occupying Liaodong. So it has sufficient defenses, food, grass and weapons. Sun Chuanting defended the city while recruiting troops, and mobilized the residents of the city to help defend the city, making it more difficult for the Xia army to attack the city. Boom! Boom! Dozens of boulders fell, and with loud noises that could be clearly heard for miles around. A section of the outer city wall on the west side of Lone Bamboo City finally could not withstand the high-intensity bombardment of Xiangyang artillery and finally collapsed. When Mingguan built the fortress, the city wall pursued the height of the Middle Ages and neglected the thickness. So Lone Bamboo City was not without flaws. Kill! 2 fierce generals, Yu Qigong and Cheng Yaojin, sent by Chu Tian to assist Geng Yin in attacking the fortress, led the Xuanjia army and followed the gap into Guizhou City. In the outer city of Lone Bamboo City, Sun Chuanting knew that he could not effectively defend the outer city wall when the west wall collapsed. So he set up strong crossbows. Yu Qigong and Cheng Yaojin's Xuanjia army invaded the outer city, and were targeted by several crossbows and hundreds of divine arm bows. They were shocked, but knowing that there was no way to retreat, they could only bite the bullet and launch a charge. Dozens of black armored cavalry were shot dead by crossbows and divine arm bows, while Cheng Yaojin swung his axe, knocking away a thick crossbow arrow, and the axe body was shaking violently. The bed crossbow no longer relies on arm strength, but on torque. The crossbowmen in the outer city fought and retreated, but were trampled by the Xuanjia army at all costs. Hundreds of them were killed. Finally, Sun Chuanting retreated to the inner city. The outer city has been breached, and it will take some time for the Xia army to occupy the outer city. In addition to the outer city, Guizhou City also has an inner city and an inner city wall. Relying on the inner city wall, Sun Chuanting had the confidence to hold on for a longer period of time and continue to defeat the Xia army's front. Because Sun Chuanting's tenacious resistance did cause a lot of casualties to the Xia army's siege troops. The morale of the Xia army also dropped slightly because they could not attack Guizhou City for a long time. Yu Qigong and Cheng Yaojin's Xuanjia army pursued them all the way to the gate of the inner city, but were shot back by bed crossbows. Why is there still a city wall? He was almost killed by an arrow from a bed crossbow. Zheng Yaojin couldn't help but feel lucky that he survived the disaster. Tear down all the houses and build siege engines. Geng Yin and Cheng Yu, who were in charge of the siege, entered the city and saw that there was an inner city in Guju City and a moat outside the inner city. They felt deeply troubled. Tens of thousands of siege troops immediately demolished the houses in the outer city and obtained wood and stone. Almost the entire outer city was razed to the ground. Large trebuchets cannot cause damage to city walls and defenders out of thin air. They need to be filled with qualified stones. Xu Tian, Yekaterina, and many generals camped outside the city to confront Mingwan. He and Mingwan saw the smoke billowing inside Lone Bamboo City at almost the same time, and probably knew that the siege party had finally broken through the outer city. As long as the inner city is captured again, it is possible to capture Sun Chuaning alive and occupy the city, eliminating the threat of Lone Bamboo City to Yuzhou and opening the way to Liaodong City. If only the inner city is left in Lone Bamboo City, Mingwan will be eager to fight to the death with us to prevent Lone Bamboo City from truly falling. Seeing that Guju City finally opened a breakthrough, Chu Tian couldn't help but shook his head. If the other party had a decisive battle with him in the wild, it would be simple and neat. Generally speaking, each commander-in-chief avoids arduous offensive and defensive battles, and instead pursues quick victory in field battles. In terms of national strength, quick battles do not bear too much burden. In the Battle of Chongping, Bai Qi tried to draw out the Zhao army, surround it, and annihilate it. In a last-ditch battle, Han Xian also managed to coax King Zhao out for a decisive battle. The offensive and defensive battles were the most brutal battles. Basically, both sides could only continue to increase their troops and then die under the solid city walls. Especially for the siege party, the offensive and defensive battles are even more painful. If you win this battle, you should be 90% sure of unifying the Han Empire? Ekaterina calmly looked at the war-torn battlefield in western Liaoning. The focus of the battlefield in western Liaoning was Guju City. The Xiao army lost more than 100,000 soldiers and auxiliary troops. Chu Tian has rarely suffered such losses, although most of the auxiliary soldiers may be just civilians pushing sand to fill the moat. I dare not say 90%. There are many kings who unified the north and then overturned. Chu Tian only knows about Cao Cao in the Battle of Chibi, Fu Jian, former Qin dynasty, in the Battle of Feishui, Yuan Ying, Northern Wei dynasty, in the Battle of Zhongli, and Wan Yinliang, Jin Kingdom, in the Battle of Kaishiji. Currently, Tom K has the largest navy in the Han Empire. Chu Tian's navy is just a partial force, but for Tom K, the navy is the main force. At the same time, although Chu Tian conspired with Sun Jian, he wanted to win over the Sun family of Suqiao and pave the way for the future pacification of the southeast. But Sun Jian may not be completely reliable. After all, Sun Jian and Tom K are sworn brothers, and they may turn against Chu Tian at any time. Chu Tian also had a hard time figuring out what kind of character Sun Jian was in, Lord, and they didn't have many opportunities to meet face to face. Since you left Eastern Europe, the situation in Eastern Europe has changed. The territory of the Kingdom of Poland and the Grand Duchy of Lithuania has been divided into 1/3 by me and the Hohenzollern. Gustav II, the Lion of Sweden, also wants to divide the territory from them. He covets the 3 Baltic countries, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania, and the situation is quite troublesome. Because of my relationship with you, my empire may be attacked from 3 sides by the Kingdom of Sweden, the Holy Roman Empire, and the Kingdom of Macedonia. Catherine inadvertently mentioned the situation in the Western continent, because Attila, the leader of the Hunnic Empire, died in battle. After the Hunnic Empire fell, the Holy Roman Empire and the Kingdom of Macedonia rose, expanded their territory, and were about to border the Tsarist Russian Empire. Coupled with the pressure brought by the Nordic lion Gustav II, it can be said that Catherine's life is not easy, which is equivalent to one empire having to support another empire, plus the pressure of 2 kingdoms. The Tsarist Empire already had conflicts with them, so even without my intervention, they would not let Tsarist Russia go. Chu Tian rolled his eyes. The conflicts between the Tsarist Empire and other European civilizations did not reach the level of the relationship between Chu Tian and Catherine. There is no shortage of careerists in the Western continent. It is just because of overbalanced power and complex issues of faith, ethnicity, culture, and language that there has not been a Western Qin Shi Huang. Many people have tried to unify the Western continent, but they have undoubtedly failed. Charlemagne, Napoleon, etc. Catherine unknowingly mentioned the history of the Western continent. What has Alexander been doing lately? Siege of Istanbul, capital of the Ottoman Empire. He is doing something extraordinary. The Ottoman Empire also seems to be a little unlucky. Their capital is just between the Eastern continent and the Western continent, and is adjacent to the Thrace region controlled by the Kingdom of Macedonia. In other words, Alexander was in Thrace. He has gathered his forces and will be able to reach the city in a few days. The Turks don't know if they will have time to react. Chu Tian observed a few seconds of silence for the Ottoman Empire. Since Emperor Suleiman the Magnificent was accidentally killed by Huatsubing in the National War, the Ottoman Empire's national fortunes have been in a slump. First, it fell into civil strife. The Turkish Janissaries Yeniçeri Corps took the opportunity to intervene in this election of the Sudan and supported Queen Hurrem's son. Suleiman's son took the throne. Rem Sultan listens to politics behind the curtain. In the Fourth National War, the Ottoman Empire failed to take sides and colluded with Attila to launch a sneak attack on the Thrace region of the Kingdom of Macedonia. As a result, Alexander was resented. After Alexander annexed part of the territory of the Hun Empire in the Ukrainian steppe, he immediately retaliated against Sultan Hurrem and besieged the city of Istanbul on the border of the Kingdom of Macedonia. The Kingdom of Macedonia also occupies a very favorable geographical location and can expand into Western Asia. The situation in the Western continent has become clearer. The Kingdom of Macedonia is committed to expanding to West Asia. The Roman Empire is committed to expanding to North Africa. The Holy Roman Empire wants to annex the Kingdom of Poland. And the Kingdom of Sweden wants to turn the Baltic Sea into a lake. As for Western continental civilizations such as France, England, the Netherlands, and Spain, it is difficult to expand due to terrain restrictions. They can only consider annexing civilizations from other continents and establishing colonies. Chu Tian thought that the civilization of the Western continent was also expanding, and shook his head again. He couldn't reach that far yet. Various civilizations are fighting fiercely, and even the Central Asian region, which has always been unknown, is rising because of Ojadai's efforts. Chu Tian already knew that the Mongol and Turkic coalition forces defeated the Gutian Empire's millions of troops. Chu Tian originally thought that after Temujin's death, the remaining members of the Mongol Empire would soon fall apart and decline. However, Chu Tian still underestimated the Golden Family. If Temujin is regarded as the first generation, then the second generation, Ogodai, Tolai and others are still quite united, while the third and fourth generations begin to split. We have no time to think about it for now. Let's deal with the enemy in front of us. Chu Tian thought for a while. He really didn't have the ability to deal with so many civilizations at the same time. The entire world of lords is in constant disputes. And even an upper middle-sized civilization like Japan is trying to expand. My lord, King Ming's army is moving frequently and is approaching our camp. Hua Mulan personally came to inform Chu Tian about the mobilization of the opposite army. The Battle of Western Liaoning was too important to the Chu Tian forces, so Hua Mulan had to pay attention. If Mingwan cannot be defeated and Luoyang City is recaptured by Lao Qin, then the Northern War launched by Chu Tian in the past 2 years will fall short, and the situation may even be reversed. Sometimes, the situation is reversed just after a battle. It is difficult for individuals to control changes in general trends. King Ming probably couldn't hold himself back because the outer city of Guju City was lost. He wanted to fight us in Western Liaoning. He did use Guju City to cause us a lot of casualties. Through Hua Mulan's report, Chu Tian speculated that the decisive battle with the Liaodong army was imminent. Chu Tian wanted to fight quickly, and Mingwan wanted to take the lead in consuming Chu Tian's military strength before the decisive battle began. Now that both sides have achieved their goals, the time for the decisive battle that both sides wanted has arrived. There is important information. Before the decisive battle, Shui Yu, who was in charge of intelligence, obtained new information in Liaodong City. Chu Tian raised his eyebrows when he heard the latest information obtained by Shui Yu. Ming Huan actually obtained such a good thing, but it is not surprising. In the Battle of Songjin in the late Ming Dynasty, this kind of thing has indeed begun to become popular. Guanyin also suffered a lot, and it was not easy to win. What happened? Ekaterina asked doubtfully. Chu Tian's current vision is not low. Props that can be considered good by Chu Tian are probably really good things, and they are props that Chu Tian has never seen before. Chu Tian nodded. It is indeed a good thing. At the Ming army's camp, a large group of carriages arrived. Red cloth covered the carriages, covering Mingwen's cards. In the Battle of Songjin, I narrowly escaped death to get this small batch of props. Mingguan led the generals to the front of the carriage. Murong Ba, Murong Ke, Murong Lin, Yuan Idogui, Yuan Tai, Duan Pizhan and other Xianbei generals. And Wuhuan generals such as Taduan did not follow Mingguan to the Battle of Songjin in the 5th epic battle. So they did not know what props Mingguan brought back. Can this small team of carriages really turn the tide of the war? Murong Ke was extremely curious about what Mingguan brought back. Impossible. No matter what. A small team of carriages cannot change the entire battlefield. The number of soldiers and horses in Liaoxi has exceeded 1 million. Taduan shook his head. As a military advisor, Yao Guangxia wore a black robe and ordered the soldiers on the left and right to uncover the red cloth. Almost everyone's eyes were focused on the props under the red cloth. Almost all the generals in the Ming army understood that with their frontal strength, there was a high probability that the Ming army would not be able to defeat the Xiao army. If you want to win, you must find another way. The red cloth was lifted, revealing the cold bronze firearm, which was heavy. From the Qing army. Red cannon. There was a bit of fanaticism in Mingguan's eyes. In the Battle of Songjin, his cavalry captured the Qing army's position, plundered a group of red cannons, and captured a group of Qing artillerymen. In Lords, firearms need to be matched with the corresponding troop types to be effective. If there were no special arms, like artillerymen, then the red cannons obtained by Mingguan would be nothing more than a pile of junk. At the same time, there are no military symbols and corresponding building and firearm drawings in Mingguan. So this batch of red cannons and artillerymen are more like consumables. They died in battle and cannot be recruited. This is also the first time that bronze artillery appears in Lords. It is basically the most advanced firearm in Lords. Murong Ba, Murong Ke, Murong Ling, Yuan Tai, Taduan and other tribal leaders couldn't help but widen their eyes. They had never seen such a strange weapon before. Although it is not enough to replace cold weapons and cannot achieve absolute suppression, it is enough to scare the Xiao army. Mingguan relied on cavalry to capture the Qing artillery position, which shows that in a period when cold weapons and firearms coexisted, the deterrent effect of bronze artillery was greater than the killing effect. So he could not be completely reassured. It's a pity that it's just a trophy. I want to see how Chu Zimu can deal with the red cannon. He participated in the Battle of Kunyang. I don't know if he brought back any trump cards. There are also scouts in Mingguan who are inquiring about Chu Tian and know that Chu Tian is participating in the Battle of Kunyang. There is another update at around 9 p.m. Chapter 837 Red Cannon. The Xiao army and the Ming army, a million-strong army, launched a decisive battle in western Liaoning. The troops of the two great princes were extremely large and filled the entire battlefield with mighty force. Chu Tian asked Cao Cao and Zhou Yafu to serve as the left and right wings, and personally faced the Liaodong army in Mingguan from the front. The Ming army on the opposite side could not see the end, and it was completely dark. In the entire East Asia, apart from Chu Tian, Mingguan has the most powerful cavalry regiment. 300,000 or 400,000? The last time Chu Tian fought against a cavalry of this size, the enemy was Genghis Khan Temujin. Now, Chu Tian faced a massive amount of cavalry again. On the opposite side, there are many cavalrymen such as Guan Ning Cavalry, Han Wu Cavalry, and Longcheng Cavalry. Chu Tian's Imperial Guard Corps has the Shinji Camp, and the Women's Corps has its Central Army. Catherine's reinforcements served as reserves. The red cannon of the Qing army. Chu Tian already knew Mingguan's trump card in advance. The red cannon is an imitation of the naval gun used by Western warships in the 16th century. It can cause considerable damage to wooden boards. If you are hit, the consequences can be imagined. However, Mingguan may not have the production drawings of the red cannon, and it is very likely that it is just a consumable prop. After all, Chu Tian has not heard of any lord who owns this special firearm. As a player, Chu Tian was naturally in awe of firearms. The two armies spread out, and both sides invested hundreds of thousands of soldiers and horses, both looking for opportunities. Groups of soldiers and horses occupied dangerous terrain and faced each other. Mingguan deployed 30 red-coated cannons at a higher level. Qing artillerymen were deployed at the artillery position by Mingguan. Hong Chunshou, the Ming army general obtained from the Battle of Songjin, led a group of infantry and cavalry to protect the artillery. With Chu Zimu's character, once the red cannon shows its power, he will be eager to send a cavalry to attack the artillery position. When Mingguan deployed the red cannon, he seemed to be able to foresee what would happen in the future. Chu Tian will most likely use cavalry with cold weapons to harvest artillery positions. The relatively primitive red cannon was attacked head-on by the cavalry, and the artillery crew was unable to fight in close combat. Kong Yud, you and Hong Chungcho will guard the red cannon together. 4 of the 8 banners of the Han army will be handed over to you. In order to protect the red artillery, Mingguan sent about 40,000 troops to Hong Chungcho and Kong Yud, who could both guard the artillery positions and serve as attack troops. Hong Chungcho was the chief general of the Ming army in the Battle of Songjin. Although he was not a first-rate general such as Su De and Chan Yuchen, he was still a second-rate general. The red cannons were deployed on the flanks, and Hong Chungcho looked at the Xiao army's position not far away. In a battle involving hundreds of thousands of soldiers and horses, the red cannon would certainly not be able to cover the entire battlefield, and might only threaten tens of thousands of people. Therefore, Mingguan did not fully expect that the 30 red cannons could determine the outcome. These 30 red cannons were used by Mingguan to deal with the Xiao army on the right, which was Cao Cao's army. Murong Ba and Murong Ke led the soldiers and horses of the Murong Xianbei tribe as the main force, and the red cannon provided deterrence and cover. How powerful is the red cannon? Although the Murong Xianbei tribe represented by Murong Ba and Murong Ke was rebellious, they were always afraid of the pressure from Mingguan and did not dare to truly rebel. Now Mingguan suddenly came up with a trump card to scare the Xianbei cavalry. Murong Xianbei had never seen a red cannon. He could only see dozens of cold and hollow bronze muzzles, pointed in the direction of the Xiao army. This is a firearm from the late Ming dynasty. It has not been used since Mingguan brought it back. It is said that any strong general who is hit head-on by a red cannon will most likely be killed. Murong Ba still had confidence in his own force, but Mingguan's words shocked Murong Ba. Even if he was standing in front of the red cannon, if he was hit by the red cannon, he would probably die instantly. It seems that Cao Mingda's tiger and leopard cavalry is on the opposite side. Murong Ke was always observing Xia Jun on the opposite side. Familiar opponents, Cao Cao's tiger and leopard cavalry competed with the Murong family's Dragon City cavalry. The two sides were like fire and water. The combination of Cao Cao, Sun Yu and Gui Jia and Murong Ba and Murong Ke went back and forth, and it was difficult for anyone to achieve significant results. Dragon City cavalry and tiger and leopard cavalry are on par with each other. We can only hope that the red cannon can open up the situation. Just as Cao Cao was greatly troubled by Murong Ba's Dragon City cavalry, Murong Ba was also greatly afraid of Cao Cao's tiger and leopard cavalry. Cao Cao didn't know how unlucky he would be. Cao Cao received an order from Chu Tian. Chu Tian asked all generals to guard against the Ming army's red cannon. What red cannon? Cao Cao was confused when he received the order. Cao Cao had already seen the matchlock guns of the Shinji battalion, but the Shinji battalion was not equipped with bronze cannons, so most of the generals in Chu Tian's forces did not know the existence of the red cannons. I heard it is a firearm that is more powerful than the bed crossbow. Since the Lord wants us to be more prepared, we must be careful. Gui Jia followed Cao Cao from Jixian to western Liaoning. It was precisely because Gui Jia and Sun Yu were advising Cao Cao that Cao Cao was not framed by Murong Ke. Cao Cao disagreed. Murong Ba's Dragon City Iron Cavalry and Murong Ke's Chain Iron Horse, in my opinion, are more threatening than this red cannon. The Dragon City Iron Cavalry has extremely high attack power, and the square of the Chain Iron Horse, the formation is indestructible. The two Iron Cavalry cooperate with each other and dominate the world. Even the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry are difficult to defeat. Cao Cao suffered a lot under the hands of Murong Ba and Murong Ke. Even Ran Min, the king of martial arts, could not break through Murong Ke's Chain Iron Horse, which shows the defensive power of the Chain Iron Horse. Murong Ba was the sharpest spear of the Xianbei tribe, and Murong Ke was the strongest shield. From a scale perspective, Cao Cao's words are not bad, because the direct casualties caused by dozens of red cannons to the Xiao army are definitely not as high as tens of thousands of high-level heavy cavalry. Dozens of red cannons could injure at most thousands of Xia troops. Murong Ba and Murong Ke's cavalry could definitely cause tens of thousands of casualties to Xia troops. However, the red cannon shouldn't be that simple. Could it be that it's a 10th level unit? Chu Tian deployed the entire decisive battle position at a high place and arranged his troops in formation. The red cannon owned by Mingguan seemed not simple to Chu Tian. And, Lord, each unit has its own panel and characteristics. If it is the same as reality, dozens of bronze cannons are indeed not enough to change the outcome of a battle involving millions of soldiers. After all, the Chu Tian forces have many elites who will not be scared away by the red cannons. However, Precisely because each unit has its own abilities. This is the scary part. Even the armored war elephants are systematically divided into 9 levels of arms, with characteristics such as defensive specialization and violent. The red cannon is theoretically a unit, and the gunner of the red cannon is likely to be a 10th level unit. Chu Tian has never seen the 10th level soldiers.
Wait a minute. If Ming-Wan is defeated, maybe these red cannons will fall into my hands. It would be great if I could get the blueprints, production buildings, and corresponding arms of the red cannons.
Chu Tian couldn't help but be jealous of this elite army. Chu Tian's forces do not lack cavalry, nor do they lack infantry. There is a lot of demand for long-range troops. It is said that the United States in the American Civilization Zone is famous for its firearms arms. If Chu Tian wanted to defeat the American Civilized Zone, he would naturally need a batch of firearms as long-range arms to provide checks and balances. Although the red cannon is an imitation of European ship artillery, after all, it has been localized and can be regarded as one of the top firearms in the Eastern Han Dynasty.
It's unbelievable that a lord in the Eastern Han District has obtained artillery.
Ekaterina also couldn't believe it when she learned that the enemy army opposite had artillery. The first lord to obtain artillery appeared in the Eastern Han District, and was obtained by the lords of the Eastern Han District in the form of dungeon trophies.
It seems that I underestimated the last epic battle. Many lords obtained some interesting things.
Probably the Battle of Kunyang followed Lucio, the son of the plain, too smoothly. So Chu Tian didn't take the 5th epic battle seriously. In fact, each lord can always get some weird props and rewards due to the different civilizations and periods of the dungeon they participate in. The characteristic
son of the plain
obtained by Chu Tian is also a strange characteristic. It is one of the strangest characteristics in Lord, and has no clear effect. In addition to Chu Tian and Ming-Wan, other lords also got some weird things.
What rewards did you get in the last epic battle?
Chu Tian was suddenly interested in the battle in which Ekaterina participated. Ekaterina is also a great lord and is eligible to participate in the 5th epic battle. So it stands to reason that Ekaterina should also be rewarded.
It's a secret.
Ekaterina did not answer Chu Tian directly. Chu Tian frowned slightly. He hasn't had a chance to see Ekaterina's panel until now. As the Empress of Tsarist Russia, the foundation accumulated by Catherine for 12 years should be quite exaggerated. At least not as simple as it seems. I have to find a way to find out what Ekaterina is like in the future.
Will Ming-Wan deploy red artillery in the middle or on the flanks? It is said that during the Ming and Qing dynasties, the Eastern Army liked to deploy bronze artillery in front of the Chinese army, bombarding the opponent's morale for a while, and then advance with cavalry. Western armies liked to deploy bronze artillery deployed on the flanks.
Ming-Wan's deployment of the army is confidential. Even Chu Tian's spies cannot obtain the deployment of the Ming army, so they can only guess the location of the red cannon deployed by Ming-Wan based on the situation. Ming-Wan is a player, so he doesn't rigidly use Eastern or Western habits, and is even more elusive. This is why many civilized areas are dominated by players, because players take advantage to a large extent. Players in the Eastern Han Dynasty may not necessarily only use Eastern tactics, but sometimes also use Western tactics, or tactics of nomadic civilizations. The Xia army and the Ming army continued to gather, and all the main legions were already in formation. The battlefield in western Liaoning was filled with mourning. In Guju City, Guard Sun Chuanting noticed that the Xia army's offensive suddenly slowed down. He was keenly aware that his lord Ming-Wan was about to fight to the death with the king of Xia. Otherwise the Xia army, which had been attacking Guju City recently, would not suddenly stop attacking the city. Both the Xia army's siege troops and the defenders of Lone Bamboo City were waiting for the outcome of the decisive battle. The side that wins the decisive battle has everything, while the side that loses has nothing. At this time, the ownership of Lone Bamboo City is no longer important. The outcome of the decisive battle is the key. Geng Yan and Cheng Yu, who were responsible for attacking the inner city of Lone Bamboo City, stopped their offensive and confronted Sun Chuanting while waiting anxiously. Except for 2 people, all other generals were basically transferred to participate in the decisive battle.
This battle may determine the ownership of the northern part of the Han Empire. If the Lord wins, then it is basically just a matter of time before Liaodong and Guanzhong are pacified. Liaodong may collapse due to the failure of this battle.
As a counselor, Cheng Yu has an extremely clear understanding of the situation. 2 of the 3 major princes in the north will fight in a decisive battle, and the winner will become stronger. The Xia army lost many soldiers and horses in order to storm Liaodong City.
in order to lure the Liaodong army and Mingguan into a quick battle. In addition to the princes within the Han Empire, the lords of other civilized areas are also always paying attention to the progress of the Northern War of the Han Empire. They did not want a great conqueror to appear so soon in the Han Empire. Otherwise, the pressure on the civilization surrounding the Han Empire would be too great. In the waters of the Luzon Kingdom, the new shogunate Oda Nobunaga commanded the Japanese navy and attacked Manila, the royal city of the Luzon Kingdom, and engaged in a boarding battle with the Luzon Navy. Two medium-sized civilizations clashed next to the suzerain. The suzerain was at war within the country, and could not intervene in the war between them for a while. The Shimazu family samurai from Kyushu Island chopped down the Luzon soldiers on the deck. The Shimazu family held a samurai sword and killed dozens of people in a row, cleaning half of the deck almost by himself. The size of the warships of the Japanese and Luzon kingdoms cannot be compared with the warships of the Han Empire. But the two civilizations are tit for tat, and no one can gain an advantage in terms of the size of the ships. The expeditionary force sent by the Oda shogunate relied on the bravery of the samurai to defeat the Luzon fleet in a boarding battle. Oda Nobunaga stood on the largest Anja ship, his eyes reflecting the blazing fire on the sea. He was no match for the Han Empire, so he could only bring the famous Japanese people to bully the Luzon kingdom and divert the internal conflicts in the civilized area. Waging war abroad and diverting domestic conflicts is a method commonly used by lords. In the Kingdom of Macedonia, Alexander is also concerned about every move of Chu Tian, whom he considers to be the most powerful opponent. Western Liaoning of the Han Empire. If one day I can expedition to Western Liaoning, then I can be called the Great Emperor. Alexander learned from the players that Liaoshi was tens of thousands of miles away from Macedonia, and the only way to expedition to Liaoshi was to use the teleportation array. Chapter 838: The Power of Bronze Cannon. Boom, boom, boom. Hundreds of cowhide drums as tall as two people vibrated, and the dull sound of the drums echoed throughout the battlefield. Millions of soldiers and horses were all in awe, killing each other in solemn silence. The heavily armored infantry in the front row clenched their weapons tightly in their right hands. They charge forward and are likely to be killed. The battle to decide the northern part of the Han Empire would likely suffer heavy casualties. Even the war horses seemed to realize that there might be a fierce battle. Panting uneasily, thousands of people were arranged in phalanxes one after another, and every few or tens of thousands of phalanxes formed larger phalanxes. At least dozens of famous generals and thousands of ordinary generals participated in the war, and more than 1 million war horses were used. Chu Tian watched the entire battlefield from a high place. There were nearly 100 phalanxes of 10,000 people, taking 10,000 people as a small unit. Not many civilizations have such a population. This was just a war within the Han Empire. If we lose the battle, we will retreat to Yuo and recharge our batteries in order to make a comeback. We have a large territory and population. As long as we defend Yuzhou over and over again, we will win sooner or later. Before the decisive battle began, Chu Tian had already left an escape route for himself. Even if he is defeated, Chu Tian still has a physical advantage, so he will not be injured and can make a comeback soon. Therefore, Chu Tian could give it a try. Mingguan cannot afford to lose. Without Liaoshi, relying on Liaodong alone, it would be impossible to make a comeback. Unless there is chaos in the central plains, the overlord of Liaodong can enter the pass. The pressure they endure is not the same. Cao Cao commanded his troops and marched towards Murong Xianbei's cavalry. The tiger and leopard cavalry remained sharp, and a small group of low-level cavalry, led by Cao Xiu, went to test Murong's cavalry. The wind seems a bit noisy today. Cao Cao did not know the direction of his attack and deployed the red cannon. The red cannon, which weighed several kilograms, was difficult to move and was fixed in one position by the Ming army. Father, you seem a little uneasy. Cao Ang followed Cao Cao into the battle and found that Cao Cao was restless and couldn't help but wonder. This battle is very dangerous. You stay at the Legion's camp. Otherwise, your life will be in danger. Cao Cao seemed to realize that Cao Ang was an unlucky guy. If Cao Ang was allowed to rush to the front, and the opponents were Murong Ba and Murong Ke, then Cao Ang might be killed by Murong Xianbei's cavalry. Opposite Cao Cao, in addition to the red cannons, there were also 2 elite heavy cavalrymen of Murong Ba and Murong Ke. The Dragon City cavalry are fully equipped, holding sharp horseshoes, tall horses, and Xianbei patterns. They are brave and good at fighting. Their leader, Murong Ba, personally held a horse stem and realized that this battle was related to the status of the Xianbei tribe. If they lose,
the Murong tribe will be at the mercy of the Chutian tribe. And Murong Ba and his group will most likely lose power. Murongka's chained Iron Horse Regiment was on the side of the Dragon City Iron Cavalry, on an equal footing with the Dragon City Iron Cavalry. Murongka's military ability may be slightly better than Murong Ba's. The armor of the chained Iron Horse is heavier than that of the Dragon City Iron Horse, and the War Horse is almost covered by the cold iron armor. Between the horses, there is a chain of iron ropes. The chained Iron Horse almost lost its speed in pursuit of defense. It was impossible for the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry to break through Murongka's chain of iron horses. The chain of iron horses is almost the most offensive cavalry in the Eastern Han Dynasty. However, Cao Cao's Tiger and Leopard Cavalry tried to leave, but Murongka's chain of iron horses could not catch up.
In a battle involving millions of soldiers and horses, the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry will have nowhere to escape. The strongest shield and the sharpest spear will defeat the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry.
Murongka was also a little dissatisfied with Hubeiqi. In the melee of millions of soldiers and horses, the destructive power caused by the chain of iron horses can be imagined, and there is no extra room for maneuver on the battlefield. Boom! Boom! The sound of the war drum suddenly became urgent, urging each legion to attack the opposite position. There was a harsh friction sound between the sword blade and the scabbard. Cao Cao pulled out the sword from his waist. Cao Chun and Cao Xiu, the generals of the Tiger and Leopard Legion, followed Cao Cao into battle. Xiahou Yuan and Xiahou Dun were transferred to the Tiger and Leopard Corps by Chu Tian, responsible for protecting Cao Cao's safety, and at the same time strengthening the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry's ability to break formations.
This battle is not easy.
Xiahou Yuan had fights with Murong Ba and was defeated many times, so he was afraid of Murong Ba. A column of Tiger and Leopard Cavalry approached Murong Xianbei's cavalry.
Send an order to the whole army. Anyone who kills either Murong Ba or Murongka will be rewarded with 300 taels of gold.
In order to motivate the Tiger and Leopard Legion, Cao Cao did not hesitate to spend a lot of money. These 300 taels of gold were not funded by Chu Tian, but privately funded by Cao Cao. He had to find a way to get rid of these two powerful opponents, Murong Ba and Murongka, so that Cao Cao could gain military exploits and continue to climb up. Cao Cao's family is still very powerful. Cao Song owns many houses and manors in Xia City, so Cao Cao can really afford 600 taels of gold. 600 taels of gold can eliminate two powerful enemies, Murong Ba and Murongka. For Cao Cao, it is a very good deal.
Whoever kills Cao Cao will be rewarded with 30,000 cattle and sheep.
Murong Ba also had a headache for Cao Cao and hoped that someone in the tribe could kill Cao Cao. 30,000 cattle and sheep. Murong Ba thought it was completely worth it. The Xia army and the Ming army, with millions of soldiers and horses pressing forward step by step, are at war with each other, and the war is about to break out.
Let me go to attack the enemy and see if I can take advantage of it.
Cao Chun volunteered to command a group of Tiger and Leopard cavalry to test Murong's cavalry. Cao Chun's expression was even heavier than Cao Cao's. Cao Cao is a tycoon who can still act in adversity, not to mention being afraid. Cao Chun knew that the Murong Xianbei tribe had two elite high-level heavy cavalry, which were not inferior to the Tiger and Leopard cavalry. The Dragon City Iron Cavalry and the Chained Iron Horse are both armored cavalry from the southern and northern dynasties. They are armed to the teeth with armor, and they wish they could turn themselves into an Iron Man. The Tiger and Leopard cavalry couldn't chew these tin cans. Cao Chun held a long spear and led 800 Tiger and Leopard cavalry, and took the initiative to test Murong Ba's Dragon City cavalry.
Father, my child is willing to go and defeat it.
Murong Lin saw hundreds of Tiger and Leopard cavalry trying to attack the Murong tribe's legion, so he asked Murong Ba for help.
Behead the enemy general and come back to see me. Yes.
Murong Lin led a group of Dragon City cavalry to attack the Tiger and Leopard cavalry commanded by Cao Chun. Two elite cavalry once again broke out in a fateful showdown. In order to deal with Murong Ba's heavy cavalry, the Tiger and Leopard cavalry also changed to thicker heavy-duty armor. At the same time, the Chutian forces had produced horses long ago. Therefore, the equipment of the Tiger and Leopard cavalry is almost the same as that of the uniformed cavalry of the northern and southern dynasties. Iron hoofs crisscrossed. The horse's spear collided with the armor. Cao Chun thrust out a spear with all his strength, and the spear almost brushed against Murong Lin's helmet. When it rubbed against the armor, Murong Lin's ears rang because of the impact from the helmet. He was almost killed by Cao Chun.
Should we use the red cannon to defeat the Tiger and Leopard cavalry?
Kong Yi was guarding the rear artillery position. He could already see hundreds of Tiger and leopard cavalry fighting against the Dragon City cavalry, and a group of iron cannons crashing into each other.
The main force of the tiger and leopard cavalry has not yet entered the battle, so there is no need to use the ready cannon. Even the main force of the tiger and leopard cavalry may not allow us to use the ready cannon. The Murong brothers and their cavalry are nothing but iron cannons.
Hong Chungcho did not use the red cannon easily. In the Eastern Han Dynasty, only generals from the Ming Dynasty and early Qing Dynasty, as well as players with opportunities, such as Xiao Liang, may have bonuses to firearms. On the battlefield in western Liaoning, two armies braved each other's arrows to approach each other and fight hand-to-hand. The heavy infantrymen wearing infantry armor were stalemate on the same front, stabbing each other with their spears, bleeding for hundreds of miles. Tens of thousands of elite troops joined the battle. The Xia army's infantry relied on the Shinji battalion as its backbone, while the Ming army had the Han army's 8 banners, which were also equipped with firearms. White gunpowder smoke fills the air. In the ancient Han Empire, a small number of firearms arms have appeared. While cold weapon arms are still popular, the Shinji battalion of 5,000 people looked insignificant on the entire battlefield. Hundreds of thousands of soldiers and horses were fighting. Millions of arrows covered the sky, and bursts of black rain fell. Not long after the battle, both sides suffered tens of thousands of casualties. In order to replenish his troops, Chu Tian dispatched many low-level troops from within the pass. These soldiers were like moths flying to a flame, involved in the war.
Kill the enemy!
The battle became more and more intense. Cao Cao raised his sword high and commanded the main force of the tiger and leopard cavalry to kill the soldiers and horses of the Murong tribe on the opposite side.
Chao Mingda, seek death!
Murong Baxa waved his horse, and the Dragon City cavalry began to trot and accelerate, launching an offensive. Murong's chain of iron horses never moved. Mingguan valued Murong even more than the red cannon.
Serial iron horse. Once this high-level heavy cavalry charges, its lethality is more powerful than the red cannon.
Mingguan was watching the grand battlefield indifferently. The clash of weapons, the neighing of war horses, and the sound of war drums mixed together, echoing throughout the battlefield. In troubled times, human life is like a piece of grass.
Before the serial iron horse assault, use the red cannon to attract their attention, and order Hong Chungcho and Kong Yu to attack Cao Cao's tiger and leopard legion.
Mingguan ordered one after another. Cao Cao's tiger and leopard cavalry were about to engage Murong Ba's Dragon City cavalry in close combat. Hong Chungcho and Kong Yu, who were protecting the red cannons, received orders from Mingguan, requiring them to use red-coated artillery to attack the tiger and leopard cavalry.
Although the tiger and leopard cavalry are also elite, defeating the tiger and leopard cavalry will not determine the outcome. Why?
After receiving the order, Hong Chungcho couldn't help but hesitate. Chu Tian's Imperial Guards were the real main force, and Cao Cao was the side force protecting the flanks.
Bombard the tiger and leopard cavalry.
Qing artillerymen loaded black powder and a small number of solid bullets. Boom! Boom! The red cannon roared, and more than 10 solid bullets fell into the charging tiger and leopard cavalry, instantly killing the hit tiger and leopard cavalry. Regardless of whether the horses or cavalry are hit by solid bullets, they will be bloody and broken into pieces. Solid bullets plow a bloody path. There was a brief blank space where the solid bullets plowed, before the surrounding tiger and leopard cavalry could react to what had attacked them. A few of the tiger and leopard cavalry had already been reduced to pieces, accompanied by loud noises and white smoke. The red cannon's lethality was still second to none, and the shake in the morale of the legion was even more terrifying.
Is this the power of the red cannon?
Cao Cao was also shocked by the destruction caused by the red cannon. In the Ming army's military formation, gunpowder smoke curled up, briefly blocking the view. Cao Cao could clearly feel that the tiger and leopard cavalry's offensive was halted and their morale had declined.
Defeat the tiger and leopard cavalry.
Murong Ba saw the power of the red cannon and his heart trembled. If he was hit by the solid bullet of the red cannon, he might become a blood stain. The Dragon City Iron Cavalry took advantage of the fact that the morale of the tiger and leopard cavalry was hit, and the charge formation was in turmoil to engage in battle with the tiger and leopard cavalry.
Go and report to my lord that the red cannons owned by the Ming army are deployed on the left wing.
Cao Cao thought it was necessary to inform Chu Tian of the specific location of the red cannon. The red artillery of the Qing army fired another volley, ejecting dozens of solid bullets, harvesting nearly 100 tiger and leopard cavalry.
My lord, Cao Cao reported that the Ming army's red cannon appeared opposite the left army. Sure enough, the morale of the tiger and leopard cavalry is declining.
Chu Tian could see the changes in the morale of the tiger and leopard cavalry through the Legion panel. Legion, Tiger and Leopard Legion, customized. General Cao Cao. Status Fear, Attack Power Formation Maintenance. Average grade, 63. Morale, 75, Shock, Morale Decrease Speed plus 35%. Stamina, 78. Subordinate units, Tiger and Leopard Cavalry. Low-level cavalry. Before the decisive battle in Western Liaoning began, the morale of Cao Cao's Tiger and Leopard Corps was high, around 93. However, after the bombardment of Red Artillery and the battle with the Dragon City Cavalry, the morale dropped to the current 75. If this continues, the morale of the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry will soon fall below 50. Not only will there be no bonus, but the combat effectiveness will be reduced.
Firearms reduce morale too quickly. Even generals with the ability to restore morale will probably collapse under the bombardment of artillery.
Chu Tian can probably guess that the red cannon has negative effects such as shock and fear. Cao Cao's Tiger and Leopard Cavalry were in trouble this time.
Order Wei Qing to detach a cavalry force to support Cao Cao. Monk Wan Yanchen. You command the Zhongshu army and the Heli army and try to capture the opposite place where the red cannons are deployed.
Sure enough, Chu Tian sent out cavalry to attack the red artillery position set up in Mingguan. Bronze cannons have a huge impact on morale, and red cannons cannot be allowed to damage the morale of various legions.
Even if the general dies, he will still complete the mission of the master.
Monk Wan Yanchen got on his horse and put on his iron hat.
Compared with the red cannons, the loyal and filial army is more important. Don't take risks.
Chu Tian was not very willing to use up Monk Yanchen's Zhongxia army, Heli Hijuan, and the red cannon in exchange.
Harold, Bathory, you must also be prepared.
Ekaterina ordered her two subordinates to go down.
In addition to the bronze artillery, Muronka's chain iron horses need to be paid attention to. It is said that when Cao Cao fought with him, Muronka never made any big move to use the chain iron horses, but only used them to protect his own formation.
While Chu Tian was dealing with the Hongi cannon set up by Mingguan, he also noticed Muronka's chain of iron horses. The battlefield is stalemate. Once the iron horses charge, it is very difficult to avoid them.
General Wei Qing has sent General Shui Wanche to help, asking us to focus on defense along the way and pay close attention to the movements of Muronka's chain of iron horses. Did the Lord tell me how to deal with the red cannon? The Lord has sent a cavalry to attack the position of the red cannon.
Chapter 839 Heavy Casualties.
Hu! Ho!
Blood was flowing down Cao Chun's arm, and he was panting. As the leader of the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry, Cao Chun joined Cao Xiu in the battle and inevitably suffered heavy losses. Compared with Cao Chun, Cao Xiu's situation was not optimistic. He was covered in blood, like a bloody man. A solid bullet landed next to Cao Chun, killing the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry beside Cao Chun, cracking his head, and making the jealous Cao Chun shocked. There is no room for Cao Chun to worry. Dragon City Cavalry's horse has already stabbed him. The Xianbei Cavalry's eyes were cold, and they wanted to kill Cao Chun. The half-meter-long sharp blade of the horse stabbed straight at Cao Chun. Cao Chun waved his heavy arm and knocked open the 4-meter-long horse. His spear penetrated the armor of the Xianbei Cavalry and assassinated him. Cao Chun even picked it up and threw it aside. The Dragon City Iron Cavalry weighed at least 200 kilograms. But it was easily picked up by Cao Chun and hit another Dragon City Iron Cavalry. Xia Ho Yuan held a long bow and shot the Dragon City Cavalry on the opposite side among the rebels. Xiahou Dun also charged into the battle. Cao Cao personally swung his sword to kill. The green sword pierced the equipment of the Dragon City Cavalry and assassinated the cavalry inside. From time to time, solid bullets fell, and even Cao Cao could be killed by the red cannon. The battle was extremely brutal. Since the beginning of the battle, 1/3 of the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry have been killed or injured, and thousands of cavalry have been killed. There was blood on Cao Cao's face, and the pungent smell filled his head.
Muronka's chain of iron horses has never made any movement. He is just watching from the sidelines. Could it be possible? Muronka's target is not the Tiger and Leopard Cavalry, but the Chinese Army Shinji Battalion?
Guijia and Sun Yu did not participate in the battle because they lacked force and had been observing from the rear. They keenly discovered that Muronka's chain of iron horses was like the Great Wall of Steel, motionless. The deterrent power of the chain iron horse is no less than that of the Hongi cannon.
If it is really to attack the Chinese army, then the Chinese army will be quite dangerous. We must send someone to inform the Lord. Otherwise, a chain of iron horses will rush into the Chinese army, and the consequences will be disastrous.
Under Guijia's order, an Iron Eagle Scout cavalry immediately wrote important news on a piece of paper, and ordered War Eagle to convey the news to Chu Tian.
Sure enough, maybe the serial iron horse is Mingwan's trump card. The red cannon as a trophy is just a cover. There may not even be many solid bullets.
Chu Tian thought that the red cannon was just a trophy brought back by Mingguan from the Battle of Songjin, and that he might not be able to produce solid bullets on his own. And he probably realized Mingguan's intention. After all, in the game, the destructive power of high-level heavy cavalry is no less than that of red cannons.
Khitan Army. Cover the Shinji Battalion from the flanks.
Chu Tian sent the Khitan legions of Yalushioga and Yel Xiezhen into the battle. The Khitan cavalry used mounted archery to attack the Liaodong infantry on the opposite side, trying to shake the phalanx composed of Liaodong heavy infantry. A cavalry force rushed out from the opposite side. When Yelxiagu and Yalushiezen saw this cavalry, they were greatly shaken. Pishi Army, the most elite cavalry of the Khitan civilization. This is also the exclusive unit of Yelu Abaoji. The two Khitan commanders, Yalushioga and Yalushiezen, were former subordinates of Yelu Abaoji. When they saw the exclusive troops of their old masters, their expressions inevitably changed. It's just that the commander of this cavalry is no longer Yelu Abaoji, but the General Lan Yu of Mingguan.
Brother Yulexu, do we want to attack the Pishi Army? This is the Pishi Army.
Yalushan looked at another Khitan general. Brother Yalushio. Yel Xiezhen even knew some of the leaders and soldiers of the Pishi Army. After these people were captured by Mingguan, they surrendered to Mingguan. In other words, the Khitan tribe was suppressed by the princes of the Han Empire and divided into two. One part was captured by Chu Tian, and the other part was captured by Mingguan.
The king of Liao is dead, and the Pishi army has taken refuge with King Ming. They are already enemies, so there is no need to worry.
Brother Yalexiu commanded the cavalry, but he attacked the Pishi army without any pressure. A civil war broke out among the Khitan tribe. Two cavalrymen fought fiercely, and cavalrymen kept falling off their horses. Under the command of Lan Yu, the Pishi army clashed with Brother Yelxiu.
Li Chongyang, you lead Guan Ning's cavalry and break through the Shinji Battalion's formation. The Shinji Battalion has consumed a lot of black powder.
Mingguan said Guan Ning cavalry. Guan Ning's cavalry, equipped with three-eyed fire guns, appeared at the forefront of the battlefield. The cavalry was ferocious, with the goal of destroying Xiao Liang's Shinji Battalion.
The last general is willing to command a cavalry and defeat the enemy's formation.
Chang Yuchen, the most powerful general under Mingguan's command, volunteered.
It's not time yet. Zhu Das Ho, you command a cavalry to replace Muronku. I want Chu Zimu to see whether his army can stop it when groups of cavalry take turns to attack. My cavalry army is the most powerful cavalry regiment.
Mingguan ordered one after another. Zhu Das Ho was ordered to lead the cavalry to move towards Murong's regiment on the left.
King Ming orders you to command the cavalry to attack the backbone of the Xiao army.
After receiving Mingguan's order, Murongka hesitated for a moment, but still commanded the Lilian Iron Horse and moved towards the Chinese army in accordance with Mingguan's order. Murongka seemed to be saying to himself,
in this battle, the chain of iron horses may wipe out the entire army.
Guan Ning's cavalry had already attacked the Shinji Battalion's defense line at this time, and the three-eyed fire blunderbuss shot at the infantry soldiers commanded by Mu Guiying in front. No matter the shield or the armor, they could not withstand the penetrating power of firearms, and were killed by the three-eyed fire gun. Mu Guiying desperately resisted the advance of Guan Ning's cavalry, and fought with Guan Ning's cavalry. After shooting, Guan Ning's cavalry used the three-eyed fire gun as a blunt weapon to hammer down the infantry along the way. The three-eyed blazing gun hit the infantry's helmet. Song Chongbu's head shook, and he lost consciousness in an instant. Mu Guiying's spear swept across, and killed several Guan Ning cavalry. The three-eyed fire blunderbuss of Guan Ning's cavalry came at him. After being knocked away by Mu Guiying knocked it down. Liang Hong used Jianyan crossbowmen and shooting battalion cooperated with Xiao Liang's Shinji Battalion to shoot from the rear. Li Chengliang's Guan Ning cavalry fell on its back. Lead bullets and arrows roared, and the cavalry fell like harvested crops. Even the armor equipped by Guan Ning's cavalry could not withstand the dense rain of lead bullets and arrows. Guan Ning's cavalry kept falling off their horses, and died unexpectedly. Xiao Liang stood at a high place, and no longer went to the front to direct in person. After years of experience, she already had an unspeakable temperament. Chu Tian has always respected him. As a veteran-level player, Xiao Liang is capable of being on his own. She is paying attention to the losses of the Shinji camp, and she also has permission to see the Shinji camp's panel.
The number of Shinji battalion has dropped from 5,000 to 3,751, and their morale has dropped to 79. I don't know the data of the opposite legion, so their losses must be considerable.
Xiao Liang quickly analyzed the status of the legion under his jurisdiction. After the battle, the morale and physical strength of each legion will decrease. Morale and physical strength are also important factors that affect victory or defeat. If a major incident occurs, it may shake the morale of the military. For example, Guan Yu's crusade against Xianfan was attacked by Su Chao in the rear, and Lu Meng crossed the river in white clothes. The morale of Guan Yu's army dropped. By the time they reached Maicheng, there were only a few soldiers left, not to mention physical strength. Many powerful generals were exhausted and captured alive by their opponents.
The attacking cavalry of the Ming army seem to be equipped with fire portal guns that are more primitive than matchlock guns. Do you need me to send Polish wing cavalry to help your Shinji battalion resist the enemy?
Yekaterina knew that this battle was related to whether Chu Tian could unify the Han Empire, so she temporarily put aside her grudges with Xiao Liang.
It's not necessary yet. The Tiger army has already stepped forward.
Xiao Liang noticed that Chu Tian ordered Lingling General Xing Daorong to go to support and command the Huban army to attack Li Chengyang's Guanning cavalry. Xing Daorong's cavalry is naturally not provided with legion bonuses by him, but by Chu Tian's two cavalry characteristics, Fonglang Jushu and Sanlong Bailu. Xing Daorong carried the axe and rushed to the front. He struck down with the axe, but was blocked by the three-eyed fire blunderbuss of Guanning's cavalry. The heavy and sharp mountaineering axe left a visible cut mark on the three-eyed fire blunderbuss. The fire gun deformed and was suppressed by Xing Daorong. With the second axe, Xing Daorong's cavalry company and the three-eyed fire blunderbuss cut it in two.
This battle will make the 5 tigers of the Northern Army famous. Good brother. Beihai Wen is here. Chan Yuchen. Come out and die.
Wuanbo raised his warhammer high and killed 4 or 5 people among Guanning's cavalry. The 9th level cavalry has about the strength of the gold level General Mi Fang. The Guanning cavalry, as a 7th level heavy cavalry, is equivalent to a bronze level general or a silver level general. It is also quite laborious for Wu Angua to hammer the Guanning cavalry. The Huban army is an 8th level heavy cavalry. Their number is smaller than that of Guanning's cavalry, but their individual combat power is stronger. They have the bonus of Chu Tian's general, as well as the army auras of Xiao Liang, Xiao Chua,
the heroine comes to court,
and Wei Qing, the army's aura, Champing Ho, as well as Sun Bin's strategist auxiliary characteristics, as well as various bonuses from official positions and military books, became a sharp-edged dagger to tear apart the Guanning iron cavalry.
The Ming army should have the aura of the entire army, like Ming Guan and Su De. Apart from these 2 people, Chang Yuchen may not have the aura of the entire army. Murongke and Yuetai may have the aura of the entire army. No matter what, the opponent can definitely put together 3 the upper limit of the military halo. I don't know if Yao Guanxia, the Prime Minister in black, has similar auxiliary characteristics to Sun Bin. As for the military book, I really don't know if Ming Guan also has it.
Chu Tian knew that the Liaodong army had always been strong and ferocious in style, and it would be easy to destroy the Goryeo kingdom. Only by actually fighting the Liaodong army can you feel the aggressiveness of Ming Guan. It was clearly Chu Tian who took the initiative to attack Liaoxi. Now on the frontal battlefield, Ming Guan's cavalry couldn't wait to launch rounds of attacks. The planner who works for the slave Emperor Shi Lu is observing the situation on the entire battlefield. He has a special ability, premonition. This characteristic is the same as the
Sun of the Plane.
It is a metaphysical characteristic, and no one knows when it will take effect. But when 2 metaphysical characteristics are paired together, the upper limit can be very high, and the lower limit can also be very low. Sun Bin and Zhang Bin stood side by side, and the 2 military advisors took action at the same time, paying close attention to every move of the Ming army.
I have an uneasy premonition. Please be careful of the Ming army's cavalry. My lord.
Zhang Bin seemed to have caught some premonition and reported to Chu Tian.
How exactly? I can't even describe it. It feels like being drowned by the waves. Dot.
Chu Tian knew that Zhang Bin had abilities similar to the prophets of Western civilization. There is a subtle balance in power between Eastern and Western civilizations. So many heroes have similar abilities. For example, The chariot and ford tactics used by General Gieska of the Bohemian Kingdom of the Holy Roman Empire were similar to the KU formation used by Liu Yu, the general of the Beifu army of the Han Empire. Chu Tian always paid attention to the premonition that Zhang Bin accidentally realized. So he took Zhang Bin with him as one of the masterminds. During the Jin and Southern and Northern dynasties, many mastermind-level think tanks were born, which were not inferior to those during the Three Kingdoms period. Cui Hao, Zhang Bin, Wang Ming, Xian and others were all kings and assistants for a while. This time, Chu Tian also brought Chao Gui and Chao Gui's all-in-one characteristic has not yet been used. Not only that, Chu Tian also did not use the morale-boosting abilities possessed by Joan of Arc, Liang Hongyu, and Li Xiaoning. Before his morale dropped to a certain level, Chu Tian did not use all his strength. He was waiting for the Ming army's offensive to end. And when morale and physical strength were low, he decided to win or lose with one move. Joan of Arc held the Iris holy flag. As far as her eyes could see, the total number of dead troops on both sides of the war had already exceeded 100,000. And among them were a large number of elite cavalry.
Jessica's chariot and fort were transferred to deal with the Jurchen tribe. Otherwise it could play a big role in this battle.
Chu Tian looked indifferently at the battlefield littered with corpses. In the end of this battle, hundreds of thousands of soldiers may be killed or injured. If the real big princes fight, the casualties will not be small. In addition to the battlefield in the Liaoxi corridor, where Prince Yin and Huma attacked Yurhai, there may have been millions of cavalry invested in the battlefield there. Therefore, the number of soldiers killed in the Northern War may be in the millions. In a great war, the number of casualties was equal to the entire strength of a medium-sized civilization. Not many civilizations can bear such losses. Even Chu Tian felt a little sad about the loss. After the war to unify the Han Empire, it is estimated that it will take a few years to recuperate. The continuous war also has a great impact on people's hearts.
Urgent report. The two military advisors Gui Jia and Sun Yu have noticed that Murong's chain of iron horses is secretly mobilizing towards the backbone of the Ming army. The target is most likely the backbone of our army. As expected, the red cannons are just loud thunders and light raindrops. They are used to attack the tiger and leopard cavalry in order to attract my attention. The cavalry is Mingwan's winning trump card.
Combined with Zhang Bin's premonition, Chu Tian roughly guessed that Mingwan wanted to use a continuous cavalry offensive to break his central army.
The infantry, including the women's army and others, put on infantry armor, infantry rifles and long axes.
After Chu Tian guessed Mingwan's intention, he immediately ordered the soldiers to change to armor with stronger defense and equip themselves with long weapons for attacking heavy cavalry and war horses. The defensive power of the infantry armor and the attack power of the long axe are both amazing. But they also have disadvantages. That is, they are expensive to build, and their physical strength consumption rate will increase to varying degrees, while their mobility will decrease. Generally speaking, Chu Tian will not force the light infantry to change into heavy infantry equipment. But this time, Chu Tian was rich and powerful, so he ordered each light infantry to be equipped with heavy armor and heavy weapons, specifically to deal with Liao Dong's heavy cavalry in this battle. Chapter 840. A series of iron horses running rampant.
Serial iron horses. Array!
Murong gave the order, and 5,000 chain-linked iron horses were arranged in a square formation. The cold iron armor glowed with cold light, and the neat horses pointed forward. Every 3 war horses are connected with iron ropes, which is comparable to a copper wall and an iron wall. The heavy cavalry with the most amazing defensive capabilities in the Eastern Han dynasty appeared on the battlefield in western Liaoning. The layers of thick iron armor are despairing. No one can break through the phalanx of 5,000 chained iron horses head-on. This is the decisive weapon in the Battle of Western Liaoning.
The chained iron horses are engaged in the front. Xu Neng and Li Wenzhong each lead a team of cavalry to serve as the left and right wings, and cooperate with the chained iron horses to break the formation. The enemy in the front will definitely not be able to resist the chained iron horses. If you attack from both wings, the enemy will definitely be defeated. Chan Yuchen, commander of the Han Wu cavalry, acted as for the second batch of assault troops. Jin Wushu and I, who command Taifu, will serve as the third batch of assault troops. I don't believe that Chu Zimu can withstand my 3 rounds of offensive. Therefore, the Xiao army will definitely be defeated.
Mingwan asked Murong Ba and Su De to resist Xia Jun's left and right wings respectively, focusing their main energy on the frontal battlefield. This is a deadly battle between the backbone and the backbone. Mingwan continued his usual style of sniping at the middle gate.
intending to forcefully break through the Xia army's middle square formation with continuous cavalry attacks. The 8 banners of the Han army and the Guanning cavalry went to consume the Shinji battalion and crossbows on the opposite side in order to prepare for 3 consecutive rounds of offensive. In Lords, it is estimated that not many Lords' legions can withstand the 3-round cavalry attack of Mingguan head-on. Mingguan even personally held a gun, jumped a horse, and got into battle. This is also his style. It's really crazy, but this kind of Lord is exactly what I want. Murong didn't mind gambling with Mingguan. Serial Iron Horse Phalanx. Attack! The loud sound of the horn echoed in the sky, and 5,000 chain-linked iron horses were like an iron wall, advancing towards the Xia army's defense line. The chain iron horse has the ultimate defensive power due to the horizontal iron chain, so it lacks mobility and is not fast. But it has a stronger impact than the heavy infantry. 5,000 chain-linked iron horses raised up sand and dust, and their entire bodies were covered in iron armor. Even the war horses were as tall as iron cans. As the chain of iron horse armies advanced, a suffocating sense of oppression ensued. In Xia Jun's eyes, iron walls were approaching him one after another. The ground was shaking, and the air seemed to stop flowing. Guanning's cavalry fought with the Xia army. Li Chengyang looked back at the uniformed cavalry from the troubled times of Jin and southern and northern dynasties, sweat flowing down his Adam's apple. To be honest, even he was not very willing to fight with Murong's chain of iron horses. Murong was first class in terms of commanding troops and resourcefulness, and the chain iron horse was a heavy cavalry with extremely high defensive power. Perhaps firearms with amazing armor-breaking capabilities can break through defenses. However, when the chain iron horse enters the range of the matchlock or fire portal gun, if there is no cavalry or heavy infantry to protect the musketeers, the chain iron horse can also defeat it. Among Chutian forces, the one that scares the Lianlian Iron Horse Legion the most is the Shinji Battalion. Therefore, after the Shinji Battalion was consumed, Murong's chain of iron horses dared to take the initiative to launch an attack. Guanning's cavalry, move aside! Li Chengyang hurriedly mobilized his troops. Not long ago, Guanning's cavalry broke into the Women's Legion and the Shinji Battalion and suffered heavy losses. At this time, since Murong's chain cavalry was the main force in breaking the formation, Li Chengyang knew that his Guanning cavalry was just a tool to consume the Xia army before launching 3 rounds of offensive at Mingguan. In order to win, in the eyes of the great princes, some elite legions are just chips used in the competition to cover the real trump card. Even the red cannon is just a cover. The thief will leave, leaving his head behind. Xing Derong had gone crazy and killed several Guanning cavalry. When he saw Li Chengyang leading his troops out of the melee, he couldn't help but worry. Brother-in-law, don't chase me anymore. Mi Fang, the eldest brother of the 5 tiger generals of the Northern Army, was now a calm middle-aged general with a beard, and stopped Xing Derong, who wanted to pursue Li Chengyang, because he had already seen the suffocating Yan Kingdom's chain of iron horse regiments. Historically, Murong deployed a chain of iron horse phalanxes to induce King Ranmin of Wu Dao to break the formation head-on, and then used the left and right cavalry to attack Ranmin, defeating Ranmin. And Lord, the chain iron horse phalanx is even more oppressive. That's heavy cavalry. This kind of oppressive momentum. Mi Fang has followed Chu Tian for 10 years, and has gone through life and death. Although his talent is not very good, he has always been a gold-level military general. His real talent cannot be ranked in the front. Even if he found an NPC Qianhu among the cowardly Shui army, his attributes were higher than Mi Fang's. But after all, Mi Fang has seen the world and participated in countless wars. From Xuzhou to Eastern Europe, Mi Fang's footprints are all there. Mi Fang had rarely seen such an oppressive cavalry. The individual combat power of the chain iron horse may not be as good as that of the Qieshui army, Xianjia army, and Zhongshao army. The oppressive feeling of the chain iron horse phalanx comes from the whole. Only 5,000 chain iron horses, as a whole, can exert their terrifying ability to break formations. In Mi Fang's eyes, walls of copper and iron were approaching the tiger army. This is a desperate feeling, as if no legion can stop the wall-in-the-wall tactics of the chain iron horse phalanx. Can we stop these tin cans from advancing? The attention of the 2 generals Xing Derong and Wu Anhua completely shifted from Guanning's cavalry to Lianlian's cavalry. They swallowed their horror involuntarily. Xing Derong and Wu Anhua also felt the oppression of the chain of iron horses. Their breathing was not smooth, even a little uncomfortable, and their palms were sweating. The Lord is watching us from behind. We can't retreat easily.
Mi Fong waved her gun and led the Tiger and Bin troops in an attempt to stop the advance of the chain of iron horse phalanxes.
Jianyan crossbowmen. Folly!
Liang Hongyu's surviving thousands of Jianyan crossbowmen used divine arm bows to throw at the chain of iron horses. And the arrow rain covered the iron horses. The arrow rain collided with the iron armor, making a scalp-numbing sound of metal and stone clashing. However, at a long distance, even the damage caused by the divine arm bow to the chain iron horse phalanx is not enough to stop the chain iron horse phalanx from advancing. The chain-linked iron horse phalanx was just strolling in the courtyard at first. After entering a distance of 200 meters, it began to trot and accelerate. The entire iron-armored phalanx started to move, and the ground shook violently. The Tiger army collided with the chain iron horse phalanx. Chu Tian did not order the Huban army to retreat for the time being, because he also wanted to see the reality of the chain of iron horse phalanxes. The mighty iron horse cavalry rushed in, forming a dense formation and overwhelming the Tiger army. Every 3 war horses form a unit, and the horses are connected with iron ropes, with almost no gaps. The wall charge of the high-level heavy cavalry was almost devastating. Iron walls hit Xingderong, Wuanhua, and Mi Fong one after another. The 5 Tiger generals of the Northern Army had no way of starting, and they felt powerless. The relatively loose formation of the Huban army was defeated in front of the dense phalanx of chain iron horses and retreated to the rear, while the chain iron horses were still advancing. On both sides, 2 cavalry generals, Li Wenzhong and Zhu Neng, led the light cavalry to cover Murong's chain of iron horses to break through. Their purpose is to penetrate the backbone of the Xiao army and kill them all the way through the rear army.
In fact, there are weapons that can destroy the chain iron horse phalanx.
Chu Tian saw Murong's chain iron horse phalanx starting to fall into the formation, and the Tiger army was about to retreat in front of the chain iron horse phalanx. So he thought of the most suitable weapon to deal with the chain iron horse phalanx. That is,
Hongi cannon.
Xiao Liang expressed Chu Tian's thoughts. The cold and suffocating pressure of the chain iron horses comes from the defensive power of the heavy horse armor and the dense formation that has no return. The denser the formation, the more lives are harvested by the solid bullets fired by the Hongi cannon, which is equivalent to plowing a field. Moreover, the Hongi cannon has the negative effect of destroying the formation. Therefore, Chu Tian was given dozens of Hongi cannons to bombard Murong's chain of iron horse phalanx head-on. I believe that the chain of iron horse phalanx can be destroyed soon. Xinji camp has a similar effect.
That's why Mingguan used the 8 banners of the Han army to exchange losses with the Xinji battalion, hoping to consume the few Xinji battalions that had an armor-breaking effect on the chain iron horses. In this way, he could attack unscrupulously and use the chain iron horses to open the gap. It would have been nice if Catherine's Tsarist guards were present. The Tsarist guards were also equipped with a small number of firearms.
Chu Tian had to admit that firearms had very good armor-breaking and deterrent effects. He had seen Catherine's Tsarist guards in Eastern Europe. The Xinji camp was also one of the capital guards of the Ming Dynasty Emperor, so the Xinji camp was almost the same as the Tsarist guard. If Catherine's Tsarist guards were here, they could assume the function of the Divine Machine Battalion to a certain extent. Ekaterina's eyes were brilliant.
The Tsar's guard is responsible for guarding the 2 important cities of St. Petersburg and Moscow. It is impossible for me to take the risk and transfer them to the east. But I brought another legion.